Chapter 1 You want to take care of by Yu Guang, and let me wait while we get the marriage certificate? Binhai Civil Affairs Bureau. The handsome young man in a windbreaker was holding a Remy phone and was on the phone. Lu Ruan, we agreed to come to get the marriage certificate this morning. What do you mean now? Lu Ruan's voice came from the other side. I'm sorry, Li Xiu, Xiaomucan is sick, and I have to come take care of him. He's divorced now, raising a child alone, and no one cares about him when he's sick. It's really pitiful. Li Xiu wasn't surprised. Everything was about to end anyway, so he continued. Lu Ruan, I tolerated what happened before. It was you who said we'd get the marriage certificate today, so I came early. What about you? Did you make me wait? Li Xiu and Lu Ruan have been together for a year. The year he graduated, Li Xiu gave up his job with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan for Lu Ruan and joined the small company of Lu Ruan's brother, earning a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Hand in salary every month. He also has to do the housework. It can be said that he does everything a bootlicker can do, and he also does things that a bootlicker cannot do. Even after Xiaomucan came back, Lu Ruan would go to take care of other people's children from time to time, and Li Xiu had to go and drive for others. But it wasn't because Li Xiu was born to be a bootlicker, but because he awakened the system a year ago. Ding! Host's current novice mission progress, 99 dog-licking behaviors have been completed, and the last one is left. Please agree to this unreasonable request. Okay, if it were me in the past, if you, Lu Ruan, had done something like this, I would have kicked you out 300 years ago. Now, for the sake of the mission, I will tolerate you one last time. Okay. You want to take care of it, right? Okay, then you can. Lu Ruan opposite had a smile on her lips. Li Xiu, you are such a good bootlicker. Okay, wait until I take good care of Brother Mucan and I will reward you with the marriage certificate. At worst, I will take care of Brother Mucan after we get married. I don't think you, Li Xiu, will dare to say anything. She stood up and started cooking porridge in the pot. Suddenly, a figure came from behind and hugged her. Ruan, didn't you say you were going to get the marriage certificate today? Why haven't you gone yet? Lu Ruan smiled and said, I'll take good care of you and then go. Li Xiu won't dare to do anything to you. Xiaomucan hugged Lu Ruan at this time. Ruan, why don't we do something and then you can go get the marriage certificate? Oh, Brother Mucan is so annoying. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Xiu took a deep breath. Alright, system. I've already completed your incredible mission, so please don't give me any useless rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Lick the dog 100 times. System reward novice gift package. Please sign for it. Li Xiu didn't even think twice. Great. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system module and the sign-in module. Sign-in module, various gift packages can be opened based on the host's location. 24-hour cooldown period. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash gift package worth 3 million. It will be credited immediately. Bite. Li Xiu took out his phone and looked at it, and said in shock, there really are 3 million. Wait, I just got the sign-in module, so can I sign in? System. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Check in at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Congratulations, you've signed in and won one wife. Your account will be credited in 5 minutes. What? This is a system. Sign in and get a wife? Li Xiu was confused. No, one can't just fall from the sky. Oh, and there's also Lu Ruan who needs to be dealt with. What kind of person is this woman to me, Li Xiu? She's abused me for a whole year. I washed and cooked for you at home, and I worked like a slave for your brother at work. I even had to drive your son. I wish you two would be locked together forever. Li Xiu sent a message to Lu Ruan on WeChat. I'm sorry, but starting today, I, Li Xiu, am breaking up with you. Don't ever come to see me again. Get lost, bitch. Comfortable. Li Xiu finally got rid of the bad feelings he had accumulated over the past year. Where's my wife? We'll have 3 minutes to get to the battlefield. System, oh system, I've been a bootlicker for a year and haven't touched a woman in a year. You won't find me an ugly wife, will you? At this moment, a little further away, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan slowly approached the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were two people sitting in the back seat of the car. The woman was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with delicate and intellectual features. She was dressed in a professional suit, and her legs were so long and wide that the back seat could hardly accommodate her. Next to her sat a young male employee in a suit. At this moment, the male employee said timidly, "Boss Fu, I'm just a small employee. I really don't deserve it." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "Didn't I tell you that we'll have a fake marriage and I'll give you some compensation later? You won't suffer any loss then." The male employee still shook his head at this moment. "Boss Fu, no, I really can't do it. I'm leaving first. Don't worry, I will never reveal this to anyone." After saying that, the man got out of the car as if he was escaping. The secretary in the front seat said, "Mr. Fu, this person is gone. Why don't we go back and replace him with someone else?" Fu Xiuyu shook his head. "It's too late to drag it on like this. If I don't get married soon, my family will force me to marry into the Zhao family. This generation of Zhao's eldest grandson is a drunkard. Any man I can find to marry is better than him." After saying that, Fu Xiuyu pushed the door open and got out of the car. Walked straight towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just happened to face Li Xiu. Li Xiu looked at the woman in shock. "Wow, such long legs. This beauty, and these abstinent gold-rimmed glasses, really impress me. System? This isn't my wife, is it?" The system remained silent. Li Xiu could only keep stealing glances while avoiding her gaze, because he had no way of knowing for sure whether this woman was his wife. Fu Xiuyu naturally saw Li Xiu, who had a nice figure. His facial features are okay, but he's a pretty boy. The look in his eyes is quite bold. Even with my aura, he dares to look at my legs. The two just looked at each other. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "Are you here alone?" Li Xiu glanced around to make sure no one else was around. "Yeah, I'm alone, what about you?" Fu Xiuyu nodded upon hearing this. "I'm alone too, are you single?" Li Xiu had just broken up with his fiancée, so he was single now. "I'm single." "Okay, then you and I will get the marriage certificate," Fu Xiuyu said. "Hold head high? No way, sister, are you serious?" "System, oh system, I love you so much, even if you explode I will still praise you for being so loud." Fu Yuxiu frowned slightly. "You have 3 seconds to decide whether you are willing to marry me, sir." Chapter 2, Your Father and I Have a Partner. Come and see us when you are free. Li Xiu swallowed and nodded, "Okay, let's get married. You're not afraid of a girl, so why should I worry?" Fu Yuxiu walked straight forward and pulled Li Xiu into the Civil Affairs Bureau. A moment later, the two of them left the Civil Affairs Bureau with the red book. Fu Yuxiu turned his head, thinking that he should make things clear with the other person, Li Xiu, actually I. At this time, Li Xiu suddenly interrupted. "Ms. Fu Yuxiu, from today on you are my wife. I have 3 million in savings, I'm still looking for a job, and my family owns a house. Don't worry, I will become richer and richer in the future." Fu Yuxiu was stunned, and the words on the tip of his tongue remained unsaid. "I also have a house. Let's talk about it later. I'll add you on WeChat and we'll contact each other then." After the two exchanged WeChat, Fu Yuxiu left. Got in the car. The secretary was shocked and said, "No way, Mr. Fu, did you really just find someone to get the marriage certificate?" Fu Yuxiu handed the marriage certificate to the secretary. "Assistant Lin, please check all the information about this boy." "Okay, Mr. Fu." Special Assistant Lin took the marriage certificate and said in surprise, "Oh, he's really a handsome guy. Is my Mr. Fu going to be in a relationship?" The other end. Li Xiu stood at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and sighed. "No way, I already have a wife just like that. The system is awesome." Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Li Xiu answered the phone. "Wait. Dad? What made you contact me?" The father across from him, Li Pingan, said with a smile, "Son, I have good news for you. Your dad and I have a partner. Although your aunt and I are not getting married, we've decided to keep each other company. I'll send you the location this Friday, and you can meet her together. Oh, and she has 4 daughters. Daddy's got you covered, so it's up to you when the time comes." Damn it! Li Xiu almost swore, "Are you kidding me? You're so old and still doing this? Wait, old man, why did you hang up so quickly? I haven't told you I'm married yet. Forget it, I'll tell you later. At the same time, as soon as Fu Xiuyu returned to the company and sat down, he received a call from his sister. Sister, I have something important to tell you. Mom has found a partner and asked us to have dinner together on Friday. I heard that she has a son. Fu Xiuyu's face didn't look very good after hearing this. Let her be happy. Maybe they will break up again after dating for a while. The younger sister continued, Sister, Grandpa wants you to marry into the Xiao family. Don't agree to it. Xiao Mukin's reputation is in shambles in your circle. Besides, isn't the Xiao family interested in your company? Otherwise, why would they bring up the marriage contract that Grandpa made? Fu Xiuyu nodded. Don't worry, I've already solved it. I'm already married and have obtained the marriage certificate. The Xiao family can just give up on this idea. What? Big sister, are you serious? Then when will you let us meet your brother-in-law? Is he handsome? How old is he? The younger sister asked frantically. Fu Xiuyu thought for a moment and said, I'll let you meet later. But the prerequisite is that after I explain the situation to him clearly, if he still doesn't run away, I will meet you again then. At this time, Fu Xiuyu noticed that his cell phone kept ringing. It's my own group of 4 sisters. Fu Xiuyuan, big sister. Found it. My brother-in-law. We've already got the marriage certificate. At Fu Xiuxue at Fu Xiumu. Fu Xiuxue? Second brother, stop talking nonsense. You scared me to death. Isn't my eldest sister a 10,000-year-old iron tree? Fu Xiumu, iron tree blooms? At Fu Xiuyu. Fu Xiuyu, it's true. I'll arrange for you to meet in a while. Fu Xiuyuan, haha, I'm serious, take a look at the photos. Fu Xiuxue, yes, there is no truth without a picture. Fu Xiuyu, I was in a hurry and didn't take any pictures. I'll make up for it later. Fu Xiuyu glanced at the marriage certificate and said, 25? I'm already 30. If I send it out, they'll probably laugh at me for being an old cow eating young grass, right? She picked up the phone in front of her and said, Assistant Lin, please show me the job applicant's information. The other end. Li Xiu went home to pack up Lu Ruan's things and then threw them all out. The house in front of him was bought by his father for his marriage. Now there is no chance for Lu Ruan and me, I am already married. Even if I want to live together, I will live with my wife. What is this woman? But the most urgent thing is that Li Xiu needs to find a job, and he definitely cannot go to Lu Ruan's brother's company. Thinking of this, Li Xiu began to check his email, hoping to find a good job. Now I have a wife to support. Sorry, sir, your resume does not meet our company's requirements. Sorry, sir, your resume does not meet our company's requirements. After reading countless replies, he suddenly received a message from a company he had the least hope for. Fu Group, congratulations, sir. We have received your resume. Please come to Fu Group headquarters tomorrow to take up your position in the Computer Information Security Department. Good. Li Xiu looked at the information happily. After confirming again and again that it was the information from Fu Group and not from a third-party outsourced company, Li Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. My luck has turned. My life is about to change. This is a big company. The other end. Fu Xiuyu looked at Li Xiu's resume and asked, he's clearly a 211 university graduate with a bachelor's degree in electronic information technology security. How could he have worked for a small, unqualified company for a year? Lin Tay beside him said. The information I have here should be able to give you the answer. Li Xiu is 25 years old. He met Lu Ruan during his senior year of college. After they started dating and graduated, Lu Ruan used her education to work in our company's information security department, while he worked at Lu Ruan's brother's company. Fu Xiuyu asked doubtfully, our company? But Li Xiu said he has broken up with this woman? That's what's strange. According to the information I've gathered, this Li Xiu obeys Lu Ruan's orders and does her laundry, cooking, and picking her up after get off work. Special Assistant Lin said. Oh. He's still a good man. Fu Xiuyu said. That's what makes me angry. This Lu Ruan is having an affair with another man behind Li Xiu's back. You said it wasn't excessive. Special Assistant Lin said. Hearing this, Fu Xiuyu pondered, what's Lu Ruan's current position? Just an ordinary employee. Special Assistant Lin said. So, starting tomorrow, Li Xiu will be the team leader for Lu Ruan's group. I see that Li Xiu is also responsible for the information security of his brother's small company, so he should be more than qualified for the job. Hey! Is our President Fu helping her husband vent his anger? Fu Xiuyu remains silent. Li Xiu, whether you want to be my husband, a real husband or a fake husband, depends on your performance. If you still have some connection with this woman, you can get back together in a minute. Then our marriage would just be a fake one. Chapter 3 I want to marry you. You scumbag. The next morning, Li Xiu put on his suit and went to report to Fu Group. I wonder what goodies I can get by signing in at Fu's group today. According to the system, sign-in rewards are based on the sign-in location. Does that mean that the things I sign in at Fu's group will also be related to the company? When Li Xiu went to report to Fu Group, Lu Ruan woke up in her own by Yu Guan's home. As soon as he looked at the sky, he panicked and said, "Oh no! Wake up! Xiao Mucan, wake up! What time is it? Didn't I miss the marriage certificate?" Xiao Mucan raised his hands and hugged Lu Ruan. Why are you so anxious, you licking dog? You can just contact me again and make another appointment. Lu Ruan calmed down a little, opened her phone and saw the message Li Xiu sent her. What's wrong, Li Xiu? Why is he angry over such a small matter? The more you act like this, the more I won't get married with you. Lu Ruan said angrily. She has been with Li Xiu for more than a year, and this is the first time he has lost his temper and scolded her. This guy is really too much. I must teach him a lesson this time. Unless he kneels down and begs me, I will never forgive this man. Xiao Mucan nodded. Yes, Ruan, you are right. For an ordinary man like Li Xiu, it is a blessing for him that you like him. Isn't it just a matter of getting a marriage certificate? Lu Ruan nodded. Yes, our family only accepted 280,000 yuan as a betrothal gift from him, which was a bargain for him. Oh, I forgot. I'm going to be late for work. Xiao Mucan glanced at her and said, It's okay. Come and have breakfast before leaving. That's fine, thank you Brother Mucan for making breakfast for me. Xiao Mucan glanced at her and said, I make breakfast? I don't know how. Either you make it, or we can buy something to eat. Lu Ruan sighed. Xiao Mucan was indeed not as good as Li Xiu in this aspect. He couldn't even make breakfast, and he wanted me to do it? Then let's buy something to eat. At this time, Li Xiu had already arrived at the company. Fu Group Network Information Security Department. The section chief, Chen Shui, wore black-framed glasses and flipped through Li Xiu's file. Li Xiu, do you have any connections? For example, is your uncle a supervisor? Or your father is the president? Li Xiu smiled and shook his head. How could that be, Sister Chen? I'm just a fresh-faced guy with no background at all. Chen Shui nodded. Okay, I get it. Your ID card is on the table. Take it to your team and they'll tell you where you are. My group? Li Xiu was confused. What do you mean by my group? Chen Shui shook her head and said, How can you be so confused? You're the team leader of our Network Information Security Department. How can you not know this? Li Xiu was stunned. Am I not applying for the job? How did you become a team leader? I picked up my work badge and saw that it was true. Am I really the leader right after I arrived? No wonder Sister Chen misunderstood me. Li Xiu walked to the door with his work badge and breathed a sigh of relief. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Sign-in location, Fu Group Network Information Security Department. Congratulations on receiving Hacker Ability Card X1. Hacker Ability Card, after using it, you will become the world's top hacker. Good stuff. Use it. Li Xiu instantly felt that there was a large amount of information in his mind. Based on his previous abilities, his knowledge related to network information was greatly enhanced. That's great. Now this job will be a piece of cake. Li Xiu came to his group, briefly introduced himself, and chose an empty seat to sit down. Why are there so many empty seats here? A team member said, Lu Ruan hasn't arrived yet. She might be late. Lu Ruan? Oh, right, she said she worked at Fu Corporation. So she's in the same department? Or his own men? How could this be such a coincidence? But I am her boss now, let her regret it later. At this moment, a figure came running over in a hurry. It's over, I'm late. A team member asked, Ruan, why are you here wearing yesterday's clothes? You asked for leave yesterday to get your marriage certificate with your boyfriend. What's wrong? Were you too happy last night? Li Xiu sat at his workstation, his back to Lu Ruan, a cold smile on his face. So yesterday, she asked me to wait so she could go make some black fungus and milk soup. Women like this make me sick. Oh, it's a long story. I heard that our team has a new team leader, so I have to go and say hello first. Lu Ruan is actually very perceptive when it comes to currying favor with the powerful. The colleague pointed at Li Xiu and said, that's him. Lu Ruan looked at Li Xiu's back, slightly puzzled. Why does he look so familiar? Li Xiu was checking the company's network security at this time. Lu Ruan walked up behind him, took out a drink from her bag, and placed it on the table. She said in a coquettish voice, hello, team leader. I'm Lu Ruan from Team 6. I'm sorry I'm late. I got married with my boyfriend yesterday and stayed up too late. Li Xiu said calmly after hearing this. Lu Ruan, didn't you go get your marriage certificate yesterday? You're working at Foo's, and you're talking without thinking. Lu Ruan trembled. How did he know? Wait, that's not right. What is this sound? Li Xiu slowly turned around at this time. He said lightly, am I right? Lu Ruan. Ah! Lu Ruan screamed. Everyone in the company looked over at once. Lu Ruan shook her head and said, impossible, this is impossible. How could it be Li Xiu? Li Xiu should be in my brother's company. Section Chief Chen Shuyi came out and said, Lu Ruan, what's wrong with you? This is your new team leader, why are you yelling? Li Xiu? Do you know him? Li Xiu slowly stood up and said, Lu Ruan is my ex-girlfriend. She stood me up after getting the marriage certificate yesterday. I've already broken up with her. Lu Ruan, you lied about asking for leave. According to company regulations, you'll be fined 3 times your original amount. Lu Ruan's chest was heaving at this moment. She asked in shock, Li Xiu, why are you working here? Who allowed you to come to work? Didn't I just not get the marriage certificate? You deliberately came to my company to embarrass me? I looked down on you. Are you a man? Bang! Li Xiu slapped him in the face without hesitation. Other colleagues discussed it. Oh my god! The new team leader hits people whenever he disagrees with something? What kind of melon is this? Lu Ruan took leave yesterday to get her marriage certificate, and the person she got it from was actually the new team leader? The key point is that the new team leader was stood up? Lu Ruan, who was covering her face with her hands, was filled with tears. She suppressed her grievance and said, Li Xiu, we're finished. Unless you resign now and join my brother's company. Li Xiu smiled coldly. I've officially become an employee of Foo's. What can you do to me? Don't forget. I'm your boss now. Ah. I won't marry you. You scumbag. Lu Ruan burst into tears. Chapter 4 Sister. I won't allow you to be with him anymore. Li Xiu was furious. He pointed at Lu Ruan and said, I'm telling you, I went to buy Yue Guang's house to serve her on the day we got the marriage certificate. How dare a bitch like you call me a scumbag? Lu Ruan, over the past year, I've been washing and cooking for you. Whenever Bai Yue Guang has something to do, you run over more diligently than anything else. Why do you think I am anything? Lu Ruan wiped her tears and said, what? You said you didn't mind. He and I are friends, and friends should help each other. So you helped all night last night and didn't even have time to change your clothes? Right? Li Xiu sneered. When these words were spoken, the other employees at the scene were shocked. Wow! Did you hear that? Lu Ruan is pretty amazing. She actually went to someone else's house to take care of them? It's only one night left. If I were the new team leader, I'd break up too. Lu Ruan snorted coldly, alright. Li Xiu. If you want to break up so badly, then do it. Don't regret it. Even if you beg me in the future, I won't reconcile with you. Li Xiu nodded, okay, we can break up, but ask your parents to give me the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift. I already have a wife, and we're married. Even if I have to give the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift, it should be given to her, right? Hearing this, Lu Ruan thought she had misheard. What do you mean you've already got the marriage certificate? Li Xiu, you don't even have a woman's WeChat in your phone. Who are you kidding? Another woman? You don't have to do this just to piss me off. During this year, Li Xiu obeyed this woman unconditionally. Apart from handing over the salary, you are not allowed to have other women on WeChat. That's why Lu Ruan became more and more arrogant and complacent. She felt that she had successfully tamed this man, and her self-confidence was overflowing. I'm telling you one last time, we break up, get out. Give me the money. If you don't, I'll go through the court process directly. It's that simple. Li Xiu now has a marriage certificate with his beautiful wife, and he has the system. Still care about you, a slut? Okay. Li Xiu, you will regret it in a few days. Lu Ruan said the harsh words and returned to her seat. Li Xiu also started working on his own. Lu Ruan, I'm your team leader now. You need to immediately organize your work list and hand it to me. Give it to me in half an hour. Lu Ruan was furious at this moment. Okay. You wait. The other end. Fu Xiuyu returned to the office after finishing a high-level meeting. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and asked, Li Xiu, it's your first day at work today. How's it going? Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, reporting to Mr. Fu, he met with his ex-girlfriend today and humiliated that woman in the company. It turns out. Fu Xiuyu was just hearing the crucial moment when he looked up and said, just say it, and stop talking halfway? What's that? Assistant Lin said with a smile. Oh, that's right. It turns out our son-in-law was waiting for his girlfriend to get the marriage certificate yesterday. I see. I was wondering what he was doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau with his household registration booklet. Turns out he was getting his marriage certificate. Fu Xiuyu asked in confusion, then what happened next? Special Assistant Lin nodded and said, later, our son-in-law found out that his girlfriend didn't come. It turned out that she had gone to see her own Bai Yueguang. She also asked him to wait until she was intimate with Bai Yueguang before coming to get the marriage certificate. So Li Xiu kicked her out and got the marriage certificate with you. It's like something out of a novel. Fu Yuxiu smiled faintly, then frowned. I won't be someone else's replacement. Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, do you want me to help tell him Mr. Fu's identity? No. Fu Xiuyu said in a deep voice, if I tell him my identity now, he might deliberately approach me because of my status. How can I know his character then? Oh. I don't know who said it was a fake marriage, but you're taking it seriously now. Special Assistant Lin muttered. Fu Xiuyu put down the pen in his hand and said calmly, some people have too much free time at work, so they sit here all day with nothing to do and think about this and that? Ah, no, I'm actually very busy. I'll go get busy now. Special Assistant Lin turned and left the office. Looking at the direction where Special Assistant Lin left, Fu Xiuyu touched his cheek. Interested in him? Well, he and I got married, isn't it normal for me to care a little? At this time, she noticed that these guys were sending messages again in the group of her sisters. So he lowered his head and looked at his phone. The other end. Li Xiu, who was working, heard people gossiping next to him. Have you heard? Our President Fu is said to be married. What? No way. Really? Someone saw her car at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Xiu asked curiously, oh? You got the marriage certificate after showing up at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Mr. Fu? My wife's last name is Fu, too. Is my wife the CEO? TSK. If your wife is the president, why are you still a team leader? Other female colleagues looked down on him. Li Xiu didn't think much about it, nor did he bother to check what the president of Fu Group looked like. After all, it had nothing to do with a small employee like him. Just at this moment, his phone rang. Willow peeling. Lu Ruan's brother? Li Xiu picked up the phone. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Ruan said in a deep voice, okay, Li Xiu, don't think that just because you're getting married to my sister, you're a human being. Don't you see what time it is? My company's system is down. Why don't you come and fix it? Hearing this, Li Xiu sneered. Your company is paralyzed, what does it have to do with me? I'm telling you, Lu Ruan, right? I'm not going to serve you and your sister anymore. I quit. Anyway, we haven't signed a contract, what can you do to me? Don't try to trick me, or I'll sue your company for illegal employment. I have proof that I work and that your company doesn't pay for my social security. Then Li Xiu hung up the phone directly. At this time, Lu Ruan's cell phone rang. She immediately ran to the bathroom and answered the phone quietly. Hello, brother, I'm at work, why are you calling me? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan immediately sued Li Xiu. Sister, your lapdog is rebelling. Who the hell is he, yet he dares to yell at me? My old company's system is paralyzed, and I asked him to fix it, but he said he quits? Sister, this kind of person is like this right after getting married, I don't agree. Divorce him. Right now. Divorce him. Chapter 5 Congratulations, Mr. Fu. You found a treasure. Well, brother, actually, your sister and he haven't got a marriage certificate. Lu Ruan said. Lu Ruan's voice was obviously stunned for a moment, and he couldn't let his younger brother mess with him. No way, sister. You didn't get a marriage certificate with him? No wonder. I said this guy was crazy. So that's what's going on. It seems my guess was right. Sister, this guy is like a child who can't get candy. He's angry. Go tell him quickly. If he doesn't come back and fix the system for my company, you will never marry him in this life. Lu Ruan nodded and said, Brother, you're right. This person was jealous, so he lied to me and said he got married. That's bullshit. I'll ask him to work over there now. After he finished speaking, Li Xiu and Section Chief Chen Shuyi were chatting and laughing while drinking coffee in the tea room. Lu Ruan walked closer and beckoned to Li Xiu. Li Xiu, come here. Li Xiu said coldly, if you have to fart, do it now. Lu Ruan frowned. Okay, let's put it this way. I didn't go get the marriage certificate yesterday, so you can't blame me. How about this? We'll go get the marriage certificate again tomorrow, and you can go and fix the website system for my brother's company. Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruan and raised his hand to his lips. Hush, where do you get the confidence to tell me this? I've already told you, I'm not interested in you or your brother. We're over, you know that? Lu Ruan. Get out of here. Lu Ruan was furious and stamped her feet. Okay. I just don't believe it. Is there no one else who can work in my brother's company except you? She called her brother. Brother, I just don't believe it. Can't you find someone who can do the job? Is he the only one in your company who can do it? Lu Ruan collapsed and said, Sister. My company is small, where can I find a good programmer? Now there is a problem with the system, and no one here can do it. How about you help me? Me? Lu Ruan collapsed. I can't do that either. I'm just slacking off. Lu Ruan sighed, Sister, he changed jobs because he was angry with you. I don't care. Please help me coax him back. Where can I find a computer expert who earns 5,000 yuan a month? After hearing this, Lu Ruan's face turned cold. Lu Ruan, you're already such a grown-up, and something so serious happened to your own company, and you have to ask me to help you bear the consequences? Solve it yourself. Beep beep beep. Lu Ruan hung up the phone and stomped her feet in anger. It was at this time. There was a sudden commotion in the company. Li Xiu was hurriedly called back by Chen Shuyi. He then gathered all the team leaders and said, Everyone, the company's website has been hacked, and now the entire company's system is paralyzed. Does anyone here have any ideas? The leaders of the first 5 groups said one after another. Give it to a group and recover in half an hour. My second group only needs 15 minutes. Leave it to my team 3. They'll fight all the tough battles. Chen Shuyi glanced at Li Xiu and, seeing that he wasn't bragging, smiled and said, Since everyone is so enthusiastic, go and deal with it immediately. Whoever solves the problem first will be rewarded by President Fu himself. Suddenly, these people became full of energy. You know, President Fu was the dream lover of all the men in the company. Li Xiu had just arrived and was unwilling to show off in front of his direct superior. As the saying goes, he would observe first. Returning to his seat, Li Xiu said to his team members. Hackers are invading. Everyone, get ready. Group 6 can't lose face. At this time, an employee suddenly shouted. Oh no! The leaders of teams 1 and 3 were just too eager for quick success and ended up losing several important company files. This time the hackers are really powerful. Li Xiu frowned slightly. The network security technicians who could work in FUS were all elites. How could they be so incompetent? At this moment, Fu Xiuyu in the conference room was furious. What's going on? Is this our technician? So many files lost? I'll go to the technical department now. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Assistant Lin, you go and see, it's not convenient for me. Special Assistant Lin shook his head and said, you are already husband and wife, yet you are still so cautious. Okay, I'll go and check it out for you. Fu Xiuyu sighed. Li Xiu is also down there. I don't know what the situation is like. Li Zhang was mocking at this moment. Lu Ruan, you're not serious. As a technician, you made over 10 mistakes in 3 minutes. Your diploma must be forged. Lu Ruan couldn't stand it anymore. Li Xiu. Don't think that just because you provoke me with words, I will reconcile with you. You're dreaming. Li Xiu shook his head. You are such a clown. He has now returned to his position. Lu Ruan will stay in the company for the time being, and he will use his position to make her suffer. Only by kicking him out of the company can I feel less resentful. At this time, Special Assistant Lin came to the Information Security Department and said in a deep voice, everyone, hurry up. If this continues, our Fu group will suffer huge losses. After saying that, she glanced at Li Xiu and said, some of you who have just arrived at the company, the leaders are watching your performance. Li Xiu asked in confusion. Click me? It's really strange, this person looks like a high-ranking official. Could she be President Fu? Although she is good-looking, she is far inferior to my wife. Never mind, I'd better show off my good looks so that I can get a promotion and a raise in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xiu started to move. This hacker exploited a vulnerability in a third-party component and modified the registry. It's not particularly clever. Goodbye, you guys. Enter key, get out. In an instant, the entire company's network returned to normal. Li Xiu couldn't help but feel proud. Although he was strong to begin with, now that the system has rewarded him with hacking skills, he can only say that he is even stronger. Special Assistant Lin was stunned. It's recovered so quickly? Who did it? Which group did it? All the groups looked confused. They had just been beaten so badly that they didn't know what to do. It definitely wasn't them. Could it be 3 groups? Or 4 groups? The team leader took a look at the back-end information and said in confusion, an IP joined and resolved the battle in 3 minutes. Whose computer is this IP? Special Assistant Lin was stunned. 3 minutes? So amazing? He solved a problem that the entire company couldn't solve in 3 minutes? Who is it? President Fu will personally commend you. Li Xiu raised his hand at this time. It's me. One careless mistake and it was solved. People from other groups at the scene stood up one after another. Is it him? The new leader of Group 6? So powerful? Wow. Don't you 6 groups have to treat us to dinner tonight? That's right. This team leader. Let's have dinner tonight. Li Xiu waved his hand. No problem. It's just a meal. At this time, Assistant Lin's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Yes, Mr. Fu, it's solved. It's Li Xiu from Group 6. Well, you have indeed found a treasure. Chapter 6. What? You're flirting with men and you want me to move out? A moment later. President's office. Fu Xiuyu asked curiously, tell me, what's going on? Special Assistant Lin said with a smile. Just when the entire company was at a loss, our son-in-law was amazing. In just 3 minutes, he solved the problem that the entire company was unable to solve. Fu Xiuyu had a look of pride on his face. Any man I choose is a treasure. How much did his previous company pay him? Fu Xiuyu asked curiously. Special Assistant Lin nodded and said, it seems to be 5,000 a month. What? 5,000? Fu Xiuyu thought he had misheard. Oh my god, he can actually work in a company like this? I feel like paying him 20,000 a month is too little. Special Assistant Lin said with a smile, you can give him a raise. It's just money flowing from one pocket to another, right? Fu Xiuyu rarely refuted. Okay, isn't he having dinner tonight? Let him use the company account. He's doing a good job, so give him a bigger bonus this month. 7 p.m. Inside the club. Li Xiu has become friends with the people in the company. The club here has barbecue, drinks, and singing. The box is big enough to accommodate dozens of people. Several team leaders exchanged compliments back and forth. Oh, it has to be team leader Li. He's so young and so strong, he has a bright future ahead of him. Yes, on the first day after joining the company, he caught the eye of President Fu and even ate and drank with company funds. Our team leader Li will be awesome from now on. Come on, buddy, let's drink. Inside the company, several female employees who had a good relationship with Lu Ruan pulled Lu Ruan aside. Ruan, look at this young and promising team leader Li. Why did you break up with him? You're so confused. Exactly. You said team leader Li was deliberately trying to piss you off by saying he got married to someone else? I think that's true. A normal newlywed man's wife wouldn't care about him and let him drink like that. I think you should take advantage of this opportunity tonight and make peace with team leader Li. Wouldn't that resolve all the misunderstandings? Lu Ruan thought about it and realized that it was indeed difficult to find a man like Li Xiu. Besides being good looking, he was also willing to give his child her last name and hand over all his salary to her. Listen to what you say and do what you are told. The situation now must be that I went too far in the past 2 days. But didn't he say that he didn't mind that I had Bai Yue Guang in my heart? Why such a big reaction? He got a good night tonight. I can sleep with him at night. But he has never touched me before. Lu Ruan went to the bathroom and sent a message to her brother. Brother, do you have that medicine? Lu Rusong was stunned. His company's system had crashed today, and he'd been busy all day. Now this sister was asking him for that kind of medicine? Who did she want? No sister? What do you want to do? Lu Ruan replied, don't you want your brother-in-law to come back and work like a slave for you? He's already the team leader at Fu Corporation. If I don't use some tricks, will he listen to me? When Lu Rusong heard that he wanted to help him get his brother-in-law back, he was very happy. He said happily immediately. Okay. Sis, wait a moment, I'll bring it over right away. A moment later. Outside the club, Lu Rusong said, Sister, be careful. This is very strong. You won't be able to handle it if you feed it too much. Lu Ruan rolled her eyes at her brother and said, I understand. She returned to the box with the medicine. He put it in the beer and walked forward to toast Li Xiu. Li Xiu didn't want to drink at first, but the people around him started to jokingly ask for it, so Li Xiu finally drank a glass. I don't know why this cup is so special. Waiting for the show to end. Lu Ruan insisted on sending Li Xiu off herself. Several male team leaders also knew that Lu Ruan and Li Xiu had a relationship, and they immediately became aware of the situation. Now. Outside the clubhouse. Fu Xiuyu's car had been parked for a while. Special Assistant Lin said, Mr. Fu, we have been waiting for a while. Are you waiting for someone? Fu Xiuyu was embarrassed to admit it, but thinking that Lu Ruan was Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend, she didn't know why she wanted to come and see her. Wait a little longer. They are all my employees. I have to make sure they are all okay and have returned home safely before I can rest assured. Oh, I see. Special Assistant Lin didn't say anything. The other end. Li Xiu vaguely felt a woman supporting him. This cheap perfume seemed to belong to Lu Ruan? Li Xiu wanted to resist, but for some reason he had no strength. But my body feels abnormally hot. Lu Ruan said calmly, you're lucky. Although you're not as rich as Brother Xiaomucan, you're also a potential stock. Brother Xiaomucan may not be able to marry me, so I'll give it to you first. Li Xiu struggled to break free, but was firmly held by Lu Ruan. This scene happened to be seen by Fu Xiuyu. This man is really. Get off. Special Assistant Lin was stunned. How about I go and handle it? Fu Yuxiu snorted coldly. Now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, he is mine, at least until we get divorced. He has to be clean. Special Assistant Lin couldn't help but laugh. Oh. The two of them walked straight up to the confused Lu Ruan. Assistant Lin? President Fu? Why are you here? Fu Yuxiu said in a deep voice, put him down. Lu Ruan asked doubtfully, he is my boyfriend, Mr. Fu? Fu Yuxiu said lightly. I'm telling you one last time, let go. Lu Ruan was so scared that she immediately let go of Li Xiu. Mr. Fu, did Li Xiu make a mistake? It's his first day at work, so it's normal for him to not understand a lot of things. Special Assistant Lin said with a smile, Lu Ruan, right? You can go now. Team Leader Lee, let's take him to sober up. Lu Ruan was stunned. No way, sister? Do we have to talk about work now? Why rush to take him to sober up? Could it be a network security issue? This is the only possibility. Even if she had 100 imaginations, she would never have thought that Li Xiu's wife is this Mr. Fu. She could only think that Mr. Fu was looking for Li Xiu most likely because of work. But what if the effects of Li Xiu's medicine take effect and offend President Fu? Don't rely on me then. Mr. Fu, I've given the person to you. What happens afterwards has nothing to do with me. Lu Ruan shouted from behind. These days, there are many cases of compensation after drunk people die. I hope the medicine I just gave won't cause any trouble. At this moment, sitting in the car, Mr. Fu said, go home. Special Assistant Lin nodded, okay. Wait. That's not right. My house is too luxurious, and Fu Xiuyu remembered that Li Xiu didn't know her identity yet. The key point is that he has 3 gossipy younger sisters at home. Think of this. Fu, you practice Taoism? To your house. Ah? Special Assistant Lin was confused. You leave your husband in my house? Are you so careless? Or are you just so careless? Special Assistant Lin was incredulous. Fu Yuxiu said calmly, leave your home to us tonight, and you can stay in a hotel outside. No way, sister. You're flirting with other men and you want me to move out? Lin Tay was stunned. Chapter 7, he can really lie down. A moment later, Special Assistant Lin pulled his suitcase and left his apartment without looking back. My boss is so inhumane. He even bridal night with his husband and still wanted to take over his employee's home. Sigh. Fu Xiuyu was now helping Li Xiu into the room. Push him onto the bed. At this moment, Li Xiu's hand firmly grasped Fu Xiuyu's wrist. Fu Xiuyu, why are you so strong? Li Xiu? Why are you so hot? Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and touched Li Xiu's cheek. At this moment, Li Xiu's whole body was burning hot and his skin was flushed. What did your ex-girlfriend give you to eat? She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, and raised her hands to support Li Xiu's chest, but the next moment Li Xiu locked her neck. Fu Xiu, you? You are my wife. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly, you want to do something bad to me after drinking? I tell you that we are fake, Wu. The next morning, Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the person next to him. Oh no, what did I do last night? Fuck. I'm a newborn. Is this Fu Xiuyu's home? Li Xiu moved slightly. Fu Xiuyu woke up. She moaned, apparently causing pain in the wound. The two of them snuggled in the bed for a while before getting up. Fu Xiuyu said in a deep voice, Li Xiu, if I hadn't picked you up last night, would you have slept with someone else? Li Xiu immediately shook her head. How is this possible, Fu Xiuyu? You should also have some trust in your husband. Humph. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly. At this moment, she noticed the message from Special Assistant Lin. My dear CEO, what do you say now? Should I arrange a car to pick you up? Fu Xiuyu frowned and glanced at Li Xiu. Why are you going to work? Li Xiudao said, I'm taking a DD. By the way, where do you work now? Fu Xiuyu thought it would be troublesome if he ran into him in the company in the future. I'm in the Fu Group, and I'm a special assistant. Li Xiu was stunned. Impressive. You're accompanying the senior management. After all, we're colleagues. But I'm just a clerk in the information technology department. Fu Xiuyu nodded and said, who doesn't know Team Leader Li, who solved the hacker attack in 3 minutes yesterday? Li Xiu nodded and said, by the way, you are the special assistant, so you should know Mr. Fu, right? Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. Oh? What? Are you interested? Li Xiu chuckled. Your Fu family is such a big family, how can I have any relationship with them? I'm just asking. Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Li Xiu was still very wary of Mr. Fu's identity. That's right, he just comes from an ordinary family. If I tell him my true identity, he won't be able to accept it. It seems like men are very strong. When Li Xiu's position is promoted in the future, he will naturally know his identity. We'll talk about it then. Then let's take a taxi together. Okay. Li Xiu found a disposable toothbrush prepared in the bathroom. It seems Fu Xiuyu is quite well prepared. The two took a taxi to the vicinity of the company. Fu Xiuyu said, "I'll get off the car and buy a cup of coffee. You can go to work first." Li Xiu nodded. A special assistant is a special assistant. I've already checked the location. I'm leaving first. After Fu Xiuyu got off the car, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan came closer. Special Assistant Lin was speechless and said, "Can't you two just stop playing house and just talk it out?" Fu Yuxiu sat in the driveway. It will scare him. What if he thinks I'm a gigolo? The other end. That's great. I'm living off you. Li Xiu laughed. A special assistant would make about 30,000 yuan a month. It's a little higher than my salary as a team leader. Soft rice is good, soft rice is fragrant, soft rice is quack. Li Xiu walked all the way to his workstation. Chen Shuyi walked over to Li Xiu and whispered, "Hey, I heard you left with Lu Ruan last night? What happened next?" Li Xiu was stunned and immediately shook his head. "Sister Chen, don't talk nonsense, I have a wife, and my wife's surname is also Fu, her name is Fu." At this moment, Special Assistant Lin suddenly appeared. "Li Xiu, please go away for a moment. I have something to discuss with your section chief." Li Xiu looked at Special Assistant Lin in confusion, then immediately left the office sensibly. Then Li Xiu noticed it. Chen Shuyi's expression seemed to change drastically. He looked like he had seen a ghost. TSK, the special assistant has so much power, it scares the section chief. At this time, Lu Ruan suddenly walked up to Li Xiu and asked in surprise, "Li Xiu, nothing happened to you last night, right?" Li Xiu said disdainfully, "What can I do? Go back to your seat." Lu Ruan was just worried that Li Xiu might have been rude to Special Assistant Lin and President Fu last night. It seems nothing happened now, maybe he really is sober now. Lu Ruan said, "Li Xiu, I won't forgive you easily for what you've done, but our agreement is an agreement. Let's get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Li Xiu was speechless. "Are you kidding me? I really got the marriage certificate, why are you still pestering me?" Lu Ruan pointed at herself and asked, "Am I entangled?" Okay. Li Xiu, if you can't find a wife in the future, don't come and ask me to marry you." Li Xiu snorted coldly and said, "Remember to return the betrothal gift to me. Once the betrothal gift is given to me, it is mine. You gave it to me voluntarily. Anyway, you will definitely ask me to come back in the future, so why bother giving it away?" Lu Ruan said. Li Xiu was speechless. "No, that money is mine. You gave it to me voluntarily." Lu Ruan said righteously. "Hey! You can't go too far." Li Xiu said coldly, "Then sue me." Lu Ruan turned and left, not thinking that Li Xiuzhen would sue. "Okay. I give you a thumbs up." Li Xiu was almost furious. He directly contacted a lawyer he knew and prepared to take legal action. After a while, Chen Shuyi walked out of the office. Li Xiu walked forward and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sister Chen? Did you get criticized?" "It's okay, young people, just lie down." Chen Shuyi nodded, "You can indeed lie down now." Just now, Special Assistant Lin actually asked him to cooperate and not reveal Mr. Fu's identity, and this young man in front of him turned out to be Mr. Fu's husband? Oh my god, I knew he might have a background, but I didn't know it was so big. It was at this moment that Li Xiu remembered that he had not signed in today. The department that signed in yesterday was the Information Technology Department. Today, Li Xiu wandered around and came to the gym on the second floor of the company. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, Fu Group Gym. Get 10 years of fitness. In just a moment, Li Xiu felt a warm current flowing through his body. The body muscles swelled visibly. Fuck. I'm fucking cheating. Li Xiu returned to the office again. Many female employees noticed the changes in Li Xiu. Have you noticed that team leader Li looks handsome again? He seems to be a little more sunny. Actually, he is very handsome to begin with. So is he married or not? He's handsome and talented, so he's sure to have a bright future and money. Didn't Lu Ruan say that he was a liar and that he wasn't actually married at all? Li Xiu didn't think much about what he heard. There is something more important this afternoon. My dad wants to introduce my aunt to me. My dad is such a talented person. Chapter 8. What? My son's life is over. Time passed quickly and it was time to get off work in a blink of an eye. 1700 hours. Fu family manor. Although Li Pingyan is in his 50s or 60s, he still looks good in figure and temperament. A graceful and elegant middle-aged woman was sitting with him. The two had a very pleasant conversation. We should visit each other more often so that we don't run into each other and not recognize each other. Besides, my daughters each have connections. If Li Xiu doesn't have a job yet, they can help arrange it. Li Pingyan nodded. Wan Jun, thank you for being so open-minded. Your decision is right for us to be companions. The children of our two families should visit each other more often in the future. At this time, outside the manor gate, a girl in a khaki suit walked in slowly. Mom, is this the uncle you were talking about? Fu Wanjun scolded him, calling you uncle is disrespectful. Oh, Pingyan, my second daughter is Fu Xiuyuan. You see, I have taught all these children bad things. It's okay, it's the same, all the same, my child is the same. Li Pingyan said. At this time, another girl walked in. She walked in carefree in a taekwondo training suit, her facial features still clear and beautiful. Mom, you said you had a good friend coming to your house? But you can date, you can be companions, but you absolutely cannot get married. Fu Wanjun was even more embarrassed. My third daughter is Fu Xiuxue, a university student who studies taekwondo. Xiuxue, my mother and uncle are old, and friends are more important than spouses. There's nothing messy about it like you think. At this time, another girl walked in from outside the door. She was dressed in a refreshing outfit and looked like a female college student. Mom, this is it? Fu Wanjun said, just call him Uncle Li. The only ones missing are your eldest sister and Uncle Li's son. Fu Xiuyuan stepped forward and said, Mom, by the way, let me tell you a secret. My eldest sister got the marriage certificate. What? Fu Wanjun was shocked. With whom? When did it happen? Did she get married with that young master of the Shao family? Fu Xiuxue said, second sister, eldest sister told us not to tell her. Be careful or she might reduce your pocket money. Fu Xiuyuan said with a smile. No, I can't help it. I have to say it, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Several people are chatting. Outside the gate, Li Xiu arrived by Didi taxi and stared at the manor in amazement. No, I originally thought that just because I had the system, I was already awesome enough. I didn't expect that I couldn't even compare to the real wealthy. Dad is awesome, he's really good. As Li Xiu walked into the manor, a housekeeper immediately came forward with a smile to guide him. Excuse me, are you Master Li Xiu? This way, please. Li Xiu couldn't help but feel happy. His father was so alive. After all these years, this was the first time someone called him young master. As soon as he entered the hall, Li Xiu's eyes never stopped looking. The elegant and graceful one should be that auntie. As for the other three? It is said that there are 4 sisters in this family? If I weren't married yet, that would be perfect, I could find a rich woman, but I've already gotten married. A pure girl, a queen with beautiful legs, and a short-haired taekwondo girl. Oh shit. I wonder what the other one looks like. Li Xiu's gaze was naturally noticed by these girls. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at his third sister and said, this boy is good-looking, but his eyes are shifty. Is he looking at us? Fu Xiuxue moved his hands and said, this guy seems to be a pervert. If he dares to look at me again, I'll punish him. Fu Xiumu frowned slightly when he saw this, my son is like this. I wonder what kind of person his father is. Is he qualified to be my mother's partner? Fu Xiuyuan walked with his long legs and said with a smile, my name is Fu Xiuyuan, the second oldest. These two are my sisters, Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu. Li Xiu was stunned. How come this name is only one character different from my wife's? So fucking weird. Without giving it much thought, he introduced himself directly, my name is Li Xiu, a 25-year-old sunny boy, a computer science graduate, married. Please don't worry about me. Li Pingyan stepped forward and kicked him. What nonsense are you talking about, you? You? Are you married? Why are you pretending to be so arrogant, buddy? Li Pingyan hooked his arm around his son's neck and said, let me tell you, the Fu family is full of beautiful, wealthy women. Your aunt and I are just good friends who live together. We've been friends for many years and have a strong relationship, but we're not planning to get married. I brought you here for a blind date today. You told me you were married? Oh. Is that the one with the surname Lu? Let me tell you, your dad has been a playboy for decades, and that woman is no good. Listen to me and break up with her quickly to save your life, otherwise you will lose gold coins for the rest of your life. Li Shou was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. No, Dad, I really got married. Wow. My son has become a turtle. I asked me to break up but you didn't listen. This is my retribution. I didn't expect that after being so wise all my life, I would raise a son like you in my old age. Li Pingyan wailed. 4 women also gathered over there. Mom, are they father and son? Aren't they brothers? Fu Xiuyuan asked. Fu Wanjun said, Hey, this is what you don't understand. The relationship between father and son is good, what do you know? Mom, we're worried that you've been scammed. Our Fu family is so rich, are you sure they're not here for the wealth? That's right, Mom, be on guard against others. Fu Xiuyu also said. Fu Wanjun groaned, We've really been friends for so many years. Don't I know what kind of person he is? We're just keeping each other company in our old age, and we're not getting married. It's not that kind of relationship, so what can anyone expect from it? Mom, that's not what I meant. At this time, the sound of a car roared outside the gate. Fu Wanjun said with a smile, Oldly, my eldest daughter is coming back. At this time, Li Pingyan was staring at the marriage certificate in Li Shou's hand, stunned and unable to hear anything else. It's over, my son's life is over. Li Shou said in front of everyone present, My father said that he would arrange a blind date for me today, but unfortunately, I'm already married. This is my marriage certificate. My wife and I have a very good relationship. Don't worry, her surname is not Lu. My wife is calling. Fu. Build. Rain. Mom. I'm back. Fu Xiuyu looked at Li Shou who was opening the marriage certificate, and Li Pingyan hanging around Li Shou's neck. There was also his mother and 3 younger sisters who were stunned. The bag in her hand fell to the ground. Boom. Wife. Li Xiu? Fu Wanjun, fuck. The 3 sisters of the Fu family, we are stunned, what is going on? I don't know. Chapter 9 What? You got married to someone else's eldest daughter? A moment later. Fu Xiuyu reacted instantly, pulling his mother and the other 2 into the small room, slamming the door shut. The father and son in the hall stared at each other. Strategic retreat? Li Xiu said. By the way, Dad, what does your aunt do? Isn't she the president of Fu Group? Li Pingyan shook his head and said, How should I know? I'm already stupid now. I only know that your aunt is from the Fu family. She shouldn't be the CEO, otherwise she would play with me? That's right, don't you see what your status is? You are from the Fu family after all. Even if you are just an ordinary member of the family, you live in such a big house. But son, come on, let's sort things out. In other words, the person you're getting married to is your aunt's eldest daughter? Li Shou nodded, My wife's family is so rich, it's great. I'm determined to eat this soft rice. Li Pingyan nodded proudly, You are worthy of being my son. I call you the best soft rice student. The other end. Fu Wanjuan's face was filled with a complex expression of shock, surprise, and astonishment. You mean, you and your Uncle Li's son got married? Oh, goddess, what kind of fate is this? Fu Xiuyuan frowned, Fate? Could it be that he is deliberately approaching my sister in order to get the Fu group? Fu Xiuxue also nodded. It's really possible. You all need to be careful with men these days. They take everything we women have and our property. Men are all beasts. Fu Xiumu, on the other hand, had fantasies, how romantic, just like a TV drama, sister. I also want a love story like this where marriage comes first and love comes later, but my sister is a domineering CEO, and this guy named Li Shou isn't. It would be great if he was a domineering CEO. The 2 sisters pushed Fu Xiumu away. Love-brained people sit at the same table with dogs. The death of a love-brained person is not a pity. Oh, what are you doing? I think it's very romantic. Fu Xiumu started to sob. Fu Xiuyu said, He's not coming for my property, because he doesn't know my identity yet. He thinks I'm Mr. Fu's special assistant. What? Is he a fool? Fu Xiuyuan said, Sister, you haven't been tricked, have you? How is it possible that someone doesn't use Baidu when looking for a partner? Oh, it's really possible, but he thinks you are a special assistant? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Fu Xiaoyuan nodded. You mean, our whole family will help you act? Several girls looked at each other in surprise. Fu Xiaoxue agreed, sister, you are right. Men are here to eat up the whole family. They must be tested. Only at the end can they reveal their true identity. Fu Xiaomu smiled and said, I think it's okay. This is also interesting. My sister is a special assistant. Our Fu family says that it is because we have shares in the group that we have money. This is what the family decided. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly raised his hand and said, my temperament is most similar to my sister's, otherwise I will call myself President Fu. Fu Xiaoyu was about to refuse. Fu Xiaomu said immediately. That's perfect. Let my second sister play Mr. Fu and seduce him. I'm sure I can tell if this man is sincere. If he's not, then I'll consider breaking up. Fu Wanjun held a different idea. Hey, stop talking nonsense, since this is such a great fate, I will prepare a red envelope as a gift. You've already got the marriage certificate, so now he's my son-in-law. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly said, that's not right, big sister. Although this guy is now your brother-in-law, how are you going to explain this to Grandpa? Didn't he say he has an engagement with the Xiao family? Fu Wanjun then said, the marriage between our two families was originally a ridiculous thing that your grandfather did when he was young. But since he agreed to it, your grandfather said at the time that if Xiaoyu didn't find a man she liked this year, she would marry that useless guy from the Xiao family. Your grandfather is not senile and deliberately gave your sister time to decide her own life. Now that your sister is married, what else can the Xiao family say? Speaking of which, you young people can chat first. Your Uncle Li and I will go prepare some things. Oh, and I also need to call your grandfather. He will definitely be happy. After Fu Wanjun left, the four sisters of the Fu family came to the main hall. Ahem, are you the person my sister is getting married to? Fu Xiaoyuan asked. Li Xiu immediately said, it's me, a righteous young man. I just found out that you are all my wife's sisters. Doesn't that mean I have to call you sister-in-law? Ha ha ha. Fu Xiaoxue blew her short hair and said, we didn't accept you as our brother-in-law. You're so young, and you look uneasy at first glance. Yeah. Fu Xiaomu suppressed a smile and nodded. Li Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, that's wrong. People who are not down to earth will never be down to earth no matter how old they are. Mature and steady people have been down to earth since childhood. Fu Xiaoyu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this is my sister Fu Xiaoyuan. Be careful. She is also President Fu of the Fu Group and our boss. What? My sister-in-law is my boss? Li Xiu tilted his head, and the strange relationship became more complicated. Fu Xiaoyuan said cough without changing his expression, yes, I am your President Fu. Oh. Li Xiu hurried forward, I didn't know Mr. Fu was so young. I was wondering if Auntie was Mr. Fu. As he spoke, he immediately extended his hand to shake her. I could tell at a glance that second sister is extraordinary. I work in your small department and will take care of her from now on. Fu Xiaoyuan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and silently grabbed Li Xiu's palm. Let's see if you can behave like a human being from now on. Li Xiu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, we are all family, let's communicate more in the future. As he said that, Li Xiu pulled his hand away. Fu Xiaoyu saw all this and had a proud look on his face. It seems that I am a good husband. He passed Lu Ruan's test yesterday and took out the marriage certificate in public today. Now that I've clearly rejected my sister's hint, there shouldn't be any problem. At this time, Fu Wanjun and Li Xiu's father came out. Fu Wanjun held a thick red envelope in her hand. Xiao Xiu, come here. Li Xiu took a deep breath. He had never seen such a big red envelope in his life. Soft rice is so delicious. Li Xiu turned around, Mom. You're looking for me. Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Oh, Laoli, your son has already changed his mind before I even gave him a red envelope. Li Pinggan said shamelessly, this kid is like me, he's sweet-mouthed, but he deserves a beating. You don't have to give him face, just beat him if he makes a mistake. That show you, this man needs a beating. Uncle will teach you where his weakness is. As Li Pinggan spoke, he handed the red envelope to Fu Xiaoyu. Fu Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 10 Three Sisters, tell the eldest sister. He is a scumbag. Fu Wanjun immediately said, "Oh, my daughter has a cold temper, it makes people not know how to change their words." Li Pingdan didn't care and said casually, it's okay, it's still early, but she can like my son. I don't know what's so good about this kid, he just looks about 70% of me when I was young." Li Xiu was speechless. "Am I your son, or am I your daughter?" Li Pingyan looked at Fu Xiuyu with a smile, his heart filled with joy. At this time, Fu Wanjun invited everyone to sit down and eat. At the dinner table, Fu Wanjun said with a smile, "This Li Xiu will be my son-in-law in the future. That means we two old people will be even closer relatives. We originally planned to travel together and keep each other company. It's better now." Fu Xiuyuan said calmly, "It's right for you not to get the marriage certificate. Someone has already got it anyway." "Mom, why does the rice feel so soft today? It's not tasty." Fu Wanjun was stunned. "No, that's not right. I think it's fine. Where is it soft?" Li Xiu was slightly stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Mr. Fu was dissatisfied with me. That's right, he wouldn't get someone else's sister without any effort. To be honest, people have their reasons for being unhappy. As he spoke, Li Xiu picked up a glass of wine and raised it high. "Here's to Mr. Fu. I'll drink first." "Mr. Fu, please feel free to do as you please." Fu Xiuyuan wanted to continue to argue with Li Xiu, but Fu Xiuyu's long legs had already kicked up from below, and the two of them exchanged glances. Fu Xiuyuan had no choice but to raise his glass and say, "My sister is really caring. At her age, she really wants to get married." When Li Xiu heard this, he said, "Oh, you little girl. This is really ironic to my wife. My wife is your sister after all. How can you treat your sister like this?" You answer me." "Mr. Fu, although you are the president, I must also say a few words. This woman is not only my wife, but also your sister. Even if there are differences in company positions, family ties are priceless." "You are wrong to say that. My wife has gold-rimmed glasses and long legs. She's incredibly beautiful, and she's incredibly kind to me. It's a sign of our love. Besides, she looks like she's 18, so how can you use age as an excuse?" After Li Xiu's passionate speech, Fu Xiuyu showed a proud smile on his face like a kitten. Fu Xiumu felt something happen to him. I hit it, that's great. My eldest sister is loved by someone." Fu Xiuxue said coldly, "Humph, great. We're about to be controlled by men. I think my elder sister has fallen into it." Li Xiu's mouth curled up. It seems that Fu Xiuyu, his wife, still has feelings for us. But the other three sisters of the Fu family had different attitudes towards her. "The most important thing is to deal with my sister-in-law, the president, as this is related to the future trajectory of my life. How to do it? Look how she's wary of me. It seems difficult to handle." After dinner, Li Xiu got up. At this moment, an unfamiliar number called. Li Xiu picked up the phone and asked, "Hello?" Lu Rusong's voice came from the other side. "Brother-in-law. Big brother. I know you and my sister had a fight, but my company is paralyzed now, and customers are urging me to increase production. Can you come and help me? Brother-in-law, I will pay you. I will give you money." Li Xiu said coldly, "It's useless to block your number, Lu Rusong. I tell you, I don't want your sister anymore. What slut dares to compete with me? I'm telling you now, make your parents pay you back. And the 150,000 yuan you spent on renovating your home. Pay it all back to me." Lu Rusong was stunned when he heard this. "Not Li Xiu? Are you serious? With this attitude, you will lose my sister forever. Have you forgotten how much you loved my sister?" Li Xiu was so angry that he couldn't stand it anymore. "I'm telling you, Lu Rusong, you Lu family members, don't come near me. I have money and a wife now, you Lu family members, go away. Let me tell you one more thing. Tell her that if you have any problems, go find Bai Yue Guang. Isn't moonlight a beam of light? Let it shine into your lives. When I'm in love with her, she's a treasure. When I'm not in love with her, she's just trash. Get lost." Beep beep beep. Li Xiu was standing in the yard making a phone call when three little heads appeared behind him. Fu Xiuyuan, from just a few words, I can conclude that he is an expert in love. It seems that he hasn't dealt with his previous relationship yet. It's over, big sister, be careful. Fu Xiuxue, it seems there are also financial problems and disputes. Isn't this man here for my eldest sister's money? Let's go report to Big Sister. Fu Xiaomu pouted and said, I think my brother-in-law is pretty good. Shut up, you love-brained person. You fell in love with the doctor when you saw the doctor, the ticket collector when you went to the movies, and the instructor during military training. Now you are not falling in love with your eldest sister's man, are you? Fu Xiaoyuan slapped his sister in the face. Sister! Hold on, sister. Men are all monsters. Li Xiu turned around when he heard the noise and pointed at the three sisters and asked in confusion, What's wrong, sisters? What are you doing? Ah! The scumbag has discovered us. Fu Xiaomu said. Fu Xiaoyuan simply stopped hiding and stood up and said, Sorry, we've heard that you have emotional entanglements and financial problems outside. We will tell my sister everything. You're done, liar. Scumbag. Fu Xiaoyuan said coldly, Be careful, my fist will smash your nose and bang. She glanced at Li Xiu. The little girl Fu Xiaomu also snorted. But my brother-in-law is still quite good-looking. You are sick, take you away and put you in a pig cage. Fu Xiaoyuan strangled his sister from behind. Turn around and leave. Li Xiu raised his hand and touched his nose. Oh, don't be afraid, these sisters-in-law are also normal. After all, it was too sudden. But you say I'm a scumbag? Why should I admit it? Think of this. Li Xiu turned around and followed him in. The other end. Lu Ruan, who was so angry, rushed back to the Lu family. He found his sister, Lu Ruan. Sister, what's going on between you and that bootlicker? After he left, no one maintained my company's computers, and the system is a mess. I don't care, just find a way for me. At this time, Lu Ruan's father, Lu Yingshan, came out and said, What happened? Your mother and I just found this subpoena at the door. It said it was from the court. Lu Ruan took a look at it and exclaimed in shock, This is Li Xiu's summons. He's suing us. He wants us to return the betrothal money and the 150,000 yuan renovation fee. This scumbag. Are you really going to sue me for this little money? Lu Yingshan was stunned and asked, What? Daughter, what are you talking about? Why did that lickspittle Li Xiu sue you? Lu Ruan stammered, I was late on the day I got my marriage certificate. I don't know why he broke up with me and even came to work at the Fu Group on purpose to provoke me. Chapter 11, Make him kneel down. Apologize and then resign. Everyone in the Lu family was shocked. He is just a small clerk. What ability does he have to work for Fu's? Are the leaders of your company blind? They want to hire any garbage? Lu Yingshan said. Lu Ruan nodded upon hearing this. Yes, but I don't know what method he used to please our President Fu, and now he has become the team leader, surpassing me. At this time, Lu Ruan's mother Wang Hong heard these words and was immediately dissatisfied. What's wrong? He broke up with you and went to hook up with the leader of Fu Corporation, right? Otherwise, how could he become a team leader with his ability? Your brother knows his strength best, Ruan, right? When this guy worked for you, his level was not very good, right? Lu Ruan nodded and said, Yes, Mom, when he was with me, he only made 5,000 a month. How come I didn't see what he was capable of? In my company, he also has to work as a driver, security guard, and clerk, and I don't see him being any good at information security. But there's a problem with my company's website and system, and I need him to come back and operate it. Sister, why don't you ask him to come back? Wang Hong snorted coldly, All right, what are you saying? Is he the only programmer in Binhai? We can hire another one. And Lu Ruan, we can't return the betrothal gifts we received. We won't refund it. He's the one who wants to break up with you. No refunds will be given even if we break up. What do you think of me as a girl from the Lu family? Lu Yingshan nodded and said, Yes, he gave us the money to renovate the house voluntarily. It was given voluntarily, so there's no reason to return it. Daughter, tell this guy not to be ungrateful. Go to your brother's company tomorrow morning to sort it out. Then you can ask your boyfriend to donate blood to your white moonlight. Wouldn't he be willing to do that? Wang Hong nodded and said, Yes, let him donate 5 bags of blood. Wouldn't he be willing to do that? And that young Master Zhao's son, he even picked you up and dropped you off. He can tolerate so many excessive things, but why is he unwilling to wait for the marriage certificate? He's so petty even when it comes to getting married? The more Lu Ruan thought about it, the more she thought, okay, if I called him, wouldn't that just mean I stood him up? Why would you criticize him for such a small matter? Once he loses me completely, he will know how to regret it. After saying this, she took out her cell phone and called Li Xiu. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Li Xiu. You actually blocked me. Ah. I'll never talk to you again. Lu Ruan said, oh, right, he's blocked me too. He just told me to call your Bai Yueguang. Yes, sister, isn't young Master Shao your Bai Yueguang? Why don't you ask him for help? He's so rich, let him marry you. I want him to be my brother-in-law. And wouldn't it be easy for him to help solve my company's problems? Hearing this, Lu Ruan's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll find Xiao Mukan right away. Xiao Mukan was having fun in a club at the moment. He picked up the phone and said with a smile, what's wrong, Sister Ruan? Do you have something to talk to me about? Lu Ruan exclaimed, if nothing happens, can't I just go find Brother Mukan? Xiao Mukan smiled. I thought you wouldn't look for me after you got married. Lu Ruan screamed, ouch. Brother Mukan, I didn't get the marriage certificate. That licker got angry and ignored me. Xiao Mukan was slightly stunned when he heard this. What was going on? Had Li Xiu finally come to his senses? Or had the sun risen in the west? His own woman came to take care of me in the middle of the night many times, and he had nothing to say. Why is he so tough now? If that's the case, I also find it boring to be a woman who is unwanted by anyone. Lost the sense of stealing. Okay, Lu Ruan, what do you want me to do for you? Lu Ruan said, isn't Brother Xiao a computer expert? My brother's company's computer network is completely paralyzed, so I want to ask you for a small favor. Brother Mukan, you will definitely help me, right? Xiao Mukan's face turned slightly unhappy when he heard this. I'm very busy and have no interest in going to some small company to repair computers. Are you insulting me, woman? Beep beep beep. Lu Ruan was shocked, stunned, and incredulous. You're not willing to do me such a small favor? I'm not insulting you, Brother Xiao Mukan. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong looked at each other. Ruan, Master Xiao is unwilling? Lu Ruan shook her head and said, he said my brother's company was too small, which was an insult to him. But if it was Li Xiu before, he would definitely help me unconditionally, and I wouldn't have to pay anything. Xiao Mukan, how could you do this to me? Just at this moment, Lu Ruan's cell phone rang. Xiao Mukan's voice came from the other side. Ruan, help me, my son is home alone, and it's inconvenient for me to go out now since my aunt is not here, so I want you to help me take care of the child. Lu Ruan heard the sounds of singing and dancing from the other side and frowned slightly. Brother Mukan, where are you? Are you in the club? Xiao Mukan lowered his voice and said, I'm entertaining people. I'm from a wealthy family, so I have a lot to do. I can't get away right now, so I wanted to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan, although unwilling in her heart, gritted her teeth and said, okay, I understand. I'll be right there. The Lu family looked in the direction Lu Ruan left. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, I don't think this young Master Xiao is necessarily reliable. Wife, my daughter has handled things like this. I think we have no choice but to take action. Wang Hong nodded. When Xiaoli was here, there weren't so many things to do. Look, when we were renovating our house, we didn't even need to hire a mason. He took care of everything, paid us, and did the work himself. Ruan, tell me about your sister too. It's not that easy to get into a wealthy family. Didn't you see Xiao Mukan's attitude just now? Lu Ruan nodded, okay, Mom, do you want me to match my sister and brother-in-law? Wang Hong snorted coldly, what brother-in-law? If he wants to be my brother-in-law, he needs to show more sincerity. He wants us to return the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift? It's too late. When he begs us, I'll add another 300,000 yuan. Looks like we two elders have to take action. Send us the location of your sister's company. I want to see what's so great about this Li Xiu that he can be your sister's boss. I want him to kneel down in the company and apologize to your sister. Then I'll quit my job and come back to help you. Lu Ruan nodded, Mom. You are so good, it has to be you. Chapter 12, if Dad doesn't give you a character, how are you going to get through this? Take the role. The other end. Inside the Fu family manor. The two families can be said to be happy and harmonious. Mom, sister, I didn't want to tell you, but I feel uncomfortable if I don't say it. Fu Xiuyuan stood up and said. Just now outside, I overheard Li Xiu's phone call. It seems that this Li Xiu had an entangled relationship with my sister before he got together. And the key is, he has financial problems. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Xiu's face. Li Pingyan looked embarrassed. It would be strange if there was no problem being with Lu Ruan. He gave all his money to her and even gave his savings to that woman. This son of a bitch. Fu Xiaoxue's face turned even colder, and she said in a deep voice, Mom, I didn't want to say this originally. If my eldest sister really finds a good husband, I won't say anything. I won't say anything about the mismatch between our social status and mine for now. This guy and my older sister were together, but they obviously just broke up, and he's still having tangled financial dealings with someone else. Who knows if he's after Big Sister's money? Big Sister, it's not that I, as your younger sister, don't want to see you get married, but if you get married, you should at least consider your character. Li Xiu felt all the eyes on him. He glanced at Fu Xiuyu. The woman had her long legs crossed and folded together. She was holding a teacup in her hand and sipping tea. He looked at Li Xiu with a smile and asked, Explain? I haven't heard your explanation yet. Although Fu Xiuyu knew everything, it was different for her to know it and for you to tell her proactively. Li Xiu took a deep breath. Prepare to confess and be lenient. But at this moment, Li Pingyan suddenly sat up and started crying. All the women present looked at the face of this funny guy. Li Xiu was stunned. Dad, stop acting. What are you doing? Oh. Li Pingyan sighed heavily again. Even Fu Wanjun felt distressed when she saw it. Lao Li, what's wrong with you? Lao Li, the most handsome man in our group, how come you're crying? Oh, I'm so heartbroken. The four sisters of the Fu family felt a chill. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at the third child and asked, Does our mother have this side to her? Fu Xiuxue was helpless. Who do you think the fourth brother inherited his love brain from? Li Pingyan suddenly stood up and raised his hand to pull out the 7 wolves from his waist. This beast. I'm going to clean up the mess today. So that he won't dirty my eyes. Li Xiu and Li Pingyan looked at each other and entered the father-son channel. Dad? What are you doing? Are you going to ruin my reputation? You're so smart. If I don't give you a chance to act, how can I establish your character? A father-son rendition of the 36 strategies for picking up girls. You better catch the show. The father and son had already communicated with each other through the flash of glances. Li Pingyan began to sing, Oh. I'm going to beat this little bastard to death today. Fu Wanjun immediately rushed forward and stopped Li Pingyan. Don't be impulsive, if the child has done anything wrong, we can teach him well, don't hit my son-in-law. Li Xiu immediately winked at his father. Li Pingyan immediately put away the 7 wolves. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan said, Mom, you are still my son-in-law. His father has acknowledged it himself. What is there to wash? Li Xiu, tell me, your purpose for approaching my sister. What a sin! Li Pingyan suddenly interrupted, My son's former girlfriend, do you know what ridiculous thing she did? This aroused the curiosity of these women. I'd like to listen to it too. Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. Li Pingyan sighed, this guy is so honest when it comes to love. He washes clothes and cooks for her, drives her to and from school, and even makes desserts in all kinds of ways. He doesn't look like a man at all. Several women heard it. That's it? He sounds like a good man. Li Pingyan continued, I know about the money. Seeing that my son was honest, they teamed up with their family members to defraud him of his 280,000 yuan betrothal gift. Even my 150,000 yuan pension fund was swindled away. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Fu Xiuyuan was stunned and said, So, isn't this just stupid? Fu Wanjun patted Lao Li on the back. Oh, I thought it was nothing. It's just that he got scammed out of money. Boys don't grow up without suffering a little. Is it worth getting so angry? Li Pingyan snorted coldly. Do you think that's all? Is it worth me getting so angry about this? No. Of course not. Everyone's emotions were raised again. Fu Xiumu asked doubtfully, Uncle Li, what else is going on? Li Pingyan sighed, that woman thought my son was easy to bully, so she cheated on him with other men. She also made my son work like a slave for her brother, paying him only 5,000 yuan a month. My son is such a top student, poor thing. Several girls were stunned. Li Pingyan revealed a few things, saying that Li Xiu was an honest man and had been cheated of his money. Still a top student. After all, in the eyes of many people, the character of top students is probably not too bad. Of course, they were reserved, but they were not as resistant to Li Xiu as before. This bastard has paid so much but can't even touch other people's hands. Oh my god. Li Pingyan howled. Li Xiu covered his father's mouth, locked his neck and pulled him aside. That's enough. You've portrayed me as a turtle man. Li Pingyan chuckled. Aren't you a tortoise, son? How come you know now that you can't be a tortoise man? Then what were you doing before? Fu Wanjun on the other side was stunned and said, but why do I feel like Xiao Xiu is the victim? Old Li, this is wrong. Xiao Xiu is such a good kid, and he's been deceived. Not only don't you help him, but you're also scolding him like this? Fu Xiuyuan frowned. Is there really such a man in this world? So honest? But it doesn't look like it. Fu Xiuxue simply didn't believe it. Mom, this is all what Dad said himself. How can we believe it? Fu Xiuyu suddenly said at this time. Actually, what Uncle Li said just now is right. Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend is indeed not a good person. He may have been deceived. Li Xiu immediately thanked her. Thank you for your trust, my wife. But it also indirectly reflects that you are not very smart. You have been deceived by a woman like this for so long. Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly. He glanced at Li Xiu. And there's one more thing I want to say. Second sister, what you mean by a good match is the Xiao family. I've already asked someone to investigate the Xiao family's young master, Xiao Mukan. Actually, this matter was thanks to Li Xiu's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruan. When I was looking for someone to investigate Lu Ruan, I discovered that Xiao Mukan had already married another woman abroad, divorced her, and returned to China with his illegitimate child. If I had listened to my grandfather and married this scumbag, my Fu family would have truly taken over now. Chapter 13. My dad won the MVP. When everyone in the Fu family heard this, they were all shocked. Fu Xiuyuan was puzzled and said, so the eldest grandson of the Xiao family is so unbearable. So, Li Xiu, it's a good thing you're not with that woman. These two are really rotten people. Li Xiu nodded. I didn't expect that her so-called white moonlight had such a background. No wonder this bitch obeys everyone else's orders. She wants to marry into a wealthy family, right? Fortunately, I have a wife now and the system task has been completed, so I don't have to be entangled with Lu Ruan anymore. Fu Xiuxue said to his mother. Mom, even though you say that, the Xiao family is a wealthy and prestigious family after all. Now that my sister is married, won't it affect the relationship between our two families? Fu Wanjun smiled and said, don't worry about this. Your grandfather will naturally take care of it. In a few days, your grandfather will also come to Binhai. He will want to see Xiuxiu then. Oh, I didn't expect that our two families are truly destined to be together. Old Li, this is exactly what you wished for. Li Pingyan let out a breath. I was worried that this kid would get too deep into it. Fortunately, he is worthy of being my son. Every failure makes you wiser. I didn't expect him to be so smart. I have no regrets to marry such a wife. Fu Wanjun laughed. Look at you, you're so happy you can't stop smiling. Don't leave at night, rest in this manor. Li Pingyan shook his head and said, I haven't been in Binhai for a long time. I should go back to my own home. We haven't spoken to each other for a long time. That's fine. Our two families have a long way to go. If you and your son want to have a heart-to-heart talk, it's up to you. Fu Wanjun said. The two families chatted for a long time. Li Pingyan took Li Xiu away from the Fu family. The father and son stood outside the Fu family manor, feeling the cold wind. Li Pingyan lit a cigarette and offered it to Li Xiu. 1. Okay. You're awesome, kid. Same here. Ah ha 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 ha. The two hugged each other excitedly. Dad. Soft rice smells so good. I'll tell you. The other end. Inside the Fu family manor. In Fu Wanjuan's room, 5 women gathered together. Fu Xiuyu sighed. I was mainly worried about hurting a man's self-esteem. On the day we got the marriage certificate, he told me that he had some savings and a house. I realized that this man was quite responsible. Fu Xiuyuan frowned. Sister, you're in love, aren't you? Many men like to be gigolos. It's okay if you tell him. Fu Xiuxue shook her head, no. This man hasn't earned my approval yet. When I recognize you, you can say you are Mr. Fu. Fu Xiumu also nodded, waving his little fists, yeah, and you still want my approval. I want him to chase me. Bah. Wrong, come and please me. Fu Wanjun shook her head. People say that in a family with many girls, it's hard for boys to get married. I think it's true. Now this boy has to get the approval of his 3 sisters-in-law. Sigh. I feel sorry for Xiao Xiu. Fu Xiuyu sighed, you guys can have fun, but don't go overboard. I've been testing it for 2 days and it feels fine. If I go too far, I'm afraid he'll be angry with me later. Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand and touched his elder sister's head. Elder sister, who has taken possession of you? Get out of here immediately. Fu Xiuxue said coldly, there's nothing I can do. It seems I need to investigate this man thoroughly. He might be a professional love expert who specializes in deceiving the feelings of overbearing CEOs. If I find out there's something wrong, he'll die in my hands. Fu Xiuyuan also said. I will also investigate this man. If he has any problems, I will physically castrate him. The father and son were standing in the night wind when Li Xiu shuddered as they just finished smoking. A chill. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Do you have a cold? By the way, Dad, there are a lot of women in the house, and it seems that my 3 sisters-in-law have something against me. Li Pingon nodded, it's normal. You are an ordinary person, and they are from a wealthy family. They're wary of you. Remember to get along well with them, especially Mr. Fu. Li Xiu took out his phone and said, I'll search Mr. Fu's preferences. Maybe I can find some clues online. Li Pingon raised his hand to stop Li Xiu. Young man, your dad will help you turn the situation around. It's useless to look at things on the internet. I'm the best at picking up girls. Just follow my pace. How can I harm you? Leave. Where are you going? A jewelry store. You are so stupid in pretending to be stupid. You have obtained a marriage certificate with a rich lady, but her hands are bald. Do you think you are behaving properly? Li Pingyan said. Li Xiu nodded, my dad is awesome, you are the MVP. Li Pingon said with a smile, play a couple of CSGO games tonight? Sure, who's afraid of who? Li Xiu said. The father and son came to the jewelry store. Li Pingon smiled and said, Boss, my son is getting married, please choose a nice ring for us. At this time, a young woman passed by the door. She saw Li Xiu walk into the jewelry store and immediately called out, Ruan. Guess what I saw? I saw Li Xiu and his father go to a jewelry store. They seemed to be buying wedding rings. Are you and Li Xiu getting married? Lu Ruan on the other side was stunned for a moment, then her tail curled up. This man said he wanted to break up, but his body was very honest. He knew to buy me a wedding ring. He might want to propose to me. Xingxing, help me see what styles they want to buy. Lu Ruan said. Zhang Xingxing nodded and said, this year's theme style is the True Love Angel. It's very expensive, at least 100,000. Oh? Li Xiu is so rich, and he still asks me to pay back the money? Humph. I can't stand a man who says one thing and thinks another. Although Lu Ruan said this, she was very happy in her heart. As expected, all men are mean-spirited. Li Xiu loves me so much that he's being a bit arrogant on purpose, and then proposing to me as a surprise? Okay. Lu Ruan was still taking care of Xiao Mukin's child at this time. Brother Mukin said that I will marry Li Xiu first, and then he will marry me after he has dealt with the elders in the family. Before this, it seemed pretty good to have Li Xiu taking care of me. Thinking of this, Lu Ruan felt even more proud. And the other end. Li Xiu bought a pair of wedding rings and then bought 4 expensive necklaces. Of course Dad paid. Li Pingon said, this gift is also indispensable. How about you give it to a few of their sisters as a gift? Li Xiu was speechless and said, Dad, I'm not a tortoise. Why do I have to please my sister so much? I'm good enough. I have a sign-in system. As long as you give me time, it doesn't matter whether you are a wealthy family or not. Chapter 14, 100,000 ring? He's kind of sincere. Hey, son. The more gifts you give, the better. If Dad asks you to do something, just go and do it for me. Li Pingyan said. Li Xiu couldn't persuade his father, so since his father was happy, he just bought it. The two returned home. Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruan's things by the door. It didn't matter why this woman hadn't come to get them yet. If you don't take it, just throw it away. The father and son returned home and started playing games directly on the camera. Li Pingan took out iced coal and a pack of Hontishan cigarettes. Father-son game night. Start. Go. Let us go. After a while, the two of them started arguing. Your father's murderer is in front of you? You didn't chase him? You ran away? What do you know? This is called a tactical detour. To circumvent your mother, Dad spent all his savings to help you stabilize your marriage, and this is how you repay me? Li Xiu was speechless. Okay, my dad is the MVP. The next day, Li Xiu was still in bed. Suddenly, I felt like I was being picked up. Fuck you. What time is it? Don't think you can be carefree just because your sister-in-law is the CEO. When Li Xiu opened his eyes, he saw his father slapping him. He took out his cell phone and took a look. Oh my God. It's already 10 o'clock. Dad, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Your dad just woke up a minute ago. You're going to kill me. It's okay, the boss is your sister-in-law anyway. Li Xiu frantically put on his clothes and rushed out of the house like a gust of wind. Go downstairs and take a DD taxi directly. After getting on the bus, Li Xiu was gasping for breath. Driver. Fu Group. I'm late. Hey. Wait. Li Xiu noticed a boxing training gym on the side of the road. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing into the boxing gym. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for 10 years of hard training and free fighting. Li Xiu trembled. I have gained a lot of boxing knowledge and training knowledge in my mind. Okay, boss. Let's go. A moment later. Fu Group, Information Security Department. Minister Chen Hao looked at the two section chiefs and team leaders in front of him. It's only been a few days since he started working? This kid is already 2 hours late? Chen Hao's eyes fell on Lu Ruan. The latter winked at Chen Hao. Chen Hao said calmly, this Li Xiu was having an affair right under my nose. Even if he is appreciated by President Fu, don't think he can act so unruly in front of me. Chen Shuyi wanted to remind the minister that you can't afford to offend this person. The next moment, Li Xiu rushed over and said, sorry everyone. I'm late. Chen Hao turned around and saw Li Xiu's carefree appearance. He immediately became furious. Li Xiu, you're so good, but you're late like this on your third day working for me? HR. Deduct his salary. Then he said, Li Xiu, come to my office. Li Xiu was bewildered. Followed the minister into the office. At this time, another employee said, I saw Lu Ruan go to the director's office this morning, and then she immediately came out to target team leader Li. What is the relationship between Lu Ruan and the minister? You forgot, the minister got divorced last week. He's been trying to take Lu Ruan on business trips these days but hasn't been successful. He might be jealous. Don't you know the story of team leader Li and Lu Ruan? Holy crap! What a huge melon! Chen Shuyi shook her head, Minister Chen, even if we are from the same family, I can't save you even if I want to. You are ruining your career for a woman. In the office now. Chen Hao threw a document to Li Xiu, this is the project I'm following up on recently. You should find a way to get it done for them. If you can't handle it, write your own resignation letter. Li Xiu was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the business document. Shouldn't this kind of business be negotiated by the sales department? How can you let me, a programmer, negotiate this kind of business? The Fu Group has many departments and subsidiaries, so it is obviously not his turn as a programmer to negotiate a business like this. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. Chen Hao said lightly. Li Xiu raised his hand and picked up the document, saying calmly, okay, you'd better really ask me to leave. Li Xiu turned around and left with the documents, smiling faintly, let's talk casually, my sister-in-law will naturally help me when the time comes. It feels really good to have a backer and no one knows about it, but my sister-in-law doesn't seem to like me very much. Oh, this is a headache. Li Xiu came outside the office. Chen Shuyi came closer and said, Li Xiu, don't tell me I said that Minister Chen is interested in Lu Ruan. Oh my god, this Minister Chen is a real shot. He even dares to touch Lu Ruan. Li Xiu felt a chill. If the system had not targeted Lu Ruan, he would not have been called a bootlicker. Fortunately, I finally made it to the end. Chen Shuyi felt very happy. If she could establish a good relationship with the future prince, and Li Xiu would whisper in President Fu's ear, it would not be a dream for her to get a promotion and a raise. Thank you, Sister Chen. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Chen Shuyi nodded, that's what you said. Just at this moment, an old couple came from a distance. Wang Hong shouted from a distance, Li Xiu. Li Xiu, come out here. You gave my daughter a betrothal gift, and you said you wanted to take it back? What? My daughter is someone you can marry whenever you want, or not at all. Lu Yingshan also said. Let Li Xiu come out. I'll beat this heartless bastard to death. Li Xiu smiled and said, the dog is here. I'll go take care of it, Sister Chen. Lu Ruan heard the noise and hurried forward. Mom and Dad, why are you really here? Wang Hong took Lu Ruan's hand and said, this guy is now the team leader of your company. If I don't come and give him a hard time, what will he do if he really doesn't want you anymore? Mom has seen that your brother Xiao is not necessarily a good person, daughter. It's better to have this honest Li Xiu. If he hadn't helped your brother stabilize the company and run our family's business all these years, would your father and I have lived so comfortably? Lu Yingshan also nodded. Yes, daughter, listen to your mother. We will help you stabilize him, but you must not bow your head. A girl from the Lu family must stand for the rest of her life. Lu Ruan leaned over to her mother's ear and said, okay, Mom, I know. I want both of these men. Actually, Li Xiu already ordered a ring last night. It won't be long before he proposes to me again. You can say whatever you want, but don't be too harsh. He must have someone giving him advice, hoping to secure his position after marriage. You are so ungrateful. Lu Yingshan nodded and said, what other status does he want? But, you said you bought a ring worth 100,000? He's sincere. Chapter 15 Without my brother-in-law, we're going bankrupt. At this time, Li Xiu walked out slowly. Said lightly. Where did this dog come from that's barking here? As soon as these words came out, Lu Ruan and the other two were immediately furious. Daughter! Look at this man, he wants to rebel. He wants to marry you and get married while standing. He feels proud of being a team leader, right? Wang Hong said coldly. Lu Ruan, Li Xiu. If you withdraw your application to the court immediately, I can reconsider your case. Lu Yingshan sneered, boy, you have a lot of ideas to marry my daughter, don't you? You want a wife, and you are ready to get married standing up? Why? Is it so easy to enter my Lu family's house? Li Xiu was stunned. This family was really confident. Did they think I was going to marry Lu Ruan? Lu Ruan? What are you doing? Didn't you tell your parents that we broke up? You didn't tell me I was married to someone else? Li Xiu took out a marriage certificate and held it up, saying, Lu Ruan, your parents are here. I want to tell you that I'm married. My wife is very beautiful. Her name is... Li Xiu. What are you doing? Are you childish? Lu Ruan said unhappily. Do you have to play these elementary school tricks? Li Xiu, You asked someone to make a fake marriage certificate? Lu Ruan asked. Li Xiu almost fainted from anger. Fake? Yeah. Is there any other possibility besides this? In the past year, you have been a driver for me, my parents and brother, or Mu Chen's son. Where do you find the time to look for other women? Wang Hong also said, that's right, Li Xiu, don't we know who you are? I chose you as my son-in-law because you are honest. Don't think that just because you're pretending to be a playboy, you have a trump card and the right to negotiate. I'm telling you, you've been kneeling for so long, you have to keep kneeling. Lu Yingshan nodded, that's right, Li Xiu. Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to my daughter, and I will let her marry you immediately. Li Xiu almost died of laughter. Is there something wrong with your family? He's having a mental breakdown. You need to go see a doctor. If you don't have money, I can lend you some. But you don't believe me when I tell you the truth. Security. There's a disturbance here. Lu Yingshan pointed at Li Xiu and said, resign immediately and help my son. Otherwise, my daughter won't marry you. Li Xiu felt that he needed to have a good explanation with this crazy family today. Listen up, you three old dogs. I, Li Xiu, am already married. Secondly, I'm not interested in Rian Lu. Third, I'm her team leader. This is the company, not your home. I'm going to call the security right now. If you, Lu Ruan, can't manage the psychopath in your family, I'll even call the police. I'll file a report and have your superiors fire you. You. Li Xiu. Is this the attitude you would use to marry someone else's daughter? Wang Hong panicked when she heard that Lu Ruan was going to be expelled. After all, it was still very difficult to get into the Fu family. Once you go out, it won't be easy to get back in. Lu Yingshan snorted coldly. See? The more inferior a man is, the less likely he is to succeed. Look at what he's like now. Other staff members at the scene pointed and talked. It's really not good for Lu Ruan to bring her parents to the company to have an argument. Whatever their relationship, Team Li is Lu Ruan's boss. Yes, disrupting company order is illegal. That's right. If Team Li really reports it, Lu Ruan will be in trouble. Hearing the discussions around them, Lu Ruan's family became increasingly weaker. Good. You've made it. Wang Hong pointed at Li Xiu and said, if you want my daughter to marry you, quit your job. Get on your knees. Increase the betrothal gift. Don't miss a thing. Security. Get this lunatic out of here. Li Xiu shouted. Hey! Mom and Dad, you guys go first. Li Xiu will definitely not be able to hold on for a few days and will come to find me, so you guys go back first. Lu Ruan said. Lu Yingshan blared at Li Xiu fiercely. Okay. Daughter, let's go. Li Xiu. We'll see. Lu Ruan brought her parents to the outside of the company. Lu Yingshan said, Daughter, are you sure Li Xiu really didn't get married with anyone else? Lu Ruan said. There are no other women's WeChat accounts besides me in Li Xiu's phone. Even if he wants to get married to someone else, he can't do it. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Li Xiu will come to me and beg for mercy soon. Wang Hong nodded. He's been a bootlicker for a whole year. Now they're getting married, there's no reason for him to change. Otherwise, why would he be so hard at work licking my daughter? That's right, this doesn't make sense. Lu Yingshan said. Lu Ruan turned around and said, Li Xiu, if you ever ask me for help, ask me to marry you. It depends on your sincerity. Otherwise, where will you find a wife in this life? On the other side, Li Xiu returned to his workstation and shook his head. No wonder. If it weren't for the system, who would believe that someone could make a complete 860-degree turn? It's not hard for me to understand why they can't accept it all at once. On the other end, Lu Ruan received a call from her brother. Sister, please help me think of a solution. If my brother-in-law doesn't come, my company will go bankrupt. You don't want to see your brother ruined, do you? Lu Rusong said. Lu Ruan nodded, okay, I'll think of a solution for you. Lu Ruan finally found Minister Chen Hao. After much persuasion, Chen Hao could no longer resist Lu Ruan's pleading and had to drive to Lu Rusong's company. Songyan Technology Company, Limited. As soon as she entered the company, Lu Ruan saw that the employees were either playing with their mobile phones or surfing the internet. She pulled her brother and said, Brother, who are these people in your company? You're a technology company, and the network system is broken. Don't you know how to find a technician to fix it? Lu Rusong sighed. It's Li Xiu. When my company was building the underlying system, it was Li Xiu who was responsible. He lived in the company for half a month. You forgot. I've already contacted several technicians, and they said my brother-in-law is a bit skilled and it's difficult for them to fix it. Maybe the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Lu Ruan raised her hand and twisted her brother's ear. How come I didn't know Li Xiu was so powerful? At this time, an employee said while playing games, Brother Xiu is a technical expert. He handles the company's system and network security, as well as many outsourcing projects for clients. Now that Brother Xiu is gone, we haven't received any new orders for several days. Lu Rusong sighed and said, Sister, how about this? You find a way to get my brother-in-law back. My company will go bankrupt without him. Chapter 16 I'm going to smash them all. What's wrong? Lu Ruan was so angry that she almost died. Lu Rusong, how could you give everything to one person? Now, you want me, a little princess, to beg him to come back? I can't bring myself to do that. Go and beg him yourself. What? Let me beg your bootlicker? Sister, it was you who stood me up on the day we got the marriage certificate. This is a man's weak spot. If you hadn't made a mistake, would I be so miserable? Lu Ruan blamed everything on his sister. Ha, you blame me? Blame your sister? Lu Ruan, you are quite capable. Lu Ruan's face looked unhappy. Just wait a little longer. Anyway, this man recently bought a ring and is planning to formally propose to me. When the time comes, I'll ask him to come work for you. I don't think he'll be reluctant. As long as Li Xiu kneels this time, I'm sure he'll kneel for the rest of his life. Lu Ruan sighed, Sister, you have to hurry up, I can't bear it anymore. Oh, you useless thing, our minister is here, what are you afraid of? Lu Ruan said. At this time, Chen Hao raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Ruyan, I have temporarily solved this system problem. It should be usable, but the person who built it is quite capable. If your brother's company doesn't pay a high salary to hire someone to maintain it, if there are any problems in the future, ordinary technicians really won't be able to handle it. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, What level of technicians are needed? A few tens of thousands of yuan, at least the income is about the same as mine, then people will be willing to come. Chen Hao said. What? Tens of thousands? Lu Ruyan thought. Li Xiu is so powerful? He only needs tens of thousands to replace him? What a joke. Lu Ruan shook his head frantically, tens of thousands of dollars to hire an employee, what a joke, sister, you should think of a solution quickly. Stop making noise. It's so annoying. Lu Ruyan said. The other end. The president's office of Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu didn't know what was going on. She was thinking about Li Xiu while working. The sunlight in the room shone on her face. She smiled from time to time, and looked cold from time to time. Assistant Lin. Come in. Assistant Lin rushed in at a trot. Mr. Fu, do you want to know about our son-in-law? Ahem. I was going to ask you about your social engagements tonight, but since you mentioned that, okay, what is he doing? Fu Xiuyu said unnaturally. Oh. Special Assistant Lin said lightly, it is true, but if you don't mind, Mr. Fu, I'd better not say it. Let's talk about the entertainment tonight. Hey. You just said it when I told you to, but you didn't even listen to me? Fu Xiuyu said. Special Assistant Lin suppressed a laugh and said, Oh, as you command, my queen. This is what happened. This morning, Minister Chen exceeded his authority and gave Li Xiu a business that shouldn't have been given to him. Simply put, he was trying to make things difficult for Li Xiu. If Li Xiu couldn't handle it, he would let him go. Special Assistant Lin described it vividly. It's all thanks to my informant that I can get first-hand information about my brother-in-law. What? Fu Xiuyu's face turned pale. How can a department head decide the company's appointments and dismissals? You're really taking a feather as an arrow. What happened next? Later. It was because of Lu Ruyan. This woman had an unclear relationship with Minister Chen, and Minister Chen seemed to be pursuing her. Special Assistant Lin said. But there are even more extreme ones. Fu Xiuyu stopped reading the document, his curiosity rising. Is there anything even more outrageous? Yeah, Lu Ruyan's parents don't know about our brother-in-law, but our brother-in-law held up your marriage certificate in public and loudly announced that he was married and had a boyfriend. He also showed off your sovereignty. Guess what? Special Assistant Lin noticed that Fu Xiuyu's expression was becoming more and more proud. Little girl, look, this special assistant is not trying to control you. You don't understand love as well as I do. You have already fallen in love. Come on, why are you speaking so slowly? Fu Xiuyu glared at Special Assistant Lin. Yeah, I get it. After our uncle finished speaking, Lu Ruyan's family didn't believe him. They asked him to kneel down, resign, and increase the betrothal gift. Then he called them crazy and called the security guards to chase them away. Really? Fu Xiuyu was stunned. No, there really is a psychopath? This family is really confident. How dare they target my husband, Fu Xiuyu, like this? Keep an eye on Minister Chen Hao and find a chance to make him pay. Special Assistant Lin nodded immediately. Don't worry, I will pay attention to those who bully my son-in-law. Fu Xiuyu, where is he now? Special Assistant Lin shook his head. He said he wanted to discuss business and left. But I just called him, and he said he was going to Lu Ruan's house to take care of some personal matters. What? Is he acting so tough just for me? Now he goes to Lu Ruan's house to kneel down? Although Fu Xiaoyu felt that this should not be the case, he didn't know why he felt angry. I'll go check it out. Special Assistant Lin immediately picked up the car keys. Mr. Fu, I'll go with you. The other end. Liujia Village. Li Xiao took a taxi to the village entrance. After paying the driver, he headed towards the Lu family with a big hammer. Some neighbors from the village who were driving by arrived at Lu Ruan's house in advance. Uncle Lingshan, I saw your son-in-law arrive at the village entrance. Lu Lingshan smiled and said, okay, I understand. Wife, Li Xiao is here. It seems he has figured it out and is here to beg us. Wang Hong nodded, we will stay inside and not go out. Let him come over and kneel down. Lu Lingshan nodded, and after a while, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. Oh. Old man, what happened? Wang Hong said in shock. Lu Lingshan shook his head, I don't know, let's go and see. The two elders rushed out of the house and saw Li Xiao raising a big hammer, ready to knock it down again. A large piece of the tile on the floor had been broken. Lu Lingshan rushed forward and blocked Li Xiao's way. Damn it! Li Xiao, are you crazy? You know this is my home, right? What are you doing? Li Xiao was holding a big hammer in his hand. What are you doing? I asked you to return my renovation money, and you didn't. Okay, 150,000. I bought all the cement and tiles, and I also did the renovations. I can see you're not going to pay me back. It's okay, I'll just smash them all. Hey. Wang Hong stepped forward immediately. Li Xiao, are you crazy? This is my home, and you're smashing things here? Don't you want to be with my daughter anymore? People in the village in the distance were pointing and talking. This new son-in-law is really unruly. He's like this, smashing the house with a hammer? But I heard that the money for renovating the house was all paid by this son-in-law. That's fine, but wasn't Lu Lingshan trying to save money at the time? He didn't even hire any house decorators. In June, the weather must have been tough on this new son-in-law. Yes, I still remember that my son-in-law didn't even have water to drink. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I gave him a bottle of mineral water. What's going on now? They had a fight, right? If it were me, I would have been fed up with the Lu family a long time ago. I'm on this young man's side. Such a good son-in-law has become like this. The Lu family must be too much. Li Xiao pointed at the wall and said, and this wall? I built it for you after getting a heat stroke. Now I'm going to tear it down. Get out of here, or I'll tear you down too. Li Xiao. How dare you? Chapter 17, Shut up. He's a good person. He must be suffering. A loud shout came from behind Li Xiao. Li Xiao turned around, a disdainful smile on his face. You're finally here, Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan, wearing high heels, hurried over and said, Li Xiao, what's wrong with you? There are so many neighbors watching, aren't you ashamed? When you marry me, you'll see how they behave. Hurry up and apologize to my parents. Come and fix the broken floor tiles when you're free. Li Xiao pushed Lu Ruan away with a backhand palm. Get out, or I'll hit you later, don't cry. As he said that, Li Xiao rushed to the edge of the wall. He raised his hand and struck with a hammer. Bang! With a loud bang, a hole appeared in the middle of the wall. Oh! My wall, my wall! Lu Lingshan was heartbroken. Li Xiao! You're so nice. You're so nice. I absolutely don't agree with my daughter marrying you. I'm going to call the police. You're destroying private property. Wang Hong's eyes turned red. I'll fight you. Grabbing the scissors on the table, Wang Hong rushed forward. Li Xiao seized the opportunity and slapped him in the face. Wang Hong fell to the ground, half her face swollen. Li Xiao said in a deep voice, everyone saw it. This woman wanted to kill me, and I was acting in self-defense. Lu Ruan yelled, Mom! How are you, Mom? Li Xiao! I will never marry you in this life. You hit my mother. Li Xiao now has a physique that has been in good shape through 10 years of fitness training. With one slap, Wang Hong's face swelled up like a pig's head. Wang Hong kept groaning. He has a tendency to be violent. Daughter, you can't marry him. There's something wrong with this man. There's something wrong with him. Other neighbors at the scene pointed and talked. Why does this new son-in-law hit people? How can you say that? Didn't you see Wang Hong trying to kill someone with a pair of scissors just now? That being said, he's the new son-in-law after all. Why not discuss it properly instead of making such a big fuss? We didn't talk about money. We didn't agree on the price. Lu Ruan's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. Li Xiu. Kneel down. Apologize to my mother. Li Xiu smiled, raised the hammer and smashed it down again. With a loud bang, the entire wall of the Lu family collapsed. Li Xiu pointed at the wall. Lu Ruan, you cheated on your Bai Yueguang. Do you really think I don't know what you did? Go see Bai Yueguang on the day you get your marriage certificate? Okay, I'll make you pay the price. Wow. The people in Liujia village were pointing and talking. It turns out he cheated on me. This new son-in-law was originally a good man. Who said it wasn't true? This Lu Ruan is really something. Such a good boy cheated on her. No wonder people came to smash the wall. That's right, it's really his own fault. Lu Ruan shook her head. No, don't listen to him. Li Xiu. Do you really have to reveal everything? Do you really have to be so heartless? Don't you just want me to admit my mistake? I'm telling you, you will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Even if you kneel down and beg me, kowtow and ask me to love you again, I won't look back. Your actions have exposed me. I'm right. You're not even half as good as my white moonlight. You were just pretending before, hitting my mom and smashing my walls. I'll put you on Zaya Honshu and you'll be spurned by the entire internet. Li Xiu smiled. Come on. Am I afraid of you? I'm telling you, Lu Ruan, I'm going to make your whole family pay for the harm you've done to me this year. At this moment, Li Xiu raised the sledgehammer and was about to bring it down again. Several police officers arrived. Stop it. Young man. Put down the hammer. This is a society ruled by law, so don't act impulsively. Of course Li Xiu obeyed the police officer. Put down the hammer. At this time, Lu Yingshan rushed in front of the police, pointed at Li Xiu and said vividly, he couldn't find a wife. He beat my wife. He forced my daughter to marry him. Is this still a human being, comrade police officer? People like this must be put to death. The leading policeman was quite old, a local community police officer, and had also seen Li Xiu. Xiao Xiu, what's wrong with you? What's your family singing? He walked forward and carefully took the hammer from Li Xiu's hand. Li Xiu smiled. Uncle Chen, don't worry, I'm not crazy. Look how scared I am. The old police officer's surname is Qian. He was really nervous just now. He has seen many cases of honest people being bullied to the extreme and suddenly murdered. It was such a hot day, and Li Xiu was building a yard for his father-in-law. He knew that Li Xiu was an honest man and a good boy. Seeing that this honest man was so angry today, he understood everything. Li Xiu felt wronged. Lu Yingshan roared, Old Qian. This man must be taken away. What else did you say to him? Aren't you carrying a gun? Are you just a decoration? Take it out and kill him. Old Qian was furious and turned around and said, Old Lu. You are still so arrogant. Don't make things worse for me. You are an old man and you don't know how to think before and after when doing things. Lu Yingshan was furious. He turned his head without saying a word. Old Qian sighed, this Xiao Xiu has been running around your house since last year, and everyone has seen it. Xiao Xiu, if you have any grievances, tell your uncle. If that old Lu bullies you, your uncle will scold him for you. Don't do anything stupid. After all, you are such a handsome man. Even if this marriage doesn't work out, you still have to think about your future. Lao Qian is indeed a veteran police officer. You can see the problem at a glance. His words also resonated with other villagers. Yes, Xiao Xiu, everyone knows you, you can't do anything rash. Let's discuss this properly. Yes, listen to your Uncle Qian. At this time, Lu Ruan said, Uncle Chen, let me tell you, I just had a fight with him, and he came to my house and made trouble. Now everything is broken and I want him to pay for it. Lao Qian's eyes widened like bells. Shut up, Lu Ruan. Let Xiao Xiu speak. If we provoke this guy, he might kill you with a knife. Then I won't be able to continue my job as a police officer. Chapter 18, Compensation? Oh, by the way, my brother owns a company, he's rich. Li Xiu took out a cigarette from his pocket at this time. It's okay, uncle, I won't kill anyone. Then he pulled Lao Qian to sit down. Then he reached into his arms. Old Qian was so scared that he raised his hand and pressed the gun on his waist. Xiao Xiu, don't put your hands anywhere. Uncle, let me show you the evidence. Li Xiu took out a list from his pocket. Only then did Lao Qian feel relieved. Oh, okay. This is the list of materials I bought for the Lu family. I paid for all of it. The total cost is 150,000 yuan. Li Xiu said. Officer Qian took one look and was shocked. Oh, it really is true, Xiao Xiu, you're such a good kid. You've already spent 150,000 yuan before you even get married. Li Xiu pulled out another bank statement. Uncle, it's more than that. Here is the 280,000 yuan betrothal gift, which I gave to the Lu family in advance. At that time, the system asked me to agree to all of Lu Ruan's conditions. For the sake of the system task, I could only play the turtle. Now that the mission is accomplished, I must take back everything I lost. Oh. That's a lot of money. Officer Qian has been a local police officer for so many years, and it's rare to see a kid as good as Li Xiu. Li Xiu, you are a good boy. Uncle knows. If you have any grievances, tell me. What grievances did he suffer? Uncle Qian, why are you speaking for people outside Liujia village? Are you still our police officer? Lu Ruan stomped her feet. Officer Qian snorted coldly, shut up. Your Uncle Qian is a people's policeman first, and a local police officer for Liujia village secondarily. The Lu family members looked at each other in surprise. They were the ones who called the police. But the police sided with Li Xiu? Li Xiu then said, Uncle, tell me, I've given so much, and Lu Ruan was originally engaged to me. Then let's make an appointment to get the certificate, is there any problem? Officer Qian shook his head, no problem, absolutely no problem, young man, you are right. Li Xiu nodded. Then, Lu Ruan stood me up because of her male friend and even went to his house to take care of him all night. Do you think this is right? Officer Qian's eyes widened, of course this is wrong. Lu Ruan, how could you do this? Uncle Qian. It's just one side of the story. It can't be relied upon. Besides, he and I haven't even gotten married yet, so who am I supposed to see? Isn't it my freedom? Lu Ruan rolled her eyes. Besides, even if I did get married, I'd still be free. Getting a marriage certificate doesn't mean the ownership of sexual rights. Uncle Qian, do you understand the law? This. Officer Qian had been a police officer his whole life, but when he heard these words, he was completely bewildered and trembling with anger. But she was right. If Lu Ruan cheated on Xiao Xiu after marriage, that was her sexual right. But the law is the law, and human feelings are human feelings. The other villagers at the scene pointed and talked. How can you say that? Do you think a girl's modesty is gone? That's right, this young cultivator is a good person. Why would Lu Ruan treat him like this? It seems that Lu Ruan's morality is untenable. Wang Hong covered her face, Old Qian. You're getting old and confused. This is my home. It's a fact that he smashed my things. Li Xiu then held up the list. Uncle, I bought all the things and did all the renovations. I have all the invoices. I asked them to return the money, but they refused, so I smashed it. Is that a problem? Old Qian was stunned. Yeah, your house didn't have a yard before. This kid renovated it. How is this illegal? It's just a dispute at most. Go to court. Lu Yingshan was furious. Old Qian, why are you so mean? Look at my wife again. He hit someone. Lao Qian immediately said, that's right, Xiao Xiu. That's not wise of you. How could you hit someone when so many people were watching? This will result in detention. Li Xiu laughed. No, uncle, the neighbors here can all testify that the woman was trying to stab me with a knife, so I fought back. Upon hearing this, Lao Qian stood up. Lao Lu? Are you confused? You still want to kill people? Wang Hong immediately faltered. Old Qian, I was angry at the time. I wanted to scare him, not kill him. I really didn't. At this time, a villager said, Old Qian, I took a video at that time, do you want to see it? It's really exciting. Lao Qian immediately ordered his 2 apprentices to check it out. After a while, the apprentice said, "Master, it is indeed as this gentleman said." Old Chen snorted coldly, "Take Wang Hong away. This is outrageous. Xiao Xiu is such a good person, how could you treat him like this?" Lu Ruan panicked, "What are you doing? Why are you taking my mom away, uncle?" Lao Qian said, "Your mother's behavior is a crime. I won't take her away. What else can I do?" Lu Ruan glanced at Lao Qian and said, "Mom and Dad. Li Xiu is here just to ask for money. Just let him go. Don't even think about me marrying this man anymore. I can see now that in his eyes, money is more important than me." Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, Okay, this is the first time I've seen such an irresponsible man. Wife, give him that little money." Wang Hong blinked her eyes, "Well, where does our family get the money?" Lu Ruan was stunned, "It's not mom and dad, this is 280,000 yuan? Where's the money?" Wang Hong hesitated and stammered. "Your brother said the company was in deficit, and gave it to me." Lu Ruan collapsed on the spot, "What are you doing? This is my betrothal gift, and you're giving it to my brother? His company is in deficit, and you're taking my betrothal money?" Wang Hong exclaimed, "This little money is nothing. Why don't you just ask your brother to give you some?" Lu Yingshan nodded. "Don't worry, Lao Qian. My son runs a company. I'll call him right away." I saw Lu Yingshan walking aside. He was full of confidence at first, but then the expression on his face gradually fell. Then it got serious. "It's so exciting." Seeing that things were not looking good, Lu Ruan immediately said, "Mom, can our family not come up with 280,000 yuan? How is that possible?" Wang Hong shook her head. "Absolutely impossible. We are not from the richest family in the village." Lu Yingshan roared over there, "What did you say? No money? You have such a big company and no money? I'm so pissed." He turned his head to look at Lu Ruan and said, "It's bad, Ruan, your brother's business has failed and he has no money left." "What?" Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly. "Mom! Dad! Why did you use my betrothal gift to help Lu Rusong fill the deficit? Was this what you thought from the beginning?" Li Xiu said from the side, "Uncle, let's just follow the law." "Wait a minute." Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, "It's just money, I'll give it to you." He turned his head and glanced at the villagers who were all confused. "Can you lend me some money? Old Lu, promise I can pay it back next year." The villagers were stunned. "TSK. We don't have any money." "That's right, he's the richest man, so how can he borrow money from poor people like us?" "Yeah. You are so rich and have your own company, but how can we ordinary people have money?" Chapter 19. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that I don't have any money right now. Several people from the Lu family turned their heads and looked at Lao Qian. "That old Qian, can you please slow down? Yes, we are having a hard time turning things around right now." Hearing this, old Qian was so angry that he laughed, "You treat me as a decoration. Do you really think that I won't do anything just because I know you? You can be so petty." Now that the evidence is all there, Wang Hong is convicted of attempted murder. "Do you really think the law is fake? This, Ruyan, you have to help Mom." Wang Hong said, trembling all over. "Mom doesn't want to go to jail." Lu Ruyan shook off her mother and said, "Where's your good son? He's using my betrothal gift to support him. Now he needs help. Why is my good brother nowhere to be seen?" Wang Hong looked at her daughter pitifully, "Ruyan, that's your brother's company after all. Your brother's business is not doing well right now, so he just needs to make some money. It's not like he won't return it to you. So, can you think of a way? Mom really doesn't want to go to jail." Li Xiu sat on the ground and said with a smile, "Everyone, I don't think you are sincere. How about this, she goes in first, and then you can think of a solution." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, "Li Xiu, can't you give me 2 days?" Li Xiu said with a smile, "No, that won't work. Either you give me money to settle the matter today, or your mother will go to jail and take care of it yourself. By the way, where's your white moonlight Xiao Mukin? Isn't he very rich? Didn't you always say during the salary distribution that a glass of wine cost him more than 5,000 yuan? I made you a cake, and you said it wasn't as good as the gold foil cake your Bai Yu Guang bought you? You said that even if someone cuts off a little bit from their fingers, it would be more effective than me working hard for 10 years? What's wrong now? Don't you want to ask your Bai Yuegwang for help? Lu Ruan looked at Li Xiu's playful eyes and her face flushed. Okay. Let's find him. Brother Mukin is a million times more responsible than you. Who do you think you are? I'm going to ask Brother Mukin to help me right now. Take the money and get out. Lu Yingshan's eyes lit up. Yes. Daughter, you still have that Xiao Mukin? You said he's a chaebol, very rich. It's definitely right to ask him for help. Wang Hong was like a drowning person who had found a lifebuoy. Yes, yes, yes. And Xiao Mukin is my daughter after all, so there are always many ways to deal with it. With Master Xiao Mukin's help, there will definitely be no problem. Lu Ruan picked up her cell phone and made a call. After a while, Xiao Mukin answered the phone. Hello? Ruan? What's going on? Lu Ruan frowned. Brother Mukin, where are you? Why are all the voices on your side women's? Xiao Mukin said impatiently, I'm talking about business, don't ask about the affairs of the wealthy family. Xiao Mukin pushed the woman beside him away and continued. Lu Ruan, if you have anything to say, please tell me. I'm very busy. Lu Ruan no longer cared so much at this time. Brother Mukin, my mother accidentally got into an accident and needs compensation. Pay me compensation? Xiao Mukin's expression changed. This gold digger, how dare she ask me for money? How much does it cost, Sister Ruan? If it's 10 or 20,000, I'll give it to you. You're only worth that much money. Lu Ruan, 280,000. What? Xiao Mukin stood up directly. Okay, do you think I'm an idiot or a fool? Lu Ruan, where can I find 280,000 yuan for you right now? Lu Ruan said aggrievedly, Brother Mukin, I gave you my first time. In your eyes, am I not worth 280,000 yuan? What the hell is it worth? 28,000? What a joke, for a piece of trash like you, how much can I find with 28,000? Sister Ruan, it's not that I think you're not worth it, but something happened at home, and I don't have any money right now. I don't have that much on me. It won't last more than a few days. I'll go beg my grandfather. That's it for now. I have to accompany a client. Beep beep. Xiao Mukin quickly hung up the phone. Who are you, asking me for money? Several rich young men around him asked in confusion. Mr. Xiao, what's going on? What money? Xiao Mukin picked up the wine glass and said calmly, it's irrelevant, it's a scam. Oh, then let's continue drinking. By the way, Mr. Xiao, I heard that your Xiao family wants to form an alliance with the Fu family. Xiao Mukin raised his glass. The older generation agreed. Fu Xiuyu is indeed good. Okay, congratulations in advance, Master Xiao. Fu Xiuyu is a goddess in the circle. I'm so envious. After all, he is the young master of the Xiao family. In the future, the Xiao family and the Fu family will marry, and their strength will only be stronger. Come on. Everyone, congratulate young Master Xiao in advance. Lu Ruan looked at her phone in disbelief. Brother Mukin hung up on me? Why? How could Brother Mukin do this to me? I treat him and his children like this. Is he really in trouble? Li Xiu saw it all. This woman was beyond saving. He was the victim of the system, but what about you? Was you under a spell? Lu Ruan. It's almost time, Uncle Chen, it looks like their family can't raise the money. How about this, let's just go through the process. Li Xiu slowly stood up. Wang Hong was so scared that her face turned pale when she saw that no one could help her. He trembled and said, No. I don't want to go to jail. Wait a minute. This house. Li Xiu. This house is worth at least 300,000. I'll mortgage my house to you. When we have money later, we'll buy it back for you. After saying that, she turned and rushed home. Prepare to get the property deeds. Lu Yingshan grabbed his wife and said, Are you crazy? This guy wants my house? You wish. Lu Ruan also said. Mom and Dad. How can we destroy this house? Where are we going to live in the future? Wang Hong said coldly, What's wrong? You two don't want to save me? Lu Ruan shook her head. Mom. No, that's not what we meant. It's just that, let's think of another way. Li Xiu. How about I write you an IOU? Since you still want me to marry you. How about I give you a discount the next time you ask me to marry you? Li Xiu rolled his eyes and said, "There's something wrong, Uncle Chen." "Okay. I'll get it for you now, just wait a moment." Wang Hong rushed into the house and took out the relevant documents. "Li Xiu, this is for you. This piece of land is worth at least 300,000. Is that all right?" Li Xiu took the document and smiled. "Uncle Chen, please prove it and bear witness." The two families then signed the mediation agreement. Li Xiu glanced at Lu Ruan and said, "How about this? You guys move out tonight. Move out of my house." After saying that, Li Xiu turned and left. Behind her, Lu Ruan glanced at her parents. "Ah. This guy Li Xiu is going too far. He's trying to force me to marry him. He's so scheming. He wants me to marry him on my knees in this way? Mom, I'm so blind to be in a relationship with a man like this." Lu Yingshan said in a deep voice, "What's the point of saying this now?" Wang Hong said coldly, "If he tells us to leave, will we leave? He's going to marry my daughter in the future. Why should we move out of this house? He wants to control our family and become the host. Good boy, I didn't expect him to be so scheming. We're not leaving." Chapter 20, If you want to give a betrothal gift, I will give it to you. Just at this time, a group of big men in black came to the door of the Lu family. The leader, Scar, said with a smile, "Are you the Lu family?" Lu Yingshan took a step forward. This big brother? Who are you?" The man stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yingshan by the collar of his shirt. "Listen up, I'm from a loan company. Mr. Li Xiu sold this house to us, and I have all the documents. If you don't leave now and stay in our company's house, I want you to go play in Southeast Asia." "Ah. Li Xiu resold the house?" Lu Yingshan's face turned pale. Lu Ruan also took 2 steps back in fear. "Loan company? Isn't that just a loan shark? When did Li Xiu get involved with these people?" Wang Hong said in a trembling voice. "Hubby, why don't we just go? At worst, when my son's company gets established, we can buy it back." Lu Yingshan nodded. Yes, at worst we can buy it back. "Ruyan, let's go. We still have your brother. He has his own company. We'll leave first." A moment later, the Lu family left in embarrassment. Lu Yingshan suddenly thought of something. "Oh, daughter, doesn't Li Xiu already have a house? Didn't he ask to add your name to the property half a year ago?" He agreed without even thinking about it. "That's right." Lu Ruyan nodded. "This Li Xiu. His house is still mine. Let's just move in with him." Wang Hong's eyes lit up. Yes. My daughter is absolutely right." At the same time, outside Liujia village, Special Assistant Lin returned to the car. He said to the anxious Fu Xiuyu, "Boss Fu, I've found out that your son-in-law didn't betray you." "He? Whom? So satisfying?" Fu Xiuyu narrowed his eyes. "I didn't expect Li Xiu to be so resourceful. So where is he now?" Special Assistant Lin said, "He must be going to talk to a client. We're almost leaving, and you have a dinner party tonight." Fu Xiuyu nodded. "Okay, let's go." At the same time, on the other side, Li Xiu looked at the customer in front of him, this wealthy woman weighing over 200 pounds, and said with a smile, "Sister Wang, without further ado, I'll show you another bottle." Li Xiu grabbed the beer on the table and drank it like a dragon. The wine kept flowing out from the corner of Li Xiu's mouth, slowly flowing down along his Adam's apple, and dripping onto the body that had been strengthened by 10 years of fitness. Sister Wang opposite took a deep breath. "Young man. Great. The Fu group has really come to their senses. Show off 2 more bottles. I'll sign with you." "Sign with you?" Li Xiu smiled coldly in his heart. "Okay, that is how we play it, sister-in-law. Your brother-in-law is doing this for our company, so don't be ungrateful." The next moment, Li Xiu shouted, "All right. Give Sister Wang 2 more bottles." "Wait, the drink doesn't taste right?" Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and saw the woman pouring foreign liquor into the beer. Li Xiu is not a fool either. Damn, he wants to get me drunk, right? "Sister Wang, I'm drunk, so I can't sign the contract. I'll sign it first and then drink with you." Sister Wang said with a smile, "Okay, young man, you can really drink." "I like it." Li Xiu nodded. Sister Wang signed the contract with a flourish of her pen. Li Xiu stood up and grabbed 2 bottles of wine. "Give Sister Wang a double dragon water sucking." The next moment, the crystal clear wine flowed down Li Xiu's body like a waterfall. The atmosphere in the box reached its peak. Sister Wang slapped her thighs repeatedly, covered her mouth, and flushed all over. "Great. That's great. Another bottle," he said as he handed over the drinks. At this moment, a slender hand caught the bottle of wine. "Li Xiu, stop drinking." Li Xiu was already feeling dizzy at this time. "Who? Wife? Mr. Fu? Why are you here? I like this salesperson in your company so much." Sister Wang clapped her hands. Fu Xiuyu hugged Li Xiu with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Wang Shufan, I am Fu Xiuyu's man, you can only love him secretly from afar." Sister Wang Shufan was confused. "What's going on? Fu Xiuyu? What do you mean by her man? Holy shit. This guy is amazing. Now a salesman has to work part-time as a mistress?" In the car outside the club, Fu Xiuyu, who was sitting in the car, was a little angry. Does he need to sell his body for a lousy business deal? Fu Xiuyu no longer had the look of an icy female CEO on her face. She had transformed into a little girl in love. "You didn't see it. If I hadn't just gone in, he might have been slept with by someone else." Special Assistant Lin said with a smile, "Fortunately, our President Fu arrived in time, otherwise our Lady Li would have suffered a lot tonight." "You're still laughing. No matter what he says, he's still my marriage partner. As long as I don't ask for a divorce, he can't be a dirty trick," Fu Xiuyu said stubbornly. Special Assistant Lin suppressed a laugh and said, "Oh, then after you two get divorced, Team Leader Li, can I also hook up with you?" "Whatever you want. Drive," Fu Xiuyu said. "Oh, where are you going?" asked Lin Tezu. "Go to your house," Fu Xiuyu said confidently. "What? You have met their parents? Why don't you take them home? Why bring them to my house?" Special Assistant Lin was speechless. Is this something he is used to at my house? A moment later, Lin Tay helps the family. Fu Xiuyu helped Li Xiu to the bed and said, "You're so heavy. How did you gain so much muscle? Have you taken protein powder?" Li Xiu opened his eyes dazedly at this time. "Wife? Where's my sister-in-law? It seems like my sister-in-law came to save me just now." Yes. "Fu Xiuyuan sent you back," Fu Xiuyu said unhappily. Li Xiu nodded. "Luckily, I succeeded and didn't embarrass my wife." After saying that, Li Xiu took out his phone and said, "Open the payment code." "What are you doing? You're drunk," Fu Xiuyu asked in confusion. "Open it quickly," Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyu could only open the payment code in confusion. Li Xiu picked up his phone and scanned the code. Ding! Alipay transfer of 2.88 million yuan. "Why are you giving me so much money?" Fu Xiuyu was stunned. Li Xiu glanced at his phone and thought, oh no, he was drunk and wanted to give 280,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, but accidentally gave away all his assets. This is my betrothal money," Li Xiu said. "This idiot, he has 3 million, and he gave almost all of it to me?" At this moment, the soft spot in Fu Xiuyu's heart was touched. "Why are you doing this?" "We are actually." She originally wanted to say, "You are just a temporary husband I found to deal with my grandfather." But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. "Li Xiu, turn on your phone," Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu unlocked the password of his cell phone. Fu Xiuyu directly clicked on Li Xiu's Alipay payment code. "Then raise your phone to scan the code." Ding! 28.88 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. Chapter 21, Stealing the Credit? Do you really dare to do so? Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiuyu in bewilderment. What the hell? Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly. What? You want to marry me for 2.88 million? If I were to marry you, I would spend 28.88 million to marry you. Fu Xiuyu said proudly. Man, don't be so proud. Li Xiu was stunned. It's great to be with a rich woman. What did you say? Fu Xiuyu's face turned cold, and then he said coldly, You are wrong, this rich woman is playing tricks on you. The next day, The sun is shining. Li Xiu raised his hand to block the sunlight. He touched his aching neck and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with my neck?" I took out my phone and took a picture. It was a big piece of strawberry. Fuck. Did Sister Wang kiss me last night? He felt the remaining warmth of the pillow beside him and said, "No, it's Fu Xiu." Fuck, my wife is so wild. I had a dream last night, and my wife gave me a betrothal gift of over 20 million yuan? It must be fake. A moment later. What the hell? Soft rice smells so good. The other end. Fu Group Headquarters. Information Security Department. In the minister's office, Chen Hao glanced at his watch, 9:30. This Li Xiu is really awesome. He's late for school every day? He glanced at the business sheet on the table and said, "But this guy actually made a deal?" Just at this moment, the phone on his desk rang. He stood up and picked it up. "Yes, it's done." "Of course it was done by me, old Chen." Chen Hao laughed. "It's natural to take everything on yourself. Li Xiu, even if you complete it, I wouldn't dare fire you." He then took out a personnel application form and said, "Li Xiu, as a new employee, frequently skips work without reason. I'm applying to fire you now." At the door, Chen Shuyi shook her head. "I have a feeling this office will be vacant soon. Are you going against the male owner? You're crazy." On the other side, Lu Ruan didn't sleep well last night and was feeling depressed. The other employees nearby asked curiously, "Ruan, the team leader is late again. Don't you know what happened?" Lu Ruan shook her head. "I don't know, who cares about him? Last night, I brought my parents to Li Xiu's house, and the family settled in for a long time. But this guy Li Xiu threw out his own things. This bastard, when he proposes to me, just wait and see how I make things difficult for him. Judging by the date, the ring should be almost ready." The other end. Li Xiu has arrived at the jewelry store. Walked up to the counter. "Hello, I'm here to pick up the jewelry." The waiter nodded. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Li Xiu took the item and said with a smile, "It should be okay to be late. My sister-in-law came to save me last night. I will give her a chain tonight. But Dad is really willing to spend money on this. These things are not cheap. Wait, I can sign in once more today. System. Sign in. Successfully checked in at the jewelry store. Received ID card, Treasure Appraiser X1. Treasure Appraisal Expert. After use, you will be bound to the identity of a treasure appraiser and gain treasure appraisal capabilities." Li Xiu was slightly moved. Treasure Appraising Expert? Okay, that's not bad. As expected, the items you get by signing in are based on your location. Li Xiu took the necklace and ring and took a taxi to the company. All the way to my own department. I met Chen Shuyi at the door. Chen Shuyi stopped Li Xiu and reminded him, "Minister Chen got really angry just now and is looking for you all over the world. Where have you been?" Li Xiu held the jewelry packaging bag in his hand and said with a smile, "The jewelry I ordered is ready. I stopped by to pick it up. I know I'm late, so it's okay to deduct money. My wife just gave me a betrothal gift. I'm not short of money, and the boss of this company is my sister-in-law. It feels really good to have such a strong backing." At this time, Chen Hao saw Li Xiu from afar. Someone was already shouting over there, "Li Xiu! Do you still know you're at work?" Everyone's eyes turned to Li Xiu. Lu Ruan also stood up and fought with a smile. "Li Xiu, you are late again and again, the minister will definitely fire you." Li Xiu said with a smile. "Minister, you won't forget, right? You asked me to discuss business last night, but I got drunk and stayed up late." Chen Hao snorted coldly. "What did I ask you to discuss business?" Li Xiu was stunned. Okay, you Chen Hao, you want to take credit for my work, right?" Chen Hao sneered and said, "You're relying on your little skills to cheat in my department and be late every day. I advise you to resign so I don't have to fire you." Other section chiefs and team leaders at the scene started discussing it. Li Xiu must have offended Minister Chen. He's going to have to suffer this fate. Sigh, he's so young and so aggressive. But shouldn't Li Xiu be related? Otherwise, why would he be the team leader at such a young age? Lu Ruan muttered, "How could he have any connections? He grew up in a single-parent family. If he had any connections, wouldn't I know about it?" Chen Hao had already understood this situation. Working in a company is all about social skills. You, Li Xiu, have no background at all, yet you were so aggressive. If I don't deal with you, who else should I deal with? Li Xiu. You have to make me say harsh things, don't you? You've only been here a few days and you're late for work. You're trying to curry favor with someone above you. Now pack your things and get out. As for this deal, it was me, Chen Hao, who negotiated it with great effort. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Chen Shuyi immediately stepped forward and said, Minister Chen, please don't make a big deal out of it. Li Xiu knows about this and won't be late again. Li Xiu, can you please say something? Li Xiu then ripped off his work ID from his collar and pointed at Chen Hao, saying, I had to perform a water-sucking trick with a rich woman last night to get the job, and you're stealing the new guy's sales, you bitch? I'm going to the CEO's office right now. I want to see how President Fu handles this. Chen Hao laughed angrily, look. Where is the respect for the seniors these days among the young people? I'm your department head, your boss, what's your attitude? Chen Shuyi wanted to stop him again, old Chen, you are in trouble. He is a great god. Just at this moment, the sound of high heels was heard. Minister Chen, I'd like to ask who negotiated this deal. Everyone turned to look. Assistant Lin Tay asked Chen Hao while holding the document. Chen Hao was stunned. No, it was just a small project worth tens of millions, why did the president's office ask about it? Assistant Lin, I was the one who negotiated. Apart from us old guys, who else could have won this difficult client? Assistant Lin smiled and looked up and winked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu was stunned. It seemed that his sister-in-law was very considerate. Did you specially ask a special assistant to come and support me? I understand. This is to give me a backstage and let me keep a low profile? Otherwise, why not just let my wife or herself come? I know the ins and outs of this big company. Assistant Lin. It was me, Li Xiu, who negotiated this deal. Chapter 22, Who did he buy all these jewels for? Hearing Li Xiu's words, Chen Hao's face changed drastically. Li Xiu. What are you talking about? This deal was clearly negotiated by me, I was the one who negotiated it. What do you, a newcomer, know? Chen Shuyi sighed, old Chen, you're finished. Special Assistant Lin glanced at Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, if you steal other colleagues' achievements without permission, you will be fired. As a newcomer, your statement is not convincing. Do you have any proof? Li Xiu smiled. Okay, luckily I have a backup plan. I've been on guard against you. He pointed at Chen Hao. Then he took out his cell phone, found a number and called it. Everyone was confused. What does he do? I don't know. As soon as the call was connected, Li Xiu immediately turned on the hands-free mode, Sister Wang. Hey. It's me, Shaoli from last night. Ha, Sister Wang, do you still remember my dragon sucking water? Sister Wang, ha, of course I remember. You guys at the Fu Group are really smart. If you had asked a young man of your age to do PR earlier, I would have cooperated with you guys a long time ago. You're in good health, young man. Mr. Fu thinks highly of you. Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. Sister-in-law? Doesn't she value me? Anyway, Sister Wang, my company's boss doesn't believe me. Could you please tell me that I was the one who negotiated the deal last night? Sister Wang, what's the big deal, Shaoli? If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to you, Sister Wang. You were the one who negotiated the deal last night. You're so powerful, like a dragon sucking water. Thanks, sister. Li Xiu hung up the phone directly. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Hao's face. At this moment, Chen Hao's face flushed red, but he took a deep breath and said, that was the business I instructed you to negotiate, Assistant Lin. This situation doesn't count as us encroaching on other people's business, right? Special Assistant Lin then held up a document. The President's office has approved the dismissal of Chen Hao, Director of the Information Security Department. Chen Shuyi will be the interim replacement. Li Xiuyin has performed outstandingly and demonstrated excellent technical skills in the previous hacker attack. Now promoted to Section Chief of the Information Security Department. Wow! All the colleagues at the scene looked incredulous. Li Xiu was promoted to Section Chief? From Team Leader to Section Chief within a week? That's a record. You still say he has no relationship? This relationship is outrageous. Minister Chen hit a wall? Chen Hao's face turned pale, and he trembled as he asked, Assistant Lin, why? I'm a veteran of the company and have made many contributions to it. Even if I really stole the performance of my subordinates, you wouldn't fire me, right? 3 years ago, I was the one who took the blame for the company. I even developed liver disease because of my hard work for the company. Special Assistant Lin. You can't just abandon me now. Special Assistant Lin said coldly, Minister Chen. The company certainly remembers your kindness to it, but what have you done in the past 2 years since becoming minister? Do you think what happened to Li Xiu was your first time? It's because you repeatedly treat the company's rules as a joke that President Fu has lost his patience. Go to HR to get your pay. This is President Fu's last act of kindness to you. Chen Hao laughed and cried at the same time. Then he looked up at Lu Ruan fiercely, You. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have noticed Li Xiu. How could all this have happened? As he spoke, the man rushed towards Lu Ruan. The next moment, Li Xiu raised his foot and kicked out. With a bang. Chen Hao fell to the ground. Li Xiu sneered, Don't lose face. If you're a man, get out of here on your own. Chen Hao sat on the ground and cried loudly. Other colleagues at the scene sighed. Minister Chen is almost old enough to retire and enjoy his life, but now he has to find a new job. Yeah, I'm old now, so I can only work in management positions. It doesn't matter where I go to find a job. But these people only sighed for a brief moment. Then they all came forward to greet Li Xiu and complimented him. Congratulations, Chief Li. Young and promising. Awesome. Li Xiu walked over to Special Assistant Lin and said gratefully, Thank you, Sister Lin. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Special Assistant Lin threw a coquettish glance at Li Xiu. Your wife and I have a very good relationship, it's no big deal. A colleague noticed it in the distance. So that's how it is. Li Xiu's relationship is with Lin's special assistant. Just looking at the look in their eyes, you can tell it's serious. Looking handsome really means you can do whatever you want. Lu Ruan curled her lips and said, Section Chief? Section Chief is amazing. You've even prepared a ring to propose to me. Now that you're the section chief, I can actually treat you a little more equally. At this time, Li Xiu walked to his workstation with a jewelry bag. Chen Shuyi came over and said, Li Xiu, I'll clean up my office right away. You can move in later. Li Xiu nodded. At this time, Lu Ruan noticed the jewelry box in Li Xiu's hand, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Not bad, you still knew to prepare so much. One begs me to forgive you, one begs me to get back together, and one begs me to marry you, right? Not impossible. At this time, Li Xiu walked towards her, and she stood there biting her lips. Li Xiu, actually. Li Xiu said calmly, Give me the data of our department from the past 20 years of the company. Submit it to my office in the morning. The smile on Lu Ruan's face collapsed. Are you crazy? 20 years? Are you going to kill me? Li Xiu didn't bother to pay attention. If you can't finish it, you can resign. After saying that, Li Xiu turned and left. Back to his office. Li Xiu took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Fu Xiuyu. Wife, my sister-in-law is pretty good. She gave me a promotion and a raise. Fu Xiuyu, not bad, do a good job. President's Office of Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Special Assistant Lin and asked, What are you laughing at? Boss Fu, you're almost done, right? You two are in love, and I'm running around trying to cover it up for you. What am I doing? Fu Xiuyu simply ignored the complaint. Did he and that Wang Shufan save their phone numbers? Special Assistant Lin suppressed a laugh. Yeah, maybe he wants to protect his clients. What do we use to maintain it? Using a dragon to absorb water? Fu Xiuyu bit his lip, and the pen in his hand was bent. At this time, Special Assistant Lin suddenly asked in confusion, But I saw that he took a lot of jewelry boxes. Is there something inside? Is this a gift for you? Fu Xiuyu frowned. You didn't ask me out or say you wanted to give me anything. Are you planning to give Mr. Fu a surprise? Special Assistant Lin asked. Or is it prepared for someone else? Fu Xiuyu's fists tightened again. 5 p.m. Li Xiu stood up and prepared to leave the company, holding a gift box in his hand. Lu Ruan looked up from her workstation on the other side. She had been busy all day and still hadn't finished tidying up. She was about to explode. She noticed Li Xiu leaving his workstation. Where is Li Xiu going? He's carrying so many gifts. Aren't they for me? Humph. Let me take a look. Chapter 23. Where did this scumbag get so many vixens? Li Xiu left the company and took a DD taxi to leave. After Li Xiu left, Lu Ruan also called a car and followed him. After another moment, Fu Xiuyu's Mercedes-Benz left the company. She sat in the car with a cold face. Special Assistant Lin said from the front, "Boss Fu, Li Xiu is carrying so many things, and Lu Ruan is still following him. Could it be that he is confused and his old feelings have rekindled?" Fu Xiuyu said calmly, "I'm getting a divorce tomorrow." Special Assistant Lin was trying to hold back his laughter in the front. "Mr. Fu, maybe our son-in-law has other intentions. Let's wait and see, or you can ask directly." Fu Xiuyu said coldly, "I gave him so much dowry, and he is acting like this. Is he not being a good husband? Why do I have to ask?" At this time, several cars arrived at the gate of Bin University one after another. Li Xiu got out of the car. The cars following from a distance stopped one by one. Lu Ruyan and Fu Xiuyu were both confused. At this time, a pure and pretty girl was standing at the door. He waved to Li Xiu from a distance, "Brother-in-law." Li Xiu walked closer. Smiling, he handed over a gift box. "I didn't give you a meeting gift. Here." Fu Xiumu smiled and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law. I stand on your side." Li Xiu smiled and nodded. "Okay, among all these sisters, you are the best." Fu Xiuyu, who was sitting in the car, saw it and asked, "It's Fu Xiumu? What does he want to do?" Special Assistant Lin laughed, "Oh, I told you, don't worry, it's clearly a bribe to my sister-in-law." Lu Ruyan on the other side was confused. What a beautiful girl, a college student at that. When did Li Xiu meet a girl like this? He said they got the marriage certificate? Could it be her? Snap. Lu Ruyan's teeth were about to break. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the school. The man was wearing taekwondo uniform and looked unhappy when he saw Li Xiu. "What do you want from me? Did you also look for Fu Xiumu? What? Is this scumbag starting to reveal his true nature?" Li Xiu ignored the girl's ridicule and directly took out a gift and handed it to Fu Xiuxue. "I am sincere to your sister. This is a meeting gift. Everything is included. Take it, take it." This scene attracted the attention of many male students. Fuck. Aren't those Fu Xiumu and Fu Xiuxue, the two goddesses of the Fu family? Meeting a man at the same time? Who is that guy? I want to know everything about him in 3 seconds. Draw your swords, everyone. Just at this time, 3 boys in taekwondo uniforms came over. The yellow-haired leader said coldly, "Fu Xiuxue, you don't agree to me because you have someone else, right?" Fu Xiuxue's expression suddenly turned grim. "Huang Zhang, this has nothing to do with you. He's a friend." "Ha? We're not sisters. If you say that, won't your classmate misunderstand me?" Fu Xiuxue winked at Li Xiu. "Help me push it away." Li Xiu immediately understood. Bad luck in love, huh? This was a chance to get closer. Li Xiu made eye contact. "Don't worry, I'll leave it to my brother-in-law." "Who are you?" "The goddess likes people like me. You have no chance. Just give up." Li Xiu was extremely arrogant. "We have experience in dealing with older men." Huang Zhang pointed at Li Xiu and said, "He's a gigolo. You said you like martial arts, so I joined taekwondo. You said you don't like black hair, so I dyed it yellow. Xiu Xiue. But you like this gigolo. You're just playing tricks on me?" Li Xiu raised his hands to cover his face. This sister-in-law was quite good at playing tricks on him. "Boy. I said that on purpose because I just looked down on you. Who knew you were such a flatterer? Get out of here." The man named Wang Zhang suddenly looked ugly and gloomy. "Little pretty boy. I'm going to destroy you." As he spoke, he took a stance. Fu Xiuxue's expression changed slightly. "Not good. Get out of the way." In her opinion, Li Xiu is just a gigolo who lives off his sister. "If you get kicked by Huang Zhang, you might lose your life. But how can I explain it to my sister?" However, at this time Huang Zhang had already jumped into the air and kicked over. Li Xiu stepped forward and dodged the kick, then quickly stepped forward and punched Huang Zhang on the bridge of his nose. I saw 2 lines of blood gushing out in the air. Huang Zhang fell to the ground. Brother Huang. Huang Zhang's 2 teammates immediately stepped forward. Lift up your brother and carry him away. Fu Xiumu clapped his hands, his eyes full of stars. Brother-in-law is so awesome. Fu Xiuxue was also stunned. You actually know free fighting? Li Xiu nodded. The free fighting skills he got when he signed in 2 days ago were pretty good and came in handy. That's nothing. I know a lot more. Study hard, I'm leaving now. Li Xiu turned around and took another taxi away. Online taxis and Mercedes-Benz S-cars in the distance followed one after another. Inside the car, Fu Xiuyu wondered, when will he learn to fight freely? Special Assistant Lin said with a smile while driving. You and your uncle haven't been together for long, so maybe that's normal. This time, Li Xiu's car stopped in front of a restaurant. Then Fu Xiuyuan walked out of the restaurant. Li Xiu? What do you want from me? Have you changed your mind and are willing to be the CEO's secretary? Li Xiu handed over the gift in his hand and said, Thank you, Mr. Fu, for helping me out last night and for what happened this morning. I can't thank you enough. Let's go. In the car far away, Fu Xiuyu also understood, is he really here to give gifts and bribe my sisters? This kid is quite capable. Let's go. Let's go back. At this time, Fu Xiuyu found herself in the sisters group. The 3 younger sisters are already showing off. Fu Xiumu, what a beautiful necklace, it's not cheap either. Fu Xiuyuan, he is trying to please us. We must stand firm. Whether he is worthy of my sister remains to be seen. Fu Xiuxue, he can fight freely. This man has many secrets. Fu Xiuyu, you guys took someone's gift and still say bad things about them behind their back? On the other side, Lu Ruan, who was hiding in the car, was furious, so Li Xiu is so good at this. No wonder his attitude towards me has changed recently. This scumbag, as expected, as long as a man has the intention, he will always find a way. Even after deleting his female friends on WeChat, I still can't stop him from cheating. Humph. But he didn't seem to give me the ring. The ring should be for me. Are these women his relatives? As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. Hello? Zhang Qingqing, I noticed that bastard Li Xiu seems to be cheating on me. What? Aren't you getting married soon? Why is he cheating? As a close friend, Zhang Qingqing didn't know that the ring Li Xiu bought was for Fu Xiuyu. It's not even clear what happened. It's like this. I went to take care of Xiao Mukin that day. He got jealous and broke up with me. He has been angry with me ever since. Lu Ruan said. Chapter 24, Skilled Technique, you are a habitual offender. How stingy. Zhang Qingqing said, Ruyan, remember this, men should never be too nice to him, and never give in. If he plays with you now, who would be the first to give in? I remember his house seems to have your name on it. Lu Ruyan nodded, fortunately, I was smart back then. But before, he even sold my family's land in order to make me bow down. Zhang Qingqing, what? Scumbag. On the other side, Li Xiu's car had arrived at the Fu Manor. After getting off the car, Li Xiu walked into the manor carrying the remaining necklace. I saw my father coming towards me. Li Pingan pulled Li Xiu over and said, Let me tell you, courtesy is always welcome. Your husband's mother already knew about it and was praising you for being sensible. Li Xiu nodded. I'll just give this to my mother-in-law. Yes, is it possible? Come here. Li Pingan pulled Li Xiu to the main hall of the Fu family. Li Xiu took out the gift from a distance and said, Mom. This gift is for you. Fu Wanjun smiled from ear to ear, okay, you're so good. Thank you. Li Pingan immediately smiled and said, Open it and take a look. Fu Wanjun nodded, okay, let me take a look. Li Xiu opened the box and Fu Wanjun nodded. It's beautiful, really pretty. This isn't cheap, is it? Xiao Xiu, you just started working, is this enough money? If not, Mom will give it to you. Fu Xiuyuan's voice came from outside the door, Mom, you are so biased. I bribed you with a chain? Fu Wanjun smiled and said, Oh, as a sister-in-law, what's your attitude towards your brother-in-law? Xiao Xiu bought them all for you, too. How thoughtful of you. Fu Xiuyuan didn't care, huh? Who knows if he's just trying to sugarcoat my will. Li Xiu snorted coldly. Fu Xiuyuan, since you said it was a sugar-coated bullet, then don't accept it. Humph. If you give it to me, it's mine. My sister gave it to you, so shouldn't I get some interest? Fu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Li Xiu nodded and said, by the way, you fired Chen Hao this morning to vent my anger. Thank you. Fu Xiuyuan's eyes dodged awkwardly for a moment. Yeah, no matter what, you are my sister's boyfriend, it's normal for me to help you. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu came back from outside, looked at his sister and then at his mother's neck. Then he glanced at Li Xiu. What's wrong? Li Xiu asked in confusion. Wife? Fu Xiuyu smiled slightly. Nothing. Fu Wanjun pulled her eldest daughter and said, Daughter, look at the necklace my son-in-law bought for me. Fu Xiuyu nodded. Yeah, not bad. Li Pinggan quietly walked over to Li Xiu and asked, Your wife isn't very happy. What's wrong with you? What do you mean, how did I do this? Li Xiu was stunned. He didn't do anything all day. Li Xiu walked over to his wife and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Fu Xiuyu shook his head. It's okay, what could happen? Okay, if it's okay, then it's okay. At this moment, Li Xiu took out his mobile phone and saw several of his old friends chatting in the group. At Li Xiu, there's a reunion of old classmates tomorrow night. Li Xiu, you have to come. I heard Xia Shi is coming too. By the way, Li Xiu, you and your girlfriend haven't broken up yet? Xia Shi has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Xiu was helpless after being bound by the system a year ago. At that time, I originally wanted to use another classmate, Xia Shi, as my target, but the system said that Xia Shi did not meet the standards and could only be bound to Lu Ruan and others. In order to complete the dog-licking mission as quickly as possible, Li Xiu had no choice. As for Xia Shi and herself, we missed each other after a few encounters. But now that I'm married, it's even more impossible. Stop talking, I've already got the marriage certificate. Li Xiu said. After saying that, he sent his marriage certificate to the group. Of course, he hid his and his wife's identities. 666, buddy, are you serious? Lu Ruan, can you really get a marriage certificate? You are such a ruthless person. What's wrong with Xia Shi? She's the daughter of the Xia family. She's rich and pure. Are you so hard on yourself? Do you think your life is too happy and you just like the feeling of giving? Li Xiu typed, anyway, it's just a coincidence, and it's already like this, but the person I got the marriage certificate with isn't Lu Ruan, she's a very good girl. What? Dude, you're playing tricks. Yeah, I thought you were with Ruan Lu. Exactly, what's going on? Li Xiu sent a message, I'll explain the details to you when we meet. As for the class reunion, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Finished sending the message. Li Xiu walked to Fu Xiuyu's side and said, Come with me. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu. Why? Do you have to hide from others? At this time, Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu also came back. Big sister. Look at our jewelry. It's a gift from my brother-in-law. Fu Xiuyu's expression turned even uglier. Okay, not bad. Li Xiu pulled her towards the yard. What are you doing? Fu Xiuyu's face was not very good. The two came to the yard. Fu Xiuyu had a cold face. Li Xiu smiled and said, I gave gifts to everyone. I didn't forget my wife, did I? Do you think I didn't prepare anything for you? Fu Xiuyu's expression eased slightly. How can I be so boring? Do I look like a little girl? At this time, Li Xiu reached into the small flower bed in the yard and took out a bunch of roses. Dang dang dang. Flowers go with beauties. Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes at him. You're trying to trick a little girl, using flowers to trick me? Li Xiu pointed to the middle. Look here. What? Ring candy? Fu Xiuyu was even more annoyed. Oh, flowers and ring candy? Li Xiu picked up the ring candy box and took out a dazzling ring from it. This is your ring candy. Fu Xiuyu's eyes slowly lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. Oh, the ring, what are you going to give it to me? Li Xiu raised his hand and took Fu Xiuyu's hand and said, We have both obtained the marriage certificate. Giving you a ring is reasonable, isn't it? Fu Xiuyu nodded slightly. Okay, I'll give you a chance to wear it. Li Xiu put it on Fu Xiuyu. It's a good fit. Fu Xiuyu asked doubtfully, How do you know my finger circumference? Li Xiu also breathed a sigh of relief. I touched your finger, compared it with mine, and then communicated with the people in the store for a long time. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly. His technique is very sophisticated, he's a habitual offender. Chapter 25. The house was occupied. Li Xiu smiled and said, how could I be a repeat offender? I only have one romantic relationship, and you've dug it up thoroughly. Fu Xiuyu nodded, that's right, there's nothing you can hide from me. By the way, Li Xiu, I actually have something I want to tell you. Time for dinner. Two comrades in love. Fu Xiumu ran over and said. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiuyu and asked, is there anything you want to tell me? Well, I'll tell you next time. Fu Xiuyu said. Anyway, there is a long time to come, and there is no need to rush since I am Mr. Fu. The two returned to the main hall. Fu Wanjun on the other side smiled and said, that's great. My eldest daughter has a cold and strong personality, and I never thought I'd find someone as cheerful as Xiaoxiu. Fu Xiuyu, you have to treat me well. You are a few years older than me. Li Xiu immediately acted cute, thank you, Mom. Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, that's not right. He's a man, Mom. Shouldn't he be nicer to my sister? Don't look at my sister, she's 30 years old and has never been in a relationship. What if she gets cheated on? Fu Xiuyuan felt a pain in his feet under the table. Fu Xiuyu's eyes shot out directly at him, and then she said calmly, who said I haven't had a relationship? Even if I did, you wouldn't know. Fu Xiumu laughed heartily, sister, you are so stubborn that you seem like a Han Chinese. What are you talking about? Fu Xiuyu said calmly, eat, it's all cold. Fu Wanjun said, your grandfather will be back in a few days, and he'll want to meet Xiaoxiu then. Fu Xiuyu nodded, I know, Xiaoxiu and I are together. Li Xiu was lying on the table drinking soup when Fu Xiumu pushed a small box over to him and said, brother-in-law, this is my return gift to you. Li Xiu was stunned. No need, sister-in-law. Why are you returning the gift? And you're just a little girl, how can you go back, ah? Holy shit. Fu Xiumu opened the box and took out a car key. I don't have much money, so I prepared a Mercedes-Benz E for my brother-in-law. Please don't despise me. Puff. Dislike? If I dislike her in the slightest, I don't deserve to be her gigolo. Li Xiu took the car keys and glanced at Fu Xiumu, this. Just take it. It's just her 2 months' pocket money. And you don't have a car, right? Fu Xiuyu didn't care. Rich family. Rich women. A room full of rich women, 2 months of pocket money to buy a Mercedes-Benz E? My thinking is still limited by poverty. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan took out a card, this is the Fu Group's dining VIP card. It's limited and real name. With this card, you can eat at any Fu Group restaurant without paying. Li Xiu couldn't close his mouth anymore. Is this for me? Forget it if you don't want it. Fu Xiuyuan said. Go ahead, it's good stuff. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu took it immediately. At this time, Fu Xiuxue glanced at Li Xiu and said, alright, they all gave you gifts in return, so I can't be impolite. I have a shopping card from the Fu Group Mall with a credit limit of hundreds of thousands every year. I have a better one, so I'll give it to you. Fu Wanjun frowned, you kid, you can't even give people good gifts. Li Xiu waved his hands frantically, isn't this good? This is great. Take it quickly. Fu Wanjun also said at this time, you all expressed your feelings, and as a mother, I can't be stingy anymore. After saying that, he took out a property deed. This is a large flat in the city. It's not a particularly good house. If you and Xiuyu want to spend some time together in the future, you can stay there. It's also close to your company. Li Xiu was dumbfounded and immediately waved his hands, Mom, this is too expensive. I can't accept this. Li Pingan also said, this will work. How can this work? Wanjun, you are exaggerating. Li Xiu resolutely refused, but Fu Xiuyu reached out to take it, just take it if Mom gives it to you, or leave it with me first. Fu Wanjun nodded in satisfaction, yes, listen to your wife. Li Xiu was already feeling elated at this moment. What a magical family this Fu family is. They are all rich women. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly received a call. He picked up. The person on the other side said, Mr. Li, I'm the security guard at the residential complex. Your wife was complaining about installing something on the window. We went to talk to her about it, but she not only refused to listen, she even started cursing at us. What? Li Xiu was stunned. What wife? My wife is right next to me. Li Xiu hung up the phone and said to Li Pingan, Dad, our house has been occupied. What? Li Pingan said in surprise. What era is this? How dare someone occupy other people's property? Fu Wanjun was also stunned for a moment. Oldly, if there is anything, you guys go and deal with it first. Once it's handled, we'll contact each other again. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, Do you need help? I have quite a few connections. Li Xiu nodded, I'll handle it myself. Some people are not clear-headed. I'll go and clear their minds. Fu Xiuyu nodded. Li Xiu and Li Pingan immediately went out and took a taxi to the old neighborhood. Now in Binhai City, Shanti community. At the door of Li Xiu's house, the security guard said to Ruyan Lu and her family, I'm not going to communicate with you anymore. I'm going to communicate with Mr. Li. Lu Yingshan snorted coldly, This house belongs to my daughter, it's useless for you to tell Li Xiu. Why can't our house be remodeled? Lu Ruyan also put her hands on her hips and said, Yes, it's my house. I can do whatever I want with it. The security guard had already exhausted his saliva. I say, the community has its own rules. If everyone behaves like you, what will happen to our place? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. I'm the owner, you're just a bunch of people working for me. It's really impossible to communicate. Wait for Mr. Li to come, said the security guard. At this time, the elevator door slowly opened. Li Xiu and Li Pingan appeared. The security guard immediately said, Mr. Li, please take care of your wife. Li Xiu shook his head, She is not my wife. I don't know this family. I will call the police now. Lu Yingshan on the other side immediately said, Nonsense, my daughter's name is also on the property title. Lu Ruyan also said, Li Xiu. Are you kidding me? Why are you trying so hard to attract attention? Do you think I'll love you if you do this? You won't get love if you hurt me, okay? Li Xiu was speechless. Lu Ruyan, are you kidding me? Take a piss and look at yourself. What the hell are you? You're still lost in fantasy. We've broken up, what else do you want? Lu Rusong jumped out and said, Li Xiu, don't go too far. You sold our house and now you're living in my sister's house. What's wrong with that? Chapter 26 Even if he comes back to beg you, you must never forgive him. Li Xiu smiled, Oh? Your sister's house? This is the house my father and I bought and the building we paid for. When did it become your sister's house? Lu Yingshan emphasized at this time, My daughter's name is on this property certificate, so how come it is not my daughter's house? Li Xiu pointed at these people and sneered, My father and I bought the house. I have proof. Lu Ruyan hasn't even paid the property management fee once, so how can you say it's hers? Do you think you can do whatever you want just by adding a name? Wang Hong glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, Daughter, this man is trying to force you to get married in this way. I think we must not give in. Ha, listen to what you're saying. Li Xiu said calmly, I'm already married, sister. I've already married someone else. When will you believe me? At this time, several policemen came closer. What happened here? Who called the police? Li Xiu raised his hand and said, I called the police. This house has been occupied. This is my and my dad's household registration book, as well as the house purchase contract signed by my dad. This is the repayment list and flow. Also, this is my marriage certificate. This family has nothing to do with me. They've secretly been staying at my house for several days. I need to kick them out. Lu Ruyan was a little confused. Could it be that Li Xiu really had another woman and now wanted to break up with her completely? Is that why you are so heartless? The police who had verified the situation immediately surrounded them. Everyone, we've verified the situation of this householder. Even if your name is on the property certificate, the other party has proof of full payment. We've also verified that you two are not relatives, spouses, or in any other close relationship. Therefore, even if your name is on the property certificate, you are not legally related in any way. Therefore, the owner of the house is still Mr. Li Xiu. If there are other disputes, I suggest you file a lawsuit. However, before that, you have no right to live here. Please move out immediately. Lu Ruyan raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Li Xiu, a year ago, I asked you to get up in the middle of the night, in the freezing snow, and help me find a necklace that didn't exist, and you were willing to do it. 6 months ago, I asked you to draw blood for Xiao Mukin and you agreed. 3 months ago, I asked you to take Xiao Mukin's child to see a doctor in the middle of the night and you agreed. Why are we breaking up now because of such a small matter? Was your previous love all fake? Li Xiu sneered and said, Lu Ruan, don't get it wrong. What we have is not love. That made me blind. Now I tell you, you have suffering. Where is your white moonlight? Get out of my house right now. Lu Ruyan's tears welled up. Okay, I'm leaving. Li Xiu. Don't regret it later. Mom and Dad, we're leaving. I'm done with him. We'll never see each other again. I'll go and ask brother Xiao Mukin for help. Wang Hong nodded, yes, he treated you like this. Fortunately, you didn't marry him. This man is just pretending. We are blind. Lu Ruyan packed up her things and left with her family. Li Xiu said calmly, I'll get the notarization on the house and remove your name, Lu Ruyan. I just hope you disappear forever. Okay. I'm leaving. Lu Ruyan turned around and left with her parents. Li Xiu looked at Lu Ruyan's back and said, there really should be a limit to bullying. Knowing that I treat her unconditionally well, she's gone even further and used me as a tool to show off. For the sake of the system, I endured it, but that doesn't mean I have to let it go. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukin. You'll regret this. Li Pingan patted his son on the shoulder and said, well done. At this moment, the Lu family had already arrived at the side of the road. Wang Hong glanced at her son and asked, how about living in your company? Lu Rusong shook his head, Mom, the company is so small, how are we going to accommodate so many people? Only a loser like Li Xiu would be willing to live in the company for half a month to work on my network. Sister, how did you lose such a god-level bootlicker? Lu Ruyan raised her hand and wiped away her tears, it was you who said that I couldn't treat him well. It was you who wanted me to ask for a betrothal gift of 280,000 yuan. You were the ones who said that men should be trained like dogs. Now that he doesn't want me anymore, are you satisfied? Wang Hong was immediately furious. What do you mean by because of us? You were the one who tried to trick Lu Ruyan. You ran errands for Xiao Mukin and his child, and got kicked out in the snow. You did all this. Lu Ruyan said coldly, he paid for the renovations at home that summer and did the hard labor. You told me to say that. It's your fault. Enough. Lu Yingshan roared, listen to me, there's no need to blame now. Hurry and think about how to find a place to stay. Xiao Mukin, we can still count on Xiao Mukin. Lu Ruyan thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. She took out her cell phone and called Xiao Mukin, Brother Mukin, it's me, your sister Ruyan. Xiao Mukin said unhappily, what's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Ruyan said. Brother Mukin, you really have to help me this time. Our family was cheated by Li Xiu. We lost our house and our money. Can you find us a place to stay? Xiao Mukin really wanted to roll his eyes. It would be fine if this woman came to me for something, but now she brought her whole family with her? Sister Ruyan, tell me what you want me to do. Lu Ruyan, a place to live, and my parents' living expenses. Xiao Mukin took a breath of cold air. How shameless. You want a place to live and you want money? Xiao Mukin was about to hang up the phone. He was rich but not stupid. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered, how about this, my child's nanny is about to be replaced. Will your parents take care of the child? Lu Ruyan nodded. Sure, Brother Mukin, we can take care of the baby. As long as we have a place to live, that's all. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, it's okay. Brother Mukin will take us in. We just need to help Brother Mukin take care of the child. Wang Hong's face turned slightly grim. Ruyan, have you thought it through? Will you be the stepmother of Xiao Mukin's child in the future? Lu Yingshan sighed. Our Lu family was defeated by Li Xiu. If you have Xiao Mukin as your son-in-law, what are you dissatisfied with? Isn't it just being a stepmother? Lu Ruyan hesitated, maybe Li Xiu still can't forget me. Should I? No. Even if Li Xiu comes back to beg you, you must never forgive him. Chapter 27 If you can't take good care of me, I can replace you at any time. After the Lu family had discussed it, they took a taxi directly to Xiao Mukin's residence. Xiao Mukin's son is an illegitimate child. One person was assigned to a large flat in the city. When Lu Ruan and her family arrived, Xiao Mukin was already waiting. When the family walked in, they expressed their gratitude. Li Xiu will never be able to afford such a big house in his lifetime. It's much better than our house in the countryside. Lu Rusong smiled and said, Mom and Dad, when I have money in the future, I will also buy such a big house like my new brother-in-law. Wang Hong smiled from ear to ear, My dear son-in-law, we don't mind you being divorced and raising a child. From now on, just treat Ruyan well in our family. A betrothal gift of 1 to 800,000 will be enough. Lu Ruyan also looked at Xiao Mukin lovingly. Xiao Mukin glanced at the family and said helplessly, Lu Ruyan, don't make a mistake. My child needs a nanny. I can provide your family with a nanny job and accommodation, but you have to take good care of my child, otherwise I will kick you out. As for marriage? That's not an option for now. Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully, Brother Mukin, are you kidding me? When I first met you at the mall when I was 19, didn't you say you would take care of me forever? Xiao Mukin sneered, Are you still 19 now? Lu Ruyan, don't get it wrong. I gave you a chance, so you have food and shelter. If you dare to ask for anything else, I'll kick you out. By the way, I'll arrange for someone to prepare my child's 3 meals a day and send them to you. Your parents should follow this. Try it for the first month. I'm leaving now. Xiao Mukin took 2 steps, turned around and pointed at Lu Ruyan, saying, When I returned to China, you said you were going to marry that Li Xiu. He's actually quite nice. You've gone too far. You've been playing tricks on him for a whole year. TSK, I couldn't stand it several times. After Xiao Mukin finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Ruyan stood there alone, her thoughts shattered. Xiao Mukin, you're just treating us like babysitters and me like a plaything? Xiao Mukin walked outside the house, and at this time the phone rang. Hello? Grandpa, yes. Tomorrow? A wealthy family gathering? That's fine too. Will Fu Xiu come tomorrow too? The old man Xiao said across from me, Mu Chen, if my Xiao family can marry into the Fu family, it will only be beneficial for us to join forces in the future. Xiao Mukin smiled faintly, this generation of the Fu family relies entirely on a few women. When I marry Fu Xiu, I will definitely be able to take over the Fu group in the future. By then, Bin Hai will belong to our Xiao family. Mr. Xiao continued, By the way, you don't have anything to hold against me, right? At this critical moment, don't let me down. Xiao Mukin said with a guilty conscience. I'm studying abroad, I can't do anything bad, don't worry, Grandpa. Xiao Mukin hung up the phone and said, After graduation, I already have a child, so I have to keep this matter a secret from Grandpa. As for the other side. Li Xiu and his father left the house and returned to the Fu Manor. As soon as you enter the main hall of the manor. Then I heard the crackling sound of mahjong. You're back, that's great. We were playing mahjong. Xiao Xiu, help your wife. She's lost several rounds. Fu Wanjun said. Li Pingdan laughed and said, I won't play anymore. I'll just watch you guys play. Li Xiu naturally took the lead. Fu Xiu reminded him, the second and third brothers, as well as my mother, are all masters of mahjong. If you don't know how to play, don't try to show off. Li Xiu patted his chest and said. Don't worry, I'm the king of mahjong in our neighborhood mahjong hall. Fu Xiu said calmly, King of cheats? But you have to know that according to the rules of the underworld, cheating will result in having your hands and feet chopped off. After hearing this, Li Xiu said calmly, Don't worry, that only works if you can tell I'm cheating. In fact, Li Xiu would not cheat when playing mahjong, but he has always had good luck in playing mahjong and basically wins more often. Soon, a round is over. Li Xiu smiled and flipped over the mahjong in front of him, It's a mess. Excuse me, everyone. How is the money calculated? The 3 women looked at each other and smiled at Li Xiu. We don't gamble in our family. If we lose, we get slapped on the palm. When the new son-in-law comes, your mother-in-law will slap your palm. Fu Wanjun stretched out her hand. Li Xiu was stunned. Are you kidding me? At this time, the 2 sisters-in-law also stretched out their hands and glared at her fiercely. Fu Xiu said, Brother-in-law, you have to hit me gently. Li Xiu swallowed. Sweating like rain. A moment later. If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just avoid me? You made me deliberately give you a hand. These 2 sisters-in-law were so cruel that they beat me so hard that my palms are swollen. It must be a bit of a personal grudge. Li Xiu came to the yard. In the night wind, Fu Xiuyu was blowing the wind. She turned her head and glanced at Li Xiu. He had charming eyes, a tall figure, and superb looks but an ascetic face. Got stabbed again. Li Xiu stepped forward and hugged his wife from behind. The night wind is so cold, let's go to the room. No. Fu Xiuyu reached out and took Li Xiu's hand. Tomorrow night, the wealthy family is having a party, you should come too. Tomorrow night? Li Xiu thought for a moment and said, I have a class reunion for dinner tomorrow. Or I'll turn them down. That's not necessary. I'll pick you up after dinner. This is a gathering of wealthy families. The main theme this time is antique appreciation. At the same time, the wealthy families can chat and socialize with each other. Fu Xiuyu said. So this is what the upper class is like, right? Li Xiu nodded. Okay, wife, I understand. Li Xiu nodded. The wind is so cold, we really need to go upstairs. Li Xiu pulled Fu Xiuyu and went to the room. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Xiu was late as usual. He got up in a hurry, had breakfast on the first floor of the manor, and then went to the yard with the keys to his new car. I saw the Mercedes-Benz E parked there. This is a car that ordinary people can only afford when they are in their 30s or even 40s, except for the rich second generation. But in the Fu family, it was only 2 months' pocket money for the little girl. Li Xiu drove his new car all the way to the parking space of Fu Group. After getting out of the car, lock it. A female colleague from Group 6, who was in the distance, saw Li Xiu driving a Mercedes-Benz and said in surprise, Section Chiefly is amazing. It's only been a short time, and he's already driving a Mercedes-Benz E. He jogged all the way to his workstation and said to the female colleagues beside him, I'm telling you, team leader Li has picked up the car. Lu Ruan, who was a little further away, suddenly pricked up her ears. Picked up the car? How could Li Xiu, who had just become a section chief, afford a car? Immediately, several girls gathered together. It's Big E. Fuck, this section chiefly is driving a Mercedes-Benz E-Class at such a young age? In my opinion, section chiefly is either from a wealthy family or is hooking up with a rich woman. Right. Haven't you noticed that section chiefly and special assistant Lin from the president's office have a good relationship? And last time, Sister Wang's business deal was also negotiated by someone else. It seems that team leader Xiao Li is particularly good at negotiating business with wealthy women. Lu Ruan started mumbling, and at this moment her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Xiao Mukin's number, Lu Ruan immediately answered the call. Brother Mukin? Are you looking for me? Xiao Mukin's voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. What's wrong with your parents, Lu Ruan? My son's kindergarten teacher said this morning that your parents accidentally fell while taking their child to school and broke their arms. The teacher was afraid of taking responsibility, so she called me. Tell your parents that my son, Xiao Mukin, is very precious. If your family can't take good care of me, I can always replace them. Chapter 28. How tired he must have been. How painful it was. Lu Ruan suddenly felt aggrieved. Brother Mukin, my parents definitely didn't do it on purpose. It must have been an accident. For my sake, Brother Mukin, please be flexible. Xiao Mukin, if it weren't for your face, would your family be able to live in such a nice house? Lu Ruan, but please also ask your family to understand their own position and identity. Beep. Lu Ruan raised her hand to wipe away her tears and grievance. Li Xiu would never treat us like this before. Why is Brother Mukin becoming more and more aggressive towards me? At this time, she took out her cell phone and called her brother. Hey! You run a company after all, an internet technology company at that. You can't be broke, right? If that doesn't work out, we'll have to buy our own house. If that doesn't work out, we'll have to rent one. Lu Rusong sighed over there. Sister, after Li Xiu left, he took almost all of our clients with him. We're an outsourced company, and these people recognize Li Xiu but not me. My company doesn't have any money now, and I'm already laying off employees. Houses in Binhai City are very expensive right now, and you can't get one without millions. A large flat like Xiao Mukin's costs over 10 million. Even if I sell myself, I can't afford it. Even a small, cramped house like Li Xiu's costs millions. Renting a house for so many of us would cost at least 10,000 yuan a month. How much is your salary, sister? How about you use your salary to rent a house for us? Lu Ruan was speechless for a moment. In the past year since graduation, she had been living in Li Xiu's house. She had no idea that in Binhai, owning a house was considered very powerful. It seems that Li Xiu does have good conditions. Have I lost someone who is truly good to me? But how is that possible? Is Li Xiu still angry with me? Maybe we still have a chance. Sister? Sister? Listen to me, go spend more time with Xiao Mukan. I know he has a lot of connections. Just give me some business, and I can hold on. Sister, you don't want our family business to fail, do you? Lu Ruan stomped her feet on the spot. Why does it seem like our family will be unable to move forward without Li Xiu? Is he that powerful? Wasn't he just a loser who did laundry, cooked meals, and worked languidly in the company before? At this time, Li Xiu came to the office, and the employees stood up and greeted Li Xiu. Hello, Chief Li. Section Chief Li. Good morning, Chief Li. Li Xiu raised his hand to greet everyone, with the key to his Mercedes still in his hand. At this moment, the three-pointed star was not shining on the road ahead, but on Lu Ruyan's thoughts of looking back. She walked to Li Xiu's office, looked around, and hesitated to move forward. Lu Ruyan, come in. Li Xiu said lightly. Lu Ruyan's eyes immediately lit up. It turned out that this person still loves me. Brother Li Xiu, is there anything you want me to do? Li Xiu frowned. In the company, you have to address people by their titles. Secondly, I'm not familiar with you. Oh. Lu Ruyan said with her head down. Li Xiu said calmly, your business skills are truly terrible. You've been working here for a year, and you can't even do a basic vulnerability fix. What on earth are you doing? What's going on in your head every day? I will file a complaint with the higher-ups to have you fired. What? Li Xiu. How can you fire me? Are you targeting me? Lu Ruyan was anxious. Her family was in a mess now. She was the only one with a stable income. If she lost her job, the Lu family would not know what to do. Li Xiu said calmly. Lu Ruyan, let's put it this way. Your task today is to repair the tiles outside our balcony. It's early June now, so it's not very hot yet, not the dog days of summer. I'll check your work tomorrow. If you do a good job, you can just do it for now. Lu Ruyan was stunned and said in disbelief, but this is not my job, right? You. Section Chief Li. I'm a girl, I can't do this. Li Xiu said calmly, if you think my arrangement is wrong, you can complain to the higher-ups. Secondly, this is a test for you. If you want to work, don't work. If you don't want to work, leave. Lu Ruyan kept pursing her lips. In the past, she would have scolded Li Xiu harshly at this time, but she didn't dare to do so. She was worried that Li Xiu would really do so. She was worried that Li Xiu would really fire her. Turning around and walking outside the office, Lu Ruyan raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Many colleagues from a distance saw this and shook their heads. I told you to get the marriage certificate, but you stood me up. He's 2 grades older than you now. Yeah, it's her own fault. If you ask me, Chief Li's qualifications are enough to match her with 2 Lu Ruyans. Who says it isn't? Hey. Look, Lu Ruyan went to the balcony to fix the tiles over there. What? It's so hot outside, and she can do this? At this moment, Lu Ruyan was alone outside, collecting water in plastic buckets and then making cement concrete. Then he began to repair the bricks and tiles with great effort. In just a few minutes, sweat began to pour down her face like a faucet. She gritted her teeth, it's so hot, I'm so tired. Li Xiu had been doing this for over a month, and I treated him like that. How painful must he have felt? At this moment, Lu Ruyan began to realize how painful it was for a person to make long-term efforts without receiving any response. She began to regret it. Li Xiu was in the office, playing with his cell phone. The other end. President's office of Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu, who had been busy all morning, propped up his head and asked, what is Li Xiu doing? Special Assistant Lin smiled and said, my son-in-law is at work, right? According to the information sent to me by the inspection department, our son-in-law has been using the company's network to play games for half an hour. Fu Xiuyu frowned. Doesn't he know that the company's Wi-Fi is monitored? Special Assistant Lin shook his head, he has only been in the company for a short time, so he probably doesn't know. Fu Xiuyu nodded upon hearing this. Why don't we teach our son-in-law a lesson? Special Assistant Lin asked. Fu Xiuyu shook his head. Let him be. The so-called Information Security Department is just there to provide timely protection for the company when something happens. I have to buy clothes for the party tonight. Please find out Li Xiu's clothing size. While I'm choosing clothes, I can make him a set. Special Assistant Lin nodded. Left the office immediately. Soon we arrived at Li Xiu's office. She took out the measuring tape she had brought with her and began to measure Li Xiu's size. Outside the office door, a group of employees were watching quietly through the gap. Chen Shuyi walked nearby. Ahem, are you looking for death? The employees were immediately frightened and returned to their jobs. Then Chen Shuyi stood outside the office to keep watch. A minister was keeping watch on the section chief. The employees' gossipy hearts were ignited. I said there was something wrong with section chief Li. He was so young, but he got promoted like a rocket. It turns out she's having an affair with Lin, the special assistant from the president's office. Not only that, Minister Chen Shuyi seems to have a share too. Chapter 29 Li Xiu, you are my white moonlight. Oh my god. How can I have the right to have a harem in the company? Oh my god, he's a role model for me. If he starts teaching, I'll definitely buy his class. After a while, Special Assistant Lin came out of the office, muttering as he walked, the butt is quite big, not bad, good for giving birth. Several employees stared at Special Assistant Lin leaving in amazement. No, this section chief Li has something special. Who says it's not? After all, he's a man with a big butt. Excellent. After the episode ended, the working day passed quickly. When Li Xiu saw that the time was almost up, he opened his phone and saw that his brothers had already sent their locations. Li Xiu came to the underground garage and drove out in his Big E. We arrived at the door of the agreed hotel. My three best friends were waiting outside the restaurant smoking. When Liang Ronghao saw the Big E, he put out his cigarette and said, "Hey, when can we buy a Mercedes-Benz E?" Lin Fei shook his head. I heard that Guanlong's small factory has become prosperous. He made some money recently and bought a Mercedes-Benz C. When he just parked the car, he showed it off in front of Xiaoxi for a long time. How can a Mercedes-Benz C be called a Mercedes-Benz? Goddess Xia's family is so powerful, why would she show off? But Goddess Xia is also a ruthless person. She actually liked a poor boy like Li Xiu for so long. The person who spoke was called Zhao Si, the same as Si who acted recklessly. Okay, stop talking. Li Xiu will be here soon. Where's that bastard? At this moment, Li Xiu got out of the Mercedes-Benz driver's seat. Closed the door. The cigarettes in the hands of the three people fell to the ground. Lin Fei blinked. Ah! Did I see it wrong? Did I see it wrong? Liang Ronghao rubbed his eyes and pointed at Li Xiu. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Zhao Si swallowed. Rented. Pretending. He rented it. Several people trotted up to Li Xiu. Touching around in the car. New car. It's a new car. Lin Fei grabbed Li Xiu and said, "Look at me, brother, look at me. Tell me this car is not yours. Tell me now. This car is not yours." Li Xiu shook his head. I really didn't buy it. Huff, huff, huff. The three people raised their hands and pointed at Li Xiu. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It's not his. Don't worry. It's not. Pretentious. He rented it. I was so scared that I almost broke up with him. Li Xiu then stomped his goblin brother to death. My school beauty sister-in-law gave it to me. Quiet. The three guys fell to the ground. He died peacefully. Lin Fei hugged Li Xiu's thigh and said, "Brother, quit. Quit right now. What are you doing? Don't you want me to have a good life?" Woo woo. Liang Ronghao shook his head. We are all poor and happy. Why are you doing this to us? Zhao Si, break up. Break up now. Li Xiu took out a black gold card from his pocket. This is a VIP black gold card. It gives you free meals at all the high-end restaurants under the Fu Group. I'm also planning to treat you to meals often in the future. Three people stood up. Godfather. Dad. Please adopt us as your adopted sons. Four people pushed and shoved into the restaurant. Li Xiu noticed that this restaurant was a mid-range restaurant of the Fu family. As soon as you walk into the restaurant box, a gaze fell on Li Xiu. Liang Ronghao said from the side, alas, Xiaoxi, our brother Xiu's white moonlight, their freshman year, they bumped into each other at the sports meet, and Xiaoxi's leg was broken. Zhao Si, from then on, goddess Xiao's brain was damaged. I fell head over heels in love with this poor boy, Li Xiu. Lin Fei, but our brother Xiu said that she is the daughter of a wealthy family and is not from the same world as us, but that doesn't mean she can be with Lu Ruan. What do you think? What do you think? As a freshman in college, I naturally felt that I was not worthy of Xiaoxi. When I was in my senior year, I was pushed by the system again, and the story got out of control. Xiaoxi smiled and said, long time no see. Li Xiu, well, long time no see. Guanlong, who had been chatting with Xiaoxi for a long time, gradually lost his expression. He had been chatting with Xiaoxi for a long time, but she simply ignored him. Now that Li Xiu is here, you immediately greet him warmly? Li Xiu, you're here? Sit here with me. We have to have a drink among brothers. As he said this, he pushed the Mercedes-Benz key in front of him. Suddenly, Xiaoxi raised her hand and grabbed Li Xiu's sleeve. Sit here with me. I came here just for you. Because I don't have your WeChat. Hiss. The scene was quiet, and the expressions on every student's face were wonderful. Lin Fei pushed Li Xiu and said, Goddess Xia asked you to sit, so please sit. Guanlong's expression was filled with extreme discontent. He said calmly, Li Xiu, are you and that Lu Ruan getting married? If you do, don't forget to treat us to a drink. The last time I saw you, it seemed like you were chased out of the icy snow? Many other students sighed. Li Xiu, this isn't worth it. Xiaoxi is such a nice girl, but that Lu Ruan is practically a bloodsucker for you, and she's always showing off. I have a classmate who's familiar with her, and they say this woman is even hooking up with rich second generations. Yeah, a little bit of Li Xiu is enough. There's no need to degrade ourselves. You have good grades and are handsome. Let's break up quickly. Guanlong interrupted. Hey, some people just like this, they like to be tortured, haha. Otherwise, how can they prove their love? Xiaoxi picked up the beer on the table, drank it all, and said, Li Xiu. This woman is not worth it at all. She's playing with you. Don't you know that? How am I inferior to her? Li Xiu sighed, Xiaoxi, you're right. Lu Ruan and I have broken up. I had my own compelling reasons before, so I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Stop talking about it, it's all in the past. Liang Ronghao and the other two also nodded. Really? Li Xiu is different now. Not a turtle anymore. When he first arrived, he was driving a Mercedes-Benz E. Yeah, you're no longer on the same page as us. You even have a black gold card. You can eat for free. Lin Fei put down Li Xiu's car keys. This is my adoptive father's car. Look everyone. Isn't it amazing? Guanlong was stunned and asked, is this yours? Other students were also envious. Break up? Get rich? What's next? Get the beauty? Xiaoxi couldn't stop smiling. Li Xiu, are you really breaking up? So are you single now? The three goblin brothers suddenly became quiet. Li Xiuza said nonchalantly, actually, I came here today to say hello to everyone. I've already gotten the marriage certificate, and next time we have a wedding banquet, I'll invite you all. Don't say you don't have time. Xiaoxi's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 30 I'll give your wife 10 million and ask her to leave you. Li Xiu. What are you talking about? What do you mean you are married? Xiaoxi's face was full of disbelief. After a series of twists and turns, she thought her chance was finally coming. I didn't expect Li Xiu to do this suddenly. Lin Fei quickly comforted her, Goddess Xia, don't get excited. We don't know either. Liang Ronghao also said, we are all classmates, there is no need to be like this, just chat slowly. Shut up. It's been 3 years. Li Xiu, I've been waiting for you for 3 years. You broke up with that scumbag girl, and now you tell me that you got the marriage certificate? Am I, Xiaoxi, so unbearable? Xiaoxi said self-deprecatingly. Li Xiu sighed. Xiaoxi, our relationship is a matter of youth. You don't really like me. You are a rich lady, and I am just a poor boy. You put a filter on it at the time, so you seem to like it, just like you've never been to a food stall. We brothers eat at food stalls every day, but we're not used to you going to high-end restaurants. We're not from the same world, but during that youth, we just had to have some good memories of each other. We didn't have to be together. Lin Fei and the other two nodded frantically. Guan Longfeng felt relieved after the twists and turns. Xiaxi, Li Xiu is such a scumbag. He just broke up with his ex and married someone else. I didn't even think of you. Don't wait for him. He's not worth it. Shut up. Guan Long. You're no good either. Open your mouth, brother. Shut up, brother. When did you ever treat Li Xiu as a brother? Every time Li Xiu was humiliated by Lu Ruan, you posted it in the class group as if you saw a joke. Let me tell you, even if I, Xiaxi, never marry in this life, I will never look down on you, Guan Long. Guan Long's face turned pale instantly, and he picked up the beer on the table and drank several gulps. The scene was extremely awkward for a while. As a result, this class reunion ended abruptly. When paying the bill, Li Xiu said, "No need to bother with that, I'll pay." As he spoke, Li Xiu took out the black gold card in his hand. The waiter's expression suddenly changed. Is this a black gold card? Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager right away. Xiaxi's face changed when she saw the card. As a child from a wealthy family, she naturally knew what the card meant. She immediately asked, Li Xiu, how did you get this card? This is something only the core members of the Fu family have? At this time, the manager came with a receipt and asked Li Xiu to sign it. He was very polite and said, "Welcome to come again next time." Li Xiu nodded and stood up. Everyone can continue eating. I'm leaving first. I promised my wife that I have another party tonight. Lin Fei and the other two also stood up. We will accompany brother Xiu. Xiaxi immediately stood up and followed. Li Xiu, don't leave. You haven't answered my question yet. Guan Long and other classmates also stood up hurriedly. Let's go. Let's eat melon. Yeah. Let's go eat some watermelon. Eating isn't as good as this. A group of people rushed out of the restaurant. Li Xiu was walking in front when Xiaxi suddenly hugged him from behind. Li Xiu. Tell me, this is all fake, right? You're not married, right? Li Xiu sighed. This child is obviously unable to get what he wants and is always in a state of restlessness. Li Xiu pried her hands apart and turned around. Xiaxi, don't be like this. We are all classmates. There is no need to make things look so awkward. Meanwhile, across the street, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the curb. Inside the car were the three sisters of the Fu family. The car belongs to Fu Xiuyuan. Great. I've caught the scumbag. Did you sisters take pictures? Fu Xiumu pouted and said, Humph. My brother-in-law really disappoints me. I've always stood on his side. Fu Xiuxue chuckled. I knew it, men are like this, one moment they want to eat the whole family, the next moment they're looking for someone else outside. Fu Xiumu shook his head, sister, not all men are like this. You are too much of a man-hater. Hey! Brother-in-law pushed that girl away. Fu Xiuyuan asked doubtfully, is this extreme tug of war? Is it my brother-in-law's suitor? Fu Xiuxue blew her short bangs and said, what are you waiting for? Call my sister. Someone is trying to steal my man. As long as we get the marriage certificate, we'll be members of the Fu family. Who is so bold as to steal my sister's man? The Rolls-Royce Phantom immediately moved over. At this moment, Xiaxi collapsed. How am I inferior to your wife? Who is she? I'll give her 10 million. Let her leave you. Li Xiu. Do you dare to ask your wife to come over? Just at this moment, a headlight flashed directly towards them. Then came the roar of the engines. A red LaFerrari instantly appeared in front of everyone. Then the cab opened and a tall figure got out. In the light, Fu Xiuyu said calmly, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the daughter of the Xia family, Xiaxi. At this time, another car came closer. A Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled to the side of the road. The three sisters got out of the car angrily. Xiaxi was shocked and asked, the four Fu sisters? You guys? Do you know Li Xiu? Fu Xiuyu said calmly, didn't you just say you would give his wife 10 million? I'm here now, what about 10 million? What? Xiaxi was stunned. The other students were shocked. Fu Group? It's one of the largest groups in Binhai City. Is Li Xiu's wife from the Fu family? Ha! My head hurts, I feel like jealousy is about to burst out. Li Xiu was also stunned at this moment. Wife, why are you here? And 3 sisters-in-law. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, if I hadn't come, how would you have known that my husband had a female classmate who was by Yue Guang? Fu Xiumu roared like a little beast, rushing towards Li Xiu and shouting, what do you mean by giving my sister 10 million and leaving my brother-in-law? Humph. If my sister is so easy to bribe, then it wouldn't be your turn. I want to buy it too. The 3rd sister of the Fu family had a lot of question marks on her forehead. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head, what a mess. Old 4, get out of the way. Let me tell you. Xia Shi, right? Stay away from my brother-in-law. Li Xiu is from my Fu family. Xia Shi was trembling all over at this moment. Li Xiu? Who is the person you're getting your marriage certificate from? Li Xiu nodded, yes, Fu Xiuyu. Buzz. Xia Shi had planned everything, but she had never expected Li Xiu to marry Fu Xiuyu. But wasn't Fu Xiuyu planning to marry into the Xiao family? Why was it so sudden? No, there must be something wrong here. I have to find out. Fu Xiuyu. Very good. How dare you steal my Xiaxi's things? Li Xiu sighed, okay, Xiaxi, my wife and I have a very good relationship. I came here today to tell everyone that I've already obtained the marriage certificate. You can come to the wedding together in the future. Chapter 31. They don't think others can't see it. Li Xiu, am I, Xiaxi, really worthless in your eyes? Xiaxi stood there in a daze. Li Xiu sighed slightly. Xiaxi, you're fine. This has nothing to do with you. Goodbye. Li Xiu turned around, took Fu Xiuyu's hand, and sat in the passenger seat of Rafa's car. Liang Ronghao, Lin Fei, and Zhao Si hugged each other. Brother, this guy is too much. Too much. We're both single and happy, but he's juggling so many beautiful, rich, and beautiful women. My goblin genes are activated. I'm going to kidnap him. Ask him how he did it. At this moment Guan Long stepped forward again. Xiaxi, he treated you like this, and you still think about him. Do you know how many people's white moonlight you are? I am sincere to you. Tears welled up in Xiaxi's eyes. Okay, I am your white moonlight, and Li Xiu is also my white moonlight. Li Xiu, I won't give up. There must be something wrong here. Guan Long couldn't understand. Xiaxi, what happened to you? Did Li Xiu cast a spell on you? The other end. The Rafa's engine roared. Li Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, swallowed his saliva. Well, there's no need to step on the accelerator. I really just came out to eat. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, it's rumored in your circle that Xiaxi has introduced countless talented people over the years. She doesn't want to get involved. It's said that she has a legendary white moonlight. That's great, Mr. Li. How come I didn't know it was you? Fu Xiuyu was wearing a Bluetooth headset in his ears. My 3 younger sisters were giving advice while using the hands-free mode. Fu Xiuyuan, I can see that he is an expert in love. Sister, you have never been in a relationship. This kind of man is too deceptive. Even Xiaxi was fooled by Li Xiu for so many years. I've said it before, men are troublemakers and not good things. Fu Xiuxue said. Fu Xiumu, in fact, Xiaxi's white moonlight is her brother-in-law. This proves that her brother-in-law is excellent. Otherwise, how could he be the white moonlight of a rich lady? Shut up. Fu Xiuxue said. Li Xiu shook his head, it's just a filter. What you can't get is the best. She is actually very different from us. This is completely unexpected. She was injured because of me at the time, so we had contact for a while. Maybe she had never had a boy stay with her for such a long time, but I knew that we were from different worlds. So she wanted to be with me and I said no. It won't work anyway. It was this rejection that made her question her life and remember me till now. Fu Xiuyu said, okay, I believe you. Sister? What are you doing? What do you believe? Fu Xiuyuan's face fell, such a casual answer, and you agree? Well, what else? Fu Xiuyu asked. Fu Xiuxue curled her lips, sister is finished, it still depends on us. The car soon arrived at the party venue. This is known as the best hotel on the coast, and its name is Caesar. Luxury cars have arrived outside the door. A dedicated waiter will come forward to help with parking. Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Your clothes are in the back of the car. I had someone make them for you this afternoon. Put them on." Li Xiu nodded and sat in the car to change his coat. Fu Xiaoyu secretly glanced at Li Xiu, who was changing clothes. His delicate muscles were well proportioned and full of charm. Her breathing quickened a little. Then Li Xiu took a look at the bow tie in his hand and tried to tie it properly, but couldn't do it properly. What child from an ordinary family would wear this thing? Fu Xiaoyu unbuckled his seatbelt, approached Li Xiu, and put on his bow tie. At such a close distance, Fu Xiaoyu could hear the steady beating of Li Xiu's heart. "Li Xiu, your heart is beating very fast." Li Xiu suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Fu Xiaoyu's waist. "Sister, you are so close, my fee is very expensive." "How expensive?" Fu Xiaoyu's breathing quickened. The corners of Li Xiu's mouth slowly rose. "It's just that expensive." Li Xiu's lips slowly pressed against hers. Outside the car, the three sisters of the Fu family covered their faces and turned into a human wall. Fu Xiaoxua blushed and asked, "Do they really think they can't see it all?" Fu Xiaoyuan, sister doesn't know how to fall in love. She is being manipulated. Fu Xiaomu blushed and shook his head. "I think it's so sweet. Actually, I quite like the relationship between a younger brother and an older sister." Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head. "No, you don't like it. Our eldest sister is in love, but we are not. He hasn't passed our test yet. I always felt that he was here to defraud money." Fu Xiaoxua nodded. "My sister's husband must be well educated, a rare talent, skilled in martial arts, and proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." At this time, the car door opened. The two of them came out with slightly red faces. Fu Xiaoyuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "Wipe the lipstick off your lips." Li Xiu nodded, "Okay." After wiping the lipstick from the corner of his mouth, Li Xiu walked among the four people without changing his expression. At this moment, at the entrance of the hotel, some men and women from small families had noticed the Fu sisters. Hey, 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 who's that in the middle? Haven't you heard that the Fu family has another son?" "I don't know. She's tall and has an outstanding temperament. Could she be a cousin or something?" "Hey, it can't be someone's boyfriend, right?" The four sisters of the Fu family are very popular marriage candidates in the circle. I really envy that guy. At this moment, 5 people came closer. Bang! The waiters on both sides opened the door. The bright and beautiful lights shone on Li Xiu's face. Chapter 32, This fake thing of yours is your foundation? Countless wealthy and noble people looked up. The discussion became louder. Li Xiu let out a breath slowly. He hadn't signed in yet today. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Location, Caesar Hotel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pianist ID card X1. Li Xiu's expression changed slightly. Signed a pianist today? Not bad. After all, it is a place of your circle, and what you get is also related to your circle. There was a lot of discussion around the scene. Who is that man? He's so intimate with the 4 sisters. Judging from his temperament, he might be a young master from a wealthy family. A little further away. Fu Wanjun looked at Li Xiu with a smile, then gestured to the old man beside her. Dad, look, that's the kid. Fu Changshan heard this. He nodded calmly. She has a good temperament, but to be worthy of the daughter of the Fu family, it takes more than just looks. Fu Wanjun cried out, Dad, look at you. Xiao Xiu is also a top student and a good person. At this time, an old man dressed in noble clothes walked towards Fu Changshan. It was Xiao Changde, the old Taishan of the Xiao family. Standing next to him was a well-dressed man. It was Xiao Mukan. At this time, Xiao Mukan hadn't noticed Li Xiu yet. After all, Li Xiu's dress today is very different from usual. Old Fu, oh, when did you come back? You didn't even tell me, your old comrade. Xiao Changde said. Fu Changshan smiled and said, Old Xiao, your grandson who just returned from abroad is indeed a handsome man. Xiao Changde nodded. I'm a graduate student from Cambridge, 28 years old. Back then, we agreed that if your eldest granddaughter and my eldest grandson didn't find a partner after they turned 25, it would be considered a child marriage. You agreed to it. Fu Changshan said with a forced smile. Ah, Lao Xiao, of course I know. But, things have changed now. The expressions of the Xiao family's grandfather and grandson all changed. Fu Chanshan looked up and said, "Fu Xiuyu, why don't you bring your husband here?" "What?" Fu Chanshan didn't hide what he said, and everyone present heard it. Xiao Mukin's face changed drastically. Only then did he really look up. Li Xiu. Xiao Chang'e was even more incredulous. "Old Fu, what does this mean?" The other families present were discussing this. What the hell? Such a huge melon. Fu Xiuyu's husband? Are you kidding me? When did Fu Xiuyu get a husband? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Whose young master is this? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Xiu's face. Fu Xiuyuan pulled his two sisters aside immediately. "Fu Xiuyuan, Li Xiu, wait for you to be torn to pieces by those wealthy noblemen. Big sister is their goddess." A group of rich young men dressed in elegant attire stood up one after another. The gazes looked as if they wanted to eat people. But the more they did this, the more annoying the expression on Li Xiu's face became. "Anxious. You are anxious, but why are you so anxious? I have already eaten the cake and turned the table over for you." Xiao Mukin pointed at Li Xiu, who was already trembling and even rubbing his eyes. Xiao Chang'e was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his mind racing. Could it be that old man Fu was afraid of my Xiao family and deliberately let Fu Xiuyu have a fake marriage? Mu Chen? Do you know this talented man? Whose family is he from? Why have I never seen him before? Xiao Mukin was shaking with anger. "Grandpa. He's not some wealthy kid. He's from a single-parent family, just an employee, and he's currently working at the Fu Group. Grandpa. There's no way he could possibly catch Fu Xiuyu's eye. What's his merit? And he's a well-known bootlicker in the university. He licked an ordinary woman for a whole year. Of course I knew him. He..." Xiao Mukin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Wait, this guy used to be my son's driver. He knows my weakness. It's over. What about the Fu family?" But the first few sentences had already made the wealthy children present dissatisfied. A fake marriage? An employee from a single-parent family? Would a strong woman like Fu Xiuyu be with him? Yeah, that's unreasonable. At this time, Xia Shi also arrived and caught this incident. Fake marriage? Yes, Fu Xiuyu and the Xiao family have an engagement. This has been rumored for a long time. Now that this has happened, there must be something wrong. Don't be fooled, Li Xiu. Fu Xiuyu, I will definitely reveal your true face. At this moment, Li Xiu said to the system, use all the treasure appraisers and piano masters. I can't let people look down on me. It's no big deal if I'm looked down upon, but my wife can't let people talk about her, right? Xiao Mukin immediately changed the subject, pointing at Li Xiudo. Fu Xiuyu, a small clerk with no background. He's just a single parent. How can he be worthy of you? Can he understand our lives? What can he use to compete with me? A sneer appeared on Fu Xiuyu's lips, and he was about to expose this hypocritical person. Li Xiu raised his hand and pointed at the antique in Xiao Mukin's hand. Your so-called heritage is just a fake bracelet on your hand. Are you pretending to be someone with a rich heritage here, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Mukin's expression suddenly changed. Other wealthy children at the scene also pointed and talked. What did he say? The bracelet on Master Zhao's hand is a Southern Dynasty Canaan incense gold millet longevity pattern 18 beads bracelet. He posted it on WeChat Moments, saying he got it at an auction abroad. This thing is not cheap, how could it be fake? That's right, I heard that this guy is just an employee of the Fu family. How could he see that? Oh, what a clown. Fu Xiuyu was slightly stunned. Li Xiu, what are you doing? Let me talk. Li Xiu patted her hand and said with a smile, trust your husband, I can wait for you. Fu Changshan on the other side was slightly stunned. Oh? I'm curious, are you also interested in antiques? He looked at Fu Wanjun in confusion. Didn't T Wanjun say that he grew up in an ordinary family? Li Xiu nodded. I believe there are many great people among the wealthy families present here. So I won't show off my skills in front of an expert, but Mr. Xiao is really going too far. I don't believe your groundless nonsense just now. Xiao Mukin was furious. I bought this bracelet for 30 million, and you called it a fake? Do you know what you're talking about? Fu Xiuyu, you look down on the Xiao family, so don't bully them like this. Xiao Chang's face turned black. This kid said such a thing. Lao Fu, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't agree. Fu Changshan smiled and said, it just so happens that today is a gathering on the theme of antique appreciation. Each of us has some treasures on us, and coincidentally, there are quite a few veterans on the scene. Why not invite them to taste it together? That will also help us get to the point. Xiao Mukin's face turned cold. Grandpa, I don't want it. I don't want to be treated like a monkey. Xiao Chang'e said calmly, hey, how about this? Since there are experts on the scene, why not ask them to take a look? If it's true, your Fu family will give my grandson a prize and let this matter pass. If it's false, my grandson will apologize to your son-in-law to prove that he still has a lot of background. What do you think? Chapter 33, there is no consensus, but both are actually right. Fu Changshan was about to nod. Li Xiu suddenly said, oh, you see, this is not right. You lost, so you should apologize. If I lose, the Fu family has to pay 30 million? You. Xiao Chang's expression changed slightly. What about you? Li Xiu smiled slightly. I want 30 million too. You. Xiao Mukin was shaking with anger. Li Xiu, don't go too far. If you admit that your marriage was fake and leave Fu Xiu now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise you'll be humiliated tonight. I was wondering how you came to realize that you were just hanging out with a rich woman. Tell me, whatever Fu Xiu gives you, I, Xiao Mukin, will give you double. Li Xiu immediately raised his hand and took Fu Xiu's hand, holding it up in front of all the talented people present. Oh? My wife gave it to me, you can't give it to me. Then you have to give me double the amount of Fu Xiu. Li Xiu's calm and composed way of showing off his love made the rich kids present at the scene so angry that their teeth were broken. This brat. He really deserves a beating. Yeah, I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Even Goddess Fu is so cautious when I look at her. I really admire this kid. At this time, Fu Changshan waved his hand and two treasure appraisal experts immediately came up. Xiao Mukin took the beads in his hand and handed them to the expert. Two experts holding magnifying glasses. They looked at each other in confusion. Well, we've taken a look, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the beads. The wealthy young men at the scene were all gloating. I was saying, why would Master Xia use a fake one? Yes, Fu Xiu's husband might be trying to save face, but this is actually very stupid. As a wealthy and prestigious family, how could the Xiao family buy fake bracelets? Yeah, I guess the Fu family will have to pay compensation. Fu Changshan's expression was slightly awkward. This. Xiao Chang'e took a deep breath and said, Old man Fu, you really don't give face to the Xiao family. Use an employee to impersonate Fu Xiu's husband. Okay, pay the price. Xiao Mukin let out a breath of anger. Ha ha ha, Li Xiu, what's wrong? Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like laughing? Fu Xiu slowly took a step forward at this moment. He took out a check from his pocket and said, it's only 30 million. I'll give it to you. A hand blocked Fu Xiu's way. Li Xiu said calmly, if they want to give it to us, they should give it to us. Fu Xiu asked doubtfully. Hubby, you were born to study computer science. It's okay if you don't know antiques. I can afford to compensate you. Li Xiu shook his head. Believe me. Although Fu Xiu didn't think Li Xiu could handle the current situation, for some reason, she still chose to believe Li Xiu. The three sisters beside them frowned slightly. This Li Xiu clearly graduated with a degree in computer science, but he insisted on making some remarks about antiques. Now, look what he has done, and he has shot himself in the foot. That's right. If you don't know him, you might think he has a lot of strength. This is not going to look good. Li Xiu stepped forward and said calmly, two experts, this Canaan incense has a golden thread like oil, a rainbow effect when illuminated, a swastika engraved on the beads, and a cloud like Buddha head. I'm absolutely right. Everyone looked at Li Xiu. Fu Changshan originally thought that his grandson-in-law might just be trying to slander him in a clumsy way, but after hearing these words, he looked up at Li Xiu, ready to listen carefully to what Li Xiu had to say. An expert said, you are right, sir. This Canaan incense 18-bead bracelet meets the criteria you just mentioned. We have indeed inspected it and it does meet the criteria, so we believe it is authentic. Xiao Mukin's face didn't look good. Li Xiu, what are you trying to say? The experts have said so, but you insist I'm fake? Li Xiu said calmly. Don't worry, not every expert can authenticate these 18 bracelets. First, this genuine Buddhist amulet has a hidden seal engraved on the inside, but this replica has the hidden seal on the outside? Secondly, the gold grains from this Jinsu craft are such standard spheres. I'm afraid they're not 3D printed. Thirdly, according to ancient records, this third bead should have been damaged before, so there should be signs of repair, but yours is too perfect. Wow! The wealthy families at the scene started talking to each other. Could it be that the son-in-law of the Fu family is really capable? Don't say that. After hearing what he said, it's really possible. Yes, but what he said is different from the experts' opinions. Xiao Mukin's face flushed immediately, and he immediately jumped out and said, "Nonsense. Li Xiao. You come from a single-parent family, what do you know about antiques? Stop pretending." Xiao Chang'e also complained, "I have hundreds of billions of assets, why would I need to wear fake things?" "Old master, is your grandson-in-law deliberately looking for trouble? Or is it you, old master, and your grandson-in-law who are looking for me together?" Fu Changshan glanced at Xiao Chang'e indifferently. "Old Xiao, this is not right. How could we, the Fu family, target you? We are old friends. Now that we're still arguing, how do we make a decision?" Xiao Chang'e said. Just at this time, an old man walks slowly to the gate, bowing to people from time to time. Fu Changshan's eyes lit up. "Isn't this coming, old Xia? You've come just in time." Xia Shi stepped forward and supported the old man. "Grandpa, didn't you say you couldn't come?" Xia Lishu said with a smile. "Oh, my old friend is here, I just couldn't help myself. Don't worry, the doctor just told me not to get caught in the wind." "Where does the wind come from in this banquet hall?" "Old Fu, old Xiao, what are you arguing about? I can hear you arguing from far away." Xiao Chang'e's eyes lit up. "My old friend, you've come just in time. Old man Xia is the best at appraising treasures. This son-in-law of the Fu family insisted that my grandson's bracelet was fake." Upon hearing this, Xia Lishu looked at Fu Changshan in astonishment and said, "Old Fu, this is your fault. When did your family get a son-in-law?" Fu Changshan smiled and said, "She's still hiding the child's affairs from me. I only found out about it these past 2 days." Fu Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, "Grandpa Xia, this is my husband, Li Xiao." After saying that, she glanced at Xia Shi beside her. The latter is trying hard to control his emotions. Xia Lishu glanced at Li Xiao and said, "Good, a handsome man. Let me see that bracelet, old man." Xiao Mukin immediately stepped forward. "Grandpa Xia, this is my bracelet." Xia Lishu took the bracelet. He looked at it carefully, shaking his head from time to time, and nodding from time to time. Xiao Mukin nodded and said, "Grandpa, this Canaan gold millet bracelet of mine is real, right?" Xia Lishu nodded. "It's true." Suddenly, the Xiao family's grandfather and grandson breathed a sigh of relief. "Great. I was wondering, how could Li Xiao be able to appraise treasures?" Xiao Mukin breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone else at the scene had different expressions on their faces. Xia Shi suddenly asked, "Grandpa, could it be that what brother Li Xiao said is wrong?" Xia Lishu looked at his granddaughter in confusion, but didn't ask any more questions. But he changed the subject. "Well, actually what the Fu family's son-in-law said is not bad." Chapter 34. You've completely lost face. Everyone at the scene was confused again. Especially other children from wealthy families. "Mr. Xia. What's going on? Why do you always leave your words half-sentence?" "That's right. Everyone's in such a mixed mood tonight. I'm almost dying of curiosity. Everyone wants to know what the son-in-law of the Fu family has in his power to woo a goddess like Miss Fu." Xia Lishu smiled faintly. Then he turned sideways and explained, "This bracelet is real, but it's not the one from the Southern Dynasty. It's a replica made in later times. The position of the seal on this bracelet is wrong. Secondly, the bracelet is too regular. Thirdly, the third bead is too obviously a replica." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaoyuan immediately said, "That's exactly what Li Xiao said." Fu Changshan suddenly grinned, "That means it's just as my grandson-in-law said. Old Xiao, it seems that your grandson's bracelet is indeed a bit problematic. Where did you buy it? You must have been cheated." Xiao Mukin's face suddenly turned blue and red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Xiao Chang'e's expression was equally ugly. But as a member of the older generation of Binhai's wealthy family, he naturally knew that in such occasions, since the incident had happened and his face had been lost, all he could do was to deal with it calmly and not continue to embarrass himself. "Ha ha ha. Well, it's normal for young people to buy things that are not good. Today, thanks to old Xia and the Fu family's son-in-law's discernment, we found out what was going on. I have to thank the Fu family's son-in-law. Then he took out a check and said, "Son-in-law of the Fu family, take this check. You can write the amount yourself. I trust you." Li Xiu was not polite and took it directly. "Thanks, old man." "You, haha, young people are just humorous." Xiao Chang'e was so angry. Fu Wanjun covered her mouth and chuckled. Fu Changshan also smiled faintly. "Li Xiu, this Grandpa Xiao is your elder, you can't be rude." Li Xiu nodded. "Grandpa, I understand." Fu Changshan nodded. He originally thought that as long as his granddaughter liked him, he could raise a boy from a small family, and his Fu family would not have to use their own descendants to arrange a marriage. But now that Li Xiu has performed outstandingly in public, that is naturally the best. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Li Xiu's profile. "Do you think Li Xiu always seems to have some little surprises? Isn't he a computer science major? He knows quite a lot." Fu Xiuxuan nodded. "I know there's a place that specializes in training male celebrities. They target wealthy ladies like us, and they train men in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and historical knowledge. Do you think Li Xiu is one of them?" Fu Xiumu's big eyes were twinkling with little stars. "I think my brother-in-law is pretty good and very talented. A man who grew up in a single-parent family and is self-reliant is more attractive, isn't he? A rich girl falls in love with a self-reliant boy who has nothing." Fu Xiuxue grabbed her sister's neck and said, "Get that idol drama out of your head." Xiao Mukan, feeling severely deflated, glanced at Fu Xiuyu. He looked at Li Xiu again. "I was almost vomiting blood. After all the hard work, I didn't get anything." Xiao Chang'e changed the subject at this time. "Old Fu, no matter what, our two families have an engagement. Since you broke the engagement so suddenly, shouldn't you also compensate my grandson?" Fu Changshan narrowed his eyes. Xiao Chang'e had just suffered a setback, and now he was fighting back immediately? At this time, Fu Xiuyu suddenly said, "Grandpa Xiao, what do you mean? Didn't Xiao Mukan also find true love abroad? I remember he already has children, so why would he marry me?" Xiao Mukan's eyes almost popped out of his head in fright. "Fu Xiuyu, stop talking nonsense. What are you talking about? What children, what marriage? As long as I refuse to admit it, you, Fu Xiuyu, will have no evidence." The wealthy families at the scene all looked at Xiao Mukan in confusion. "How about tonight's episode? Anything else?" "No way, this comes in waves, eat melons, eat melons." Xiao Chang'e's expression changed slightly. "Fu Xiuyu, what do you mean by this? My grandson has been studying abroad and is single. How can he have a child? And a wife? How is that possible?" Xiao Mukan immediately said, "Yes, Miss Fu, empty words are not enough. With so many elders here today, you can't slander me for no reason. If you feel that I have offended you in any way, it's okay. Our engagement is over now. If you just don't want to fulfill your engagement with me, then that's why you say that to me. That's totally unnecessary. I don't like to force things. Just tell me, and I'll immediately tell my grandfather that we'll cancel it. By saying that, aren't you deliberately trying to discredit me?" Li Xiu smiled. He stepped forward and said, "Xiao Mukan, when my ex-girlfriend cheated on you, she left behind a lot of evidence, including your 5-year-old son. Do you really have to force me to produce evidence? Or, after all this commotion, you've been hiding it from the whole world?" Xiao Mukan angrily stepped forward and pointed at Li Xiu, saying, "Who the hell do you think you are? Li Xiu, I've tolerated you for so long. If someone gets the upper hand, let's leave a way out for each other. Why do you insist on making a mortal enemy?" Li Xiu raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Mukan's hand, squeezing it hard. The crackling sound suddenly made me feel horny. Xiao Mukan screamed in pain, "It hurts." "Ah! Let go." Li Xiu let go of his hand. "I'm sorry, I don't like being pointed at. I can't control myself when I'm pointed at." Xiao Mukan kept shaking his fingers. Li Xiu then pulled out a stack of photos from his chest pocket. "Mr. Xiao, don't say I don't give face to your Xiao family. The evidence is all in these photos. I won't publish them. You can see for yourself." Li Xiu handed over the photo as he spoke. Xiao Chang'e raised his hand tremblingly to take it. After briefly flipping through 2 pictures, his eyes suddenly widened. Then he closed his eyes in pain. Xiao Mukin panicked. Grandpa, listen to my explanation, this is my friend's son. Bang! Xiao Chang'e slapped him backhandedly. Then he said in a deep voice, the engagement between the Xiao and Fu families is cancelled. Let's go! As he said this, he strode towards the door, with Xiao Mukin following closely behind him. Grandfather! Grandpa, wait for me! Fu Changshan glanced at Li Xiu with a smile and nodded. Okay, that's right. You should be nicer to my granddaughter in the future. Li Xiu nodded, yes. I will follow Grandpa's instructions. Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Okay, don't be so serious. Let's chat. Chapter 35. I'm completely embarrassed because of you. Outside the venue. Xiao Chang'e got in the car, and Xiao Mukin followed him in. Grandpa, please listen to my explanation. Please listen to my explanation. Xiao Chang'e said coldly, don't call me Grandpa. It turns out that if you are not of the bloodline of my Xiao family, you can't raise good things. I have given you so many resources over the years. You don't know how to cherish it. I asked you to take down the Fu family for the Xiao family. It's such a simple task that is beneficial to you, but you can't complete it. What use is there for me to have you? Xiao Mukin sighed and said, I don't know why Lu Ruan took so many photos of me and sent them to Li Xiu to show off. She even took photos of my child. Idiot. I don't care how you play outside, but you leave handles everywhere. And you bring that bastard with you. Xiao Mukin, from today on, your bank card will be suspended. I tell you, if you make a mistake again next time, just get out of the Xiao family forever. Grandpa, please give me another chance. You can't cancel my bank card. Xiao Mukin said. Xiao Chang'e closed his eyes. Sighed deeply. Li Xiu, my Xiao family is going to become a laughingstock because of you. Inside the venue at this moment, Fu Changshan laughed heartily. This time, old Xiao will be so angry that he will die, ha! Fu Changshan said. Fu Wanjun whispered, Dad, you said before that Xiaoxiu came from a humble family and might not be able to reach the top. Now you know that this child is excellent, right? Fu Changshan nodded. Indeed, it's not impossible for a poor family to produce a noble son. At this moment, melodious piano sounds surrounded the venue. Everyone looked towards the classical piano in the center. Fu Xiuyu glared, who is this figure? Li Xiu? Fu Xiumu's eyes widened, so handsome, so handsome. Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiuyuan looked at each other. Is this Li Xiu? How is this possible? Even we can't play at this level. Xia Shi was mesmerized. Brother Li Xiu, you can actually play the piano. The left hand keeps playing a bass octave trill. The right hand plays a fugue in the high register. Even I can't do that very well. Among the wealthy children present, there are many who are good at playing the piano. They all spoke up. Is this an adaptation of Liszt's Will-o'-the-Wisp? There are probably less than 20 people in the world who can play the Will-o'-the-Wisp completely and without missing a beat. And they can arrange it so harmoniously. This is a first-class piano master. This son-in-law of the Fu family? So outstanding? Fu Xiuyu was also shocked at this moment. At first, she had thought that her husband was just an ordinary programmer and might not be able to integrate into this wealthy life. But now she knew she was wrong. Li Xiu was more of a nobleman than any other. He is born a nobleman. Fu Xiuyuan looked at his brother-in-law's back at this moment, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. As long as my brother-in-law is not a male socialite and does not lie to my sister, it's actually not bad. Fu Xiuxue still held a pessimistic attitude. Even if he didn't embarrass my sister, I still don't believe he was sincere. Fu Xiumu has completely become a fangirl. I stand with my brother-in-law. At this moment, Li Xiu slowly stood up and thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Many young men from wealthy families applauded. I finally understand why I lost to this guy. Fu Xiuyu's husband is quite capable. Yes, that's true. His piano skills are truly top-notch. Just now, we were able to appraise treasures. Let me ask you, how many of us here can do this? Li Xiu walked down, and Fu Xiumu came forward with big eyes full of stars. Brother-in-law, you are amazing, you can play the piano. Brother-in-law, please slow down, I can't keep up. Brother-in-law, you smell so good. Fu Xiuyu stepped forward and took Fu Xiumu aside. My little sister is like this. Don't treat her as a weird person. Li Xiu smiled and nodded. This sister-in-law is very cute, I have no objection. Fu Xiuyuan asked in confusion, how do you know how to play the piano? I find it so strange. Li Xiu said calmly. Is it strange that I can play the piano? Isn't it enough to just have hands? At this time, Fu Changshan and Fu Wanjun came over. Fu Changshan said, Xiao Xiu, you play the piano very well. How about this, I'll have someone buy you a piano as a wedding gift. Li Xiu thought for a moment, it seems that I have been appreciated by the old man, there is nothing I can do about it since everyone loves me. Fu Xiuxue frowned, Grandpa, you trust me so much, I think we need to observe. Fu Changshan waved his hand, I believe in your sister's judgment. After hearing this, Fu Xiuxue knew that his grandfather was also on Li Xiu's side, so he pulled Fu Xiuyuan to the toilet. The two went to the bathroom. After washing her hands and reapplying her makeup, Fu Xiuxue said, why do you trust Li Xiu? What if he's a professional scammer? Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. My sister originally wanted to have a fake marriage with him, so how did he know that she would choose him? And I think now she's already fallen in love with him and treats him like a treasure. Let's go. After the two sisters of the Fu family left, the toilet door behind him slowly opened. Xia Shi's eyes flickered slightly. I knew that brother Li Xiu was deceived by Fu Xiuyu. Even if he wants to make the fake play real now? That should also be known to brother Li Xiu. The other end. After Xiao Mukan returned to his room in the Xiao family, I was shaking with anger. Li Xiu. Because of you. My wife is gone. Because of you. I made a fool of myself in public. All this is because of you. At this time, Xiao Mukan's phone vibrated. Lu Ruan. Ha? And you bitch, it's all your fault. Xiao Mukan picked up the phone, Lu Ruan? How dare you come to see me? You're going to kill me. After saying that, Xiao Mukan hung up the phone abruptly, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. Lu Ruan looked puzzled, Xiao Mukan. Why are you scolding me for no reason? When Li Xiu and I were together, when has he ever scolded me except because of you? In comparison, Li Xiu seems much gentler than you. After putting down the phone, Xiao Mukan's son beside him said, Auntie, cut some fruit for me. Lu Ruyan's face looked unhappy. Okay, young master, you want some fruit, right? I'll get it for you now, okay? Reluctantly, he stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Wang Hong saw everything over there. Dad, this can't go on. What do you think my daughter will do in the future? Li Xiu is determined not to have her, and Xiao Mukan is not kind to her either. What do you think we should do? Lu Yingshan ate melon seeds and said, of course Xiao Mukan is 1,000 times better than Li Xiu. I don't want to move out of such a nice house. No wonder someone once said, it's better to be a concubine to a rich man than a wife to a poor man. Then we'll think of a way to get our daughter pregnant with Xiao Mukan's child. Then we can go to the Xiao family and make trouble. What do you think? Old man, you are really smart. Chapter 36, Xia Zhao's Alliance. On the other side, at the party, Li Xiu was holding a cup, turned around, and Xia Shi walked up to him. Brother Li Xiu. Li Xiu was a little distressed. Xia Shi, I'm already married. It's better for us to remain classmates. Brother Li Xiu, you misunderstood. I came to you just to tell you something. Xia Shi said. Then she told Li Xiu what had just happened. Everything I said is what I heard. I just don't want you to be deceived. Nothing else. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Over there, Fu Xiuyuan and Fu Xiuxue kept a close eye on Li Xiu's movements. Look, this Li Xiu has made eye contact with Xia Shi again. Fu Xiuyuan said. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, I told you, maybe it's not enough for him to be with one rich woman, he wants to be with other rich women. Sister. You're still in the mood to chat. Fu Xiuyu, who was chatting with a young master from a wealthy family, turned and walked over and said, what's wrong with you guys? Why don't you believe Li Xiu? Fu Xiuxue pointed at Li Xiudao and said, the facts are right in front of me. How can I believe him? I was already entangled with Xia Shi, and we chatted for so long. Fu Xiuyu smiled. I'm not nervous, why are you nervous? Are you more concerned than me? They are classmates, and chatting at a party is normal, isn't it? But if I just chatted with another rich young master, would he be suspicious of me? How is this the same? You are our sister, you will definitely not betray him, but he is someone we have only known for a short time after all. Fu Xiuyuan said. Fu Xiuyu shook his head, don't doubt a person. Besides, to him, aren't we just family members who have only known each other for a few days? Doesn't that mean he should doubt all of us too? Stop being so hypocritical. At this time, Li Xiu turned around and walked towards her. Xiaoxi raised her hands to cover her eyes and turned away. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, "Is everything okay?" Li Xiu nodded. Xiaoxi just told me that she heard my sisters-in-law chatting in the bathroom, saying that you were with me just to use me and to have a fake marriage with me. Fu Xiuyu glanced at his two younger sisters. Oh. You too, have you said it? Fu Xiuyu immediately lowered his head. Ha ha, ababa, I'm leaving first. Fu Xiuxue, my phone is out of battery. I'm going to charge it. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiuyu. Oh. My dear wife, when are you going to give me the money and let me go? Fu Xiuyu also said frankly, originally, I was going to give you 5 million so that you could leave me as soon as possible, but now I have changed my mind. I'll punish you by making you stay with me forever, brother. After Fu Xiuyu finished speaking, he turned and left. He was approached by a few wealthy girls who were familiar to him. Several girls exclaimed in surprise. He also kept looking at Li Xiu secretly. Apparently these girls were chatting about themselves. Li Xiu was not interested in knowing. While Li Xiu was drinking and chatting. The other end. The rooftop of Songyan Technology Company. Lu Ruan held a glass of wine in his hand. Police officers stood in the distance. Several policemen said in a deep voice, "Mr. Over there, please don't let your mind wander. We've already notified your family. Is there anything bothering you? We'll help you figure it out." Lu Ruan shook his head and said, "You can't solve this problem. My company is going bankrupt. Can you help me solve it?" Because of Li Xiu. Because of that guy Li Xiu, he jumped ship, took away my business, and refused to maintain it for me. My company has been devastated. After receiving a call from the police, Lu Ruan hurried over with her parents. When Lu Yingshan saw his son on the rooftop, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Son, come down. What are you doing? Is there something you can't get over?" Lu Ruan shook his head and said, "My company is going bankrupt. It's all because of that Li Xiu." Lu Ruan immediately comforted him. "Brother, I'll help you find a better programmer. We don't want that Li Xiu. Who the hell does he think he is?" Lu Ruan shook his head, "Impossible, my company is out of money and can't afford a good programmer." "Sister, why don't you think of a way to get Li Xiu back to work?" Wang Hong nodded and said, "You agree. Hurry up and agree to get your brother down first." Lu Yingshan nodded. "Yeah, don't say anything, saving him is the most important thing. He's drunk. Save him first." Lu Ruan could only nod and say, "Brother, come down first. I'll find a way for you. I'll find a way to get Li Xiu back to work for you." After hearing this, Lu Ruan relaxed a little and slowly turned around. Several policemen rushed forward and rescued Lu Ruan. Then the Lu family came forward, and Lu Yingshan raised his hand and patted his son's face. "Son, what are you doing? Why are you dying for something good?" Lu Ruan shook his head. "The company is out of money, business negotiations are not going well, and I can't run the website well. If Li Xiu doesn't come back, I'm finished." Wang Hong patted her daughter. "Tell me, what should we do now? Your brother's company needs Li Xiu, but Li Xiu is determined not to help your brother." Lu Ruan also stomped her feet in anger. "Why don't I ask him for help tomorrow?" Lu Ruan's face looked unhappy. Li Xiu hated her very much now, so how could he agree? The other end. Xiao Mucan lay on the bed and took out his cell phone to take a look. In addition to the missed call from Lu Ruan, there was also a message from Xiaoxi. He clicked it out of curiosity. "Xiaoxi, let's cooperate." Xiao Mucan asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are we collaborating on?" Xiaoxi is not an easy person to deal with. She has a very high opinion of herself and her status in the Xia family is even higher than her brother's, which is enough to show how powerful this woman is. "Xiaoxi, I want brother Li Xiu, and you want Fu Xiuyu. These two are in a fake marriage. Let's work together to break them up." Xiao Mucan asked in confusion, "So Miss Xia's longtime lover is actually Li Xiu? What qualifications does Li Xiu have? Isn't he just Lu Ruan's bootleaker?" "Miss Xia, I have a plan. You're classmates, so you must know about Lu Ruan and Li Xiu." Xiaoxi nodded when she heard this. "I know what you mean. Tomorrow is the Fu Group's investment promotion conference. All of our families will be there then. Why don't we find a way to make Li Xiu and that Lu Ruan look bad together? Then naturally Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu can't be together. Xiao Mukan said. Chapter 37 Fu Xiuxue hates men? Xiaxi, of course you can, but brother Li Xiu, you absolutely cannot touch that woman. As expected, Li Xiu is so important in your heart. Xiao Mukan smiled and said, of course, Miss Xia, don't worry. We can let them make a fool of themselves, but we will never let them really be together. Don't worry. Hearing Xiao Mukan say this, Xiaxi was relieved. Okay, then we'll do it tomorrow. On the other side, Li Xiu had no idea that he was being targeted. As the party was almost over, Li Xiu naturally followed his wife home. The entire Fu family returned to the manor. Li Xiu called his father, who was staying at his house today and cleaning the house at the same time. After returning to the manor, Fu Changshan called Li Xiu to his study and said, Li Xiu, I know that my granddaughter originally came to you to get the marriage certificate because of the engagement with the Xiao family, but now I can see that my granddaughter really likes you. We are the only men here now. I am going to compensate you on behalf of Xiuyu. How about 5% of the Fu family shares? Li Xiu heard this and smiled. Grandpa, I don't think the compensation you mentioned is necessary. Xiuyu and I had a flash marriage. We didn't know each other's purpose before the flash marriage. But since I promised her, I believe her. Whatever her reasons are, they don't matter to me. I only care about how she treats me in the future. If Grandpa has nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Li Xiu stood up and left the study. Upon hearing this, Fu Changshan nodded slowly. Okay, you guys come out. In the small room in the study, the four sisters of the Fu family appeared. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, you three can rest assured now. He won't even want the shares. What do you have to worry about? Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. It seems that we really thought too much. Fu Xiuxue said. What you don't want is the most expensive. It seems he is plotting for more. Fu Xiumu smiled and said, of course there are more. Didn't he just say that he wants our eldest sister? He wants our eldest sister to be responsible for him. Fu Changshan shook his head. Ha, I don't care about the things between you young people. But today, it seems that Li Xiu is no ordinary person. He is adept at appraising antiques, and even his piano playing is comparable to that of a top-notch master. Honestly, Fu Xiuyu, I don't really believe you when you say you just picked up a husband casually. If I didn't know, I would think you picked him carefully. Fu Xiuyu said happily, well, I'm lucky. Fu Changshan smiled faintly, perhaps this is a fate destined by heaven. At the same time, Li Xiu came to the room on the second floor. Just now Fu Xiu said that the third room is ours, right? Li Xiu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the system interface. Then he got into bed and said, I'm a little tired today. I better go to bed early. I can sign something else tomorrow. At this moment, someone crawled into the dark bed. The other end. Fu Xiuyu returned to his room. Ha! Why isn't Li Xiu in the room? Just at this moment, a shout came from outside. Then there was a crackling sound of fighting. Fu Xiuyu and other members of the Fu family rushed out of the room because the second floor was originally the room for the younger generation. At this moment, the four sisters and Li Xiu were all in the corridor. Li Xiu dodged Fu Xiuxue's powerful spinning kick by turning sideways. Wife! Your sister is crazy. She crawled into my bed, and that's fine. But she also hit me. Fu Xiuxue blushed and said, bullshit. He's clearly in my room. Fu Xiuyuan exclaimed, oh. The chicken feet are showing. Fu Xiumu exclaimed. Brother-in-law walked into the wrong room? Then why didn't he walk into my room? Bang! Fu Xiuyu slapped Fu Xiumu's fat face, saying, well, this is Li Xiu's first time staying at the manor, so it's normal for him to get the wrong room. As the host, you didn't even glance when you entered the room. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, he did it on purpose, and you're still speaking up for him, sister. Li Xiu, don't talk nonsense. We're all dressed properly and innocent. Don't make wild claims. Those who don't know me don't know how much of a beast I am. I just leaned on your bed for a while, and if you noticed, we would have just come out. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, I hate men. Don't come to my room again. Damn. Who wants to go to your room? Li Xiu turned around and walked into his wife's room angrily. At this time, Fu Wanjun came down from the third floor, rubbing her eyes and said, "Brothers and sisters, don't fight. Hey, I should have given birth to an older brother and a younger brother for you, so that you don't have to have an extra brother-in-law now, and you don't have to compete or fight every day." After a commotion, everyone went back to their rooms. Li Xiu leaned on the bed, and Fu Xiuyu took his hand and said, "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you about the room? Li Xiudo. You have too many rooms here." "Oh, you like short hair?" Fu Xiuyu asked. "What short hair, long hair? Stop talking nonsense, okay? Didn't we just take the wrong path?" Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyu said, "Actually, you can't blame Xiuxue. She is afraid of men, so..." Li Xiu nodded. "What happened?" "Well, it's like this. Our father passed away early, and our mother had a boyfriend when she was young. We were still young at that time. The guy took advantage of the fact that no one was at home and wanted to assault Fu Xiuxue. Later, I arrived in time and threatened her with a pair of scissors to drive the bad guy away. But Xiuxue was scared, and she has been wary of boys since she grew up." Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded. "No wonder. Okay, go to sleep. Tomorrow there will be an investment promotion meeting for the Fu Group. As the section chief of the Information Security Department, you will have a lot to do." Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded. "I know, go to sleep." Soon, both of them were breathing heavily. The next morning, Li Xiu got up in his slippers. Because the Fu sisters all share the large bathroom on the second floor. When Li Xiu walked here, he saw his sister-in-law wearing pajamas of various colors. "Hey, there are so many people." Fu Xiumu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, did you sleep well last night?" Li Xiu nodded. "Fine." Fu Xiuxue came out of the bathroom. "We'll have your turn after we finish." Li Xiu shook his head. "Hey, hurry up, I need to go to the bathroom this morning." "Hey, it's really troublesome to have so many girls. Chapter 38. As long as you do this, I will definitely marry you." After a lot of noise, they finished washing up. The family sat in the main hall and had breakfast. It is worthy of being a rich family's breakfast, with hundreds of delicious dishes and various snacks. No one in the Fu family ate much, except Li Xiu, who ate voraciously. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. "You really can eat, are you a pig?" Li Xiu raised his head and glared at Fu Xiuxue. "Being able to eat is a blessing." Fu Changshan said calmly, "Xiaoxiu is right. You guys only eat so little. How can you have children? Especially Fu Xiuyu, you are not young anymore. You should get ready." Puff. Fu Xiuyu almost spit out, "Grandpa, I'm leaving first." Fu Changshan shook his head. Li Xiu finally picked up a piece of dessert and got into his car. Li Xiu sighed, "If I want to spend some quality time with my wife, I still have to go to a house in the city. My mother-in-law is so thoughtful. Besides, a family with so many girls is a problem. I might get bullied. By the way, it's time to sign in. Let's sign in at the Fu Manor today. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Location, Fu's Manor. Sign in to receive Poison Immunity Optimization Coupon X1. Improve your physique? That's great. Then I won't have to worry about liver and kidney poisoning if I take additives." Li Xiu directly took out the card and said, "Use it." After leaving the Fu family manor, he headed towards the company. When we arrived at the office, everyone else was already there, because Li Xiu was half an hour late. But no one dared to say it. Qin Shuyi said, "Well, our Fu group is having an investment exhibition today. All departments that work on products or technology will showcase their strengths. Our cybersecurity department will also have its own booth. Everyone needs to behave a little better." Everyone nodded. Li Xiu smiled and said, "Sister Chen, I'm late." "It's okay. I'm only half an hour late. It's okay. Next time you don't come, just let me know on WeChat." Chen Shuyi winked at Li Xiu. "Hey, don't get tired. Talk to your sister Chen if you have anything to say." Li Xiu asked doubtfully. "Why does Sister Chen look at me like she's looking at a gold ingot? It's weird. It seems that Sister Chen knows that my sister-in-law is President Fu." On the other side, Lu Ruan was quietly making a phone call in the tea room. "Brother Mukin? What?" asking me to drug Li Xiao? This is not good, Brother Mukin. Xiao Mukin said, the whole world is here today. This is a great opportunity to embarrass Li Xiao. If you don't help me, get out of my house now. When Lu Ruan heard this, she sighed. Okay. Anyway, it was Li Xiao who treated me badly first, and only after Li Xiao made a fool of himself, he would no longer have a place to stand in the Fu group. At that time, he would have no choice but to go to my brother's company. Li Xiao, you still have to thank me, because you will be banned by President Fu by then. The entire industry doesn't want you anymore, that's when you begged me to let you return to my brother's company. Afterwards, Li Xiao and others followed Chen Shui onto the bus to the venue. On the other side, Lu Rusong relied on the name of his company and brought his parents into the venue. Lu Yingshan sighed, it's worthy of being called the Fu Group. Son, when we become rich in the future, won't we call it the Lu Group? Lu Rusong nodded. I guarantee it. I'm telling you, as long as sister takes down Li Xiao and makes him come back to the company to work like a slave for me, I'll be able to turn Lu's into a conglomerate. Wang Hong said with a smile. Actually, if your sister can't handle Xiao Mukin, it wouldn't be bad if she could handle Li Xiao. Even if he's an official now, he wants us to kneel down and beg him? That's not good. We have to find a way to give him a good beating. Mom, men are all mean. My sister is exactly like that. She is unhappy but she goes after the man she loves. She thinks every day that Li Xiao will regret it. But he is an official now, so why would he still care about my sister? So you have to persuade her. She should change her offense and defense. Lu Rusong said. Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, what my son said makes sense. Li Xiao is already a section chief at such a young age, and he might even become a department head in the future. If we don't seize this opportunity now, it will become increasingly difficult to deal with him in the future. Well, I must find a chance to tell your sister. At the same time, Li Jingxiu was debugging the backend at his own display stand. We are not the main booth, so a little bit will be enough. Li Xiao said. Chen Shui said, what if someone wants to cooperate with us on network information security? We still have to make a show of it. What is our company going to do in the main exhibition area? Li Xiao said. Chen Shui said, the recent releases of Nan Group's cars and electric vehicles, as well as breakthroughs in battery technology, are a testament to Nan Group's strength. We hope other manufacturers will purchase batteries from us. Our group is quite diversified. Li Xiao nodded. At this time, he noticed that among the employees behind him, Lu Ruan had disappeared. The other end. Lu Ruan was pulled aside by Xiao Mukin. Xiao Mukin said, Lu Ruan, you'd better do this for me. This medicine is very strong and can make people unconscious. Give it to him. Lu Ruan asked in confusion. Brother Mukin, why do I have to do this? Xiao Mukin's face turned grim, if you don't do it, should I? Don't get it wrong, Li Xiao must be disgraced today. Who allowed him to humiliate me? Bastard. He did not tell Lu Ruan that Li Xiao's wife was Fu Xiaoyu. After all, Fu Xiaoyu was Lu Ruan's boss. If Lu Ruan changed her mind, who would do this? Sister Ruan, trust me and help me deal with Li Xiao. I won't leave you alone in the future. Once Li Xiao's reputation is ruined, he will have no choice but to return to your brother's company. This will benefit all of us. Lu Ruan nodded and said, then Brother Mukin, will you marry me? Xiao Mukin's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Don't worry, Sister Ruan, I will come to marry you after I deal with my grandfather, so don't worry. Lu Ruan nodded heavily. Xiao Mukin finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xia Shi saw all of this. Brother Li Xiao, I just don't want you to be cheated. I'm helping you. You will thank me one day. And at this moment, Li Xiao was debugging his computer, making the final adjustments to the system, when a staff member wearing a badge suddenly approached him and asked, excuse me, Chief Li? Li Xiao nodded, it's me. I'm from the automotive department. There's a problem with the system on our display stand, and our director wants you to take a look. After all, your section chief Li, the guy who solved the hacker problem in 3 minutes. Li Xiao immediately laughed out loud, well, your minister is really polite. Why are you praising me for this? Well, you're just going to debug the system, right? Chapter 39 I want to see how you end up. The employee nodded, yes, don't worry, it won't take you too long. Li Xiao nodded, okay, I'll go with you. The two of them walked all the way to the control room behind the central display stand. As soon as he walked in, Li Xiu saw Lu Ruan in front of the computer. What's going on? The employee said, we invited Miss Lu first, but she said she couldn't handle it, so. Li Xiu waved his hands. This is nonsense. If she can do it, then anyone can do it. The employee smiled awkwardly and said, then I'll trouble you, chiefly. Li Xiu walked to the computer and said calmly, why don't you get out of the way? Lu Ruan said absent-mindedly, Li Xiu, you're here. Please sit down first. I'll get you some water. Lu Ruan took advantage of Li Xiu's inattention and put drugs in the water. The other end. The director of the automotive department was chatting with Xia Shi. For a moment, the leader and several employees enthusiastically introduced their products to Xia Shi. And Xia Shi also continues to provide emotional value. The minister is amazing, I see. Yes, Miss Xia, you look so beautiful when you smile. The other end. Fu Xiuyu's car arrived. She was going to attend a formal investment promotion meeting today, and she was riding in a Cullinan. When she arrived at the venue, she glanced at Special Assistant Lin and asked, where's Li Xiu? Special Assistant Lin shook his head. It should be in its own exhibition hall at this time. Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded, it depends on the situation today. If you have time to talk to him, then tell him that his wife is the president of Fu Group. Special Assistant Lin nodded. With the appearance of Fu Xiuyu, the bosses of major companies also came forward to greet him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiu picked up the water that Lu Ruan brought and drank half of it. Then he fell directly onto the keyboard with a thud. At this time, Xiao Mukin walked in. Why are you taking so long? We can't hold on any longer outside. Lu Ruan nodded. This should be taking effect now. I can go now. Let's go? Xiao Mukin grabbed Lu Ruan and asked, where are you going? Sister Ruan, don't you want to marry me? Drink this bottle of mineral water, and I promise that after the matter is settled, I will marry you. Lu Ruan was no fool. It was obvious that Xiao Mukin was going to use her to deal with Li Xiu. Brother Mukin, why should I drink? Shouldn't Li Xiu be drunk already? If you wanted to marry me, how could you have the heart to let me drink this kind of drug? Xiao Mukin sneered, knowing that the woman seemed to have reacted, and he stopped pretending. Lu Ruan, you don't really think you can marry into the Xiao family, do you? My Xiao family is a wealthy and prestigious family in Binhai City, and you are just an ordinary family. Even if I want to marry, I will marry someone from a powerful family like Fu Xiuyu. Who do you think you are? How dare you stare at my wealth and family background every day? Lu Ruan, don't think you can squeeze into a wealthy family. You are nothing. At this moment, Lu Ruan knew that she had been fooled by the man in front of her from beginning to end, and he had never thought of marrying her. He didn't even consider himself a human being, but just a plaything. Xiao Mukin. You bastard. Lu Ruan just finished speaking. The next moment, Xiao Mukin slapped Lu Ruan in the face with his backhand, knocking her unconscious. I've saved the medicine. Now I just need to put you and Li Xiu behind the scenes and then manipulate the curtain to rise. Then the whole world will know about your scandal. At this moment, Xiao Mukin turned around and saw Li Xiu looking at him with a smile and clapping his hands. That's awesome, you know how to play. You. Why are you still standing? Xiao Mukin was so scared that his body trembled immediately. Li Xiu nodded, very good, I understand your idea, I will help you realize it now. Ada. Li Xiu jumped up and kicked it. A moment later, Fu Xiuyu followed the company's senior executives to the automotive department's display stand. The Minister of Automotive Industry is announcing the start. Major companies and families are in the audience, including the Xiao family, Xia family, and other family members. Among them, Lu Rusong brought his parents to join in the fun. My sister said she was nearby. Where is she? Lu Rusong asked puzzledly. At this time, the minister on the stage took out the microphone and said, please look at the big screen, our products. At this moment, a huge curtain rose. The minister obviously hadn't expected this, huh? This might be a little problem. Please wait a moment, it might be a bug. It will be fixed soon. At this moment, the curtain rises. Everyone in the exhibition hall exclaimed in surprise. I saw a shirtless man and a shirtless woman lying beside a pillar behind the curtain. There were bursts of exclamations at the scene. Holy shit! It looks like a man and a woman. Who are these two people? I don't know the woman, but the man seems to be the young master of the Xiao family. It's beautiful, I love it. This is too exciting, can I watch it for free? This scene immediately made the reporters in the audience turn into professional paparazzi and take photos crazily. Xiao Changde, the old man of the Xiao family, covered his chest and said, "This bastard. My Xiao family is losing face. Someone, carry him away." Several housekeepers of the Xiao family rushed forward. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Fu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Ruan and Xiao Mukin in astonishment. Xia Shi was also stunned. No, why is it Xiao Mukin? Where is Li Xiao? Why is this happening? Her expression changed slightly, and she knew something was wrong. Xiao Mukin, you idiot, let me see how you end up like this. The Lu family's parents saw their daughter lying on the stage. He cried out, "Ru Song, your sister is doomed. She won't be able to get married. Hurry up and get your sister down. What are you still daydreaming about?" Lu Rusong's face turned ugly. "Sister. I'm coming." Lu Rusong rushed to the platform, helped his sister up, and slapped Lu Ruyan's face. "Sister, wake up, everything here is live broadcasting, it's over, we are done." Lu Ruyan slowly woke up. "Brother? Where am I? Where's Li Xiao? How is he? Why bother with Li Xiao? You and Xiao Mukin were lying here just now. The whole world saw it." Lu Rusong said with a grim expression. "What? Xiao Mukin?" The other end. The relatively quiet Network Information Security Department. Everyone is eating melons. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Mukin? Lu Ruyan is really resourceful. She's actually involved with Xiao Mukin. The girls at the scene gathered in front of their phones and watched the show crazily. Chen Shuyi found Li Xiao and asked, "Li Xiao, they just said you went to the Ministry of Motor Vehicles. What happened?" Li Xiao shook his head. "I don't know. I just went to help out. Lu Ruyan happened to be there too. I don't really know what happened afterwards." Chapter 40. You're about to lose me completely. You'll regret it. It's okay as long as it has nothing to do with you. This exhibition of the automotive department was personally supervised by the senior management. President Fu and the CEOs of major companies were all here, but a sex scandal broke out. How do you think this will end? The Xiao family is finished too. Chen Shuyi said. Li Xiao nodded. "It's okay, it has nothing to do with me. If we talk about the victim, I should be the one. Lu Ruyan wanted to knock me out, and Xiao Mukin was planning to let me be with Lu Ruyan so that Fu Xiaoyu and I could divorce. He, Xiao Mukin, can achieve his goal. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. I just want to lock you, Xiao Mukin, and Lu Ruyan together. It's just right, one of you is divorced and the other is still unmarried. I can be considered as your matchmaker." The other end. When Xiao Mukin woke up in the hospital, he saw a housekeeper standing beside his bed. "Wait. What happened? What just happened?" The housekeeper said, "Master Xiao, that woman named Lu Ruyan appeared on the display stand with you. You are disheveled. Her parents have already come to our Xiao family. Your grandfather told us to tell you to get ready to marry this woman. Now the whole world knows about you and this lady. Marry? What a joke, does Lu Ruyan deserve it? Does she deserve it? No. I was framed. I want to marry Miss Fu. How could I possibly marry Lu Ruyan?" Xiao Mukin was so angry that he said, "Puff." He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Li Xiao. You traded your rotten peach blossom for my golden phoenix. Li Xiao, I will never forgive you. It's all your fault. It's all your fault." At the same time, another ward. Lu Ruyan sat on the hospital bed, and Wang Hong enthusiastically fed her daughter. "My daughter, I asked you to do something, but I didn't expect you to be so clever. Now it's okay. The Xiao family's intention is very simple. Just pick a date for you two to get married." Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. "Are you saying that I'm going to marry Brother Mukin? But wasn't Brother Mukin supposed to frame Li Xiao?" Wang Hong said with a smile, "Oh, my daughter, sometimes fate is like this. None of us can resist. Now, as long as you enter the Xiao family, our family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. So in the end, you are still destined to be a golden phoenix." Lu Ruan said, "Sister, after you marry Xiao Mukin, why should I open a company? I can just go to the company under the Xiao family to help." At this moment, Lu Ruan thought of Li Xiu. He also remembered what Xiao Mukin had said to him in that room before. Brother Mukin never thought of marrying me. The person who was really nice to me before was Li Xiu. But is this really what I want now? Become the young lady of the Xiao family? No, that's not right. Xiao Mukin doesn't love me at all. Daughter, what are you still thinking about? This is a wealthy family, what you have always wanted. Have you forgotten? Wang Hong saw that her daughter seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. She was unhappy and didn't speak. Lu Ruan looked up and forced a smile. Mom, I understand. I will get married. At the same time, in Binhai, Xiao family. Old man Xiao Chang'e stood by the window and didn't look back for a long time. At this time, the two sisters Xiao Yuyan and Xiao Yuye walked in. Dad, you're looking for us. Xiao Chang'e sighed and said, your brother passed away early, and I lost the child he left behind. Now the child you adopted is not of my Xiao family's bloodline after all. You've caused such a scandal. Yu Yan, your son is about to graduate from college. Ask him to come to the Xiao group to help. If my real grandson can't be found, then adopt him. Xiao Yuyan nodded, yes, Dad. My eldest sister and I have been trying to find out the whereabouts of that child for years. Perhaps God will help us find him. Xiao Chang'e nodded, that would be the best. But right now, let this useless Xiao Mukin marry that woman. Remember, after marriage, don't let Xiao Mukin get involved in our core business. This guy is useless. The other end. Li Xiu and the people in his department returned to the company. Everyone was tired. They lay there unable to move. Everyone was still discussing what happened in the Xiao family today. You know, it's said that the old man of the Xiao family is almost angry to death. Originally, the Xiao family was planning to form an alliance with our Fu family. I heard this from outside. But guess what, it's all gone to waste now. That would really make me angry to death. Such an unfilial son and grandson, but Lu Ruan is really lucky. I have a sister who works for the Xiao family. She said that it was Mr. Xiao who arranged for Lu Ruan and Xiao Mukin to get married. What? That person will be back later. Should we flatter him well? He will be Mrs. Xiao in the future. He will definitely resign by then. Yes, I'm going to be a young lady. I'm so envious. At this time, the office door was pushed open and Lu Ruan walked in. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At this moment, she felt a sense of superiority, and her face regained some spirit. Li Xiu, you have looked down on me for a while. And I'm about to marry into a wealthy family. And you, will you regret it? Do you regret not holding me? At this time, Li Xiu walked out of the office and glanced at everyone. What's wrong? Why are you all standing there? Lu Ruan glanced at Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, I'm getting married. Li Xiu nodded. Oh, congratulations, Xiao Mukin, I know. Other colleagues at the scene complimented him one after another. Ruan, what's going on? You're being too wild today. But fortunately, the result is good. From now on, you will be Mrs. Xiao. So when are you getting married? Yes, when are you getting married? Li Xiu was holding his cell phone and talking on the phone at this time, and seemed to not take Lu Ruan seriously at all. Lu Ruan said, Li Xiu, can't you see me? I'm getting married soon. Didn't you tell me you were getting married? I hope you can bring her with you when the time comes. Come to my wedding. Li Xiu put down what he was holding. He said lightly, Lu Ruan, didn't I already tell you that you and Xiao Mukin should be locked together? Finally, you don't have to bother me anymore. Get married soon and go back home to have kids soon. Got it? For some reason, a thick mist rose in Lu Ruan's eyes. 1 year, Li Xiu, a whole year. Is the 1 year we spent together nothing to you? She took out her cell phone. She opened the photo album, and in it were all the things Li Xiu had done for her this year. She took pictures of them and sent them to her bestie to show off. But now all these things in the past will never happen again, and she will become Xiao Mukin's wife. And Li Xiu, no one wants you, right? I haven't seen the wife you mentioned. Ah, by the way, you are just mad at me. Li Xiu, you've already lost me. Spend the rest of your life regretting this. At this time, Lu Ruan's cell phone rang. It's Xiao Mukin. Where are you? Come to the Xiao family now. Xiao Mukin said lightly. Lu Ruan nodded. Okay, I'll come right away, brother Mukin. She turned around and gave Li Xiu one last look. I'm going to marry into a wealthy family. And you will always be just a worker. Section chief? Actually, now that I think about it, it's not that big of a deal. Chapter 41. The invitations have been sent out. Why doesn't he stand firm? Lu Ruan put down her phone and left the company. It was time to get off work anyway. The other end. Li Xiu went to the basement, drove his own car out of the company, and returned to the Fu Manor. Before leaving, he sent a message to Fu Xiuyu and learned that she had to work overtime for social events in the evening. So Li Xiu went back to the manor first. After returning to the manor, Li Xiu met his father in the main hall, who was chatting and laughing with Fu Wanjun. Xiao Xiu is back. Fu Wanjun said. Li Xiu smiled and called out, mother-in-law. Then Fu Wanjun said, your grandfather went back to Shangjing City today. He hasn't finished his work yet. He was very satisfied after seeing you yesterday, so he went back early this morning. At this time, Li Pingan said, I heard that Lu Ruan made a big fool of herself? With a rich young man, in your company's live broadcast, the two of them were lying there in disarray? Li Xiu picked up a peach from the table, stuffed it into his mouth, and then said vividly, that's right, I'm telling you, Lu Ruan has been with that Xiao Mukin for a long time. That's good now. There's bound to be a result between the two of them. Fu Wanjun sighed and said, Xiao Chang'e has been smart all his life. I never thought that he would have such a grandson at his old age. I heard that the Xiao family has been hastily preparing for the couple's wedding. Old Xiao is planning to use this to silence the gossips of the public, because only in this way can he prove that his Xiao family's family tradition is not so bad. Old Xiao is furious now. He has directly cancelled Xiao Mukin's inheritance sequence. He plans to banish this grandson to the Cold Palace after the flash marriage in the next 2 days. He is even planning to find an heir from his grandson's side. After hearing this, Li Xiu nodded. The wealthy family was indeed a wealthy family. They were ruthless in their actions. But this incident did benefit the Lu family. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan walked in and said, Mom, the Xiao family sent someone to deliver the invitation. It's right outside the door. I sent them back directly. As she spoke, she took out a red invitation in her hand. What a simple invitation. I heard that they only invited a few relatives and close friends like us. It seems that Mr. Xiao just wants to shut everyone up and get this matter over with. Her eyes moved. Brother-in-law, this is your ex-girlfriend, are you and your sister going? Li Xiu said calmly, go. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I go? Lu Ruan and I had compelling reasons at the time. Now that it's over, what can I think of her? You guys should stop being upset, okay? Wait, what did you call me? Fu Xiuyuan's face was somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa has recognized you, so I will follow the fourth old man and call you that. If you can't do it, I will revoke your title then. Oh, you're really tough. Li Xiu said with a smile. Fu Wanjun sighed, the Xiao family is smart all their lives, but they are foolish for a moment. Li Xiu then asked, Xiuyuan, your sister hasn't come back yet? Fu Xiuyuan said. My sister has a dinner party tonight, do you want to go? I'll send you the location. Li Xiu nodded, okay. On the other side, the Xiao family. In Xiao Mukin's room, Lu Ruan said, Brother Mukin? What's wrong with you? Didn't Grandpa just tell us to have the wedding tomorrow night? Are you unhappy about something? Xiao Mukin turned around and slapped him backhandedly. Bang! This heavy slap made Lu Ruan spin around for 2.5 weeks. Lu Ruan! Do you know what this means? Do you think my grandfather likes you and wants you to come in as soon as possible? No. He hates me. He's just hastily getting me married so I can shut up those wealthy families. Let me tell you, Grandpa didn't invite most of his relatives this time. The scale is pitifully small. This is the omen that I will be banished to the Cold Palace and lose the chance to become the heir to the Xiao family. What do you know? What do you know when I tell you this? Waste. You waste, get out. Get out of here. Lu Ruan covered her face and ran out of the room. Standing at the edge of the corridor and squatting on the ground, she unconsciously took out her cell phone, tears dripping on the screen, and found Li Xiu's number in the address book. Brother Li Xiu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. You would never have treated me like Xiao Mukan did before. I gave him everything, but he treated me like trash. I gave you nothing, but you treated me so well. She opened the photo album on her phone and flipped to a year ago. It was a photo of Li Xiu in the snow. Scrolling down, I saw her saying in the middle of the night that she was hungry and wanted to eat cake. It seems that Li Xiu got up at night to make a cake. There were so many other things, so many more, that she couldn't even count them all. She called her best friend and said, "Xingxing, I seem to have lost something very important. I seem to have lost Li Xiu. I seem to have done something wrong." Zhang Xingxing asked doubtfully, "Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you were going to marry into a wealthy family?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "No, Xiao Mukan doesn't like me at all. He just treats me as a toy and has never thought of marrying me. Ruyan, I have to say something to you. You want to marry into a wealthy family and have a true relationship at the same time. How can such a good thing happen? Li Xiu is just a small clerk. At best, he can be a department manager in other people's companies. But the Xiao family is an old and wealthy family. How can it be the same? Even if Xiao Mukan doesn't love you, even if he hates you, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. You will definitely have a lot of pocket money. You don't have to work hard, and you still have money, you know? This is the life that many women dream of." Zhang Qingqing sighed. "I envy you so much. I thought you treated Li Xiu like that before because you were deliberately trying to make him give up because he was poor. So what? You finally got your wish and got the ticket to the rich family, but now you regret it? Do you know how much I would love to trade with you if I could?" Lu Ruyan stopped crying and nodded, "You're right. At least I've married into a wealthy family. Li Xiu gave up on me all by himself. If he had been more resolute, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Well, he's really too much." Chapter 42. I have become a wealthy family, but you are still a beast of burden. When Lu Ruyan and her best friend were crying before their wedding, Li Xiu had already driven to the location where Fu Xiuyuan was. He parked outside the hotel and sent a message to Fu Xiuyu. But Fu Xiuyu did not reply. "It seems that our wife is busy with social engagements," Li Xiu said. At this moment, inside the hotel, there were CEOs from more than a dozen companies in front of Fu Xiuyu. "Mr. Fu. Oh, Mr. Fu, you are young and promising. Let's toast to you together." As they spoke, the bosses raised their cups. Fu Xiuyu naturally had to give face. He also raised the cup in his hand and drank it all. What a drinker! Mr. Fu has a good alcohol tolerance. But there is a rule in our business, which is that you have to drink at least 3 glasses of wine in a row. Let us do it again. Fu Xiuyu frowned slightly. Although she could drink some alcohol, her alcohol tolerance was average. These liquors were of a particularly high alcohol content and were top-grade spirits. After this 1 cup, I already felt a little dizzy, let alone 2 more cups. But now that the Fu Group's automotive department has made a fool of itself, these partners have been affected, so I should drink these 2 cups. Thinking of this, she reached for the cup. The next moment, a figure walked in. He snatched Fu Xiuyu's cup and drank 2 glasses in a row. Fu Xiuyu recognized her husband. Li Xiu? You? Li Xiu immediately turned around and grabbed the half-empty bottle of liquor on the table. I'm Fu Xiuyu's husband. If you all want to drink, I'll drink with you. This is half a bottle. Let's drink it first. As he spoke, he raised up half a bottle of liquor and drank it directly like a dragon. He drank it all up in gulps. All right. It's your turn. All the bosses at the scene gave thumbs up. This guy is awesome. Holy crap. We admit defeat, we really can't drink it. The next moment, Li Xiu's eyes were spinning. Oh my god. What kind of wine is this? It's so strong. Fu Xiuyu stood up with an awkward smile, raising her hand to support Li Xiu's arm. Sorry, everyone, my husband has a quick temper. These CEOs stood up one after another. Oh, we were just joking. We've been working together for so long, and I didn't mean to force him to drink. I just didn't expect Mr. Fu's husband to be so strong and drink straight away. Mr. Fu, please go back and take care of your husband first. This is too much to drink. Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded. Special Assistant Lin then walked closer and asked, what happened? Why did the child fall down again? He thought those old men were trying to get us drunk, so he came in to help me find a place to fight. Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes. You drive, take us home. This guy always manages to make himself unconscious. Special Assistant Lin covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. Even if that's the case, won't we still get you? Are you looking for death? Fu Xiuyu glared. Okay, I'll take you back. A moment later. Fu's manor. Fu Xiuyu got out of the car and supported her husband. Li Xiu had already transformed into a funny guy at this time, not Buddy. We can have another drink. Fu Xiuyu, don't come here, your wife is going to be crushed to death by you. Amat Ras. Go. Let's go. Li Xiu talked nonsense. As soon as you enter the main hall. Fu Wanjun came out and said, what's wrong with this child? Fu Xiuyuan, help your brother-in-law. Your uncle has gone to take a shower. Fu Xiuyuan stood up and complained, how can I have the strength to help a grown man? The two sisters, one on each side, supported Li Xiu to the room on the second floor. Why is this guy so heavy? I went to pick you up, but he drank so much? Fu Xiuyuan was speechless. Fu Xiuyu, block the wine for me. Xiao Pakai, if you can't drink it, then don't drink it. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. The two men helped Li Xiu fall onto the bed. The two men were unable to get up because of Li Xiu's arms. Li Xiu opened his eyes dazedly, huh? To Fu Xiuyu? Just at this moment, two little heads appeared at the door. Fu Xiuxue was stunned. What are you playing? Fu Xiumu, whatever we play, count me in. Fu Xiuyu said angrily, he's drunk, pry his hands apart. The next morning. Li Xiu woke up in a daze after a hangover. Fuck. My whole body hurts. Did someone beat me up last night? Li Xiu didn't know that after the four sisters turned him over, Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiuyuan immediately retaliated. Beat and kick him. Get up, I still have to go to work. Li Xiu had a simple breakfast, then got in his car and stepped on the accelerator to arrive at the office. As soon as I entered, I heard constant compliments from the people in the unit. Ruyan, you are so lucky to marry into a wealthy family. We are so envious. Yes, as long as you enter a wealthy family, your future life will no longer be a life of cattle and horses. Yeah, you even invited us to your wedding. I've never been to a wealthy family's wedding. Lu Ruan said proudly, you don't have to pay for the gift, just come and have dinner. The Xiao family is anxious for me to join them, and tonight is the wedding, so everyone needs to come. At this time, everyone noticed that Li Xiu had arrived. The sound gradually quieted down. Lu Ruyan's eyes kept falling on Li Xiu. Li Xiu, please come to our wedding. After all, we are the most likely candidates. Now that I'm a wealthy family, you're just a beast of burden. We're destined to be from different worlds from now on. Come and eat, just as a way to leave a little memory of your youth. Li Xiu said calmly, I've already told you that you and Xiao Mukin must be locked together forever. It's best if you never separate in this life. I'd love to see that happen. You. Lu Ruyan originally thought that Li Xiu would definitely be sad, but she didn't expect Li Xiu to say that. Okay, then remember to bring your non-existent wife with you. Don't find one on the spur of the moment. Li Xiu glanced at her and said, don't bother with that. I'll take my wife with me to see you two get married. After saying this, Li Xiu returned to his office. Lu Ruyan said to herself, okay. I'll wait and see too. After a day's work, Li Xiu stretched lazily while holding up his phone. I spent all day playing, and my combat power is only 280,000? It seems that if I want to become the best in the server, I have to keep spending money on this game I'm playing while slacking off at work. Chen Shuyi came over at this time. Section Chief Li Xiu, we all have to go drink, don't you want to come with us? Li Xiu nodded, you guys go first, I'll wait for my wife to go together. Chen Shuyi nodded. Yes, you should indeed wait for your wife, after all, your wife is the real rich one. You kid, you married a golden phoenix. At this time, Li Xiu received a message from Fu Xiuyu, get ready to go. Only then did Li Xiu stand up. Downstairs in the company, Fu Xiuyu drove his red LaFerrari, get in, the clothes are in the car. Li Xiu asked doubtfully, honey, do we really need to dress so formally? Fu Xiuyu, how can you go to your ex-girlfriend's wedding without wearing something fancy? Right? Li Xiu shook his head, oh, there's nothing between her and me a long time ago, why are you jealous? On. The car engine roared. Heading towards the Xiao family auditorium. Chapter 43, He'll cry today and you'll never find someone like me again. At the wedding now. The Lu family members wore gold and silver, but it was obvious that much of it was fake. Lu Yingshan even wore a fake big gold chain. The same goes for Lu Rusong. Wang Hong even dressed up as a butterfly. Some relatives in Liujia village were whispering. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong are so lucky. Their daughter actually married into a wealthy family. Yes, thinking about it this way, it makes sense that the Lu family treated that poor son-in-law badly back then. It turns out that Lu Ruan has such strength. Yes, that's right. Compared with a poor son-in-law and a rich son-in-law, which one is more important and which one is not? Is there any need to say it? Listen to these discussions. Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong felt like they were about to become immortals. In life, it is this moment that makes happiness concrete. Wife, our life is here. Lu Yingshan sighed. Yeah, what do you think? Once these two get married, how much support will the Xiao family provide? Will they directly list my son's company on the stock market? Lu Rusong said with a smile, Mom, look at that girl, she's so pretty. I heard her name is Xiaoxi. And those girls are all rich ladies. Mom, turn down all the girls introduced by your aunts and uncles. I'm not an ordinary person anymore. I'm telling you, my future wife must be a member of a royal family. Who made my sister marry into a wealthy family? Lu Yingshan held his son in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight is the last time we'll communicate with these poor relatives. We don't need to go to Liujia village anymore. Got it? From now on, we'll just take Sunshine Avenue and ride in a Rolls-Royce, huh? Lu Yingshan was so happy, I've already looked at cars. A car worth 3 or 5 million is not worthy of my status. When the time comes, I'll ask my daughter to get the betrothal gift quickly, and we can turn things around. Lu Rusong asked in confusion, what's going on with the Xiao family? Why didn't you take out the betrothal gifts and other things in advance? Lu Yingshan snorted coldly, what are you talking about? They are from a wealthy family. Son, do you know what a wealthy family is? They want to marry our daughter, we can't just ask for it. By then, people will definitely think that my Lu family is no good. Isn't there a term like gold digger or gold digger clan? If we ask for it now, it will seem like we are of low class. Normally, people would give it to us on their own initiative. Maybe your sister's matter came as a surprise. The Xiao family may not be ready yet. Lu Rusong nodded. Yes, speaking of this, our family is dependent on others. We can't talk about this carelessly or ask for it carelessly. It would make us look inappropriate. Right. Wang Hong nodded. By the way, I just saw that all the small plates over there are made of sterling silver. Let's hide some of them quietly inside our clothes and take them away later. Lu Yingshan nodded, and the couple immediately took their son to get the plates. The other end. Xiao Chang'e had a gloomy face and sat alone in a private box inside. A housekeeper said, Master, everything is almost ready. It's just that the people from the Lu family are not honest and have taken away a lot of pure silver plates, which has caused us to be in a mess. Xiao Chang'e frowned, let them go. I get upset when I see these people. So, get it done quickly and kick Xiao Mukan out of the Xiao family. Except for holidays, he is not allowed to come back. As an adopted son, I have raised him for so many years and even married him. My Xiao family doesn't owe him anything. The butler nodded immediately. In the dressing room at the back, Lu Ruan looked at herself in the mirror. Although the wedding was a bit hasty and the things were not the best. This dress doesn't fit me very well, but at least I'm beautiful. Zhang Qingqing stood aside, excitedly saying, Ruan, you're worthy of being a wealthy family. Even these jewels are real. Little did people know that the jewelry Lu Ruan wore were all rewards given to servants by wealthy families. It's just that they have never seen the world, so they wear them crazily. Has Li Xiu arrived? Lu Ruan asked. Are you still thinking about Li Xiu? Zhang Qingqing said. Isn't he a scumbag? Let's forget about him and just be a good bride. Lu Ruan sighed and said, Li Xiu used to be very kind to me. He must be the best man in the world to me. Qingqing, if Li Xiu cries later, please help comfort him. Tell him that even if he can never see a beautiful white moonlight like me again in this life, he should not give up on life. As long as he works hard enough, he will have everything. Even if he can't become rich in this life, he can still become a worker with a little money. Zhang Qingqing nodded, yes. Ruyan. Losing you is the biggest regret in his life. He can only marry an old, ugly woman. After all, his status as a single-parent family has already discouraged countless women. Zhang Qingqing thought again, however, my appearance is more than enough for him, and he has a good job now. Ruyan, how about I take over? Lu Ruan also had some thoughts. Zhang Qingqing was her best friend. If Zhang Qingqing trained Li Xiu to be a bootlicker, what if her marriage with Xiao Mukan was not smooth? Maybe there is a way out. After all, a man who has been used by your sister is better than being used by other women. Qingqing, how about this? Give it a try. Li Xiu will definitely be very vulnerable tonight. He's bound to cry. You can comfort him and hold on to his fragile heart, okay? Zhang Qingqing nodded, yeah. Don't worry, I can do it. A little further away, a makeup artist from the Xiao family was preparing things while frowning. Li Xiu? Isn't he the son-in-law of the Fu family? They are a real wealthy family. What are you two crazy women talking about? As expected, she was from a humble family. When she heard that she was going to marry Xiao Mukan, she was stunned. But after tonight, Xiao Mukan, the eldest grandson of the Xiao family, will be dead in name only. She shook her head and stepped forward. Madam, let me put on your makeup. Wow! Madam! Zhang Qingqing stomped her feet excitedly. Lu Ruyan also became more and more proud. Okay, when I become the mistress of the Xiao family, I will reward you. She was smiling happily and looking at people with a squint. The veins on this makeup artist's forehead are about to pop out. What the hell is this? I'm being polite to you, but you're still acting like this. What a joke! I was thinking about a little girl like you marrying an adopted son who was about to be kicked out of the Xiao family. I feel sorry for you. I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. As expected, if you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same house. I want to see how you react after knowing the truth. Chapter 44. Why can't he be miserable to the end? On the other side, Xiao Mukan was drinking alone in the dressing room. He raised his hand and tugged at his tie. Ha, I'm done, my life is over, Lu Ruyan, ha. At this time, a housekeeper came in and said, Master Xiao, everything is ready. It's almost time to start. The housekeeper glanced at Xiao Mukan and said, after today, you will be treated just like an ordinary member of the Xiao family. We will definitely not see you again in the future. Xiao Mukan, Master. Xiao Mukan naturally noticed the change in the servant's gaze, and his expression changed slightly. He raised his finger and pointed at the man and said, What do you mean? The look in your eyes just now. Are you mocking me? The butler raised his lips and said calmly, Master Mukan, the time has come. You don't want me to wait any longer, do you? Yes. And Grandpa, I can beg him later. He won't give up on me completely, even though I'm not his biological grandson. He seemed to have grasped the last straw and followed the butler out. At this moment, guests have arrived one after another. Many people from wealthy families knew the current situation and spoke out. This Xiao Mukan really doesn't know how to behave himself. Now he's just shot himself in the foot. That's right. I heard that this bride is just an ordinary person. If Xiao Mukan marries her, then it's all over, right? The heir of this generation of the Xiao family must be replaced. The guests were talking about this. Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruyan began to walk on the stage. But the atmosphere was a bit strange. Lu Ruyan approached Xiao Mukan, and Xiao Mukan seemed a little resistant. At this moment, a butler shouted from a distance. The Fu family is here. At the auditorium now. Everyone from the Fu family came over. The leader was Fu Wanjun. And behind them were Fu Xiuyu and her sister, with Li Xiu standing next to Fu Xiuyu. The moment everyone walked in, Lu Ruyan lost her voice and said, Li Xiu? Why is he here with the Fu family? Did they meet on the way? So we came together? Right. Li Xiu was appreciated by President Fu for his outstanding performance. That's right. The discussion at the scene became lively. The son-in-law of the Fu family is really good-looking, both in appearance and temperament. That's right, walking next to the female president of the Fu group, she's not inferior at all. Son-in-law? Fu group? At this moment, the employees of the Network Information Security Department were all stunned. No, Our section chief's wife is President Fu? How is this possible? My section chief is the prince consort? No, minister, why didn't you say anything? Did you know this a long time ago? No wonder section chief Li's promotion was like a rocket. Wow, I was thinking of pursuing section chief Li, but I didn't expect to be snatched away by someone. On the stage, Ruyan Lu was shocked and asked, "What? What does this mean?" Xiao Mukin sneered beside him, "After all this time, you still don't know? This Li Xiu is Fu Xiuyu's husband, the son-in-law of your company, and a core member of the Fu group. You think they're lying to you? You're so naive, Lu Ruan. They've already been married." At this moment, the words Li Xiu had said before echoed in her mind. "Li Xiu, I am married and have obtained the marriage certificate." Li Xiu was drunk, and President Fu showed up not for work, but to pick up her husband? Why is Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu together? This is impossible. Didn't he lie to me? Lu Ruyan said in surprise. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Zhang Xingqing was also stunned, but she finally reacted, "Ruyan, you are getting married. Focus on the present. Li Xiu is already a thing of the past." Xiao Mukin sneered and said, "What's wrong? Lu Ruyan, do you regret being with me now?" At this moment, Lu Ruyan was still overwhelmed by the heart-wrenching pain. 1 year, that whole year. He has done so much for me, is it nothing? Li Xiu, you big scumbag, how did you know Fu Xiuyu, how did you know the president? Woo woo woo. Lu Ruyan's heart was bleeding. If Li Xiu lived a bad and miserable life, she would feel that her choice was right. But Li Xiu is doing so well now, he seems very happy after losing me? This is what makes her uncomfortable. As for Xiao Mukin didn't seem to be what he imagined. Why do you treat me like this? Li Xiu, why do you want to live happily? Can't you just be unhappy to the end? At this moment, people from the company came forward in the audience. Boss Fu. Section Chief Li. Section Chief Li didn't expect you to be Mr. Fu's husband. Li Xiu pointed at Fu Xiuyuan on the other side. The latter winked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu's mind buzzed. Holy shit! My wife is Mr. Fu? A billionaire president? Fu Xiuyu said from the side, "Li Xiu, I actually wanted to tell you before, but I kept delaying it." You're not going to divorce me, are you? Fu Xiuyuan beside him explained, "We just wanted to test you, so we lied to you." Fu Xiumu beside him shook his head. Brother-in-law can't divorce. I've always stood on his side. Li Xiu sighed, then stood with his hands behind his back. I'm not someone who likes to take advantage. You're a billionaire CEO, and we're not a good match. Sigh, I need to think about this. Holy crap. That's great. I need to think about how to spend my wife's money. Should I buy a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Fu Xiuyu's hand had already twisted over. Huh? What are you thinking about, huh? Still want to buy a Ferrari? Can't you drive mine? Fu Xiuxue sighed, he's just here to cheat money. Sister, don't be fooled. This scene. In the eyes of others, it becomes flirting. Fu Wanjun smiled and said, well, we're here to attend the Xiao family's wedding today, so the two of you should stop stealing the show. Oh, I haven't sign in today. Li Xiu immediately said, system. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Zhao's wedding hall. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physique, can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Li Xiu asked in confusion, can you drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? Not bad. I can help my wife block the alcohol when we go to discuss business in the future. The ceremony on the stage is now over. Fu Xiuyu and his family found a table and sat down to eat. Colleagues from other units immediately came over and sat down. They all complimented Li Xiu and tried to get close to him. After all, Li Xiu is their section chief and also the son-in-law of the emperor. Li Xiu will definitely be a senior executive in the future. By then they will have a relationship. Thinking of this, these beautiful girls started chirping. Fu Xiuxue glanced over there and snorted coldly, big sister, look at your husband, he's so popular with women. Can you really be assured? Why don't you let me snap him? Chapter 45, Drinking at the Table, Never Get Drunk. Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and pinched his sister's ear, that's enough, he's your brother-in-law, just be a little more polite. Fu Xiuxue glared at Li Xiu. she felt that this family had changed. She was no longer the most favored one. Everyone seemed to like the man Li Xiu. Even Fu Xiuyuan, who was standing next to her, had changed. Fu Xiuxue, humph. Okay, I'll find evidence. It is impossible for an ordinary person like Li Xiu to approach his sister without any purpose. Thinking of this, Fu Xiuxue firmly believed that Li Xiu was a big liar. You can deceive my sister for a while, but you can't deceive her forever. On the other side, Xiao Mucan and Lu Ruan had already started toasting the guests. After several rounds of toasts, they arrived at the Fu family. Xiao Mucan glanced at Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, come and have a drink. What's the point of drinking wine? Do you dare to drink white wine? Chen Shui saw that the atmosphere was not right and said immediately. Today is Ruyan's wedding day, the groom should not drink too much. So we can't have our wedding night. Xiao Mucan seemed determined. Li Xiu. You can't be unable to drink, right? You are the son-in-law of the Fu family after all, how can you not drink? Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Xiu. Li Xiu, congratulations to you too. Li Xiu glanced at the two men, then at the Maotai in front of him, as expected of the Xiao family, such a fine wine, of course I will accompany you. Xiao Mucan, but I have to tell you, if you drink with me, you might not be able to have your wedding night. Of course, you might not care at all, after all, you have a lot of fun every day. What did you say? Xiao Mucan was already furious, and after hearing this, he became even more furious. Li Xiu. You're just a smug villain. I, Xiao Mucan, have been drinking since I was a child. Do you think you are worthy enough to compete with me in drinking? Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. Stupid guy, this is a good time to test my new physique. Alright. Everyone, watch. The groom and I are having a drinking contest. Since the groom is interested, let's have a contest. This scene attracted a lot of attention. It's obvious that this son-in-law of the Fu family and Xiao Mucan have a grudge against each other. Isn't it? If it weren't for Li Xiu's appearance, Fu Xiuyu would have to marry Xiao Mucan. This is the golden phoenix, it turned into, hee. Some of the guests' sarcasm fell on Lu Ruyan's ears, and she looked unhappy, humph. But even so, I am still the wife of a wealthy family. You are just envious. Xiao Mucan waved his hand, and the butler immediately came forward. Hand over the mutai. Fu Xiuyu had already seen Li Xiu's drinking ability. Your alcohol tolerance is average, so drink less. You'll get drunk. This is strong liquor. Li Xiu shook his head, don't worry, I know my limits. Xiao Mucan glanced at Fu Xiuyu and asked, what's wrong? Fu Xiuyu is so protective of your man? It's just a little bit of wine, and he can't even drink it. What's the matter? Is the son-in-law of the Fu family just a useless gigolo? What's the use of a man who can't drink alcohol? Li Xiu smiled faintly. Xiao Mucan, if you say so, then our wine must be a little more precious. Xiao Mucan was clearly already getting carried away. What's the prize? Swapping women? Ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, all the wealthy children present shook their heads. What's going on with Xiao Mucan? Say something like that, isn't that just rubbing old man Xiao and the Fu family's faces into the ground? And the bride's dignity, what a rubbish person. Lu Ruyan immediately said, Brother Mucan, what are you talking about? Bitch. Don't bother me. Li Xiu, do you dare to compete with me? Xiao Mucan blushed. Xiao Chang'e saw this and snorted coldly, this idiot. At this moment, Fu Wanjuan's face turned slightly cold and she asked, is this all the tutoring you have at the Xiao family? Li Xiu, stop talking nonsense. No one would dare to take a woman like you even if you were given away. How about this, if you lose, let me punch you. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned ugly. Li Xiuyu. Xiao Mucan's eyes changed slightly, and he raised his hand and said, okay, but if I win, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me. Li Xiu sneered, okay. As they talked, the two began to drink. One cup after another. Xiao Mucan was stunned. How come Li Su suddenly became so powerful? When did he become so powerful after drinking? The Fu sisters beside him all stared at Li Xiu. Brother-in-law is so awesome, isn't he a little bitch? He really tried his best to beat Xiao Mucan. Actually, I came here to get back at my sister and teach Xiao Mucan a lesson. At this moment, Xiao Mucan was already shaking. Impossible. This is Mao Tai. You drank 15 glasses. This is strong liquor. The other guests at the scene were also shocked. Yes, Xiao Mukin is well known in the circle for his ability to drink. He drank 15 cups and still didn't get drunk by the son-in-law of the Fu family. Is this what he calls drinking? He's just guzzling it. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly trembled. My head is spinning, but I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. What's going on? Don't let me get drunk. Fu Xiuyu immediately stepped forward to support Li Xiu. How is it? Why don't we stop competing? It's harmful to the body. Fu Wanjun also said, son-in-law, what are you doing? It's not shameful to not be able to drink so much. Xiao Mukin said proudly. Li Xiu, if you can't do it, then stop pretending, okay? If you're new, then practice more. You're just smoking too much, boiling smoke, bro. Who knew that at this moment, there was a loud bang in Li Xiu's mind. The dizziness of drunkenness disappears instantly. The next moment, Li Xiu raised his eyes and smiled. Mr. Xiao, who said I can't do it anymore? I just slowed down a little. Let's do it again. Xiao Mukin's face changed. Wasn't this kid in trouble just now? Why did it suddenly recover? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Li Xiu picked up a half bottle of wine and said, drinking 1 cup after another is too slow. It will delay your wedding night. Let's blow the bottle. What? Xiao Mukin's face looked extremely ugly. Li Xiu. Are you kidding me? You're just bragging about the bottle. This is Mao Tai. It's not just plain water. The eyes of the others also fell on Li Xiu's face. Fu Xiuyu snatched the bottle from Li Xiu's hand and said, are you crazy? Drinking 1 cup at a time is fine, but now you drink so much. Who do you think you are? Stop drinking. I won't let you drink. When others saw this, they all said, see? This is what a married couple does. She keeps trying to persuade her husband. Look at Xiao Xiao's wife, she's completely indifferent. Yeah, I really envy Li Xiu. I really want to fight him one-on-one. Draw your swords, everyone. I'm going crazy with envy. At this moment, Li Xiu took back the Mutai bottle again. Said with a smile. Don't worry, honey. You don't have to worry about your husband getting drunk anymore. Chapter 46. What? I'm not really a wealthy family? After saying that, Li Xiu directly raised the bottle of white wine and started drinking it down in one gulp. This is a 52-proof liquor. Even though Xiao Mukin is very adventurous, he has never seen anyone drink like this. This drinking speed is amazing. Xiao Mukin's body trembled a little over there. He was so frightened that his legs went limp. Drank it all? You drank it all? Li Xiu nodded. Yeah, wine, it's just water. Seeing Li Xiu's grumpy expression, Xiao Mukin stepped forward, snatched the bottle, and poured out 2 more drops from it. Then put it on the back of your hand and smell it. It's really wine. It's really wine. What else? If this isn't wine, then what is it? Li Xiu said. Why don't you think I'm trying to trick you with plain water? Xiao Mukin's face turned pale instantly. Impossible, how can you drink so much? Didn't you say that you will get drunk after drinking a little? Lu Ruan once asked Li Xiu to drink a bottle of Rio, but Li Xiu, who was still a college student at the time, just lay outside and slept all night. It was also at that time that he found out that Lu Ruan had a damn bootlicker. He's just a damn bootlicker, how could he have the status he has today? Li Xiu said calmly, Master Xiao, it's your turn now? What do you say? Do you want to follow? Follow me. I'm afraid of you. Xiao Mukin was stared at by the guests at the scene. I can only go ahead with it. He picked up half a bottle of Mutai and poured it into his mouth. Of course, most of the wine flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He was using this method to reduce his intake. But this still didn't help, he was already at the end of his strength. Finally, he sprayed it out directly. His body began to stagger and he couldn't hold the bottle in his hand steadily. This. Xiao Mukin knew that he couldn't drink anymore. The other guests at the scene said one after another, Xiao Mukin, don't hold on any longer. You're getting married today, and Li Xiu will definitely give you face. Is this really possible? Will he really hit you? At this time, Li Xiu stepped forward, raised his big hand, and slapped Xiao Mukin hard. Bang! There was a loud bang. Xiao Mukin almost flew into the air. The next moment he fell heavily to the ground. Li Xiu shook his hands. Yes, the groom's face is really strong, it feels so good to hit him. This kind of behavior in practice will never occur among wealthy families. But didn't Xiao Mukin say he was just an ordinary person, a child from a single-parent family? Then what's wrong with me being rude? You said it yourself, friend. The other guests at the scene were all stunned by Li Xiu, and it took them a long time to react. This Li Xiu, did he really take action? Okay, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Xiao Mukin actually deserves a beating. Who said it wasn't? How about we each kick him while he's drunk? Only then did Lu Ruan react. Li Xiu, what are you doing? I know you're upset because I married him, but why don't you just keep it to yourself? Why did you have to hit my husband? Don't you know that love is letting go? Bang! The next moment, there was a slap mark on Lu Ruyan's face. Fu Xiuyu withdrew his hand, looked at it in surprise, and said sheepishly, I'm sorry, everyone. I just couldn't help myself. This woman is too cheap. She usually pesters my husband and doesn't say anything, but now she actually said such things at the wedding. I really can't help it. All the guests looked at Xiao Chang'e quietly. Xiao Chang'e said calmly, you guys wanted to compete with others in drinking. If you lose, you should accept the loss. Just think of this as an early wedding night. After hearing what Xiao Chang'e said, the other guests at the scene realized that something was wrong. Xiao Chang'e's reaction was too unusual. At this moment, someone from the Xiao family came forward and helped Xiao Mukin away. Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu sat down again. For a moment, the only sound was the sound of eating. Fu Xiuyu said, it seems that the Xiao family is ready to give up Xiao Mukin. Li Xiu was puzzled when he heard this, giving up Xiao Mukin? What does that mean? Fu Xiuyu knew that Li Xiu was not from a wealthy family and would definitely not understand. To put it simply, Xiao Mukin is actually the adopted son of the Xiao family. Old Master Xiao has high hopes for Xiao Mukin, perhaps hoping that he can support the Xiao family. However, Xiao Mukin has obviously disappointed everyone, so Old Master Xiao has withdrawn the resources allocated to Xiao Mukin. Hearing this, Li Xiu nodded. This is not difficult to understand. What the wealthy families want is your strength. Even if you are not a biological child, you cannot be weak. If you are weak and bring shame to your family will naturally abandon you immediately. At this time, Fu Xiuxiu has said from the side, so, if you are weak, our sister will also abandon you. You can cry out to the heavens and the earth for help, but no one will respond. Li Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to this sister-in-law. He directly picked up a large duck leg from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Eating can't stop your mouth? Fu Xiuxiu, woo woo woo. Soon, this simple wedding was over. Everyone in the Fu family returned home. As for Xiao Mukin and Lu Ruyan, they also returned to the Xiao family. Lu Ruyan felt that as the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, she should say hello to her grandfather. After meeting Xiao Chang'e outside the Xiao family, he said, Grandpa, Xiao Chang'e, you don't have to call me Grandpa. Xiao Mukin will no longer stay in the Xiao family. Lu Ruyan was completely confused by this. He asked in confusion, Grandpa, what do you mean? Xiao Chang'e narrowed his eyes, you might as well be more direct in front of me. I, Xiao Chang'e, can see that you want to marry into a wealthy family. Grandpa, Lu Ruyan said. Xiao Chang'e raised his hand. Don't rush to refute me. It's useless to refute me. I just want to tell you that I know exactly what you and Xiao Mukin are thinking. But you bet on the wrong thing. Xiao Mukin is just an adopted son of our Xiao family. Now Xiao Mukin has been eliminated from the competition for the heir. He will soon leave the Xiao family and become an ordinary member of our Xiao family. He will no longer have access to any resources. Simply put, you have failed to marry into a wealthy family. Do you understand? Boom! Lu Ruyan just felt like something exploded in her brain. In an instant, he lost consciousness and his body was shaking. Xiao Mukin is just an adopted son? Why didn't he tell me before? Failed to marry into a wealthy family? How could I fail? I gave up on Li Xiu to get to this point. Why? Why do you treat me like this? She couldn't hold on any longer and turned and ran towards the new house. At this moment, Xiao Mukin had already woken up. He held his head and looked very painful. Grandpa must hate me now. I have disappointed him again. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Lu Ruan stood by the door with a grim expression. Xiaomyukin, so you've been lying to me all along? Chapter 47. Sister, I am also very bad. Why did you lie to me? You are just the adopted son of the Xiao family. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Ruan seemed to have lost all her strength. The most important thing is that Li Xiu has been lost by her, and after all her careful planning, she only got a fake in the end? The drunk Xiaomyukin stood up, pointed at Lu Ruan and laughed. Ha ha ha, you regret it? You regret being with me? But it's too late for you to regret it now. Lu Ruan, I told you a long time ago that Li Xiu has done things that many men can't do, proving that he truly loves you. You're just an idiot. You do whatever I tell you to do, you know that? I just like the feeling of having a boyfriend and a husband. I asked you to get the marriage certificate so that I can have a better experience. And now you're like this, haha, it's hilarious. How can you expect me to marry you, even at your level? Thanks to you, I've been kicked out of the Xiao family by my grandfather. I'm just like you, a waste. Are you satisfied now? Lu Ruan walked up to Xiaomyukin and grabbed his collar. It's okay. After all, you are from the Xiao family. You must have assets. Even if you can't be the heir, we can still do something else. We can start our own company. Get out of here. Xiaomyukin pushed Lu Ruan away. You money loser. I really regret hanging out with you. Grandpa has blocked my bank account and reclaimed all my assets. I'm a pauper now, are you satisfied? What? Lu Ruan's face turned pale instantly. Xiaomyukin became a poor ghost? Li Xiu became the son-in-law of a wealthy family? Are you kidding me? Why? Why is that? Lu Ruan fell to the ground, took out her cell phone, looked at the photos in the phone, and tears fell down. Xiaomyukin glanced at Lu Ruan with disdain. From now on, you will take good care of the child for me. As for marrying into a wealthy family, forget it. If I can get a job in the Xiao family through my grandfather and perform well in the future, I won't lose everything. Lu Ruan had no intention of paying attention to Xiaomyukin at this moment. The other end. After the Lu family returned home, Lu Yingshan was completely drunk. Ha ha ha. I told you, they made my daughter and him get the marriage certificate yesterday. Now the Xiao family can't deny it even if they want to. Lu Rusong also laughed out loud. That's great. I'll have a wealthy sister in the future. Why would I open a company? Mom, ask my sister to get the betrothal gift back tomorrow. Our Lu family's daughter can't marry for nothing. Yes, the betrothal gift must be returned. Wang Hong also said. The family fell asleep with sweet dreams. On the other side, Binhai City, Fu family. After the banquet, everyone in the Fu family was chatting. My brother-in-law's ex-girlfriend is quite pitiful, Fu Xiaomu said. She probably doesn't know that Xiaomyukin is not treated well in the Xiao family now. Fu Wanjun nodded, she asked for it. Xiaoxiu is such a good kid, down to earth and hardworking, which is the most important thing. If he hadn't married your sister, I would have arranged for him to date one of you. Our Fu family is not short of money, what we lack is reliable men. Fu Xiaoxiu said calmly, who knows? He doesn't look like an honest person. Fu Wanjun glanced at the third brother and said, alright, you guys better hurry up. Don't let it happen that when you're old, you can't find a partner. Fu Xiaoxiu shook her head, I said I won't get married. Marriage is free. Why should I have to deal with men? Li Xiu kept silent at this time. Because if you get burned, it will be very troublesome. Fu Wanjun shook her head and sighed, alas, you have never been in love, how do you know that men are not good? Your eldest sister just found someone to get married quickly, isn't she also very happy? Hey, stop bothering me. Fu Xiaoxiu said. Fu Xiaoyu, who was standing by, saw his sister and mother talking about this, and didn't bother to pay attention. He just stood up and pulled Li Xiu back to the room. The two entered the room, and Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, how is it? Your ex-girlfriend is getting married, and the groom isn't you. Are you upset? Li Xiu smiled and pulled Fu Xiaoyu into his arms. How could I not be happy? I'm telling you, locking them up is exactly what I wanted to see. A scumbag man and a scumbag woman, what do you think? Fu Xiaoyu raised his hand to pull Li Xiu's tie, raised his leg to hook Li Xiu's body, and the two of them lay on the bed. Actually, I'm not a good person. I have a strong desire for control. My desire for control and bad desires are very strong. Brother, it's not too late for you to escape now. Li Xiu was stunned. What the hell, sister? The way you talk is so seductive. Sister, I like dishonest people like you. The next morning, Fu Xiuyu stood up and left feeling refreshed, while Li Xiu had dark circles under his eyes. As soon as I left the room, I ran into 3 sisters-in-law who were washing up. Fu Xiuyuan, wearing a pink suspender skirt and pajamas, rolled her eyes at Li Xiu and said, "You drank so much, and you're still so violent. Men, don't be like a little dog." Fu Xiuxue frowned and glanced at Li Xiu. Humph. Bad guy. Fu Xiumu was chuckling, and no one knew what he was laughing at. Why are you 3 acting so weird? Li Xiu asked puzzledly. Fu Xiuyuan glared at Li Xiu. Li Xiu could only go in to wash up after his 3 sisters-in-law left the bathroom, and finally he was late for work for another hour. So it was already past 10 o'clock when I arrived at the office. As soon as Li Xiu came in, he noticed that there was no one at Lu Ruan's workstation. We should have had our wedding night last night, so no one was there. Over there, a group of female employees were chattering. When several male team leaders saw Li Xiu coming, they immediately surrounded him and said, "Brother Li, this is tea sent from my hometown. It's a great thing, not everyone can buy it. I'm giving it to you. Brother Li, this watch was given to me by someone else. I don't like it, so I'm giving it to you. Don't feel pressured. Brother Li, are you going to adopt a son? Brother Li, this is the address of the latest and most interesting club. Feel free to contact me if you want to go there. I can arrange everything for you." Li Xiu struggled for a long time before breaking through the siege. What are these people doing? Am I that kind of person? What was the name of that guy in the club just now? Who was he that I added on WeChat? Come to your workstation. Shen Shuyi came to the office and said, "Li Xiu, a vice president of our group is coming here just now. He might be coming for you." Li Xiu was stunned. What? Why is he looking for me? Doesn't he know my background? Shen Shuyi shook her head. The group is so big, and yesterday's wedding was only attended by people from our department. It's normal that some people are still unaware. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a group of subordinates came towards the cybersecurity department. Boss Wang, this guy named Li Xiu is 25 years old and has already been promoted to section chief within a week of joining the company. He probably has a pretty good background. Mr. Wang, why don't we first understand this clearly, or talk to Mr. Fu? We've already investigated. We had an accident at the exhibition that day, and the surveillance showed him, a technician, entering and leaving. I suspect this guy was responsible. Let's apprehend him first, and then write a report to President Fu. Even if he's a talented person, he's most likely a spy sent by another company. The surveillance camera also saw Xiao Mukan, the young master of the Xiao family. It's obvious that this guy is the traitor of the Xiao family. If we catch this traitor, President Fu won't blame us. After entering the office, Mr. Wang shouted, his hands in his pockets, "Who is Li Xiu? Who is Li Xiu? Come out. Get out." Li Xiu, who was sitting in the office drinking tea and chatting, frowned and said, "Wow. There really is a warrior. Let's go and take a look." Chapter 48. He is a spy. And a spy from the Xiao family. At this moment, other people in the office were talking about it. Isn't this Mr. Wang? Why are you in our department? Don't you know this? Mr. Wang was previously in charge of the car exhibition, but it was disrupted by Lu Ruan. It seems like he's here to call for punishment. At this time, Shen Shuyi followed Li Xiu out. Shen Shuyi asked, "Mr. Wang? Why are you here? If you had something to say, why didn't you tell me in advance?" The man called Mr. Wang sneered. "Shen Shuyi, your department is really good." One of them was the protagonist of the day, and the other appeared in the operation room behind my exhibition stand that day. Now that heroine has become the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, I want to see who this person is. Shen Shuyi heard this and thought about what to say. Mr. Wang immediately raised his hand. "Shen Shuyi, TSK, shut up, don't say anything, let me speak. You, Shen Shuyi, might be one of them. Your department is simply rotten. There are more spies here than we have our own people. How can you protect the company's network?" Li Xiu wanted to laugh when he heard that. He covered his mouth and asked, "This? So you think I'm a spy, or a spy for the Xia family? Mr. Wang sneered. Isn't that right? You little spy. You're sabotaging other people's company activities and engaging in unfair competition. Expect a lawsuit. Li Xiu nodded. Are you so sure that I am a spy? Where's the evidence? Mr. Wang said with an unpleasant expression. Evidence? What kind of evidence do we need to arrest a spy like you? I have the video of you sneaking into our control room that day. And you're also very familiar with that woman, aren't you, Section Chief Li? The employees at the scene all tried to hold back their laughter. Mr. Wang looked at these people in confusion. What are you doing? I'm speaking here as a leader. What do you all mean by this? Okay. I'm calling the police right now. Commercial crime. It's also a crime. Li Xiu put his hands in his pockets and smiled faintly. Oh? Really? Fine, call the police. I'm not going anywhere. At this moment, there was a slight ding sound from the elevator. Da-da-day. The sound of high heels swaying. With more than 10 years of experience in serving Mr. Fu, Mr. Wang immediately knew that this was Mr. Fu. She turned around sleekly and said, Boss Fu. Why are you here? Looking at the frost on Mr. Fu's face. This person immediately said, Mr. Fu, you must be very angry too. I am so angry that I am dying. Li Xiu has only been at the company for a short time, and he's already colluding with that woman to sabotage our activities and steal our trade secrets. And this Chen Shuyi. This woman is also very suspicious. Chen Shuyi raised her hand and pointed at herself, looking shocked. Me? I'm a spy too? Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and glanced at Li Xiu calmly. Boss Wang, you said Li Xiu is a spy. How do you think we should deal with him? Oh, then of course we'll hand it over to the police. At the very least, we'll fire him. Mr. Wang said cautiously. Fu Xiuyu smiled. Then what about Li Xiu? Do you have any evidence to prove that he has a problem? Mr. Wang said with a chuckle. We have surveillance. And his relationship with Lu Ruan is no secret. All this is enough to prove it. Hearing these words, Fu Xiuyu turned around and said, Okay, I know your evidence. So you're going to use these things to call the police on my husband? Mr. Wang was still talking to himself. Mr. Fu, the existence of Li Xiu is a complete threat to the safety of our Fu group. I think we must expel him immediately and hand him over to the police for investigation. Huh? What do you mean by husband? What the hell? Mr. Wang's eyes gradually became clear. My heart began to sink to the bottom. A bad premonition spread throughout his body. He had been in the company for only 1 week and was promoted from team leader to section chief. This is simply impossible, unless it's Mr. Fu. Unless Mr. Fu is showing favoritism. In support. Otherwise it would be impossible. Mr. Fu's husband? Mr. Wang was shocked. The rest of the office employees were stifling their laughter. Boss Wang finally knows now. This guy is the son-in-law of our family. He said the son-in-law is a spy. You must be joking. Exactly. As a vice president, you're too late to realize it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. This vice president has become a complete clown. Mr. Wang was trembling as he spoke. I really don't know. This is such a misunderstanding. Ha ha, Mr. Fu, I apologize to your husband. Section Chief Li, I'm sorry, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Mr. Wang immediately prepared to leave with his men. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, Boss Wang, you don't know anything. Doesn't that prove that you're not very perceptive? I think I should arrange for you to go out more often and broaden your horizons. Mr. Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Fu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Assistant Lin, let's give the latest overseas assignment to Mr. Wang. He can go out and gain more experience so that he won't be ignorant of anything. Mr. Fu said. Other employees at the scene were talking about it. Our President Fu, please avenge Section Chief Li. Yeah. Sending a vice president out is quite a punishment. That's right. Mr. Wang, at his age, still has to go out and explore the world. This punishment is indeed not small for a vice president. Love the plot where the older sister defends the younger brother. At this moment, Li Xiu glanced at his wife. The latter nodded, come with me. Li Xiu followed Fu Xiuyu to the tea room. You didn't even come to me when you were bullied. Luckily, I was passing by. Fu Xiuyu complained a little. Li Xiu took Fu Xiuyu's hand and said, "Oh, this is just a small matter. I can handle it." Well, okay. By the way, come with me to Bin University's Taekwondo competition venue this afternoon. I promised the third sister that I would go to watch her competition. You can come with me. Li Xiu nodded, but I'm at work. Then I'll ask the CEO's office to approve a leave for you. What do you think? Fu Xiuyu said without question. Li Xiu immediately saluted, "As you command." After sending his wife off, Li Xiu shook his head. Why do I feel like I'm treating my wife like a boss? Anyway, I can take the afternoon off from work, which is comfortable. Chen Shuyi watched Mr. Fu leave before she walked into the tea room. Li Xiu. What did Mr. Fu tell you? Nothing much. I just went out with her in the afternoon. Li Xiu said. Chen Shuyi showed an envious look. That's great, it can be seen that Mr. Fu and you have a good relationship. Section chiefly, please help me persuade my sister from now on. It's worth it that my sister is so kind to you. Li Xiu nodded. No problem, I'll give you a promotion and a raise to become vice president. By then, we'll have all the power in the government. Wow. Thank you. Even though Chen Shuyi knew that Li Xiu was coaxing her, she still felt very happy. Thank you, chiefly. If you need anything in the future, I'll be there to help you. Suddenly, Fu Xiuyu, who had already walked out, came back and cast a sharp gaze on the two of them. The two people in the tea room were startled. Chen Shuyi raised her hand to cover her mouth. I didn't say anything just now. Chapter 49. On this day, the boys of Bin University collectively broke down. Time flies. Soon it was after lunch. Li Xiu followed his wife into the car and headed towards Bin University. Today is the day of the Binhai University Taekwondo competition. Therefore, there is a lot of traffic, with players from many universities coming in and out. From a distance, you can see the cheerleading team of Binhai University personally guiding and welcoming people at the school gate. Among them were people who knew Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu. Lu Ruan's best friend Zhang Qingqing spotted Li Xiu from a distance. Mr. Fu and Li Xiu? They are here too. They must be here for Fu Xiu. Should we tell Ruan? Lu Ruan was married now, so she decided to chat. Since she had nothing else to do, she called Lu Ruan. Ruan, how is your married life? Why are you crying? On the other side, there was a red slap mark on Lu Ruan's cheek. Lu Ruan said, Xiao Mukin, he hit me. If I were still with Li Xiu, he would never hit me. Zhang Qingqing asked in confusion. Ruan, isn't Xiao Mukin usually very nice to you? Why would he hit you? Lu Ruan shook her head. I don't know, I just told him to get up, and he hit me without saying anything. I didn't know Xiao Mukin was such a person. I regret it, Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing was puzzled when she heard this. What are you going to do now? You're already married, are you still trying to get Li Xiu back? That couple is at my school now. They should be here to watch the school's taekwondo competition. Lu Ruan said in a deep voice, I'm coming over right now. I remembered I still have an unconditional card that I asked Li Xiu to write half a year ago. At that time, we agreed that no matter what the circumstances, he would unconditionally agree to my request once, because he always obeyed me. I didn't think of using it then, but now is the perfect time. I'm coming over right now. Zhang Qingqing was stunned. No, Ruan, you're already married. Is this useful to you now? You don't understand. Zhang Qingqing, you don't understand the feelings between us. Lu Ruan was like a madman who had lost his mind. You don't know how much he loves me. I'm his light. How could he be happy without me? He's only with Mr. Fu to piss me off. Qingqing, you don't understand. This is love, you know? As for Mr. Fu, he's probably just trying to get out of the arranged marriage. Yes. That's right. As long as I use this no reason card, he will divorce me. Qingqing, are you right? Zhang Qingqing sighed in her heart at this moment. Lu Ruan once had a sincere love in front of you, and only when you lost it did you realize how too late to regret it. Lu Ruan, why did you look down on other people's family background at that time? How could it be so easy to get into a wealthy family? Now that we know the pain, it is too late. At this time, Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu were already heading towards the venue. At this time in the venue, players from various universities were warming up. Every warm-up movement of Fu Xiuxue can cause the otakus to exclaim in surprise. Oh my god! This is goddess Fu Xiuxue, the sister of the Fu group's president and one of the legendary Fu family's twin beauties. When can I talk to her? I really want to get to know her. Last night, the goddess ate chicken clavicles. I have collected all the chicken clavicles in the school yesterday. There must be a bone that my goddess has chewed among them. Dude 6. At this time, these people saw a man with a particularly pretty face walk up to Fu Xiuxue, and then saw this guy raise his hand high. Then he pinched Fu Xiuxue's face. Grass. Are you kidding me? This is the face of a goddess. There were red marks on them. He's dead. This guy is going to die. Goddess Fu Xiuxue is said to be severely misogynistic. He's going to be beaten to death. The last person who tried to get close to the snow goddess through physical contact had 3 ribs broken by a kick, and he's still recovering. Oh, you're talking about that idiot who imitated an idol drama and went up to provoke the snow goddess. It's only been a short time. Another idiot is here. However, the next moment, these men collectively broke down. Fu Xiuxue actually blushed for a moment. Even though it was only for a moment, this was a treatment that no other handsome boy in Binhai University had ever received. What the hell? Nema. Woji. In the distance, the eyes of the players from various universities fell on Li Xiu's face. Karate seniors from Jiangnan University, Moscow University, Tsinghua University, and Peking University all had veins popping out on their foreheads. These goblin boys from Bing University naturally noticed the gazes of these karate seniors. He's dead. I'm telling you, this guy is already a corpse. A casual action made him the target of public criticism. The last person so brave is already dead. However, there is something even more amazing. Just at this moment, a beautiful girl dressed in youthful clothes, who looked like she came out of the anime Gung Meifeng, walked towards the court. These men exclaimed in surprise. It's Fu Xiumu, the #1 pure goddess. I'm in the same venue with the goddess. I need to take a deep breath because this air may have just entered her lungs. Woo woo woo, I like her so much. At this moment, karate seniors from various universities were all looking at Fu Xiumu. When she passed by, the speed and posture of these seniors' warm-up changed, and they all showed their best and most beautiful posture. But the goddess did not stop and just passed by them. This made these seniors feel lost. But what is surprising is that goddess Fu Xiumu actually stopped in front of that pretty boy and shyly handed over the water in her hand. Li Xiu was not vague either. He took it and drank it in one gulp, then raised his hand. Amidst the murderous gazes of all the boys, one fell on Fu Xiumu's head and rubbed it. What the hell? Nema. Woji. On this day, all the male students of Binhai University broke down collectively. How could this pretty boy have such good fortune to be able to please both the goddesses of the Fu family? However, these students also speculated that after the competition, this kid would probably not be able to leave the school gate. Chapter 50. Everyone here is garbage. In fact, Li Xiu was just chatting casually. First, she pinched Fu Xiuxue and told her to perform well and get a good ranking. Then Fu Xiumu came forward to bring him some water. I drank it myself. Your sister went to chat with the principal. I came to see you because I was bored. Li Xiu also noticed that the eyes around him were staring at him. These two girls are quite popular. Fu Xiuxue rolled her eyes at Li Xiu and said, "You don't need to tell me about my strength." Fu Xiumu also nodded. Sister is very strong. Even if she can't get first place, she can still be among the top few. Li Xiu nodded. By the way, I haven't signed in today. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully at the Taekwondo competition venue. Sign in to receive a reward, Taekwondo Grandmaster ID card X1. Use. In an instant, countless knowledge about Taekwondo flooded into my mind, and I instantly mastered all the skills of Taekwondo. Considering Li Xiu's physique, he dared to say that even if all these college students came, it would not be his match. On the other side, Zhang Qingxia, president of Binhai University, was chatting gently with Fu Xiuyu. That's your husband. I can see that he has a good relationship with your family. Zhang Qingxia said. Fu Xiuyu smiled and nodded. After all, he has only graduated from college for a year, and my sisters haven't graduated yet, so there is naturally no generation gap. Zhang Qingxia smiled and nodded. Every scientific research collaboration between Fu Group and our Binhai University has resulted in technological breakthroughs. I look forward to a win-win situation between Fu Group and our university in the future. Fu Xiuyu nodded. The battery for our electric vehicle project was developed in collaboration with your university. I also look forward to future cooperation with Binhai University. At this moment, Li Xiu came closer and said, Xiuyu, the game is about to begin. Zhang Qingxia smiled and said, Go, and accompany your husband. Fu Xiuyu nodded and went to the VIP viewing area with Li Xiu. At the same time, the population of the venue. Lu Ruan, wearing a mask, found Zhang Qingqing, who was on the cheerleading team. Qingqing, I'm here. Zhang Qingqing glanced at Lu Ruan. Ruan, your face? Lu Ruan said in a deep voice, My face is still swollen, so I'm wearing a mask. Where's Li Xiu? Zhang Qingqing pointed to the VIP viewing area. It's over there, Ruan, why don't you just forget it? After all, Li Xiu is married, and you are married too. Lu Ruan shook her head. No, Li Xiu must have faked the marriage. His family is too different from Fu Xiuyu's. He comes from a single-parent family. How can two people from different worlds really be together for life? Li Xiu once loved me so much and treated me so well. Qingqing, I feel like I'll never find such a good man again. When Li Xiu gets divorced, I'll run to him. Do you think he'll be very touched? Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes in her heart. Even if Li Xiu gets divorced, would he rather be interested in you, a second marriage who hurt him, or me, a clean female college student? You don't cherish such a good man like Lu Ruan when she is with you, and you still don't cherish her even after she married into a wealthy family. People like you deserve to live a hard life. However, you are so anxious to destroy the relationship between Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu, you are really anxious and worried. Zhang Qingqing thought about this and immediately agreed, Ruan, I do feel unfair about your feelings. How about this? They're watching the game now. You come with me. After it's over, you'll have a chance to meet Li Xiu. You can use your unconditional card. How about that? Lu Ruan nodded desperately. The other end. When the competition started, Li Xiu thought these taekwondo matches were boring. They didn't have much practical significance. The traditional martial arts of Longhua, such as Bajikwan, were much stronger than them. It's just that this thing has a stronger sports effect, so it has become a world sport. A hit to the torso is worth 2 points, a spinning kick to the torso is worth 3 points, and a kick to the head is worth 3 points, Li Xiu explained. Fu Xiuyu didn't know much about taekwondo. Do you know anything about taekwondo? Li Xiu nodded. Yes, I know a little bit. A little further away, a taekwondo coach from the provincial team was watching the competition on the spot. If you find a good seedling, you can naturally take it away and cultivate it. At this moment, Fu Xiuxue kicked his opponent down. Win a victory. There are also many talented boys among the boys in other universities. As he continued to advance, Fu Xiuxue also achieved several narrow victories. Some boys seemed to deliberately show off in front of Fu Xiuxue. In order to attract Fu Xiuxue's attention, they had no moral ethics at all and were particularly cruel to girls. In the viewing platform, Fu Xiuyu exclaimed, her knee was kicked. My sister has a leg injury. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Sure enough, Fu Xiuxue's leg seemed to be injured. After another round of competition, Fu Xiuxue won third place. These boys really have no manners. Li Xiu said. You'll do anything to get the goddess' attention? Fu Xiuyu frowned, it's really infuriating, bullying my sister. At this moment, the season competition is over, and the first and second place are both boys. It is already very impressive for Fu Xiuxue to be in the top 3 as a girl. The boy who won first place was from Jiangnan University and was a very good player in their school. This boy also caught the eye of the provincial team coach. Yes, this kid's name is Zhang Chen. He's quite capable. If he joins our provincial team for professional training, he should have even better growth in the future. At this time, Fu Xiuxue on the stage had difficulty walking because of leg pain. Zhang Chen stepped forward hypocritically and said, Fu Xiuxue, let me carry you down to see the school doctor. Fu Xiuxue shook his head, no need. Xiuxue, it's okay. We're all in the same circle, and I'm considered your senior. Why are you being so shy with me? Fu Xiaochuyan was about to say something to refuse. A voice came, "Stay away from my Fu Xiuxue." All the contestants looked at Li Xiu in unison. Li Xiu raised his hand and extended it to Fu Xiuxue, "Come here." Fu Xiuxue frowned slightly, but still extended her hand. After all, even though her brother-in-law was her brother, it was better to have him support her than to ask an outsider for help. Jiang Chen's face suddenly turned ugly. Isn't this a slap in my face in public? The other male students in the audience immediately started to mock him. What's the point of winning the game? You still lose the beauty. Exactly. You hit us so hard, do you think our goddess will remember you? How dare you, a Jiang University student, covet our goddess? That's right, but who is this guy? I hate every man who gets close to the goddess. At this moment, Li Xiu glanced at Jiang Chen calmly and said, "Alright, I'm going to carry Fu Xiuxue down now." You rubbish, stop comparing yourself to me. What? What did you say? Jiang Chen's face turned dark. The joy of getting first place just now disappeared. Boy. Are you looking for death? Li Xiu turned his head and glanced at the other contestants from Jiangda University. Excuse me, you guys only know how to bully girls. In my opinion, you are trash. Oh, you are wrong. In my opinion, all the boys here are trash. These words instantly caused all the male contestants from the universities present to stand up. They all looked at Li Xiu as if they wanted to eat him. Chapter 51, There is no limit to weirdness. It's fine if you just picked up girls, but you also scolded all of us? You think we can't fight with Taekwondo? If you are not my friend, why are you cursing me while eating and taking things? You really think you are invincible? At this moment, the Taekwondo players, their faces feeling hot, surrounded Li Xiu. Fu Xiuxue asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "Brother-in-law, put me down and I will fight them." "Why are you hitting me, little girl? You're already injured, and you're still fighting." Li Xiu put Fu Xiuxue down and said, "Stand behind your brother-in-law. Today I'm going to show you how to beat 10 people with one." In the spectator seats, Fu Xiu's mouth curled up slightly, and then he asked with a hint of doubt, "Li Xiu, a computer science graduate, actually knows Taekwondo?" At this moment, Li Xiu stood in place and hooked his finger at these Taekwondo masters. "Come here." These people were immediately furious. I'm so fucking pissed. This guy doesn't even take us seriously. That's right, don't give him face. Several Taekwondo fighters rushed up shouting. The male students watching in the audience shook their heads. This guy is such a warrior, taking on so many high school players all by himself. In fact, even if you lose, you are still a character. Jiang Chen, who had just won the championship, naturally disdained to bully the weak with his numbers. He took a step back and said, "Just teach him a lesson. This kid is really overestimating himself." Li Xiu immediately objected, "No, how can I fight 10 without one? Let's go together." Jiang Chen's forehead was bulging with veins, and he said calmly, "What are you waiting for?" Following this shout, the Taekwondo contestants from various universities rushed towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu was not in a hurry and rushed in alone to meet these people. With a punch to the left and a kick to the right, he knocked the Taekwondo fighters in front of him to the ground. They lay on the ground groaning. Fu Xiuxue opened her pink little mouth in surprise. "No, how come he is so powerful? And he uses Taekwondo?" Fu Xiumu clapped his hands in the audience. "Great! Bro, you're great!" She kept clapping her hands and spinning in circles, obviously happy. This caused the male students who disliked Li Xiu to shout, "What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen, come on too." A drop of cold sweat seeped down Jiang Chen's forehead. Li Xiu's smooth moves don't seem like those of an amateur at all. Is he a professional player? Jiang Chen put away his contempt and said coldly, "Don't be so arrogant." Ah ha ha. Jiang Chen used his best spinning kick right from the start. As a result, Li Xiu just stepped forward and kicked out with his leg raised high. Bang! There was a loud bang. Jiang Chen flew out instantly, fell to the ground and groaned. Ouch, keep saying. Holy shit. My leg is broken. Referee, my leg is broken. Fu Xiuxue glanced at her brother-in-law. Wasn't he a pretty boy? How could he be so powerful? He was right in front of her. It feels quite safe. Li Xiu turned around and picked up Fu Xiuxue again. "Look, you were so careless that your legs were injured. Your sister asked me to carry you down. Sigh, you are so heavy, like a pig." The little bit of goodwill that Fu Xiuxue had just developed disappeared in an instant. What did you say? I've always been on top of my weight. Why didn't you tell me you were weak? Li Xiu shook his head. The male students who saw this scene from a distance were heartbroken. After all, Fu Xiuxue's title of cold-faced goddess had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. How can you be so passionate about men? Li Xiu returned to his seat. The two sisters-in-law sat together with his wife. The boys in the school only then noticed Fu Xiuxue's existence and were all stunned by her beauty. Holy crap! There's a goddess. Who is this? What a beautiful sister. I just want to call mom. Brother Y is dead. Li Xiu turned around and prepared to go to the bathroom, but at this moment, Lu Ruan rushed up. She pulled the mask back slightly. Li Xiu saw a wonderful scene. Although there was a big slap mark on his face, he still looked very unique. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did your white moonlight, who didn't accompany you during your wedding, come out with a slap mark on her face? Lu Ruan took out an unconditional scroll without hesitation. Li Xiu. This is what you promised me before. As long as I take out this scroll, you must agree to whatever I ask. Li Xiu was stunned. Wow, this was something Lu Ruan asked him to write half a year ago. It was also considered a system task at that time. But he only wrote it down to complete the task. As for the content of this scroll, it was even more outrageous. As long as he took out this scroll, Li Xiu had to obey Lu Ruan's orders without any reason. Even if his mother fell into the river, he would not go to save her as long as Lu Ruan did not allow him to. Although Li Xiu didn't know why she still had to write this kind of thing for her even though he obviously obeyed her. Later, Li Xiu found out why, because he saw Lu Ruan's circle of friends, but it was a screenshot sent to him by his buddy. Because Lu Ruan set him up to be invisible. Just to show off, she forced herself to write an unconditional paper full of shame. But now. Li Xiu sneered, Lu Ruan, don't make any mistake. We are no longer related. My current wife is Fu Xiuyu. There are my two sisters-in-law sitting over there. If you want to be beaten by them, just keep talking. Lu Ruan, however, seemed to be stunned. I don't care, Li Xiu, I don't care. We can get divorced after getting married. I'm the one who wants to be with you first. I'll go first, and you go divorce her. After the divorce, I'll be with you. Xiao Mukin was not nice to me. He beat me up and my face is swollen. Touch it. She suddenly grabbed Li Xiu's hand. Li Xiu, feel it. Li Xiu violently shook off Lu Ruan's hand. You're crazy. You lunatic. You're already with your Bai Yueguang. It was clearly your own choice. Why are you still pretending to be a victim? Lu Ruan shook her head. Li Xiu, I understand. Can we get along as equals from now on? Don't leave me. How can I know how good you are if I don't try? If it weren't for this incident, how would I know that Xiao Mukin is not a good person? Can we get along as equals from now on? Get lost. Li Xiu said calmly, Lu Ruan, you really know how to play games. You're already married, yet you come with a piece of scrap paper and ask me to divorce my wife and continue to be your backup. Do you want the whole world to revolve around you from now on? Chapter 52 The Sky is Falling. Bai Yueguang turns out to be a burden. No, Li Xiu. You are just deceived. She is a female president. She won't like you. I am the only one who is sincere to you. Lu Ruan's defense was broken. She's just using you. You'll find out soon enough, Li Xiu. You know what? I just passed by the restaurant where we had our first meal, and I saw a couple sitting next to us. I feel like we can go back to the past, really. Li Xiu, Stop talking. Aren't you disgusting? Your white moonlight is rotten, and you want me to divorce you to cover for you? Li Xiu looked incredulous. You are even more disgusting than I thought. At this time, a voice came, Lu Ruan, you were the one who left him at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now he is mine, and you still dare to linger on him? Fu Xiuyu walked over. Fu Xiuxue and Fu Xiumu stood on either side of their sister. Who the hell are you? How dare you snatch my brother-in-law? Fu Xiumu said cutely. Fu Xiuxue was more direct, bitch, get out. Lu Ruan was already sobbing, you all bullied me, you all wanted to bully me. Be careful or I'll die in front of you. Li Xiu was speechless, then I ask you to stay away from me. At this time, Zhang Qingqing also came closer. Ruyan, there are so many people watching, how about we talk about it next time? Now Li Xiu has completely become the focus of the venue. No buddy. You have 5 girls around you, and they're all so beautiful? Is this guy offering classes? I really want to learn. It doesn't matter how much money you earn, the most important thing is to be able to learn. Just when the few people were in a stalemate, Lu Ruyan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his mother, Wang Hong. Ruyan. Come to the Xiao family. My parents came to visit as in-laws, but they were stopped outside. A mere housekeeper dared to tell us to get out? Where's your husband Xiao Mukan? Let him come out. Rich families are so amazing. When Lu Ruyan heard this, she knew something had happened. She immediately stopped caring about Li Xiu and turned her head to look at Li Xiu deeply. He turned and ran out of the venue. Zhang Qingqing glanced back at Li Xiu and said, I'm sorry, she's upset. Li Xiu looked at the woman in confusion. Oh, that's really unreasonable. At this moment, he turned around and his wife came up to him and said, Little brother, your ex-girlfriend said, what unconditional coupon, what restaurant? Li Xiu looked at the female boss in front of him awkwardly. He raised his arm and put it around her waist. It's all because I was young and ignorant. On the other side, outside the gate of Xiao's manor, Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong confronted the Xiao family's housekeeper in front of them. What do you mean? My child is marrying your young master, but you won't even give a normal betrothal gift? You won't even let us in? Yes, you are kidding. Our daughter Ruyan is the most beautiful girl in the village. The housekeeper in front of him suppressed the urge to kill and said calmly, Young Master Xiao has left the Xiao family. Xiao Mukan will no longer live here. You can contact Xiao Mukan on your own. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingshan looked at his wife in confusion. What do you mean? Xiao Mukan doesn't live here anymore? Wang Hong shook her head and said, They're lying to us. I don't think this big family is that great. They've turned their backs on us. They don't want to give us any money. Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan arrived. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Wang Hong pulled her daughter aside and asked, Daughter, what's going on with the Xiao family? They just finished something and they're already turning against us? Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, Mom, this is what happened. Xiao Mukan is not the Xiao family's biological grandson, but their adopted son. We've all been deceived. What? Wang Hong's face changed drastically. Lu Yingshan's face was also extremely gloomy. Why? Why is this happening? Wang Hong couldn't believe her ears. She even thought she had misheard. Impossible. Now the whole village knows that my daughter married into a wealthy family. You're telling me that Xiao Mukan is a fake young master? Are you kidding? What is this? Lu Ruyan sighed and said, Let's go back and talk to Xiao Mukan first. Wang Hong nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, yes. Let's go find Xiao Mukan. When the group arrived at Xiao Mukan's large flat, it happened that Xiao Mukan was standing outside the door holding his son, and in front of him stood a housekeeper of the Xiao family. The housekeeper said calmly, Master Xiao Mukan, since you are no longer the heir to the Xiao family, your bank card and the properties under the Xiao family's name will no longer be available to you. Now please pack your things and leave. When Lu Ruyan's family saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Xiao Mukan, what's going on with you? Xiao Mukan. Xiao Mukan turned around and glanced at Lu Ruyan calmly, As you can see, everything I have is gone. Now you are satisfied. Wang Hong only felt a buzzing in her head. My whole body was spinning. My wealthy son-in-law is gone? My betrothal gift is gone too? Lu Ruyan's face turned ugly. Mom. What do you mean your betrothal gift is gone? It's because I've lost my betrothal gift, woo-woo. Lu Yingshan's face was grim. Stop arguing, everyone. Now we have lost our house and our wealthy son-in-law. Now we have 2 burdens to deal with. What are we going to do? Lu Ruyan looked at Xiao Mukan and asked, Don't you have any private money? You can't have only the money the Xiao family gave you. Xiao Mukan glanced at Lu Ruyan awkwardly. I used to use the family bank card and never had my own bank card. So? I'm really convinced. At this moment, Lu Ruyan deeply felt that this man was useless. If it were Li Xiu, he would have excellent computer skills and would have been able to make a living. Now, Xiao Mukan is not a real young master, but he has all the symptoms of a young master. Why did I fall in love with such a person before? At this point, we can only find a way to rent a place to live. Lu Ruan's face was grim. Mom and Dad, do you have any money? Wang Han's face instantly turned cold. Money? Where can I get the money? You found such a husband, and you still want us old people to subsidize you? Lu Ruan. I think it's still not too late for you to get a divorce now. Lu Ruan glanced at Xiao Mukin and said, Mom, how can we get divorced after just getting married? Or maybe just forget it. At worst, I can let Xiao Mukin go to my brother's company to help. Xiao Mukin should have a lot of friends. He's also a top student who studied abroad. Hearing this, Xiao Mukin nodded. Yes, I studied abroad in Cambridge, and I studied computer technology. I am a graduate student. Besides, I know a lot of friends in the industry. With me around, nothing is a problem. Chapter 53. As long as he can build our company. Lu Ruan has also thought it over carefully. Li Xiu is now with a rich woman. Even if I get divorced, I may not be able to get this stinky baby back. It's better to be with Xiao Mukin first. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. With his connections, my Lu family can rely on ourselves. Lu Ruan immediately took Xiao Mukin to Songyan Technology Company. At the same time, ask your bestie to inquire about renting a house. She herself was preparing to go back to work in the afternoon. Now that her wealthy life was shattered, she couldn't lose her job. The other end. Fu Group, Cybersecurity Department. Li Xiu was lying in the office with his legs crossed, chatting with his wife on the phone. His current online name is, Hold Your Wife Tight, Jailer. Hugging his wife tightly, the jailer asked, What are you doing, wife? I changed my WeChat name recently, which fully expresses my future direction in life. Fu Xiuyu, we're in a high-level meeting, what's going on? Hugging his wife, the jailer said, Oh, no, I miss my CEO wife. Fu Xiuyu, Section Chiefly has been working for the past few days, spending most of his time playing pay-to-win games and browsing the web, and the rest of the time chatting with me. I'm curious, has Section Chiefly been working lately? Li Xiu was startled. What? How did Fu Xiuyu know I was playing games? Fuck. He immediately put down his phone and went to Chen Shuyi's office. Chen Shuyi, please take a break from work. I'll ask if the people above can monitor our travel history. Yes, didn't I tell you? Everyone knows it, are you the only one who doesn't know? Chen Shuyi nodded. Shit. Wouldn't my image be? Then I'll still be using the browser at work. That would be socially unacceptable. Li Xiu shook his head, being too careless. As a programmer, how could I make such a low-level mistake? Li Xiu immediately returned to his office and turned on his computer. My network must be encrypted. How dare the Fu Group spy on me? The other end. President's office. Fu Xiuyu returned to the office and took a report. Special Assistant Lin reported without looking away, an employee was browsing the browser for a long time during work hours. We were supposed to report this to the entire company, but our son-in-law's name happened to spread around the company, so the people in the supervision office were very sensible and only reported it to you. Fu Xiuyu nodded. Let me take a look. You go out. Wait, you haven't read the report, have you? Special Assistant Lin shook his head. I definitely haven't seen it. Okay, you can go out. Fu Xiuyu slowly opened the file with a cold gaze. I want to see what my little husband is busy with every day. June 23rd, 4 hours of gaming, 4 hours of browsing specific content, SW my sister-in-law is so naughty.avi, SWS the days my wife left after marriage.avi. June 24th, 6 hours of gaming, 2 hours of browsing Asia Zone, Hunt, and all girls family, I'm the only boy. June 25th, check the browser. Bang! Fu Xiuyu slammed the table. Is this kid itching for trouble? What the hell is he looking at every day? Isn't it dirty? At the same time, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. With my status as a god-level hacker, it's no problem to encrypt it for myself. From now on, when they inspect me, they will only see me browsing the company's homepage, he. Just at this moment, there was a noise outside the office. A group of female employees saw Lu Ruan coming to work. Ruan, why are you here? Aren't you going out for a honeymoon? Isn't the life of a rich family good? You're not here to resign, are you? Facing these looks, Lu Ruan said awkwardly, No, Mu Chen is very busy and has no time to travel. He has to work hard to inherit the Xiao family. I'm back to work. I don't want to be a vase for the rich. In fact, some of these girls were well informed and had already known that something was wrong with Xiao Mukan. Instead, these girls continued to praise Lu Ruan. Oh, she's worthy of being Ruan from Group 6. Even after marrying into a wealthy family, she's still working so hard. Yeah, oh my, what reason do we have not to work hard? Come on, Ruan. Hearing these words, Lu Ruan felt uncomfortable all over. Okay, let's stop talking and get back to work. At this time, Li Xiu suddenly pushed open the office door. He looked at Lu Ruan with a smile. Lu Ruan, I'm hungry. Go to the tea room and get me something to eat. What? Lu Ruyan's face turned extremely ugly. Is this my job? I'm not an ant. All the employees looked at Lu Ruyan strangely. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan didn't get angry. Instead, she stood up with a smile and said, Yes, chiefly, I'll go right away. The tea rooms of large companies always have a variety of food on hand to prevent employees from getting hungry or wanting to eat while working overtime. After Lu Ruyan went to the tea room, the men and women in the entire office laughed wildly. Does Lu Ruyan really think she's the young mistress? What a joke! She tried every possible means to get into a wealthy family, but ended up staying with a fake young master. Isn't it embarrassing? If it were me, I would have quit long ago. She treats the real rich son-in-law as trash and the fake young master as a treasure. It's really hilarious. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my brain. Our section chiefly is young and promising, and he has skills. Even if he's not with President Fu, ordinary girls like us would still want to be with him instead of Xiao Mukan. Li Xiu raised the corners of his mouth. I will repay you little by little for the 100 unreasonable requests you, Lu Ruyan, have made to me. I was in a good mood and went back to the office to check the browser. Elsewhere, Lu Ruyan, who was cooking noodles and omelets in the tea room, couldn't stop her tears from streaming down her face. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? I just wanted to live a better life. Li Xiu, Xiao Mukan, you both bullied me. Xiao Mukan, you're my adopted son, but you didn't tell me. Now Li Xiu is making life difficult for me all day long. Li Xiu you. Ouch. Her hand was accidentally burned by the frying pan. It hurts so much. She remembered that a few months ago, she said she was hungry and Li Xiu was busy in the kitchen, and his hands were burned. She blamed Li Xiu for being a coward and not being able to cook anything. But I only got a little burn and it hurts so much. Was I too harsh on him before? Now that I think about it, Li Xiu is really good to me. Xiao Mukan only knows how to order me around. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, wondering how Xiao Mukan was doing in her brother's company. I can only hope that as a top student, he can demonstrate his value and build up my brother's company. Then, my choice is not too bad. Chapter 54, Layoffs hit the aorta, but he is the heart. At the same time, Binhai Songyan Technology Company, Limited. Xiao Mukan went from being dismissive at first to being serious now, and then to collapse. No, why are there so many viruses in your company? And the underlying code is too good. Lu Rusong initially praised his new brother-in-law, but later found that he seemed to only know how to complain. It's completely useless. His face immediately looked unhappy. Brother-in-law, can you do this? Why don't you take a break first? Xiao Mukan's face turned grim. How come your company doesn't even have a single employee? Who will do the daily maintenance? Lu Rusong smiled and said, You'll be my brother-in-law from now on, so of course you'll be the one doing it. I'm also planning to hire a telephone operator and install a phone right here at your workstation so you can contact clients and discuss business while you're coding. What? Xiao Mukan had never heard such outrageous words in his life. This is not how servants are used. What the hell? What do you think of me? Like a beast of burden? How much do you pay me per month? Lu Rusong said with a smile, Brother-in-law, Li Xiu did this before, 5,000 a month, not including food and accommodation, but we are a family, so it's different. Anyway, we will live together in the future. Let's eat together. Get out. Xiao Mukan stood up immediately. He couldn't stand it anymore. Is this the kind of work intensity a human could imagine? I'm telling you, I'm not that slavish lapdog that is Li Xiu. I'm telling you. If you want me to work, you can, I'll pay you 50,000 a month. When Lu Rusong heard 50,000, he was completely dumbfounded. You know, his company is currently in the red. What are you talking about, 50,000 a month? I can afford it. I would have hired a programmer long ago. Why should I count on you? Xiao Mukin, what are you talking about? Don't get it wrong. You are just our son-in-law, and you were kicked out by the Xiao family. You'd better figure out who you're relying on for food now. Xiao Mukin's face turned grim. His identity as the abandoned son of the Xiao family sometimes became a shackle. Big companies would never dare to hire him, and small companies. But you can't bully people like this. I won't do it. You can find whoever you want to do it. Xiao Mukin's face looked ugly. After all, I am a returnee from overseas. Any job I find will pay better than yours, Lu Ruan. He simply quit the job. Lu Ruan was furious. You can't do it right in the first place. You don't even have half the ability of Li Xiu, and you still want a high salary? Bah! You've been picking on me all morning, but where are the actual results? Nothing. I'll tell my sister. Lu Ruan made a phone call in a rage. Xiao Mukin used his cell phone to call his former friends. Hello? Ah Chen, what do you say? Hello? Beep beep. Damn it. When I was eating and drinking with you before, you always called me Brother Mukin. Now that I'm down and out and looking for you, you all avoid me, right? Xiao Mukin's face looked extremely ugly. I just don't believe it. I, Xiao Mukin, can't even find a job. Li Xiu, don't think you're so proud now. I don't think you can live happily in a wealthy family for long. How can those women in the Fu family be so easy to get along with? Sooner or later, they will skin you alive. At the same time, Lu Ruan, who was working at the Fu group, received a call from her brother. What? Xiao Mukin really said that? Back when Li Xiu had no official status at all, he gave me the betrothal gift, put the house in my name, and even came to work at my house. He stayed in your company for over half a month, helping you set up the system, all by himself. Now Xiao Mukin is asking for 50,000 a month for this little bit of work? Lu Ruan nodded and said, Sister, if you had known earlier, you should have married Li Xiu directly. Now this second-generation idiot has come to our Lu family. He eats a lot but works very little, is incompetent at everything he does, and complains the most. He's still out there looking for his former wealthy friends. I think he's just daydreaming. Lu Ruan was shaking with anger. Okay, I was really blind to the Xiao Mukin. She looked at the instant noodle she had made in her hand and fought back tears. I have already found someone to rent a house. Even in the city, a house that can accommodate our family costs more than 10,000 yuan a month. I was thinking, how about you pay for a month first? What? Sister. My company is in this state now, where can I get the money? Why don't you think of other ways? I really have no money. It's your fault for not accepting the betrothal gift before getting married this time. Lu Ruan quickly hung up the phone. Lu Ruan raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Dowry? Ha, Li Xiu gave us 280,000 yuan as a dowry, but we didn't cherish it. Now that we've lost it, we're regretting it so much. If we had a betrothal gift, even in this situation, our family would be able to handle it easily, but in order to marry into a wealthy family, I didn't dare ask for a dowry at the beginning, which led to so many troubles now. She walked to the section chief's office with the instant noodles in her hand. Li Xiu, the noodles are ready. While playing the game, Li Xiu glanced up at Ruan Lu calmly. Instant noodles? Did I say I wanted to eat instant noodles? No, didn't you just say that you wanted to eat something? There are only instant noodles in the tea room. Lu Ruan said. Li Xiu said calmly, I'm telling you that if you want to eat, you should at least try to get something good. I'm your section chief, but I don't understand why you're so incompetent. Do you want to do it? If not, get out. Tears welled up in Lu Ruan's eyes, but she finally suppressed her temper. He said in a deep voice, then what do you want to eat? Li Xiu said calmly, think about it yourself. Get out. When Lu Ruan walked out of the office, the other employees looked at her strangely. Lu Ruan remembered that a year ago, she asked Li Xiu to make her a midnight snack, and she seemed to have said the same thing. Let him think about everything by himself, and then order him around. So is it so painful to be treated like this by someone you care about? In fact, Li Xiu was just making things difficult for him and didn't want to eat at all. Compared to what Lu Ruan had done before, he was already doing very well. I glanced at the time on my phone and it was almost time to get off work. After leaving the company, Li Xiu came downstairs. Soon a red LaFerrari stopped in front of Li Xiu. Fu Xiuyu's figure appeared in the driver's seat as the car window was lowered. Handsome, get in. Li Xiu nodded. I'm coming, wife. Other people downstairs in the company all made envious noises. Boss Fu brought her husband home. I'm so envious. How can someone be so lucky? What else can I say? I'm so envious that I want to cry. Lu Ruan saw this scene and left the company in shame. Please give good reviews. Chapter 55 Gigi, save me. The other end. Lu Ruan brought her family to the rental house. Zhang Qingqing said, Ruyan, considering your convenience for work, I used my connections to find this house. I told them I was a college student, so they were willing to rent it at a low price. Xiao Mukan held his son Xiao Jie in his arms, and both father and son frowned. This house is too dilapidated. Compared with my previous house, it's too bad and I can't live in it. Xiao Mukan said. Xiao Jie also said, Dad, this aunt is so poor, let's go home, we don't want to live with them. Go away. Go away. You little bastard. Wang Hong was immediately furious. Her daughter failed to marry into a wealthy family and had to return all the betrothal gifts given by Li Xiu. Her son's company had been losing money and was half bankrupt. Still dragging these two useless things. Wang Hong sneered, Xiao Mukan, although you are only our son-in-law, I also treat you as half a son. This is the current situation. You've been kicked out by the Xiao family. You have to find a job now. You can't rely on our Lu family anymore. Xiao Mukan snorted coldly, with my status as a returnee, it's easy for me to find a job that pays tens of thousands of yuan. Don't think I'm lying to you, you guys threw yourself at me. Hey! What are you talking about? My daughter, your husband's words are so harsh. Wang Hong's face looked ugly. Lu Yingshan's face was gloomy. This boast had spread out, and now everyone in Liujia village was saying that we had married into a wealthy family. This thing happened. Now, I absolutely cannot go to the countryside. Renting a house there is much cheaper. If he went back to the countryside now, the news that his son-in-law had been kicked out would spread quickly. Where will the Lu family put their face then? Xiao Mukan, since you want to find a job, there must be a time limit. I can't wait for you endlessly like this forever. Lu Ruyan's expression was uneasy. Actually, if it really doesn't work out, our company might have to hire 2 more programmers soon. How about I go talk to Li Xiu and hope he can help me out of our old friendship? Bang! Xiao Mukan turned around and slapped her. Lu Ruyan, let me tell you, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're still counting on Li Xiu to be your escape route, right? That's fine, actually. If you can get Li Xiu into your bed, then when Fu Xiuyu gets divorced, I can still hook up with her. We'll both be second marriages by then, and my grandfather will look at me with new eyes. I can also return to the wealthy family, and you can get your licking dog back. Perfect. Lu Ruyan covered her face and said coldly, You hit me? Lu Yingshan jumped up, Xiao Mukan, you hit my daughter. So what? She's still my wife, so what if I hit her? When I return to the Xiao family, you'll still have to support me. What's wrong? You're going to fight me. You're a bunch of rubbish. Lu Ruyan looked at the messy house and tears began to well up in her eyes. If I were still with Li Xiu, he would never treat me like this. Xiao Mukan, I am so blind that you are such a person. It's so useless. Xiao Mukan shouted, Don't disbelieve me. Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyu won't be together for long. There are so many sisters in the wealthy family. If he can handle Fu Xiuyu's sisters, I will eat shit right there in front of you. The other end. Fu family. Brother-in-law, have some duck legs. Fu Xiumu smiled and picked up a big duck leg and gave it to Li Xiu. Li Xiu smiled and said, What are you doing? Are you being so attentive for no reason? At this time, Fu Xiuxue also picked up a chicken leg and put it in Li Xiu's bowl. Eat chicken leg. Li Xiu was stunned and glanced at Fu Wanjun. Mom! What are they doing? I'm scared. Fu Wanjun smiled and said, Your sisters like you, so it's only natural that they treat you well. Li Xiu swallowed. Fu Xiuxue, you didn't poison me. Fu Xiaoxue's face turned cold. If you don't want to eat, forget it. I just want to thank you for helping me today. Also, why are you so good at taekwondo? Li Xiu could only make up a story. A white-bearded old man taught me his lifelong skills, so I am so powerful. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, forget it, you scumbag. Fu Xiu said. Li Xiu was dumbfounded. How could I become a scumbag if it wasn't me? At the dinner table, Li Pinggan sighed, it would be great if you could get along well with this son of mine. I've been worried that he wouldn't get along with you guys. Fu Wanjun nodded. We are old now, and your uncle and I's greatest hope is to see you all live in harmony. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, Mom, I haven't finished testing my brother-in-law yet. The only one who can be worthy of my sister must be a god wearing golden armor and stepping on colorful clouds. Li Xiu was stunned. Fuck, you guys are really scheming. You don't want your sister to get married, do you? At this time, Li Pinggan said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Li Xiu, your grandfather is having a birthday party tomorrow night and he has invited us to go back for dinner. Come with me tomorrow. Li Pinggan said. Li Xiu shook his head, Dad, Grandpa only likes your sister, and she's not even his biological daughter. Why are you going back? Fu Xiu asked doubtfully, Li Xiu, what do you mean by not a biological child? Li Xiu sighed and said, Let me tell you something. My grandfather remarried when he was young. The woman didn't like my father, so he kicked him out and gave all the household goods to the woman's daughter. My father was left with nothing. My father never got married in his life, and then he found me and started raising children with me. Now that our lives are just getting a little better, he's asking us to come back for dinner. What kind of logic is that? Although Li Pinggan usually looks cunning, he still has feelings for his father. Well, your grandfather was possessed by evil spirits back then, but this time I think he has the intention to repent. Li Xiu shook his head, You can ask me to go back with you, but don't expect me to call him. Fu Xiu said from the side, Do you want me to go with you? After all, he is your relative. Wife, I'll handle these things. You're President Fu, and these people are not worthy of seeing you. It makes me angry just talking about it. They are all just that. Li Pinggan was a little embarrassed. Okay, let's eat. This is just a small matter for our family. I'll just take Xiao Xiu back tomorrow. After all, it is the Li family's business. The Fu sisters didn't know what to say. After dinner, Fu Xiumu pulled Li Xiu to play a two-player game on PS5. Fu Xiumu, are you capable? Why are you so stupid? Li Xiu complained. Fu Xiumu leaned against Li Xiu and said, Brother-in-law, why are you doing it so fast? Why don't you slow down? You're moving too fast and I can't keep up with you. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Fu Xiumu. Fu Xiuyuan also glanced at Fu Xiumu twice. Fu Xiuxue frowned. Fu Xiuyuan asked, Do you want to fight? Fu Xiuyu shook his head, I can still bear it. Oh, brother-in-law, why are you so slow again? Is it because you're too tired at work? Why don't you take a couple of days off? I won't feel bad for you, unlike me who only feels bad for Gigi. Fu Xiuyu stood up and said, Drag her into the room and beat her. I can't stand it anymore. Fu Xiuyuan nodded, Me too. Soon, Fu Xiumu, who was dragged into the room, shouted, Gigi, save me. Li Xiu turned his head and said, Don't bully my considerate sister. Hit me gently. Chapter 56, Returning to the village for dinner, the whole village is paying attention. At night, Li Xiu and his wife returned to their room. To sum it up in one sentence, even 10 years of fitness training could not withstand such an exercise every night. The next morning, Li Xiu got up feeling dizzy. Had breakfast on the first floor. Then he went to work slowly. I drove a Mercedes-Benz E to the company. Came to my department. Everyone else was busy working. Li Xiu returned to the office and prepared to open his phone to play games. Turn on network tracking and blocking, and start a happy life. At this time, Lu Ruan walked in, carrying some dim sum from Li Xiu's favorite dim sum shop and placed them on Li Xiu's table. Li Xiu, I know you like this brand of dim sum, so I bought them especially for you. Li Xiu took a look and said with a smile, Take it. I like the snacks in this shop. But I really hate this durian mil fai. Don't you know I hate durian? Lu Ruan frowned, No, you don't like to eat? I used to. You? Li Xiu shook his head and said, You like durian mil fai. If I say I don't like it, will you listen? But what do you want to do? You regret it now? What else do you want from me? Have you finished repairing the balcony in our department? Why don't you continue working on it? Lu Ruan said in a panic, It's quite hot today, I think. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, leave. Li Xiu said with his legs crossed. Lu Ruan tried hard to hold back her tears. She couldn't be without a job. If she relied on Xiao Mukan, her family would starve to death. Li Xiu, one day you will understand that I am the one who has been waiting for you here all the time, and you will divorce Fu Xiu. Lu Ruan thought to herself. Then he turned around and went to the balcony to repair the bricks and tiles. All the male and female staff in the office said this. Hey, did you see that? Lu Ruan still has to go fix the bricks and tiles. Looks like she and Section Chief Li have really fallen out. Hey, okay, let's not ask about these things. After all, Section Chief Li's status is different now. If it gets to President Fu's ears. You said that nothing should happen by then. After torturing this bitch, Li Xiu continued to play games in the office. I left work early in the afternoon to pick up my father and take him back to the countryside. He drove a Mercedes-Benz E to pick up his father at the gate of Fu's manor. Then he headed towards Lijia village. This village is quite far from the city. Lijia village. Li Guangxai and his family are sitting at the table at this moment. Li Pingyan's sister, named Yao Lily, is the daughter of Li Guangxai's second wife. Li Guangxai glanced at the two empty seats and said with a smile, Pingyan hasn't come back yet. Let's wait a little longer. After all, I heard that he's working for a large company now. Yao Lily sneered at this and said, Dad, what's wrong with working for a big company? Can they arrange a job for my son? My son graduated from a junior college. If that doesn't work, why don't we find one ourselves? Her son is fat and has big ears. Nodding, he said, yes, why bother looking for them? Grandpa underestimated me. Li Guangxi shook his head, hey, don't say that. After all, it's a big company. Several people in the village saw it. It's my birthday today, so I'm sure that guy won't say anything if I ask him for help. Besides, your mother has arranged a marriage for him. Just for this reason, he will definitely agree. An elderly woman beside him nodded and said, yes, look at that girl over there, she's so beautiful, she looks like she can give birth. If he has a child, his ancestors will be so proud of it. Li Guangxai said coldly, what are you talking about? Don't you know what day it is today? Isn't his family's ancestral tomb the same as my family's ancestral tomb? The woman smiled awkwardly, Guangxai, wasn't I just saying this casually? His child is not your biological child, so what does it matter? Unlike my grandson, who also has your surname Li, he is a member of your Li family. No matter what you say today, you must get the job done for my grandson. At this moment, a villager drove a car to the side of the road and said, Uncle Guangxai, I just saw a big Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of the village, and I saw your family safe in the car. What? Li Guangxai asked in confusion, Li Pingyan bought a car? How could he afford a Mercedes-Benz? Honey, didn't Pingyan take a taxi back last year? Why is he driving this year? The old woman nodded, yes, maybe it's a taxi. Li Guangxai, could it be that his son Li Xiu bought it? Yao Lily nodded, he has only been working for a short time, how can he afford a car? It must have been a fight. At this time, a villager said with a smile, that's not necessarily true. Pingyan's son is a leader in a large company. I saw him last time, and later asked someone who works at the company, and they said he was a section chief or something. Oh my! That really is an official in the company. The villagers cried out in surprise. Yao Lily's face looked unhappy. Li Pingyan's son was already an official in the company at such a young age, but her son couldn't find a job yet. Li Guangxai immediately said, so, Li Xiu is doing quite well in the city. Lily, I'll make the decision later. I'll ask that guy to help find a job for your son. We're all family, so wouldn't that be the easiest thing to do? Just at this moment, the boss's black Mercedes-Benz E came up and stopped by the roadside. In the car, Li Xiu and Li Pingyan got off one after another. Li Pingyan looked at the banquet tent in the countryside. Li Xiu beside him said calmly, old man, it's best to just eat and don't do anything weird. Li Pingyan, don't worry, I asked repeatedly on the phone, it's just about eating. Let's go. Li Pingyan took his son to their seats and sat down. Immediately, the villagers began to compliment him. Li Pingyan, you haven't been back for a year, but you become rich as soon as you come back? This Mercedes is already on the road? Li Pingyan said awkwardly, oh, it's my son's, it has nothing to do with me. Yao Lily said sourly, brother, you are awesome. I have a good son. I can enjoy happiness by relying on my son. It's this car, the one I bought on loan. Li Xiu sneered, don't ask me about the car. Your son hasn't found a job yet. He's the same age as me, and I've been working for a year, but he still hasn't found a job. If you are not polite, don't blame me for being rude too. Respect is based on mutuality. If you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Dad. Look at his son, he speaks so harshly just like when he was a child, said Yao Lily. Chapter 57, Introduce him a wife so that he won't have trouble finding one. Li Guangxi listened, but his eyes fell on Li Xiu's Mercedes-Benz. Instead, he smiled and said, Li Xiu, you're right. Speaking of which, your brother hasn't found a job yet. Can you help him find one? I heard that you're working at the Fu Group now. Since you're doing so well, you should give your brother a hand. Li Pingan picked up a piece of meat, but before he could even put it in his mouth, he put down his chopsticks immediately after hearing his father say this. Dad, what are you doing? They're a big company, and it's not Li Xiu who has the final say on recruitment. We have to go through the formal process, which depends on your academic qualifications and work ability. Li Pingan began to practice Tai Chi. Li Guangxi's wife Yao Wan is no pushover. When she was young, she could make a father kick out his son. She has become more and more cunning as she gets older. Pingan, I know you think your father kicked you out back then, but that's not the case. Wasn't that just your own mischief? Your father arranged a job for you, but you refused. Your father arranged a marriage for you, but you refused. You did it all on your own, and now you're still angry? Before Li Pingan could even open his mouth, Li Xiu started yelling, Find a job for my dad? You're talking about the job of collecting manure for the village, right? You want a young man to do this? Do you have any brains? Secondly, a wife? I remember my dad talking about that blind and lame girl, right? I support my dad. Even if he never gets married, I can't take care of her for the rest of her life. Yao Wan. I'm telling you, you better stop thinking about this. Li Guangxi has been asking my dad for money whenever he's not feeling well these past few years. When did you, Yao Wan, or her Yao Lily, ever consider this old man their own? Shut up. Li Guangxi was just like before. Whenever someone said something bad about his wife and daughter, he would immediately get angry. Li Xiu. Are you getting too arrogant? I'm your grandfather after all. Today is my birthday, and you keep saying nasty things. At this time, a villager who was watching the fun said with a smile. Li Xiu, your words are too harsh. Please stop talking. Yeah, it's rare for you to come back, so it's fine if you don't help your brother, but why are you saying such harsh things? Your grandma even helped you find a wife. You and your dad depend on each other. If there's no one to help you find a partner every day, how can you find one? Li Pingan was about to say something when an old man came over with a girl who had a camellia flower in her hair. Half of the girl's face was burned. Li Xiu knew that this was the silly girl in the village. Her parents passed away early when she was a child, and she later burned her face while making food at home. Li Xiu was so angry that he was about to stand up. Li Pingan grabbed his son and immediately said, Dad, you're going too far. You're introducing this silly girl to Xiao Xiu? Not only are they not a good match, Xiao Xiu has actually already obtained a marriage certificate. Li Xiu glanced at his father and said, You used to scold me every day. Where are the normal people in this village? How can you still have feelings for them? Bang! Li Guangxi slammed the table, his face grim. Li Xiu. What are you talking about? Today is your grandfather's birthday, and your grandmother is looking for a wife for your own good. Even though you make some money from your job, you're motherless. Which girl would want to marry you? Let me tell you. Your father lied to people and said you had a wife? Who doesn't keep their wife by their side? Your father is still lying as usual. Li Guangxi said this with excitement, holding his chest and coughing twice. Yao Lily sarcastically said, You're so ignorant. What's wrong with being able to work in the city? Do you have a house in the countryside? I don't think so. Your mother doesn't have one either, so isn't the marriage we found for you a good one? Other villagers at the scene also started talking about it. And they said Li Xiu got married? There wasn't even a wedding. It must be fake. They just want to cancel the marriage arranged by Guangxi. Yeah, it seems like Li Pingan is just bragging. A few old men and women gathered together and talked like this. Li Pingan looked like a monster. Li Xiu's face turned grim. Dad, let's go. What kind of wine should we drink? Is this kind of wine fun to drink? Yao Lily was still talking over there. Although my son doesn't have a job yet, Aunt Zhang came to ask him yesterday if he's found a partner. His daughter is a teacher in the city with a regular job. She must be interested in my son, Aunt Zhang, don't you think? Aunt Zhang was eating and was dumbfounded when she was called out like this. Her daughter was so outstanding and she was just saying something out of necessity that she liked her son. Well, I'm just asking. Oh? Are you still embarrassed? My son is indeed outstanding, you don't have to be embarrassed. When your daughter comes back, we will arrange the marriage. Yao Lily said relentlessly. Aunt Zhang was so embarrassed. What a joke. Your son is a fat pig and he doesn't even go to work. At this moment, Li Xiu was ready to leave. At this moment, a red LaFerrari appeared outside the banquet with a roar. The villagers' eyes all fell on the car. Wow! This is a great car. It must be worth millions. Look at the license plate, it's been A. This license plate must cost a lot of money. He must be rich. Who is it? A passerby? Or someone's child? Li Xiuza was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why is my wife here? Li Pingan said, Xiu asked me to send her location on WeChat. She said that it was only natural for her to come with you. She's so sensible. So I asked you to wait and not leave. Otherwise, if someone comes, we won't be able to handle it without them. Yao Lily's eyes widened. What do you mean your wife? Can your wife afford this car? Are you kidding me? Li Guangxai and Yao Wan looked at each other. What the hell is going on? Could she really be Xiao Shou's wife? So rich? At this moment, the scissor door opened, and Fu Xiuyu stood out from the cab, shaking his long hair. His tall figure made most of the male villagers feel inferior. Portable aura and high-end appearance. It made many people bow their heads from a distance. Discussions broke out everywhere. Li Pingan is bragging without thinking. How could such a white, rich and beautiful woman be his daughter-in-law? You must be missing your wife so much that you're going crazy. Yeah, his father has been single all his life, how good can this son be? However, at this moment, Li Xiu stood up. He waved to his wife. Wife, why are you here? Fu Xiuyu was holding a gift box in his hand, obviously he had come prepared. Li Xiu, this is your first time back home. It's only logical that I should follow you. Li Xiu stepped forward and took Fu Xiuyu's hand very deliberately. Let's go, so that others won't say that I don't have a wife. You still need to introduce one to me. Fu Xiuyu's ears twitched, really? Which one? Let me see if he's worthy of you. Chapter 58, What? He has a wife? What does CEO's wife mean? Why? Her eyes fell on the face of Shagu, who was a little further away, and she said with a smile, Not bad, Li Xiu, you are quite a good match. So you came back for a blind date today, no wonder you didn't take me with you. Li Xiu smiled awkwardly, that's not right, I was forced to do that. Oh, if you don't like someone, you are forced. If you meet someone you like, then it becomes voluntary. Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. At this time, Li Pingan asked his daughter-in-law to sit down. Li Guangxai's family was collectively stunned. Li Guangxai coughed and said, They really got the marriage certificate? How come I, as a grandfather, don't know anything about such a big thing? Yao Wan, standing by, looked unhappy. I don't know what this girl likes about this boy. Isn't my grandson good? How come he isn't liked by this girl? Yao Lily's face didn't look good. Her son Li Yao pulled his mother and said, Mom, that car is a limited edition, only wealthy people can afford it. What wealthy family? Who knows if it's second-hand? How could Li Xiu have the good fortune to marry someone from such a wealthy family? Yao Lily narrowed her eyes. Li Xiu, what does your wife do? Is he your colleague? What kind of family is that? Looking at your appearance, how could someone be interested in you? Be careful of a honey trap. Li Xiu and Li Pingan were about to explain. Fu Xiuyu immediately said, I am Fu Xiuyu, the current heir of the Fu family and the president of Fu Group. She is also Li Xiu's wife. If you have any questions, I will answer them together. This president is in a hurry. It was quiet, and all the relatives present had their mouths wide open, as if time had been paused. Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. Wife, why don't these people eat? Is the food not tasty? Fu Xiu knew what was going on just by looking at the atmosphere. It must be that these people thought that Li Xiu came from a single-parent family and was his father's adopted son, so they thought he was easy to bully. How could the man that Fu Xiu liked be bullied? At this time, Aunt Zhang, who was still the same as before, smiled and said, amazing. The Fu family is a wealthy family in Binhai. You are the president of the Fu group. I heard my daughter talk about you. You are her idol. The villagers reacted and took out their mobile phones to search for information on the internet. Graduated with a master's degree in finance from Pennsylvania University. Worth hundreds of billions. Fuck. Number 1 on the Binhai Youth Rich list. The goddess of the Fu group. What a lucky guy this Li Ping'an's son is. He'll never be able to finish eating all the food in his lifetime. Yeah. This is a freeloader. I'm so envious. Yao Lily still looks down on other people's sons and introduces them to silly girl? His wife is from a wealthy family. That's right, here comes the clown. Yao Lily's face turned blue and red at this moment. Li Ping'an is also a bitch, sister, what's wrong? You're in a bad mood, drink more wine, don't get angry to death later. Everyone's eating, why are you just sitting there? Daughter-in-law, try our country food. Doesn't it taste different from the food in your manor? Li Xiu held back his laughter. Just as his father had been feeling aggrieved just now, he was now acting so pretentiously. Dad, that's enough. Your expression really deserves a beating. Yao Wan looked better than her daughter. Her skin was dark to begin with, so nothing could be seen. Li Xiu, after all this time, you have a wife? You must be marrying into the family, otherwise how could a wealthy family like you? As a man, being a son-in-law is not a great skill. As if she had found a breakthrough, Yao Lily immediately said, Dad, let me tell you, Li Xiu's children will take the surname Fu from now on. My son is still the best and will take care of you in your old age. Other villagers at the scene also talked about it. Yeah, even though he seems to be living comfortably, he is still a son-in-law, and marrying into a family is definitely not easy. That's right, marrying into the family is very hard. Fu Xiu put down his chopsticks and said calmly, Li Xiu is not marrying into my family. He gave me a betrothal gift of 2.88 million. Puff. The whole village was outraged. Holy crap. A betrothal gift of over 2 million? Is Li Xiu that rich? Li Ping'an really found a good son. Yao Lily's eyes changed immediately, Li Xiu, are you so rich? However, Li Xiu's next sentence completely shattered these people's three views. But my wife gave me a betrothal gift of 28.88 million yuan, and we married each other. Li Xiu. Everyone gasped again. Some villagers even stopped breathing. How many? I didn't hear it wrongly. How can such a thing still happen? Oh my god, this Li Ping'an's son is simply a gold nugget. Li Guangcai swallowed his saliva and said, let's eat. This is their first time here, let's not scare them. He glanced at Li Xiu and said, Xiao Xiu, about your brother's work. Yao Wan reacted, yes. Anyway, you can always help my grandson with this little thing, right? Your wife is the boss. Yao Lily's expression changed. Doesn't that mean that they have wealthy relatives? Li Yao nodded frantically, brother. Sister-in-law. Please help me find a job. Can I choose any position in your company? Fu Xiu said calmly, you want to find a job? Education? Work experience? Li Xiu smiled and said, he's a junior college graduate and stayed home for a year. What kind of experience can I have? Yao Lily immediately retorted, Li Xiu, you are going to die, how can you say that about your brother? Mr. Fu, this is it. Although my child doesn't have much experience, he's capable. Besides, a college degree is extremely useful right now and is much more powerful than a bachelor's degree. Look, my son is quite a handsome man. Fu Xiu glanced at Li Yao, who looked like a fat pig, and said helplessly, perhaps in your eyes, he is indeed very good. But our Fu group doesn't recruit college graduates. I suggest he go to the job market himself. Yao Lily, eh? Why are you talking like that? Li Xiu, you have to take care of your wife. If she's your wife, she's half the villager. Why don't you help me with this little favor? What's the point? Li Xiu looked up at Yao Lili and said, "You are really shameless. Let me tell you, you took my father's land in the village many years ago. Now you want my help? It's too late, I tell you. And your fat son is looking for a job now and wants to come to me. You want to help your son build a house, and you also wanted to ask my dad for money before. But I tell you, I am a person with no human feelings. I just can't stand you guys who are both powerful and insolent." Chapter 59, The Golden Peach Flew Away. After being lashed out at, Yao Lili's body heaved with anger. Okay. Great, you, Li Xiu, have grown strong and found a rich wife, right? Dad. Don't you take good care of your grandson? How can he even take us seriously? Li Guangxi was so angry that he was shaking all over. Li Pingyan had been a rebellious person since he was young, and now the child he raised was even more rebellious than his father. Li Xiu, we're all family. Go back and have a good talk with your wife. Since you're not marrying into the family, you still have to have some say. Let your wife make the arrangements. You don't have to be a leader right away. You can be a small clerk and gain some experience, and then you can be promoted slowly in the future. Yao Wan beside him also said, "Yes, and I think your car is nice. Anyway, your wife has a car. You can give this car to your brother to drive, so that he won't be embarrassed when he goes to work without a car." Li Pingyan looked at the two old men in disbelief. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Have you listened to what you are saying? My son's car, you just open your mouth and ask for it?" Yao Lili was originally enjoying what she heard, but immediately said, "What are you doing? We're all family, why are you talking so differently? I don't mind that your son's car is old. It's good that I didn't ask him to buy a new one for his brother." Bang! Li Xiu didn't say anything, but Fu Xiuyu got angry instead. "I've never seen someone take it for granted like this." Li Xiu suddenly reached out to stop his wife. "Honey, don't be angry, I'll do it." The next moment, Li Xiu placed his hands on the edge of the table, a sneer on his face. "Oh? Then everyone, stop eating. Why are you still celebrating your birthday? I'm celebrating your whole family's birthday." Boom! Li Xiu suddenly overturned the table. The food and drinks were all spilled all over the guests at the table. The two old men were so scared that they were like old dogs, spinning in circles on the ground. It took me a while to react. Yao Lili reacted and started cursing. "Li Xiu! Are you crazy? You're an unfilial bastard. A bastard from outside is a bastard. When you die, you won't be able to enter the ancestral hall. Mom and Dad. This kind of person is not worthy of being a member of our family." Li Guangxi stood up, trembling all over. Okay. Li Xiu. You're doing very well. Li Pingyan. Either you kick this guy out today. Otherwise, you'll never be able to enter the gate of my Li family in your lifetime. Hearing this, Li Pingyan stood up with a smile, threw off his coat, and then said with a wry smile, "Dad, my mother died early. I used to think that you were just trying to find a wife, so I didn't mind if you treated me poorly, but Li Xiu is my son. I have no ability in this life and can't give him anything, but at least my son doesn't have to kneel down to be a human being. If he can't eat this feast, then it's right to overturn it. You didn't consider my son your own family from the bottom of your heart. Now that he's doing well, you want to take advantage of him. There's no such thing as a good thing in this world. You. Bastard. You bastard. Just like your mother, you are a piece of shit." Li Guangxi cursed without thinking. Hearing this, Li Pingyan was completely furious. Scolding my mother? You don't deserve this birthday party. After saying that, Li Pingyan walked forward and kicked each table one by one. Suddenly the scene was in chaos. Li Pingyan turned his head and said, "You bullied my son. You insulted my mother. Just to please your future wife. Just for your daughter who has no blood relationship with you. You old dog. You don't deserve this." Li Guangxi raised his hand and pointed at Li Pingyan, shaking, "You unfilial son. You unfilial son. And Li Xiu. You two are two bastards with evil ambitions. You two beasts." Yao Wan and Yao Lili felt heartbroken when they saw the food all over the floor. "Did you two come here on purpose to cause trouble today? Mom. Let's call the police." "Call the police." Li Pingyan turned around and said with a smile, "I overturned the banquet in my own home. That's because I am happy. What can you do to me? Li Xiu stepped forward and said, Dad, forget it, let's go. Don't come here again. Li Pingan nodded. Son, you are right. I should have listened to you before. Some things, once lost, can never be found again. Your grandfather disappeared when your grandmother passed away. What exists now is just a paranoid shell. After saying that, Li Pingan turned around. Fu Xiuyu took a look at the situation at the scene and picked up the gift box he brought. Well, I'll save the gift. Li Guangcai over there only then noticed the gift, and saw that it was actually a golden longevity peach as big as a fist. Although this old man is old, he is not a fool. Gold is so expensive now. If he sells this golden peach, it will be easy for his grandson to buy a car. Now he regretted the quarrel he had just had. Granddaughter-in-law, how could you take this thing away? Oh, granddaughter-in-law, granddaughter-in-law. The old man was chasing after them, but Fu Xiuyu and Li Xiu had already taken Li Pingan away. Don't go, granddaughter-in-law. You are the good one, and the bad ones are Li Xiu and Li Pingan. Why are you leaving? If you really want to leave, leave Jin Taozi behind. The old man turned around, looked at his family, and roared, Don't you have eyes? They've brought us such big birthday peaches, how could we possibly be short of money for a car? Do we really have to take theirs? Yao Lily pouted and said, Dad, no, didn't you say that yourself? Li Guangcai leaned on his cane, shaking with anger. If it weren't for you and Li Pingan and his son's feud, and you were adding fuel to the fire, how could they be so angry? My birthday peach, oh, I'm so angry. At this time, Yao Wan stepped forward and said, Old man, this family relationship is not something you can just give up casually. Now that Li Xiu is capable, when our grandson looks for a job, the worst that can happen is that he can just say that Li Xiu is his brother and Ms. Fu is his sister-in-law. Then he can get into any company. Li Guangcai nodded, That's right, my dear, you are really thoughtful. Li Yao, did you hear that? From now on, when you go out, you already have an identity, the brother-in-law of the Fu group. Got it? Li Yao nodded desperately, Yeah, I know. Yao Lily rolled her eyes. What's so great about that? If my son finds a job in the future, that's his own ability. Yao Wan stepped forward and said, Okay, stop talking and observe more before you do anything next time. When it's worth it, and when it's not. It's a shame that we lost a golden peach this time. Chapter 60 I love to feed my brother-in-law and brother. Who cares? The other end. Li Xiu followed Rafa in a Mercedes. Li Pingan still had a gloomy face in the car. Li Xiu smiled and said, Dad, think positively. At least this family has nothing to do with us from now on. Whether they live or die, that's their own business. We have one less responsibility. Isn't that a good thing? Li Pingan nodded and said, Yes, you are right. From now on, I don't need to continue to be responsible for Li Guangcai. My father kicked me out of the house when I was young because of his second wife. I was left without family support and never found a wife in my life. Fortunately, I met you, my life is complete. Old man, are you okay? Are you old? Are you reminiscing about the past? I didn't eat enough just now. Let's go back and eat something. Li Xiu said. 2 cars arrived at the Fu family manor. After the car stopped, Li Xiu took Li Pingan out. Fu Xiuyu walked beside Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, you probably don't plan to go back to Li village from now on. Of course not. Today's incident made me completely see through this family. My dad still wants to have some family affection, but I think that's unlikely. The so-called family affection requires the other party to treat you as a family member. At this moment, a housekeeper from the Fu family came up and said, Miss, the young master is here. Looking at this momentum, we've lost a lot again this time. Li Xiu asked in confusion, What's going on, young master? Fu Xiuyu nodded and said, Yes, my father's relative is addicted to gambling. My mother is sentimental, so after helping him a few times, he would come to ask for money from time to time. Fu Xiuyu's father is a son-in-law, so the relatives on his father's side are cousins. By the way, I haven't signed in today. It's time to sign in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Fu's Manor. Sign in to receive, God of Gamblers card X1. After using it, you can obtain all the abilities of the God of Gamblers. It's always good to have many skills, use them. The next moment, a large number of gambling skills and abilities flooded into Li Xiu's mind, and at the same time, his muscles became hot, as if in this second, his muscles had already experienced years of actual combat at the gambling table. System, awesome. Li Xiu turned to Fu Xiuyu and said, "By the way, wife, did the Fu family have any gambling gods or gambling businesses in the past?" Fu Xiuyu's expression changed slightly. To be honest, our Fu family did start out by opening a casino in the last century, but we no longer do that business. No wonder, there used to be a casino and a gambler in this place. You can get related cards by signing in. Not bad. I wonder how much more history there is in the Fu Manor for me to dig into. The Fu Manor is a great place. There are so many big families in Binhai, and there are also some historical sites. If you keep signing in there, wouldn't you be invincible? Li Xiu walked inside while thinking. Suddenly a voice came from inside. I heard that my cousin has found a son-in-law. I want to open my eyes and see what kind of man can catch my cousin's eye. Li Xiu looked up and saw a man dressed in rustic clothes. Sitting next to him was a woman in her 50s. The woman said, "Sister-in-law, your Fu family is so wealthy and powerful that it's impossible to survive without a man. But how can you, the son-in-law, survive without changing your surname? Will your child have someone else's surname after you give birth?" Fu Wanjuan's expression gradually turned ugly. Our Fu family is very open-minded. We don't care about these things now. Xiaoxiu is a good child, that's enough. When they have a child, it's up to them to decide what surname to give it. Sister-in-law, please don't worry about it, but our Fu family really can't help you with your son's affairs. Oh, sister-in-law, even though my brother passed away early, we treated him well when he was little. Now my son only owes a little over 1 million yuan, which is nothing to your Fu family. You're not willing to help with such a small matter? As Fu Xiuyu walked in, she said, "My aunt is serious. My husband is not marrying into our Fu family. First of all, this matter has nothing to do with you. Secondly, if your son continues to gamble like this, you will have squandered all our wealth. My father took good care of you and even left a factory in your hometown. But you were too eager for quick success and blindly expanded it, causing it to go bankrupt. Now you are blaming us. There is no such thing as a good thing. Why don't you leave me now?" The aunt's face became increasingly grim. "Fu Xiuyu, I thought you were so great. I originally adopted your brother into your Fu family to inherit your clan. After all, we are related by blood. But now, after all this time, you found a lowly clerk as your husband. This woman, why don't you just stay home and have the baby? In the end, she's going to be eaten up and her whole family will be wiped out." Fu Xiuyu's expression began to turn ugly. Li Xiu took a deep breath, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Although I'm just a small clerk, what's your business? Even if I just eat my wife's soft rice, so what?" He said this on purpose just to piss off this weird relative who wanted to take over the Fu family but couldn't. "You. Well, after all, you come from a small family. I heard that you're from a single parent. You're really aiming to make the whole family rich," said my aunt. "This cousin's name is Lin Yi." When he saw the scene, he was about to say something. A voice came from outside the door, "Auntie is quite free. She came to my Fu family to criticize my brother-in-law." "My brother-in-law didn't do anything, but you guys hate him?" Fu Xiumu's look at this moment was not as pure and sweet as usual, but like an angry old hen. Beside her, Fu Xiuxue also snorted, "It has nothing to do with you, just say whatever you want." Although she didn't admit it, she was becoming less and less disgusted with Li Xiu, so it was not acceptable for these outsiders to say this about Li Xiu. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan's voice came, "Your son loses 9 times out of 10 when gambling. It's better for him to quit gambling as soon as possible, otherwise he will die in the casino sooner or later." "Aunt, have you dealt with your husband's previous infidelity? How come you have time to come to my house as a guest?" The aunt was as if her tail had been stepped on. "You sharp-tongued girls, you don't help your own cousins, but you all speak up for an outsider? What brother-in-law? Do you have any shame? I think you are not young anymore, you are getting horny, right?" Fu Xiumu stood in front of Li Xiu, hands on hips, and said, "Aunt? What's wrong? Didn't you say that my brother-in-law and brother are eating out the whole family? Even if I was eaten by my brother-in-law, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me? So, what's wrong? You. The aunt was furious. Who knew that at this moment the cousin stood up and suddenly fell down with a plop. Kneeled on the ground. Chapter 61, I feel like my brother-in-law is going to be bullied. Lin Ye's sudden kneeling scared everyone present. Fu Wanjun was stunned and asked, Lin Yi, what are you doing? Lin Yi said, Aunt, you must help me. If you don't help me this time, I'm really finished. It's over 1 million yuan, and it was borrowed from a loan shark. The interest is compounded. I really can't afford it. Please lend me the money. I will pay it back slowly. There was a slight struggle on Fu Wanjuan's face. Fu Xiaomu said, Mom, after we help him this time, if he dares to do it again next time, we can't help him again. Fu Xiaoyuan also said, Mom, I can help with anything except gamblers. Fu Xiaoyu said directly, if you're short of work, I can help you find a suitable job. But I really can't help you with the money you owe from gambling. Furthermore, you dared to borrow money from loan sharks. This shows that there are problems with your cognition. Lin Yi knelt on the ground, cousin. Help me. Please. If you don't help me, I will die in front of you. Fu Xiaoyu's aunt immediately said, Oh, this is my only son. Li Xiao's head was aching. He said calmly, Aunt, right? And this cousin, how about I give you a chance? I can give you 3 million. What do you think? What? Lin Yi immediately stood up and grabbed Li Xiao's hand, Godfather. Godfather. Fu Xiaoyuan and Fu Xiaoxue looked at Li Xiao in confusion. What are you doing? You're still helping this gambler? Are you helping him? You're harming him. Yes, Li Xiao, do you really like poverty alleviation so much? Fu Xiaoyu also looked at Li Xiao strangely, but she still trusted Li Xiao. Although her husband sometimes seemed unreliable, he could always surprise people at critical moments. Li Xiao glanced at his wife and gave her a reassuring look. Oh, brother-in-law. You are really a god who has descended to earth. I like righteous people like you so much. Lin Yi said. Li Xiao shook his hand off, but I have one condition. I have 3 million here. I'll lend you another 3 million. You must bet with me. If you lose it all, then from now on, don't come to the Fu family again. If you beat me, or if you still have some left after an hour, no matter how much is left, it will all be given to you. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, brother-in-law. So you're a fellow traveler. Want to bet with me? Brother, I've been in this business since I was a kid. If I hadn't been so unlucky this time, I could have won 10 million in a minute. You gave me the capital to gamble with me? Doesn't that mean I have a chance to win 6 million from you? I remember you were a computer expert, right? With your skills. Hee, I can't take advantage of you. If I win 6 million, I can just take 3 million. This kid must have some problem with his brain. No matter how I calculate it, I will definitely make a profit. The 3 sisters-in-law around him thought their brother-in-law was crazy. You're still betting with him? Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Fu Xiaomu was extremely anxious. This, oh my, I'm so anxious. Fu Xiaoxue frowned, you've shown your chicken feet again. I knew this person was no ordinary person, but I didn't expect him to be a gambler. Fu Xiaoyuan inserted his hands, why do I feel that it is not that simple? Li Xiao then waved to the butler beside him, please bring over a table and a deck of cards. Everyone looked over curiously. The Fu family had many women, and they would play mahjong or poker in the evenings when they had nothing to do, so these things were already there. Li Xiao said calmly, here are 52 playing cards. Let's play stud poker. Since you're a casino expert, you should be familiar with this. Not unfamiliar, not unfamiliar. Lin Yi was so excited at this moment. As long as you pay a little attention, you can easily get more than 1 million. Let's place a bet, with each person putting 100,000 as the pot. Li Xiao said. This big? Sure. I'll follow you. Lin Yi took out a chip. Li Xiao also took out a chip worth 100,000 yuan. Okay, let's get started. Fu Xiaomu, please help deal the cards. Fu Xiaomu's eyes lit up, brother-in-law knows so much? Okay, I'll help brother-in-law deal the cards. The beautiful sister-in-law deals cards online. Li Xiao smiled and said, great. With my sister-in-law dealing the cards, my gambling luck is about to pick up. Let us get started. During the card dealing phase, Fu Xiaomu dealt 2 cards to each player as hidden cards. Then 3 more cards were dealt. Decide whether to follow or not based on the size of the cards. Li Xiao said, I'll give you 100,000. At this moment, Lin Ye's hand was clearly stronger. He laughed heartily. Little brother, you're not that good. I'll call with 300,000. Li Xiu heard this and nodded, saying, I'll follow suit with a bet of 300,000. The cards are then dealt again. Fu Xiumu said, you choose whether to continue to follow. Lin Yi was in a good position at the moment, and immediately said loudly, follow 300,000. Li Xiu smiled and nodded and followed. After the last round of dealing, Fu Xiumu announced all the cards. As expected, Li Xiu lost this round. Including the money in the pot and the following cards, the opponent made a total of 800,000. Lin Yi was now completely arrogant. Ha, I'm telling you, brother-in-law, my level is already that of a professional gambler. You'd better not play with me. I'm not greedy. 3 million is enough for me. I don't want any more than what I won from you. Looking at this arrogant face, Li Xiu smiled faintly. This Lin Yi really has the personality of a gambler. Once he wins money, he becomes extremely confident. Thinking of this, Li Xiu said, Lin Yi, let's continue. A moment later. Li Xiu, no. 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 Now the people watching this bet around were getting anxious. Only the aunt burst out laughing. That's 2 million. Thank you so much to this new son-in-law, he's so generous. Son, this new son-in-law is your benefactor. Lin Yi nodded and said, ha ha ha, Li Xiu, right? I think you should keep this 1 million so that you won't be accused of bullying me as your cousin. 5 million is more than enough for me. Fu Wanjun didn't care about the money, but was worried that Li Xiu would lose face. Xiao Xiu, why don't you just forget it? It's just a small amount of money, I'll give it to you. Fu Xiu frowned slightly but didn't say much. She believed in her husband. The three sisters-in-law felt frustrated. After all, Li Xiu represented the Fu family, and this loss was too embarrassing. After all, Li Xiu was their brother-in-law, and they felt that their brother-in-law was bullied by outsiders. Li Xiu said calmly at this time, I want revenge mode, double the bet on the next round. Chapter 62, Flash Marriage is a Big Gamble. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Double the bet? This. Is there anyone else who was so kind? Doubling the bet means giving me double the money, right? I really have to thank my brother-in-law. Doubling the bet means the next pot will be 600,000 each, which means 1.2 million for two people. Li Xiu nodded, that's right. Do you dare to bet? Bet, brother-in-law, I'm so grateful to you. I've never been so grateful to anyone in my life. You're so eager to give me money? Ah, that's great. Lin Yi said to Fu Xiumu beside him, deal the cards. I'm in great luck right now. Deal them hard. Fu Xiumu rolled his eyes at him, humph. If it weren't for my brother-in-law helping you, would you have achieved such good results? Lin Yi laughed and said, Fu Xiumu? I earned this money with my own ability. Stop talking nonsense and give me the money. Fu Xiumu could only nod and continued dealing the cards. On the surface, Lin Yi still looked better this time, and his smile became even happier. I'm rich. I'm all in. Just deal the cards. This time, I'm going to make my brother-in-law lose miserably. Fu Xiumu snorted coldly and continued dealing cards. The cards have been dealt. Fu Xiumu said calmly, the cards have been dealt, you guys can compete. Li Xiu raised his hand and turned over one of his cards. The current cards were KQJ10, and he only had one card left to reveal the answer. Lin Yi laughed and said, haha. I have 3 aces. Unless you open the last ace to get a royal flush, there's no way you can win. But I already have 3 aces. How unlikely is it that you'll get the last ace, bro? Li Xiu said calmly, how do you know this isn't an ace? The next moment, Li Xiu turned over his last trump card. What appeared in front of everyone was actually an A. Royal flush. Lin Ye's eyes almost popped out of his head. How is this possible? How could you possibly do that? You've been unlucky so many times. How did you get the remaining ace when I had 3 aces in my hand? You're cheating. Who is cheating? My brother-in-law beat you, and you said my brother-in-law was cheating. Are you kidding me? Fu Xiumu said. Other members of the Fu family also spoke up. Yeah, you're such a jerk when you win. You're such a jerk. That's right, if Lin Yi can't afford to lose, then don't play. The aunt beside her turned pale instantly. You lost it all? In this one round? Over 5 million. Lin Yi shook his head and said stupidly, more than that, I lost everything I lost. The revenge round has double the rewards. I lost nearly 10 million this time. Li Xiu said calmly, except for the capital I gave you, you still owe me, let's say 5 million. You've lost to me now. From now on, you, Lin Yi, are not allowed to come to our Fu family again. You are not allowed to set foot in our Fu family again. Do you hear me? Lin Yi shuddered and said in a daze, I know it. His mother beside him was still trying to keep pestering him. Fu Xiuyu directly called the security guard at home, come here, kick these two people out. Several security guards stepped forward and pushed the two men out of the Fu family. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and asked, so you had already set up this trap? Li Xiu took his wife's hand and said, yes. If you give this person money, he will become like a dogskin plaster in the future. The best way is to deal with him once and for all. If he dares to come next time, make him pay back the 5 million first. Fu Xiuyu glanced at her husband and said, sometimes I really feel that you have a lot of secrets. You can even cheat? Li Xiu pulled 2 cards from his sleeve. It's precisely because I know this that I never gamble. The biggest gamble in my life is getting married to my wife. Oh? Do you regret it? If you do, it's not too late to leave now. Li Xiu pulled Fu Xiuyu over and said, you wish? Ahem. There are a whole room of single guys, and you two are the only ones showing off your love. Is that okay? Fu Xiuyu said. Fu Xiumu's face was red, and no one knew what he was thinking. Fu Xiuxue looked at Li Xiu's profile and frowned slightly. This Li Xiu was really amazing. Taekwondo, free fighting, and even cheating? How could an ordinary 211 university graduate have so many skills? Fu Wanjun said from the side, well, we finally got rid of your aunt and your 2 aunts. Li Xiu turned around and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Fu Wanjun nodded. Hey, I'll have someone make you some abalone and oyster seafood noodles, okay? You and your dad can each have a bowl. Li Pingon was standing aside watching the fun. After hearing this, he nodded immediately, that's really life. 8 p.m. Fu Xiuyu was checking files on the computer in the room, while Li Xiu lay on the bed and played with his phone for a while. Bored, he stood up and walked to his wife's side. Fu Group Binhai University Cooperation Project? Do you have any cooperation with Binhai University? Fu Xiuyu turned and looked at Li Xiu. Well, I'm collaborating with Binhai University on some scientific research projects. Our goal is to stay ahead of other companies in technology. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Li Xiu frowned slightly. He couldn't help in this regard for the time being, but as he sign in later, perhaps he would be able to gain better abilities. Maybe I can help with technology by then? At that time, the 3 sisters-in-law would definitely become crazy fans, shouting that their brother was great, and would be unable to stop wanting me from then on. Let's see if they still dare to question my impure motives, especially Fu Xiuxue, who always thinks I want to wipe out her family. Which of my sisters do you like? Fu Xiuyu asked suddenly. Fu Xiuyu, of course it's only Fu Xiuyu. Li Xiu almost jumped out. Fu Xiumu is pure and lovely, Fu Xiuxue is heroic, and Fu Xiuyuan is extremely charming. When it was about to come to his lips, he realized that his wife was trying to trick him. For the sake of family harmony, he had to correct his attitude. Oh? I think you seem to have other ideas just now. Fu Xiuyu said. As she spoke, her hand had already pinched Li Xiu's thigh. Isn't my charm enough? Li Xiu was pulled into Fu Xiuyu's arms, and then she looked down at Li Xiu. Fuck. You think you're the empress? Li Xiu swallowed his saliva and then said, how about I give you a whip? Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, oh? So you have this habit. Ha ha ha, of course not, how is that possible? Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. You better behave yourself, or you'll be in trouble. Only if you make your wife happy can you have a good life, okay? Brother. The more familiar Fu Xiuyu and Li Xiu became, the stronger their S attributes became. Li Xiu felt that if this continued, she would start bondage play. Sure enough, a flash marriage is a big gamble. What did you say? You can't say it anymore? You're dead. Chapter 63, So couples shouldn't work in the same company. The next morning, Li Xiu suddenly woke up from his bed. He was shirtless and his whole body was sore. It's really hard to deal with such an old woman. This is too fierce. At the strongest age, I meet the strongest you? Whoever wants to eat this bowl of rice can eat it. I must have dignity next time. Bang! The door opened, and Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu calmly. Let's go to the company together. Okay. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiaoyu exhaled. What did you just say about having dignity? Keep going, I'm listening. Li Xiu, go to work with dignity. It's so dignified to work with Mr. Fu. Fu Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said, let's go. Hey hey hey. Under the Fu Group building. In the passenger seat of the red LaFerrari, Fu Xiaoyu pulled Li Xiu's collar and pressed his neck. Ahem, Mr. Fu, I'm a gentleman. My education doesn't allow me to do this downstairs in the company. Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, Why, which one in the company do you like? So I'm quite concerned. Tell me, and I'll help you find a match next time. Ha ha ha. So husband and wife shouldn't work at the same company. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Walk all the way into the elevator. A group of early morning employees rushed into the elevator. Mr. Fu. Okay. Hello, Chief Li. Hello, Mr. Fu. These employees all lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones and gossiped in the large group where President Fu was not at the company. There are lip prints on concubine Li's neck. This is first-hand information from a close distance. It seems that our President Fu likes this beauty very much. Isn't it? Otherwise, how could he become a prince consort? The employees of the Network Information Security Department are blessed. From now on, this department will be the one where the royal family has worked. This is a feng shui treasure land. Fu Xiaoyu noticed the constant dinging of his employees' phones. He picked up his phone and soon Special Assistant Lin sent a message like a dog-headed military advisor. Vice President, everyone is making fun of you and your son-in-law. Say you're in love. Fu Xiaoyu nodded, that's how loving they are. After replying, Fu Xiaoyu went to the president's office. Li Xiu came to his department. Upon entering, Li Xiu glanced at his employees and gave them an order. Everyone, check the company's network security. Don't let your guard down recently. The employees nodded. Yes. Chiefly. Lu Ruan glanced at Li Xiu, then sat down. At this time, her cell phone vibrated wildly. Xiao Mukan. After Lu Ruan answered the phone, a voice came from the other end. There is a task that you must complete. If you complete it, we might be able to return to the Xiao family. The two of us can return to the high life again. Lu Ruan asked doubtfully, what kind of luxurious life do we have? Can we go back? I just received a call from my grandfather. Because Li Xiu destroyed the Xiao family's marriage, and the Fu family's incident this time is simply a slap in the face of our Xiao family, what do you think my grandfather will think? Of course, revenge. You create loopholes internally to cooperate with the Xiao group's attack. Of course, it is an outsourced team to do this. We handle it well and return directly to the Xiao family. You will be the Xiao young madam. How about it? Lu Ruan struggled, but if I'm discovered, I'll be fired. Mu Chen, what if the attack fails? What should I do? Xiao Mukan said, what are you afraid of? Even if you are discovered and the attack fails, my grandfather will not treat us unfairly. Lu Ruan's expression changed. If she could help Mr. Xiao, then she would indeed have a chance to turn things around. Instead of being abused by Li Xiu, it would be better to fight for a chance to enter a wealthy family again. Okay, Xiao Mukan, I promise you, the attack time is. On the other side, Li Zhengzhan was typing on the computer, sending a message to Mr. Fu. Two people are chatting. It seems that the president is not necessarily very busy. Li Xiu said, feeling that Fu Xiaoyu still likes this kind of little girl's love feeling. On the other side, the president's meeting room. A vice president said, Mr. Fu, regarding the cooperation between the company and Binhai University, some companies have recently contacted the president of Binhai University and seem to have some ideas. Mr. Fu? Mr. Fu? Fu Xiaoyu put down his phone, then came back to his senses and asked doubtfully, huh? Go on. The vice president said, from what I've heard, many large families in Binhai have recently been eager to compete for cooperation with Binhai University when their contracts expire this summer. They have realized that enterprise technology is the primary productive force and that they should not underestimate the creativity of university students. Fu Xiuyu took out his cell phone again. Just buy whatever you like. After sending the message, Fu Xiuyu sent a WeChat transfer of 200,000 yuan to Li Xiu. The other end. Li Xiu was stunned. No, I said we should go buy some couple's underwear, and you give me 200,000? Okay then, let me choose. It has to be QQ underwear. He. Just at this moment. Bang! After a muffled sound, garbled characters began to appear on the computer screen in front of him. Li Xiu looked up and said, "Holy crap! Hackers are breaking in." In the president's meeting room at this moment, Fu Xiuyu is sending a message. Suddenly, garbled characters appeared on the big screen in the conference room. The vice president who was speaking immediately tapped the remote control in his hand. Ha! What's going on? Hatted? What's going on with the cybersecurity department? Someone winked at him, and the vice president immediately said, "What are the people doing except section chiefly?" At this moment, the cyberspace information security department was in chaos. Li Xiu came outside the office and pointed at the groups and asked, "What are you doing? How could hackers get in? I set it up a long time ago, why isn't the firewall responding?" Several team leaders had cold sweat on their foreheads. "Sorry, Chief, we are handling it. Give us some time, Chief." Shen Shuyi came out and said, "Li Xiu, this situation seems unusual. The opponent seems to know our weaknesses. It broke our firewall in an instant." Li Xiu curled his lips and said, "Stop talking. I'll do it myself. Let me learn from you." When Li Xiu returned to his office, his hands were still tapping away, leaving afterimages. This is an exploit of a web vulnerability, but it shouldn't be possible. I've checked it. Even if the opponent is strong, they shouldn't lose so quickly. The repair is nothing more than basic operations such as preventing SQL injection and SXX. Is the attack so awesome? But after coming in, it became very cliché. Let me see who you are. Soon under Li Xiu's operation, the team leaders outside exclaimed in amazement. Who is this? They fixed the vulnerability so quickly and even started to fight back? It's Section Chiefly. Only Section Chiefly can be so skilled. However, in the next moment, Li Su suddenly exposed a loophole to the other party. The other team leaders exclaimed when they saw this. No, what does this mean? Section Chief Li's flaws are exposed to others like this? Isn't this self-destructive? They'll exploit this loophole and launch a frenzied attack. As expected, these hackers were like crazy, and began to frantically attack the back-end data of the Fu Group. What is Section Chiefly doing? Is Section Chiefly doing this on purpose? Could it be that Section Chiefly is a spy? Chapter 64 She is pregnant? However, at this moment, Li Xiu's last keyboard stroke fell. The tug-of-war that lasted for half a day finally ended. Li Xiu finally pressed the Enter key, and it made a click. In just a moment, a folder appeared on Li Xiu's computer desktop. I've already protected the other party's IP, the device they're using, and some of their personal information. Now let's see how you fight me. Then it's the police's business. At this time, Li Xiu walked out of the office and faced everyone's awe-filled eyes. He said lightly, "It's solved." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Several team leaders who had just suspected Li Xiu expressed their shame. We just suspected that Section Chiefly was the enemy's spy, but we didn't expect that Section Chiefly would use us as bait. Now he must have obtained the enemy's IP address and information. Yes, you are indeed Section Chiefly. We actually suspected the Section Chief was a spy. A female employee stood up and said, "Don't forget, our Section Chief is Mr. Fu's husband. He owns half of his company. Why would he be a spy?" Hearing this, everyone at the scene nodded. At this time, Li Xiu's eyes fell on Lu Ruan. "I thought you were just unfaithful in your relationship, but I didn't expect. You don't even have a work ethic." Lu Ruan pretended to be ignorant. "Li Xiu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I didn't do anything just now." Li Xiu smiled. "I didn't tell you what you did." Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed. Li Xiu continued. "It was just a thrilling offensive and defensive battle, but unfortunately, a traitor appeared in our team." After saying that, Li Xiu took out a black USB flash drive. Here is the entire operation process of the traitor. Everyone looked at Lu Ruyan in unison. Start whispering. Lu Ruyan? It must be her. Maybe Section Chief Lee is targeting her and she's holding a grudge against him? Oh my god, this woman is so scary. Although Section Chief Lee targeted her, he didn't even look at what she did first. Since you can't be a wealthy wife, you actually help outsiders target our company? People like this don't belong in our department. Yes, I used to eat with her, but now I feel really sick. Lu Ruan immediately became weak. I didn't, Li Xiu, we broke up. How could you wrongly accuse me? Li Xiu shook his head. Lu Ruan, is it difficult for you to admit your mistakes? I won't be satisfied until I release this information and you've completely lost all face. Li Su. If you still have me in your heart, you would never say this to me in public and humiliate me. You used a USB flash drive to record that the last bit of kindness you had in my heart is gone, do you know that? Lu Ruan felt as if she had become the biggest victim in the world at this moment. Li Xiu, huh? No, buddy, you're causing trouble in my company and collaborating with the enemy. Now you're blaming me for speaking out. Do you really want to turn against Tian Gang like this? Okay, you don't know what's wrong, right? I'm calling the police now. Maliciously attacking other companies' network security is illegal. After saying that, Li Xiu took out his cell phone. Lu Ruan panicked. She didn't want to go to jail, and she couldn't go to jail. With a plop, she half knelt on the ground and hugged Li Xiu's thighs. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. It wasn't me who wanted to do this. It was Xiao Mukin. It was Xiao Mukin who asked me to do this. He told me that I could return to the Xiao family by doing this. I was wrong, Li Xiu. It was that Xiao Mukin who ruined me. You know, he's been manipulating our relationship for so long that I ended up in this situation today. Driven by your own interests, you have to put all the responsibility on others. Very good, Lu Ruan, you are very nice, get out. Li Xiu kicked Lu Ruan away. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Soon, the police received a report and came here and took the main people away. Binhai City Police Department. Li Xiu signed the police report and said with a smile, the evidence is all in this USB drive. The police nodded and said, okay, Mr. Li, thank you for providing the key evidence. Li Xiu nodded. When I left the interrogation room, I saw Xiao Mukin being brought in by the police. At this moment, Xiao Mukin looked like a drug addict, his face was extremely haggard and his whole body was shaking. What are you doing? My grandfather is Xiao Chang'e. You can't arrest me. You can't. A police officer held Xiao Mukin and walked inside. Go find this guy, he'll just start beating people up. This guy attacked the police. At this moment, Xiao Mukin saw Li Xiu and suddenly burst into laughter. Just wait. Just wait, it won't be long before you two will be in such a miserable state. The policeman next to him held his head. Go! At this time, outside the gate, Fu Xiuyu got out of the car and walked towards Li Xiu. I didn't expect you to be so calm and have already gotten everything done. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded, this matter has clear logic and is clear. I didn't call you to save you some trouble. Fu Xiuyu nodded. The old man of the Xiao family just called me and apologized to me. He said that all this was done by Xiao Mukin alone and had nothing to do with his family. Secondly, we discovered this matter in time and no losses were caused. They hope to reconcile. Li Xiu glanced at his wife and asked, you mean just forget it? Of course not. The Xiao family gave me a big business and also a compensation. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu asked doubtfully, so good? For Xiao Mukin? Although Mr. Xiao has a bad temper, he's actually a man of integrity. After all, he raised Xiao Mukin, so it's impossible for him to have no feelings for her at all. Besides, Lu Ruan just fainted, and the hospital confirmed she's pregnant. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu. Hey, it's not me. I have never touched this woman. Li Xiu said. There is nothing we can do about it since we are bound to the system. It is used to complete tasks anyway. But luckily I didn't fall in love with her. This woman is really scary. Fu Xiuyu said, the grandson he raised made a mistake, and Mr. Xiao admitted it, and I can make a lot of money through this incident. That's a good thing, isn't it? Li Xiu nodded when he heard this, my wife is right. When we do business, profit comes first. Fu Xiuyu nodded. The main reason is that we discovered it in time this time and the circumstances were relatively minor. The lawyer said that at most Xiao Mukin would be detained and fined for a few days. In my opinion, it would be more meaningful to make the Xiao family pay a little. Besides, I fired Lu Ruan from the company and banned Xiao Mukin from the entire industry, which is also a considerable punishment. What do you think? But after all, this is your department's business, so I made my own decision. Mr. Fu, it's too formal to say that. We are husband and wife. You don't need to tell me your decision like this. Just say it on WeChat. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyu nodded. By the way, let me tell you something. Chapter 65. Can't I help my child choose a father? Li Xiu looked at his wife in confusion. You should know that our company has cooperation with Binhai University. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu nodded. Yes, I understand. It's a collaboration in technology. Fu Xiuyu nodded. It's like this. Our contract expires in the second half of the year. I need you to go to the school and talk to the principal there. Li Xiu asked curiously, didn't you have a good relationship with the principal last time? That's the problem. The principal is about to retire and is no longer working. Now the principal of Binhai University has been replaced by a new principal. Fu Xiuyu said. So I'd like to ask you to come over. Li Xiu was even more confused. Why do you want me to go? First of all, you are my husband, I trust you. Secondly, you once performed the dragon sucking water for your sister Wang. You forgot that the principal is also a woman. You may be better at handling it. There's a third reason. She's my college classmate, Song Yu. Her family is in government. When we were in college, Song Yu had a crush on a senior who happened to like me. But they ended up breaking up, and I offended her. You know women hold grudges, so I had to find someone new. Like you. Li Xiu nodded. I know what happened, and I understand. But you also said that this principal has a powerful backstage. What if he asks me to sell my body? Fu Xiuyu shook his head. You're so funny. Who do you think you are? How could a young lady like you, a little brother? Li Xiu looked at his wife with a smile. So why did you choose me when you came to me to get the marriage certificate? Well, it's a coincidence. If I had come 5 minutes later, this opportunity might have belonged to someone else. Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. Li Xiu smiled slightly. So the system predicted or directly arranged the trajectory of fate? I have to say, your system is quite good. Fu Xiuyu handed over the Ferrari keys and said, Here, you didn't drive your car today, did you? Li Xiu nodded. Okay, got it. At the same time, in the interrogation room of the police station, Lu Ruan cried like a victim. The police officer was overwhelmed. Miss, we are just asking you basic questions. Why are you crying as if we are bullying you? Lu Ruan said while crying. I didn't do anything. I just followed Xiao Mukin's instructions. At this time, a female police officer pushed the door open and walked in. Hey, this is a pregnant woman, please be careful. This is Lu Ruan, right? As for Mr. Fu, we will not pursue any further responsibility for you. But I tell you, your behavior. Lu Ruan no longer listened to the rest of the words. She covered her belly and said, Li Xiu, did you hear me? I'm pregnant. It would be great if you were the father. The two young policemen who were taking the statement were stunned. Nobody, do you understand? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Lu Ruan wiped the tears from her face and said, It was Li Xiu who spoke up for me. Yes, it was Li Xiu who spoke up for me. Otherwise, how could Fu Xiuyu let me go? Just like before, he still loves me, but it was my family and Xiao Mukin who hurt him. She was in a daze and was led to the hall by a female police officer to sign. Lu Ruyan's best friend Zhang Qingqing walked in from outside. Ruyan, what happened to you? What on earth is going on? Lu Ruyan said, I have a baby. Ah? Zhang Qingqing was stunned. You have a baby? Could it be? Is it Li Xiu's or Xiao Mukin's? Lu Ruyan glanced at Zhang Qingqing and said, I haven't really slept with Li Xiu, but even if that's the case, can't I choose Li Xiu to be his father? Li Xiu's personality and what he did for me before clearly make him a better father. Zhang Qingqing raised her hand and placed it on Lu Ruyan's forehead. Ha? You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? At this time, Xiao Mukin also walked out of the detention room. He looked haggard. In the hall, he and Lu Ruan met eyes. Neither of them said anything. It was Zhang Qingqing who stepped forward and said, "Xiao Mukan, look at what you look like. Did you know that Ruyan is pregnant with your child?" Xiao Mukan smiled. "Who knows whose child she has?" Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and slapped him. Pa. Xiao Mukan staggered as he was hit. The police on both sides pretended not to see anything. "You're crazy. She has no other man besides you." Xiao Mukan was stunned. "Oh? I'm her only man?" Zhang Qingqing nodded. "Yes, what else can we do?" "Ha, if she hadn't been having an affair with Li Xiu, how could they have withdrawn the lawsuit? Now you want me to believe this? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Xiao Mukan pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, "If it weren't for this woman, I would still be the eldest young master of the Xiao family. It's all because of her that my grandfather treated me like this." Lu Ruyan's body shook. The good things Li Xiu had done to me kept echoing in my mind, as I recalled every detail of that year. "Qingqing, do you know?" I pushed away my white moonlight with my own hands. The next moment, her eyes went dark. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and picked up Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan. Ruyan, how are you?" A moment later. Binhai City Hospital. The doctor came out and asked, "Who are you to her?" Zhang Qingqing asked, "I'm her friend." "What happened to her?" "Notify her family as soon as possible. The baby can't be saved. The fetus is already unstable at this stage." "Has she suffered a shock now?" Finished speaking. Zhang Qingqing took out her cell phone and immediately notified the Lu family. Xiao Mukan stood aside in a daze, his cell phone vibrating. Xiao Changa's voice came from the other end of the phone. "This is the last time I'll help you. I heard you're in the hospital now?" "Xiao Mukan, as your grandfather, I have one last thing to tell you. It's my platform that made you successful. If you were still in the orphanage, you wouldn't even be able to find a job, let alone marry and have children. You wouldn't even know where you stand. Is it Grandpa who helps me? What about Lu Ruyan?" Xiao Mukan was stunned for a moment, then turned off his phone. Beep, beep, beep. After a while, people from the Lu family arrived one after another. Lu Rusong and Lu Yingshan rushed forward like mad dogs. Kicked Xiao Mukan to the ground. If the hospital security hadn't stopped the Lu family, they would have torn Xiao Mukan to pieces. On the other side, Binhai, Xiao family. Xiao Changa's side, Xiao Mukan, this useless guy really thinks he's so powerful. At this time, the eldest daughter Xiao Yuye came over and said, "Dad. This is my son, Wu Ishue, and he calls me Grandpa." Wu Ishue, who looked handsome, nodded and said, "Grandpa. Oh? Your son just came back from abroad recently?" Xiao Changa said. "Yes, my son graduated from Oxford University and studied business management." Xiao Yuye said. At this moment, another voice came from outside the door. "Sister, your son is back. Coincidentally, my daughter is back too." Xiao Yuyan walked towards her holding a girl's hand. Chapter 66, Being Pestered by My Sister-in-Law at the School Gate. The two walked closer, and Xiao Yuyan said, "Han Mimi, why don't you call me Grandpa?" "Grandpa." Han Mimi's voice was clear and her tone was soft and calm. Xiao Changa smiled and said, "Very good. Now I can only place my hopes on you young ones. I will give you a chance. Whoever is more outstanding will be the next generation heir of the Xiao family." The old man sighed, "But the premise is that by that day, my true grandson has not been found, if he is found it. But it has nothing to do with you. Xiao Mukan caused such a big mess this time, and the Fu family has agreed to reconcile with us. This is already the best solution, but our Xiao family has also lost a business, and this idiot has been banned by the entire industry. The Xiao family's reputation has been ruined." Xiao Changa shook his head. Xiao Yuye beside him snorted coldly, "Dad, over the years, our Xiao family has been very kind to Xiao Mukan, but he can bring shame to our Xiao family time and time again. It turns out that fake is fake. He is not of our Xiao family bloodline, so no matter what he does, he will not do anything." Xiao Changa nodded and said, "Have the hospital continue with the DNA matching, and the police are already building a DNA pedigree map. As long as my grandson is still alive and has had his blood drawn at the hospital, we'll definitely be able to find him." On the other side, a red LaFerrari appeared at the gate of Binhai University with a roar. Li Xiu glanced at Binhai University in front of him and said, "This university has a history of 100 years. If I sign in using the system, it should be very rich in history. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in to Binhai University. Signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery of physics and chemistry. In an instant, countless academic knowledge flooded into his brain. Although Li Xiu had been a top student before, his knowledge was limited to the field of computers. Now it's okay, direct physical and chemical mastery? It's okay, it's better than nothing. As Rafa arrived at the school gate, many girls seemed to be drawn to the driver's seat, looking forward to seeing which handsome young man would get out. Not long. Li Xiu parked the car in the parking space and opened the scissor door. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion at the school gate. Who is this? I don't know. Does any senior know which department he is from? So handsome and rich, do you have a girlfriend? At this time, Zhang Qingqing also came to the school. After all, she was a senior and had not graduated yet. After making arrangements for Lu Ruan, she came back to school. She also saw Li Xiu at a glance. It's Li Xiu. Even though he's married to the female CEO now, if he can't satisfy her in the future, they'll definitely get divorced. The breakup fee will be something most people wouldn't even dare to think about. If I establish a good relationship with him beforehand, I might be able to get promoted later. Anyway, it's always a good idea to get to know him. Thinking of this, she stepped forward and walked in front of Li Xiu. Li Xiu, it's me, Zhang Qingqing. Lu Ruan's best friend. Lu Ruan's best friend? Li Xiu remembered that this Zhang Qingqing was Lu Ruan's junior schoolmate, and she was a witness to their love over the past year. What's up? Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and said, Li Xiu, did Lu Ruan say today that it was you and Mr. Fu who talked about dropping the case? Ruan thinks you're still interested in her. What? Is she crazy? Li Xiu sneered, she's always so self-righteous. Tell her that it's absolutely impossible for her and I to be together in this life or the next. Zhang Qingqing glanced at Li Xiu quietly. Ruan also said that she hopes to get your forgiveness. She said that although her child has nothing to do with you, she also hopes that you can be the father of her child. What? What kind of talk is that? Tell her to stop dreaming. Since she has married her white moonlight, just lock her up. After Li Xiu finished speaking, he prepared to enter the school. Wait, Senior Li Xiu, let's add each other on WeChat. Zhang Qingqing said, I'll help you persuade her from now on. If you try to persuade her, she might go to extremes, which wouldn't be good for you, right? Li Xiu glanced at Zhang Qingqing and said, no need. And I'm still in contact with people related to Ruan Lu? Am I crazy? At this time, a sweet voice came from a distance, brother-in-law? It was Fu Xiumu, wearing a simple, feminine outfit. She came bouncing over and took Li Xiu's arm. Brother-in-law, who is she? An ugly, pickup artist? Auntie, who are you? Faced with the words of this serious green tea, Zhang Qingqing's defense was broken. What? What do you mean by ugly pickup artist? When Li Xiu and I met, you didn't even know what you were doing. You are freshman Fu Xiumu, right? I am your senior. Show some respect. Fu Xiumu smiled faintly, brother-in-law, this auntie is so ungrateful. You don't want your sister to know that someone has hit on you, right? Her big eyes flickered and there was a sly smile on the corner of her mouth. Li Xiu's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this considerate and kind sister was the most difficult one to deal with? From a distance, Fu Xiaoxua's voice could be heard, Li Xiu? Why are you here? Are you here to see Fu Xiumu? Be careful, or I'll tell my sister that you two are so close. She frowned and glanced at the two people holding hands. Fu Xiumu turned around and said, Third sister, if I don't hold my brother-in-law's arm, what will happen if he gets snatched away by some random person? Fu Xiaoxue shook her head. Whatever you say, Li Xiu, what are you doing at school? Li Xiu nodded. It's just right. Please help me lead the way. As an employee of the Fu Group, I'm here to see your new principal today, mainly to discuss business. Fu Xiaoxue nodded, okay, Fu Xiumu, you take him to the principal's office. Never mind, I'll go with you. I'm worried about Fu Xiumu. What if I take you to the dormitory? Fu Xiumu's eyes flashed with cunning, how could I, Gigi? Am I that kind of person? I have the greatest respect for my brother-in-law. Li Xiu shook his head. Okay, take me there quickly. Don't keep the principal waiting. The two sisters-in-law then shook their heads and took Li Xiu to the principal's office. Chapter 67, Not My Friend, Are You a Succubus? Zhang Qingqing's face turned ugly behind him. There are too many girls around this Li Xiu. Why are the two sisters from the Fu family joining in the fun? Walking on the campus of Binhai University, eyes from both sides were directed at Li Xiu. Who is this person? Why are the two most beautiful girls on campus accompanying him? Holy crap! Hey, don't be envious. He must be rich. But us Go seniors don't care about women. But these are the two school beauties, Fu Xiumu and Fu Xiuxue. What? What is this person's ability? FCK. Fu Xiumu held Li Xiu's arm all the way and refused to let go. Brother-in-law, the teaching building where the principal is up ahead. Li Xiu nodded. Okay, I can go up by myself. Fu Xiuxue pulled her sister away and said, then you go by yourself. We're leaving. Li Xiu walked into the office building. Go directly to the principal's office on the 3rd floor. A staff member asked me to wait outside. This wait lasted half an hour. At this time, Li Xiu glanced at a blackboard placed on the opposite staircase corridor. There was a set of complicated physics problems written on it. He yawned, stepped forward and wrote 2 strokes. Then he put down the chalk in his hand, turned around and left. Mad, you don't want to see me, right? What a joke, just don't see me. After Li Xiu left, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. A woman in a dark green suit and glasses glanced at the corridor and asked, Gone? These companies are so annoying. There's still at least 6 months before the contract is terminated, and they keep coming every day to bother me. She walked to the corridor, where she had just come across a problem that she couldn't solve. Walking into the corridor, she paused as she picked up the chalk. This? You figured it out? When did it happen? Are you kidding me? I used the Dirac equation and couldn't figure it out. Who did this? Who did it? Someone come. Someone come quickly. A staff member came out and asked, Principal Song? What's wrong? What happened? Sonya said in a deep voice, Find me the person who solved this problem immediately. 3 minutes. I want all the information on him. This guy is a genius. A genius born from heaven. Li Xiu walked into the campus and complained, You ignored me today, and it will be useless if you call me baby tomorrow. President? Ha, your university is the only one in the world that can cooperate? Damn it. At this moment, Li Xiu suddenly noticed that he was surrounded. I saw that in front of me, behind me, on both sides, there were many men standing. That's him. We've checked it out. He's not a student of our school, but someone from outside. One man has our 2 most beautiful girls on campus. What does he think he is? A succubus, bro? Don't leave, kid. If we don't teach you a lesson today, how can we be called men? Everyone, go all out. Amat Ras. Get him. Li Zhang was about to practice with these ignorant youngsters when a shout came from a distance, What are you doing? Zhang Qingqing trotted over and stood in front of Li Xiu. He is a senior, you can't do anything rash. The leading goblin man clicked his tongue, What the hell? Hiding behind a woman is nothing. Come out here. Li Xiu didn't have time to speak. Fu Xiuxue suddenly pushed through the crowd and stood silently on Li Xiu's left. You helped me last time, so I'll help you this time. You have to get past me before you can beat him. Just at this moment, another voice was heard. Brother-in-law. I'm so hot. Li Xiu's face was covered with black lines. What are you doing? Sailor Moon? Fu Xiumu stood on the right side of Li Xiu. Brother-in-law, don't panic, I'll do the hot thing. That's not necessary. Li Xiu said lightly. This scene made the goblin boys lose their defense. Get out of my way. We don't beat up women. Get out of the way. Boy. You don't have any fucking stone. What's the point of hiding behind a woman? Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. Isn't this a great summoning technique that everyone can use? Don't you know how to do it? Can't you call out a bunch of girls with just one shout? Oh, it turns out you smoke too much, your lungs are foggy. What? Brothers, destroy him. Just as the boys were about to charge forward, a cold voice came from the distance, Everyone from Binhai University, stop it. I'm your principal. Buzz. All the male students who were sprinting were stunned. This kid's summoning skills are so awesome? He can even summon the principal? What a joke. Waterfa. Look. It's really the new principal who was recently transferred here. Song Yu pushed his glasses and his little leather shoes clattered. She walked up to Li Xiu, then turned around beautifully, raised her finger and pointed at him, saying, "Boy, have you solved the physics problem I left in the corridor?" Hiss. Li Xiu was stunned. Aren't the physics questions placed there for people to solve? No. Li Xiu said. Song Yu was puzzled. You were the only one there at the time. Fu Xiushui and Fu Xiumu tilted their heads. When will he be able to solve physics problems? All the goblins who were scolded by the principal said this. The principal is a physics major, right? Yeah, I think he has a PhD in physics. Very impressive. She's also beautiful and studied abroad. She's super awesome. Lick the principal and the jailer. Li Xiu then said calmly, "Isn't this question for people to solve?" I don't understand. It is for people to solve, but not everyone can solve it. Do you understand what I mean? Song Yu said. Li Xiu laughed. I figured it out, so what? Oh? Do you want to know something else? Song Yu's smile gradually became perverted. Li Xiu immediately hugged his chest. Fuck. What are you doing? Fu Xiumu immediately said, What do you mean? He's my brother-in-law. Fu Xiushui also looked at the woman warily. The men present said, Is this a succubus? It's so terrifying. It's beyond the comprehension of ants like us. Song Yu glanced at Li Xiu. I heard you're here to discuss cooperation. If you meet all my requirements, there will naturally be no problem with cooperation. No, there's nothing we can do. Li Xiu sighed, then where should we go to solve it? My office. Oh? No, this isn't good. Nothing bad. Not private. I don't care. But I care. I'm a good man. This won't affect your reputation, will it? In the stunned eyes of everyone, Li Xiu had already walked away with the principal. Behind them, the Fu sisters finally reacted. Fu Xiumu said in a deep voice, This woman seems to be a classmate of our sister when she was studying abroad. You're not asking your brother-in-law to go to her office and unbutton her clothes in order to get revenge on your sister, are you? Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. He's been exposed. I have a pair of scissors with me. I can kill him in a minute. Chapter 68, Li Xiu has no ability to begin with, he is just a person with connections. A moment later, in the office of the president of Binhai University. There were voices of men and women. That's not how to solve it. If you don't know how, I'll help you. I've been trying for a long time but still can't solve it. This was Li Xiu's voice. The Fu sisters just lay on the door of the principal's office. What's going on? I don't know, what is my brother-in-law doing? This bastard. Fu Xiuxue was already cursing, holding a pair of scissors in his hand, ready to attack. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and the two people immediately fell to the ground. Ouch! Both children had a bump on their foreheads. Li Xiu shook his head. What are you doing? How rude. Song Yu then said to Li Xiu in a friendly tone, It's a pity that you didn't pursue an academic career. I'm sorry, my ambition is not here. Regarding the renewal of the next project. Li Xiu said. I understand. I will hand it over to the Fu group. Song Yu said with a smile, I have let go of the past. Mr. Li, I am more interested in you now. At worst, Fu Xiu ruined my relationship once, so I'll ruin hers once. She winked at Li Xiu. Fu Xiumu immediately got up from the ground and raised his fist. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother-in-law and my sister have a good relationship. How could you ruin it? Fu Xiuxue also blared at the principal. Song Yu smiled and nodded, but what if I just like challenges? Fu Xiumu puffed up his cheeks, humph. Let's go. Brother-in-law, let's go. The two sisters-in-law pulled Li Xiu away. Principal Song Yu put away his smile and said, This Li Xiu is quite interesting. You can actually solve this kind of problem. The other end. What are you doing? Li Xiudo asked. Fu Xiumu snorted coldly, What were you doing in the office? Humph. Fu Xiuxue took out a pair of small scissors from her bag. Li Xiu was speechless. Hey, what are you two doing? I just helped the principal solve 2 problems. Isn't it okay for him to look at me with new eyes? Fu Xiaomu glanced at Li Xiu and asked, Is that really all? Then what else is it? Li Xiu said. Okay, just consider it as you passed. Fu Xiaomu said. Li Xiu shook his head. Oh, are you really that strict with me? After quickly asking for help from his 2 sisters-in-law, Li Xiu drove directly back to the company. And on the other side, in Binhai City Hospital, Lu Ruan lay in the hospital with a pale face, and there was not even a caregiver around her. After a nurse changed her 4 bottle, she asked, Why don't you have anyone to help you? Where's your husband? Lu Ruan shook her head. Now she had lost her job and her child. Xiao Mukan didn't care about her at all. What else does she have? As soon as she closes her eyes, all she thinks about is Li Xiu. All the little details of being with Li Xiu kept circling in my mind. Li Xiu, where are you? Why don't you come to see me? My child is gone, and I'm feeling very unwell. Why don't you come and keep me company? At this moment, Lu Rusong walked in. Sister, why isn't that man with you? My parents went to the Xiao family to ask for money. Now they have to ask for some nutrition money for you no matter what. Lu Ruan glanced at her brother and said, Oh? My nutrition fee? I think they want the money for themselves. Lu Rusong shook his head and said, Sister, your husband is really useless. It's okay if he can't do the work in my company. I still can't find a job, and now you've lost your job too. What do you think we should do? Lu Ruan sighed softly. What should I do? What else can I do? Close the company and file for bankruptcy. What else? Lu Rusong shook his head. Sister, no matter what, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. With things like this, the Xiao family should at least give us a way out. If we continue like this, we're going to die. Lu Ruan glanced at her brother and said, Then tell me, why did others give us a chance to live? It's our own fault. Don't you know that you will suffer the consequences of your own actions? Lu Rusong felt that his sister was too pessimistic. Sister, how about you ask Li Xiu to arrange for someone from my company to come over and take care of it, just as a token of our past friendship? Think about it, is it possible? Lu Ruan said. I just hope that when I feel better, I can ask Li Xiu for forgiveness. I hope he can forgive me, otherwise I will be very sad for the rest of my life. On the other side, Li Zhang was driving. Just arrived at the company garage. As soon as Li Xiu stopped the car, he received a call from his colleagues. Chief, you'd better come to the company. Someone is causing trouble in our company. You'd better come. Li Xiu said calmly, Oh? If there's any trouble, just call security. Section Chief, you should come over. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu immediately trotted over to the Network Information Security Department. As soon as he walked in, he saw the woman who made him feel disgusted sitting there. It was Yao Lily, and standing next to her was his son Li Yao. The main reason why Yao Lily appeared here was that this woman thought her son was the charming god of ancient Greece and could easily find a job. As a result, after searching for a while, she hit a wall everywhere, and she told everyone that her son was Mr. Fu's brother-in-law. Others regarded her and her son as mentally ill. She was kicked out directly. After facing the reality, she decided to bring her son to find Li Xiu. At this moment, Yao Lily said to Chen Shuyi, Minister Chen, right? My son is Li Xiu's younger brother. I believe you should know what to do. You don't have to be a department head right away. Start as a section chief. When the other employees at the scene heard this, they rolled their eyes. Section Chief Li is still the section chief himself. Even if this person is really Section Chief Li's brother, he should start from the bottom. Exactly. Do you really think you're some big shot? Are you here to give us orders? What a strange and expensive thing. At this time, Chen Shuyi took a deep breath and said, both of you, can I ask about this person's education and experience? Yao Lily laughed, education? That's a junior college. Only people with a junior college degree can be considered talented these days. As for my son's experience, what kind of experience do you need? Aren't you just typing on computers? Chen Shuyi's fist hardened, whoosh whoosh. I don't think our department accepts college graduates. Then why does Li Xiu work here? Isn't he a relative? What qualifications does he have? What abilities does he have? Yao Lily said as a matter of course. Chapter 69, Supplementary Gold Card? 1 billion yuan? Chen Shuyi's mind suddenly heated up. What the hell? Section Chief Li is one of our top students. He's so young, he can single-handedly take on a group of hackers, and his vulnerability resolution never takes more than 5 minutes. Don't slander him. Yao Lily rolled her eyes. After all this talk, aren't you just trying to flatter Li Xiu based on his connections? As for my son, you should arrange a job for him so that you don't have to do the same thing when Li Xiu comes back. Chen Shuyi said coldly, if you really want him to come to our company, please ask him to submit his resume. Also, please leave and don't interfere with our work. At this time, Li Yao sat directly on a workstation, pushing away a staff member next to him. Mom, I think this position is okay. I'll sit here. The guy's huge body pressed down on the chair, causing it to make a creaking sound. Yao Lily smiled and said, I heard that ordinary employees in your company have a basic salary of more than 10,000 yuan a month, right? Please leave our department, otherwise I will call security. Chen Shuyi said. Yao Lily sneered, security guard, half of this company belongs to Li Xiu, and I'm Li Xiu's closest relative. What do you dare to do? Chen Shuyi took out her cell phone and prepared to call Li Xiu again. Li Xiu saw this scene. At this time, Li Xiu came out and said, I've called the security department, they will be here soon. I advise you to leave immediately. Yao Lily was stunned for a moment, then said coldly, Li Xiu. What are you talking about? But I'm your aunt. This is your brother. Li Xiu glanced at the woman indifferently, what aunt? Your last name is Yao, but mine is Li. What's your relationship with me? Our company doesn't hire people like your son. Take him and get out of here immediately. Yao Lily was immediately embarrassed. She had been bragging for so long, Li Xiu. Don't go too far. You're the one who's gone too far. Get out of here now. Li Xiu pointed at Yao Lily. Yao Lily nodded repeatedly, okay. Li Xiu, you and your father, you two old fellows, don't expect to come back to our village in this lifetime. Li Xiu sneered, who the hell are you? Do I really need to go back to that shabby place? At this time, the security guard also came to the company and directly drove Yao Lily and her son out. Li Xiu sighed, let's all get back to work. If anyone like this dares to come in next time, just kick them out. Chen Shuyi nodded. Li Xiu came to the office and prepared to take out his mobile phone to play games. At this moment, Special Assistant Lin came to the front of the office and said, Section Chief Li, our President Fu wants you to go to the President's office. Li Xiu put down his phone and immediately stood up, got it. Followed Special Assistant Lin to the elevator. The employees on the scene started talking about it. What's this for? I don't know, maybe something happened. Oh, this is how the domineering CEO always falls in love with me. I think maybe Mr. Fu is thinking about Section Chief Li. Arriving at the CEO's office, Special Assistant Lin glanced at Li Xiu and said, ahem, hurry up. I'll be keeping watch outside. Li Xiu frowned slightly, no way, what do you mean by that? I am pure. After knocking lightly on the door, it was the first time that Li Xiu came to the president's office. What's going on with this inexplicable feeling of oppression? Come in. Fu Xiuyu's oppressive voice came from inside. Li Xiu nodded and pushed the door open. Behind the spacious office, there is long light golden hair hanging down, and under the gold-rimmed glasses is an ascetic face, which shines with wonderful luster under the light of the office. Li Xiu, what are you looking at? Li Xiu, wife, Mr. Fu. I'm admiring my wife's beauty. Fu Xiuyu smiled and looked up, I just received a call from Principal Songyu. She said she was very satisfied with your skills. She said you helped her a lot and that my husband is awesome. How do you explain this? Li Xiu, what the hell? Women really aren't good people. I don't need to explain. Oh? Fu Xiuyu didn't even raise his head. Why don't you explain? Because I'm not afraid. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, very good, there is still time. The charity dinner will start in 4 hours. That should be enough. Let's go. Li Xiu, eh? Where are you going? A moment later. Binhai City, Yunfu Square. Under the Fu Group, there is a super plaza that combines food, drink, entertainment and leisure. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu's luxury car stopped at the entrance of the square. Fu Xiuyu walked in front with full aura, and Li Xiu followed behind him. As the doors of the magnificent shopping mall opened, rows of senior executives bowed. Fu Xiaoyu didn't even glance at these people. He walked in front and said, "Fu Yun, the high-end clothing brand of the Fu family, I will take you to see the clothes. There will be a dinner party tonight, and celebrities and officials will gather. You still need to dress a little more appropriately." Li Xiu looked at his casual outfit and said, "I'm fine with this. You can't be a programmer your whole life. The Fu family is large and powerful, and you'll have a lot to learn in the future. I know my husband is talented, so I, Fu Xiaoyu, can provide you with all the other packaging." As he spoke, he took out a bank card with a black and gold dragon pattern and said, "This is my supplementary gold card. The upper limit is 1 billion yuan. You can use it freely. Of course, I will keep track of every transaction you make." Li Xiu slowly took the gold card and glanced at the eyes that were all looking at him from the entire mall. "Honey, isn't this too high profile?" Fu Xiaoyu said, "In my own shopping mall, I can do whatever I want. Let's go, I'll take you to choose clothes." The mall manager was immediately ahead leading the way. I took Li Xiu all the way to Fu Yun's counter. She lazily lay on the sofa, and an employee immediately poured her a dry martini. Then she simply flipped through the magazine. Li Xiu began to match clothes with the help of the employees. Li Xiu didn't even say a word, and these employees immediately matched a complete set of clothes for Li Xiu. Then he was brought out for the president to review. Li Xiu rubbed his head and said, "I'm so confused." Fu Xiaoyu shook his head. "Next one." This went on over and over again until Fu Xiaoyu was satisfied. At this time, Li Xiu had changed into a new royal blue suit. At this time, Fu Xiaoyu also stood up and went to change clothes. In just a moment, Fu Xiaoyu chose her own clothes, a black dress that made her skin look even whiter. After chapter 70, you will have a share in the Fu group. The waiters at the scene all marveled at Mr. Fu's charm and the temperament of a superior that a president possesses. Li Xiu stood up and looked at his wife in surprise. "Wife, that's really good." Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu, with a smile on his face. "Li Xiu, come and hold my hand." She stretched out her slender hand. Li Xiu stepped forward and supported his wife's hand. Fu Xiaoyu said, "Tonight's dinner is a charity fundraiser. I might have to donate some money. In addition, big families like the Xiao family and the Xia family will also be in attendance. This is also our true debut in the entertainment industry." Neither the last Xiao family banquet nor the last aristocratic treasure appraisal gathering was as large as this one. Almost all the wealthy families in Binhai will appear. Li Xiu nodded. "Okay, am I finally going to be brought into everyone's sight by my wife?" Fu Xiaoyu nodded. "You are my husband. We will definitely jointly manage the Fu family's 100 billion yuan group in the future. It will be beneficial for you to adapt to the circle in advance. A $1 trillion group jointly in charge? I am really surprised by my wife and what she brings to me. It seems that the best thing the system has given me is my wife, not anything else." The two of them slowly walked out of the counter. The senior executives of the shopping mall at the entrance immediately escorted President Fu and Li Xiu towards the elevator. At this moment, a couple appeared in front of the elevator. The girl shook off the boy's hand and said, "I just asked for a betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan. I won't prepare any dowry. And I want you to come to my house to do the laundry and cooking in the future. Why do you have such an attitude?" The boy said, "No, we've been dating for so long, and your sister didn't ask for much gift when she got married. You know my family situation, don't you? My mother is still in poor health. How come the price went from 100,000 to 180,000? Seeing Li Xiu looking over, Fu Xiaoyu said calmly, "Your brother Liang Ronghao, one of your roommates, studied the same major as you in college. He currently works for a small company. His mother has a chronic illness, so his family situation is not good." Li Xiu nodded slightly. "But have you checked me?" Fu Xiaoyu glanced sideways at Li Xiu. "Li Xiu, I'm the heir to the Fu family's hundreds of billions of assets and the next helmsman of the Fu family. Do you think I won't investigate my husband? If it weren't for your clean social circle and good personal abilities, why would I really marry you?" Li Xiu let go of Fu Xiaoyu's hand. "You mean, you really want to have a fake marriage with me? Well, is this a secret?" Fu Xiaoyu nodded. Then he grabbed Li Xiu's hand and said, "But now you are my chosen husband. You have no right to be angry." "What the hell? I don't even have the right to be angry?" Li Xiu was stunned. At this moment, my face suddenly felt cold. Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiuyu in astonishment. Do you think that if you kiss me, I will stop being angry? Looking at the stunning beauty before him, Li Xiu sighed, I can't do anything about you. It's true that it's hard for me to get angry with beautiful women. Wait a moment, I'll go get my brother back. At this moment, Liang Ronghao was obviously a little annoyed. What do you want? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? The woman snorted coldly, I'm just trying to make things difficult for you. Even if my best friends make things difficult for their boyfriends, they'll still give them the betrothal gifts immediately. I have a best friend who even owed hundreds of thousands of yuan, but her boyfriend helped her pay it back and gave her another 200,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. At this time, Li Xiu's voice came, no wonder the woman's betrothal gift will never be given to her husband again. It seems that it is to repay her foreign debt. It's great. Men will help cover up women's mistakes. But man, do you still want a woman like this? Aren't you afraid of being haunted by evil spirits? Liang Ronghao turned his head and looked. Li Xiu's clothes seemed to have a soft light effect. Brother Xiu. It's you, you look great. Liang Ronghao's girlfriend was surprised and said, Fuyun's latest spring suit. This one costs hundreds of thousands. At this time, Li Xiu swung the Lafa key in his hand and said, Mr. Liang, do you want to take this Lafa for a ride? Liang Ronghao quickly shook his head, no, what if it gets rubbed? The girl's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had a friend like this? Who is he? He lent you the Rafa, why don't you drive it? It's okay for me to post on WeChat moments. Are you Ronghao's brother? Why haven't I seen you before? Li Xiu smiled faintly, I am Ronghao's brother. I've just been busy lately. Liang Ronghao said awkwardly, I told you, they're my college roommates and best friends. How would I know there's such a young master among your nerdy roommates? The woman immediately changed her attitude. Young master, let's add each other on WeChat. Next time we get married, I'll invite you to the wedding. She asked for my WeChat in front of my buddy. How trash is this woman? Li Xiu glanced at Liang Ronghao and said, if I'm not my buddy, can't you see it? Liang Ronghao said to his girlfriend awkwardly, this is my friend. What do you mean by asking for his WeChat? The woman immediately softened her tone, oh, don't be angry, I'm worried about your work too. What future does your job have? You might as well ask your brother to help you, right? I'm doing this for your own good, so why are you scolding me? Liang Ronghao smiled and said, Shangjia, let's break up. Shang Jia was stunned. We're already talking about marriage, what do you mean by breaking up? Liang Ronghao said coldly, after Li Xiu appeared, I also realized it. You chose me because you couldn't find anyone better, so I'm just your compromise choice. One day, if you meet a man who is better off than me, you will even betray me in revenge. I know you will deny it now, you will never admit it, but you don't need to admit it. Because it's over with us. The woman glared at Liang Ronghao fiercely and said, let's break up. You have such a rich brother, but you don't know how to use it, and you still work in a small company. I don't like you, a fool. After saying that, she turned and was about to leave. But I found that the elevator had been stopped at this floor, She suddenly noticed that all the senior executives of the shopping mall were standing on both sides of this man. Was this elevator waiting for him? Oh my god, how prestigious and rich must Liang Ronghao's classmate be? Li Xiu then shouted, Mr. Liang. My Fu group welcomes you anytime. As long as you come, I'll definitely give you $1 million annual salary. Liang Ronghao looked at Li Xiu gratefully. He let out a breath of anger and said, well, let me think about it. How about I train outside for a while? Chapter 71 He will still be abandoned by the Xiao family in the end. The woman, who had already turned her back to Liang Ronghao, was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet, but he had just said that he wanted to break up, so even if she regretted it, it would not be easy for her to look back in front of so many people. I could only quietly send a message to Liang Ronghao, can we get back together? Liang Ronghao took out his phone and showed it to Li Xiu. You're right, buddy. Some people aren't worth it. He clicked on the upper right corner and blocked and deleted it directly. Li Xiu patted Liang Ronghao's shoulder and said, I wasn't joking just now. Come to Fu's, and you'll find any woman you want in the future. Liang Ronghao smiled bitterly and nodded. Brother, I know. My current workplace is close to home, and I have to take care of my mom when I go back. I'll definitely come find you when I have sorted out all my affairs. I won't be polite to you. Besides, you just got married, and it's unacceptable for you to use your wife's resources to help us. Li Xiu patted his shoulder and said, being brothers is in our hearts. When you're free, let's have dinner together. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Li Xiu returned to his wife's side, took her hand, and said, let's go. After leaving the mall, he and Fu Xiuyu came to the venue of the charity dinner. During the parking period, Fu Xiuyu said, this dinner will be held at our Fu family, Xiao family, Xia family, and other wealthy families. There should be new people from the Xiao family, and your Xiao Bai Yueguan will be there too. Fu Xiuyu's eyes fell on Li Xiu's face. Li Xiu took Fu Xiuyu's hand in his own and said, don't worry, Miss Xia is just feeling the throbbing of youth and unwilling to accept it. She will understand. Fu Xiuyu rolled his eyes at Li Xiu, and then they both got out of the car. Slowly walked towards the venue. At this moment, in the venue, young masters and young ladies from various families gathered together to chat. Have you heard that the eldest daughter of the Fu family, the most noble daughter in our circle, actually found a son-in-law? A son-in-law? I heard that it's not about marrying into the wife's family, but it's true that he comes from a humble background. It's really ridiculous. The eldest daughter of the Fu family, who has such a rich family background, actually found an ordinary man. I heard that he comes from a single-parent family. Oh Mo, that's hilarious. At this moment, the door of the venue opened. Under the lights, Fu Xiuyu appeared in everyone's sight holding Li Xiu's hand. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu was like a noble queen, with her knight beside her. This knight's 3:7 hairstyle matches his handsome face, and he seems to have an innate noble temperament. At this moment, the faint smile on Li Xiu's lips still had a hint of ruffianism. All the wealthy ladies in the venue turned their eyes to Li Xiu. An ordinary family? This temperament doesn't seem like an ordinary person, does it? A noble son has emerged from a poor family. Even if Fu Xiuyu divorces him in the future, he will get a lot. How can he still be an ordinary person? What a pity, a mere son-in-law. These men and women who grew up with a silver spoon in their mouths naturally have nothing good to say about a man who takes shortcuts. A little further away, the people from the Xiao family looked at Li Xiu. Xiao Chang's face was gloomy. Xiao Mukan lost to this brat, completely defeated, and even implicated our Xiao family. The two sisters Xiao Yuye and Xiao Yuyan looked at each other. Signal to your children. Han Mimi smiled knowingly and said, Xiao Mukan is not grandpa's blood after all, so he is naturally different from us. Although we don't have the surname Xiao, we have grandpa's blood flowing in our bodies, so naturally we are different. Wu Yixue standing by also smiled calmly. Xiao Mukan could be defeated by such an ordinary person? How ridiculous. I'll go find out his background later. At this moment, Miss Xia Xi's gaze was fixed on Li Xiu's face. The last time I tried to use Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruan, I failed and it almost got me involved. This time, I will definitely let you know that Fu Xiuyu is just using you. She has no feelings for you at all. She picked up the champagne in her hand and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu brought Li Xiu to his mother Fu Wanjun, and his three sisters had also arrived long ago. Fu Wanjun smiled and said, Xiao Xiu will have to participate more often in occasions like this in the future. After all, I have to be independent in the future. Li Xiu nodded. Fu Xiuxue said calmly, he can handle things on his own? Tisk. Li Xiu glared at her and said, kid, it seems like I've really helped you and been nice to you in vain. Fu Xiumu winked at Li Xiu, brother-in-law, do you think I look cute in this apricot dress? She spun in circles. You are so cute. You are a considerate and good sister. This little green tea girl should have no ill will towards me, Li Xiu thought to himself. Fu Xiuyuan, like her sister, likes dark-colored clothes, and she wore a dark purple dress. Brother-in-law, we're going to dance later. Who of the four of us will you go with first? Li Xiu smiled awkwardly and asked, why are you four sisters staring at me every day? Is it fun? I'll dance with my mother. Li Xiu went to find Fu Wanjun, saving his life was the most important thing. Fu Wanjun couldn't stop laughing. Okay, you four sisters, don't bully your brother-in-law. Can't you see that he's embarrassed? Well, you young people go have fun. Fu Wanjun turned around and went to find Xiao Chang'e. At this time, Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, I'm going to make some connections. You can eat something by yourself. Li Xiu nodded. The other end. When Fu Wanjun walked up to Xiao Chang'e, she saw that Xiao Chang'e looked unhappy. What's wrong? Did my son-in-law make you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly. Xiao Wanjun, you found a good son-in-law. My Xiao family has suffered a lot of losses recently. The grandson I've raised for over 20 years has become a laughingstock. Fu Wanjun put away her smile. You don't really intend to let Xiao Mukin inherit your Xiao family, do you? You are just using him as a pawn, blocking the other grandchildren, to reserve time for your real grandson. Of course, if my granddaughter is with him, you will naturally be willing to let him take charge of part of the Xiao family's business, but if one day your real grandson is found, by that time, Xiao Mukin will also be a discarded pawn. Xiao Mukin's expression changed slightly. You think you know me well? What about you? Your son-in-law? Are you really going to hand over the Fu family to him? Whether it's my daughter or son-in-law, I feel at ease leaving these children in the care of my Fu family. Xiao Xiu is a good child and won't be obsessed with my Fu family's assets. He can live well without us. Fu Wanjun looked at Li Xiu, who was chatting and laughing with someone in the distance, and said, although this child is a little immature, but he doesn't have the shortcomings of children from wealthy families. He has talent, and I'm very optimistic about him. Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly. My grandson will not be worse than your children. I have confidence. You can be so sentimental sometimes? Fu Wanjun said, alright, my Fu family will definitely compete with you for the title of the most powerful family in Binhai. Come on. Xiao Chang'e felt a dull pain in his heart. My grandson was very smart when he was 2 years old and could already call me grandpa. But because of an accident, he was taken away by someone for so many years. My dear grandson, where are you? At this moment, Li Jingxiu was filling his stomach with a piece of cake. These wealthy families are really confusing. They drink at dinner time instead of eating. Chapter 72. She kissed him firmly. Li Xiu's mouth was full of bread crumbs. At this time, a figure walked up to Li Xiu. It was Zhao's grandson Wu Yixue. Hello, I heard you are Fu Xiuyu's husband? Li Xiu glanced at the man calmly and said, I've been approached by many beautiful women, but this is the first time a man has approached me. He held out his hand. Wu Yixue glanced at the bread crumbs on Li Xiu's hand and said lightly, Tsk tisk. A son-in-law, I don't know what Fu Xiuyu sees in you. I think you are not even as good as Xiao Mukin. Li Xiu smiled, stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yixue's hand, then applied a little force the next moment. Wu Yixue was sweating profusely from the pain. It hurts. Li Xiu, for a loser like you, don't try to provoke others. Got it? You. Wu Yixue grimaced in pain, but didn't dare to shout out. Let go. I was wrong. I'm sorry. A little further away, the Fu sisters saw the scene. Fu Xiuyuan said, he is quite popular. He can even shake hands with the grandson of the Xiao family. Yeah, my brother-in-law is very friendly. Fu Xiumu nodded with a piece of egg tart in his mouth. Fu Xiuxue frowned, don't talk, the egg tarts are spraying everywhere. On the other side, Zhao's granddaughter, Han Mimi, approached Fu Xiuyu and said, Mr. Fu is very courageous and likes to help the poor. Fu Xiuyu glanced sideways. Oh? Han Mimi? What's going on? The Xiao family has no one left, so they want outsiders like you to come and rob the family property? You. Han Mimi snorted coldly, it's all thanks to your husband that I have this opportunity. Fu Xiuyu sneered. Your generation in the Xiao family is only as good as you. You. Han Mimi's face was extremely ugly. That's better than you. Find a son-in-law to help alleviate poverty. Fu Xiuyu's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and poured the glass of champagne on Han Mimi's head. There was a scream, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, he is my husband, not some son-in-law. Anyone who dares to say these two words again is going against me. Han Mimi covered her face. You. How dare you? I am from the Xiao family. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, I will crush you to death. Get out. Fu Xiuyu's voice was cold. A little further away, Li Xiu glanced at his wife with pride and said calmly, your entire generation of the Xiao family uses the same tactics? Wu Yixue rubbed his hands and pointed at Li Xiu, saying, you're so cruel. I won't talk to someone like you who hasn't had a rich upbringing. It's cheap. Li Xiu shook his head. If what you call education is covering your hands and screaming like a ghost, I'm sorry, but I don't really have that kind of rich education. Wu Ishu pointed at Li Xiu and said, "Just wait until I take over the Xiao family and make your Fu family suffer." Li Xiu was speechless. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Then he looked up and saw Xia Shi finding Fu Xiuyu in the distance. He rubbed his brows and said, "Oh my god. Do we all have to meet? Is the circle of wealthy families so small?" Over there, Xia Shi looked at Fu Xiuyu and said lightly, "Haven't you always wanted to develop the project with Qingxi? Our Xia family can give it to you." Fu Xiuyu smiled slightly. "Miss Xia is so generous? What are the conditions? Leave Li Xiu and tell him the truth. You are just using him," Xia Shi said. Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly. "Miss Xia? Do you think this is love?" Xia Shi's face suddenly turned ugly. "Fu Xiuyu, I've known him longer and understand him better than you do. You're only doing this for profit. What qualifications do you have to be with him?" Fu Xiuyu shook his head. "Indeed, at the beginning, I was with him because I needed it, but unfortunately, I am sincere to him now. He is very clear about this sincerity. It has nothing to do with you. Please live your own life, Miss Xia." Xia Shi's knuckles turned white from the force with which she held the champagne. "You don't understand, he and I, we have our own youth. As long as I wait, he will understand who is the best answer to his youth." "That's not you either," Fu Xiuyu interrupted. "You're just a mad young lady who was upset because she didn't buy the limited edition bag." "What?" Xia Shi didn't understand. "The so-called youth and the so-called white moonlight are just elements of this limited edition bag. You just haven't gotten this limited edition bag, so you have been unwilling to accept it," Fu Xiuyu said lightly. "Little sister, this is not love, but a pathological possessiveness. Don't bring this kind of thing into contact with love. Don't I know about your little collusion with Xiao Mukin? Because you two had a youth together, I hope your relationship can stay in that time. You don't want your image to be completely rotten in his mind." Xia Shi took 2 steps back and kept shaking her head. "No, how could that be possible? I love him. Even back then, when he promised you, your parents objected. He took you to a roadside stall with very little money and couldn't give you anything. He could only buy you cheap gifts worth a few hundred yuan. Could you accept such a love?" Fu Xiuyu smiled. Xia Shi kept shaking her head. "No, he doesn't have money, but I do. I can buy it for myself. I can convince my family to stop opposing it." "You're wrong," Fu Xiuyu said calmly. "If I suspend your bank account for 2 days, you'll behave yourself. And I am the actual ruler of the Fu family. I can give him a dowry worth hundreds of billions of yuan from the Fu group. Can you do the same? He is with me. Even if I have to lie flat for the rest of my life, I will love him forever." "You love him, so can you give up everything that makes you so high and mighty?" Xia Shi was stunned. "If he had promised me that year. My grandfather objected, and my family suspended my card. Roadside stall? I think I would be really uncomfortable." Fu Xiuyu laughed disdainfully. "Xia Shi, your so-called youth. It's just that I didn't get my limited edition bag." Fu Xiuyu turned around and saw Li Xiu looking over here. Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly and extended his slender hand to Li Xiu. "Is your Bai Yueguan beautiful? Don't worry, I didn't bully her. Dear Mr. Li Xiu, Fu Xiuyu of the Fu family, may I invite you to dance?" After saying that, Fu Xiuyu extended an invitation to Li Xiu like a gentleman. Li Xiu suddenly became embarrassed. "Ahem. Master, I will promise you." After saying that, he placed his hand on Fu Xiuyu's, and the next moment, Fu Xiuyu pulled him into his arms. The two looked at each other closely, and Li Xiu swallowed his saliva. "Hey, our positions are reversed, aren't they? This posture." The next moment, Fu Xiuyu kissed her. Chapter 73 Ding. Mission, improve my sister-in-law's favorability. Hiss. The ladies from wealthy families are generally more reserved. Even if they fall in love with someone at a party, they will find a small room to have a few bites. This kind of people would not bite him directly on the dance floor. Only the strong woman and eldest daughter of the Fu family would dare to do that. Many wealthy children at the scene were stunned. "Oh my god, showing off your affection in public, who are you showing off to? Xiao family? Xia family?" Over there, the tears in Xia Shi's eyes wet her eyeshadow, and she was thinking of herself as the heroine of a tragic female drama. The Xiao family members felt even more disgusted. All the carefully planned things by the Xiao family had gone down the drain. Ever since Li Xiu appeared, the Xiao family had never had a smooth life. Xiao Changge said calmly, "Keep an eye on this guy named Li Xiu. He's currently in the network security department and will definitely be promoted quickly in the future. If he makes a mistake, my Xiao family will add fuel to the fire. This kid has caused unrest in my Xiao family, and he must pay the price." Xiao Yuye and Xiao Yuyan looked at each other. "It's my father." At this moment, Li Xiu, who was dancing, changed his expression. Ding! The system releases a random optional task. 1. Show off your piano skills in public, shocking the audience. You will be rewarded with 2 extra check-ins complete within 30 minutes. 2. Shock your 3 sisters-in-law in any way, causing them to have a positive impression of you, and be rewarded with 2 additional sign-ins complete within 30 minutes. Li Xiu was stunned. After issuing a task a year ago, the system finally issued a new task? Optional tasks? The piano has been shown off last time, and it is unknown whether it will cause a sensation if it is shown off again. Shock the sister-in-law? Cause a change in her heart? Is there something wrong with you, system? Of course I chose option 2. It's not that I have any thoughts about my sister-in-law, but first of all, any method means I have more room for maneuver. Ding! Select task 2, rewarding the host with 2 additional sign-ins. Give it out directly? What if I take the reward and run away? The system will self-destruct. The system is a character. Li Xiu turned his head and glanced at his 3 sisters-in-law, who were watching him dancing with their sister. Ouch! Fu Xiuyu blared at Li Xiu, "Li Xiu, you stepped on me." Li Xiu smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry I can't dance." The 3 sisters-in-law glared at Li Xiu with different looks. Threatening eyes from time to time. System, sign in and see if there is anything better that can touch the hearts of the 3 sisters-in-law. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in location, Noble Dance Floor. Ding! Reward host ability card, Dance King. System, use the ability card. Li Xiu smiled faintly, "Wife, I actually have another identity, the masked dancer." The next moment, Li Xiu's body seemed to transform from a dance novice to a dance master in an instant. Young girls generally like the king of dance. He can attract the attention and shock his sisters-in-law with an exciting dance. Li Xiu's dance became smoother. Fu Xiuyu was surprised and asked, "How come your dance moves are suddenly so smooth?" The wealthy children who were paying attention here all shook their heads. What's going on? This son-in-law's dance just now was just laughable. How come he suddenly becomes a different person now? Is it comprehension? Did you learn it? You must be kidding. How can a mere son-in-law have such elegant dance moves? At this moment, Li Xiu let go of Fu Xiuyu's hand. I started to make some changes based on ballroom dancing. The whole audience exclaimed immediately. Is this a transition from ballroom dancing to street dance? It's such a gentle dance track, what is he changing? Ha, a son-in-law is a son-in-law, it's hard for him to be accepted into the upper class. But look at his dance moves, it's a fusion of breaking and popping? However, at this moment, Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand and made a shooting gesture towards the band responsible for the music. Everyone, please change the tune. At the edge of the stage, Wu Yixuet and Han Mini looked at each other. A small family is a small family. Why play these things on such an elegant stage? Wu Yixuet frowned. Han Mini's DNA moved. When I was studying abroad, my club was street dance, and I thought it was pretty good. Hold the cup for me. I'll go test this guy's skills. At this moment, the band saw Li Xiu's provocation and each of them became competitive. The orchestra leader smiled faintly, let's change the tune, alright? Let's show him the level of our orchestra. The key is, can this kid keep up? In an instant, the melodious dance music became intense. At this time, a figure as graceful as a startled swan rushed into the dance floor. It was Han Mimi. She started with a standard dance challenge, and then performed a standard hip-hop dance smoothly. It caused applause. The young generation of wealthy young men all praised it. This must be Mr. Zhao's granddaughter. She's got a professional level of skill. I heard that Miss Han really likes hip-hop. I didn't expect to see someone dancing in an occasion like today. This son-in-law is showing off his sword in front of Guangong. I guess he will be slapped in the face. The 3 sisters of the Fu family glanced at Li Xiu. When did my brother-in-law learn to dance? Miss Han is very professional. Can my brother-in-law do it? Fu Xiaoyuan asked. Fu Xiaomu frowned. Why does the Xiao family always target my brother-in-law? Humph. Fu Xiaoxue snorted coldly. Who asked him to show off? Li Xiu glanced at the three sisters-in-law and asked, Sisters-in-law, do you think I'm not good enough? It's time to shock you. Li Xiu suddenly raised his hand, then raised the pitch, first making a 3-beat wave with his right shoulder, elbow, wrist, and then it froze and turned into mechanical vibration in the next moment. Synchronous high-frequency tremor of the left foot. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Is this mecha fusion hip-hop? Is this son-in-law also a martial artist? No way, I still remember him playing the piano last time. I didn't expect he can dance now? The three sisters-in-law were also slightly stunned. Han Nini snorted coldly, You're just pretending, this isn't the only trick you have left, is it? The next moment, Li Xiu shook his head diagonally backwards with a delay of 0.5 seconds. Follow with a single leg drop spin 720 degrees, turning and making a grabbing air gesture with the right hand. Then he became completely unrestrained. Various large rotations and upper body tilt supports create a human wave effect. Even the older generation who don't understand street dance were attracted by Li Xiu. Chapter 74, The Sister-in-law's Blushing Face Tells It All. The young men and women at the scene exclaimed one after another. This guy is a dance king, right? Popping plus hip-hop plus kermp? This guy is amazing? Does he think he's Wang Erbo? This is really fake, look at the looks of these ladies here. Originally, in the eyes of these wealthy young men, Li Xiu was just a son-in-law, and both men and women looked down on him. But at this moment, in the eyes of the wealthy ladies, Li Xiu was too handsome. The three sisters of the Fu family were stunned. Brother-in-law can dance? So handsome. Fu Xiaomu's eyes were full of stars. Ding. Fu Xiaomu is shocked, his inner favorability increases. His trust level increases. 1/3 of the mission completed. Fu Xiaoyuan's eyes lit up. Great, I want to produce a variety show next, and my brother-in-law gave me some inspiration. Ding. Fu Xiaoyuan is shocked, his inner favorability increases. His trust level increases. 2/3 of the mission completed. Fu Xiaoxue frowned, he's really amazing, but why didn't I know he could dance before? He has so many secrets. Ding. Fu Xiaoxue was shocked and began to doubt. The mission is not completed, please continue. Li Xiu? No buddy, it's almost done, why are you doubting me? There is no other way. Li Xiu slid in front of Fu Xiaoxue and told him to change his attitude. Li Xiu crumped his chest 3 times towards Fu Xiaoxue. Fu Xiaoxue's face turned red instantly. It must be said that street dance is too lethal to little girls. Fu Xiaoxue is no exception. Finally, Li Xiu formed its sniper cohesion around Fu Xiaoxue. Raise your right hand and make a grab gesture, while sliding and mouthing bang, and use your shoulder to rebound after shooting. Then it ended with a perfect giant slalom. At this moment, Fu Xiaoxue's heart was pounding like a deer. Why is this person jumping at me? There are so many people looking at me. What is he doing? Fu Xiaomu pushed Fu Xiaoxue and said, Brother-in-law is so partial. What do you mean by partiality? What are you talking about? Fu Xiaoxue's face turned even redder. Ding. Fu Xiaoxue was suffocated with shock. His favorability increased, but his vigilance decreased. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, people on both sides of the dance floor applauded. Han Nini's eyes also shone with excitement. You are not bad, but Li Xiu, we will fight again, in business. Han Nini turned and left the dance floor. Xiaxi and other wealthy young ladies looked at Li Xiu with longing. Just ask yourself, which young girl can resist a handsome hip-hop guy like Wang Yibo? Therefore, the best formula for picking up girls is always to serve as a soldier for 2 years and become an instructor while also teaching yourself high-end hip-hop dance. It would be strange if you can't pick up female college students. The looks of these wealthy, white, and beautiful women at this moment tell it all. At this time, Li Xiu felt a pain in his waist. Fu Xiaoyu whispered, You'd better explain the dance you just did. How come I don't know? Li Xiu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, he had forgotten himself in his efforts to complete the task. I forgot that my wife was watching us. Actually, I can explain. Take a shower tonight and then dance for me. Fu Xiuyu said in a low voice. Eh? Ha? Fu Xiumu was holding his third sister's hand. Third sister, why did your face turn red just now? Don't you hate boys? Does it mean that your brother-in-law is very handsome and your heart is moved? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I? I just felt a little hot for a moment. Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly, then took a big sip of champagne. Fu Xiuyu shook his head. I think it's very sexy too. With so many wealthy ladies here, I think it's normal for them to be blushing. I think Fu Xiaoxue's behavior is a good thing. It proves that her physiology is still normal. It's just that she needs to work on overcoming her psychological problems. I can't be single forever. Fu Xiaoxue was a little angry and embarrassed. Ever since that incident when she was a child, she had a psychological trauma towards boys. I don't need you to take care of me. I'm fine on my own. When she turned around, she bumped into Li Xiu, who was walking towards her. Bang! Ouch! She looked up and saw that it was Li Xiu. She immediately became angry and said, "Don't you look when you walk? Go away!" She pushed Li Xiu away and ran away. Li Xiu looked confused. What's going on? What's this kid doing? Fu Xiumu shook his head. It's an old problem. Let's not talk about her. Brother-in-law, you are really amazing. When did you learn hip-hop? Li Xiu said arrogantly, I, your brother-in-law, am an all-rounder. Isn't that impressive? Yeah, brother is so great, brother is so awesome. Fu Xiumu clapped his hands. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, I think you have good qualities. If you want to enter the entertainment industry, remember to look for me. Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiuyu curiously. Entertainment industry? What the hell? Fu Xiumu said, my sister is a director. She mainly directs variety shows and also shoots short plays. Her work is quite diverse. Li Xiu was stunned. Sister, I'm so sorry. From now on, be more protective. Fu Xiuyu smiled complacently. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Fu Xiuyu stepped forward and pulled her husband behind her. Stop worrying about me. Go find someone for yourselves. Fu Xiumu shook his head. After seeing an eagle, how could I still be interested in a chicken? It's all because your brother-in-law is too outstanding. Fu Xiuyu's mouth curled up, full of pride. Several people were chatting. At the other end, two figures sneaked into the venue. It was Xiao Mukin, who entered the scene relying on his identity as a member of the Xiao family, and Lu Ruan, who was with him. The two of them walked carefully to Xiao Chang's side. Grandpa, it's me. Are you doing well recently? Xiao Mukin said. Xiao Changa snorted coldly. Oh? Really? As long as you don't piss me off to death, I'll be thankful. Xiao Mukin pulled the pale-faced Lu Ruan over and said, Grandpa, I know you're angry with me, but please also consider our relationship as grandfather and grandson. At least find me a job. Now, apart from the Xiao family, no company would dare to hire me. The Fu family reported what I did, and I was banned from the entire industry. Xiao Changa said angrily, Are you playing the sympathy card? You were banned because you're an idiot. Xiao Mukin deliberately cried and snotted, Grandpa, I am no longer a human being in the Lu family. After Ruan married me, I had no job and no property. My wife and children are starving to death. Please give me a job. Chapter 75. Are you deaf and blind? Many of the guests at the scene had already noticed this. Xiao Changa said coldly, What an unlucky thing. He took a deep breath. With so many people watching him, if he became a grandfather who didn't give his grandson a chance to survive, it would give people something to criticize him for. Well, there's a subsidiary company. You can go there and be an ordinary employee. Live an honest life and don't cause any trouble for me again. Xiao Mukin immediately burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. He pulled Lu Ruan over and said, Ruan has lost her job too. Please give me some food, Grandpa. You. Old Master Xiao was almost mad with anger. Xiao Mukin is simply being too arrogant. The other end. Li Xiu was drinking champagne and eating snacks when he heard a familiar voice. I didn't expect you're not only good at physics, but you can also dance. Li Xiu turned around and saw Song Yu, the new president of Binhai University, whom he had met before. Song Yu was followed by a gorgeously dressed woman. Song Yu, do you really know Fu Xiuyu? The woman looked at Li Xiudou excitedly. Song Yu introduced, Li Xiu, Fu Xiuyu's husband. This is my best friend Zhang Yuan. She used to be a mentor in the largest street dance group in France. She's super talented, and she's very interested in you. Li Xiu smiled and shook hands with Zhang Yuan. Hello. Hey, why don't you come with me? I can make you the most famous dancer in the world. As she spoke, Zhang Yuan scratched Li Xiu's hand. Li Xiu pulled his hand back and said calmly, I'm sorry, but I'm not particularly interested in this aspect. It's not my ambition. Zhang Yuan covered her mouth. Even though you're not ambitious, you're still so amazing. Oh, you're amazing. You shouldn't have gotten married so early. You'll be the best dancer in the world. At this moment, the sound of high heels could be heard, accompanied by Fu Xiuyu's cold voice. My husband is not interested in being your dancer. Forget it. Hearing the voice, Song Yu and Zhang Yuan turned around at the same time. Then he saw Fu Xiuyu and the three sisters of the Fu family walking towards Li Xiu. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Fu Xiuyu's gaze fell on Song Yu's face. Song Yu smiled and said, Fu Xiuyu, are you still so strong? She glanced at Li Xiu again and said, if you can't stand it anymore, you can always come to me. Whether it's dance or physics, they can make you financially free. Sometimes a man should step out of the stagnant water, like a dragon entering the sea, or soaring into the sky. Li Xiu smiled, then glanced at his wife. I don't have any ambitions. I just like staying in my wife's pond. Whether you think I'm a son-in-law or a gigolo, I don't care. Fu Xiuyu walked up to her husband and put her arm around Li Xiu's wrist. You're a real asset to me. Li Xiu smiled at the two of them and said, did you hear that? I'm living off my money. That's all we can do for now. Song Yu shook his head, that's such a pity. Zhang Yuan also nodded. Whenever you figure it out, you'll be welcome on the international stage anytime. Watching the two men leave, Li Xiu smiled and said, as expected, if you are extremely strong in any industry, you can monetize it. It seems that I am still very capable. Fu Xiuyu gave Li Xiu a look. Don't be so proud. These people might just be flattering you. When you stay in my husband's position for a long time, you will naturally understand the malice between people. Li Xiu held his wife's hand and said, you've been in such a high position for so long. You must be tired. Well, you won't be able to run away from now on. Fu Xiuyu said. The couple chatted for a while. Then they dispersed again because Fu Xiuyu had other social engagements. Li Xiu was considering whether to sign in here again. Why not save it for tomorrow? Counting tomorrow's check-ins, I'll still have 2. Tomorrow, I'll find a place with rich history and check in twice. Just do that. At this time, Li Xiu walked to a corner where there were fewer people, and kept chatting while walking. I just did some intense exercise and I'm hungry. The German sausages on this table feel good. Li Xiu took the small portion from the waiter beside him, then pointed at the sausage and said, I want more of this. The attendant smiled awkwardly, yes, sir. I gave Li Xiu another portion. Oh. Li Xiu shook his head, it's still about the same. He was eating sausage. The next moment, he just turned around. A figure crashed into Li Xiu's arms. He frowned and looked over. It was Lu Ruan. She threw herself on Li Xiu and said, Li Xiu, I know you're not a heartless person. You love me so much, you wouldn't stop loving me so quickly, right? Shall we start over? Li Xiu frowned, Lu Ruan. I give you 3 seconds to get off me. Lu Ruan trembled all over and said, Xiao Mukan has never loved me. Only you have truly loved me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. What on earth can you do to forgive me? Let's get back together, let's each leave the wrong relationship, and then be together forever, okay? I'm going to take action if you don't get out of here. Li Xiu said, holding up the plate and sausages. If he wasn't afraid of wasting food, he would have slapped him. At this moment, Xiao Mukan suddenly came out and raised his phone to take a photo, saying, Look, the Fu family's son-in-law is still thinking about someone else's wife. Li Xiu struggled hard. Lu Ruan fell to the ground because of weakness. She lay on the ground and begged, Li Xiu, look at me. All I see now is you. I already know I was wrong. I pushed you away and hurt you 100 times. It's my fault. Look at me again. Li Xiu said coldly, Lu Ruan, you also know that even if you are hurt 100 times, I tell you, there will never be a possibility between us. I'm not in a wrong relationship. I have a wife, and our love is as strong as gold. You and your wife can't separate us in this way. Following Xiao Mukin's roar, more and more people from a distance were looking here and pointing. Isn't that the wife of Zhao's adopted son? Why is she on the ground? I don't know, who knows what's going on? Fu Wanjun and Xiao Changge also came over. Xiao Changge took a look at the current situation and almost got angry. This beast, what is he doing again, being so self-righteous? At this time, the young masters of wealthy families gave instructions one after another. This son-in-law of the Fu family is so blatantly confused with others. Is there no one in charge of the Fu family? I really can't tell the difference. To be able to marry into a wealthy family like the Fu family, you don't even cherish it? It's ridiculous. Li Xiu held a fork in one hand and food in the other, a sneer on his face. I'm just eating, can't you see? Why are you stepping on me so hard? Are they all blind and heartless? Chapter 76. You two old men only know one thing. Lu Ruan shook her head and said, Li Xiu, I didn't collude with Xiao Mukin. I didn't do it on purpose. They misunderstood us. Xiao Mukin would not miss any opportunity to slander Li Xiu, even if it was just a small chance. As long as he could slander Li Xiu's reputation, it would be a good thing. Li Xiu, this is my wife, right? Everyone has seen my wife on you, what else do you have to say? Fu Xiu, look at your good husband. Your Fu family is looking for a son-in-law like this. Ordinary families are just ordinary families. Li Xiu said calmly, if you have any doubts, you can check the surveillance footage at the venue to see what I did, or are you deliberately slandering the Fu family's reputation? At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Fu Xiu's face. It doesn't really matter what we think. Yes, after all, the eyes of others are not as important as Fu Xiu himself. Yeah, generally speaking, for those sons-in-law who marry into wealthy families, it would be lucky if they didn't get beaten at such times. At this moment, under the light, Fu Xiu's expression was full of coldness, and he slowly walked towards Li Xiu. Fu Xiumu shouted from behind, Sister, my brother-in-law must have been wrongly accused. This woman must have deliberately approached him. Fu Xiu acted as if he didn't hear it. He walked in front of Li Xiu and raised his hands high. It's about to fall. Everyone is looking at them with various eyes, some expectant, some mocking, some disdainful. Fu Xiu's hand became gentle and fell on Li Xiu's cheek. I believe you. Li Xiu chewed his German sausage twice and said, I know. Do you see how anxious I am? Those who had originally expected to see a fierce conflict between two wealthy sons-in-law were disappointed. What? After all this time, this is all you show us? I even took out my phone, and you're still showing off your love? It seems that this Fu Xiu really likes this guy. Actually, I think the firm choice is also good. Amidst the discussion, Fu Xiu glanced sideways at Xiao Mukin and Lu Ruan and said calmly, sometimes it's so pathetic to see you both. You never know what it means to trust someone, and you always judge everything in this world based on your own self-righteous perceptions. Get out, otherwise my Fu family will use all means to make you lose everything. Xiao Mukin took a trembling step back, raised his finger and pointed at Fu Xiu, saying, Fu Xiu, you will regret this. You and I were originally together, and we were a strong alliance. The essence of marriage is nothing more than an exchange of interests. If you find an ordinary person, the Fu family is destined to be left behind by my Xiao family. Lu Ruan looked at Li Xiu pleadingly. Li Xiu, I didn't mean to do that. I already. Get out. Li Xiu said indifferently. Xiao Mukin grabbed Lu Ruan and said in a deep voice, why are you embarrassing yourself? Let's go. No. Xiao Mukin, let me go. Lu Ruan shouted. Lu Ruan was dragged away by Xiao Mukin. Fu Xiu glanced at Li Xiu and asked, what's up? Your ex-girlfriend is chasing you. Are you happy? What's so exciting about that? You're just looking for a way out. Whoever gets entangled will be in trouble. Li Xiu said. The other end. Xiao Mukin, who had left the venue, pointed at Lu Ruan and said, whether you like it or not, we're already like this. Now our jobs, both yours and mine, depend entirely on the Xiao family. We all rely on the Xiao family's cooperation. Don't pretend to be affectionate. We are the same kind of people. Do you want Li Xiu to divorce you, get a large settlement, and go with you? Ha, but they have such a good relationship? What hope do you have? You can only follow me now and find a way to get back into Mr. Zhao's eyes. This is our only chance to turn the tide. The Xiao family will definitely make a big move against the Fu family next. Listen to me, this is also our chance. After hearing what Xiao Mukan said, Lu Ruan's expression shifted, and finally, a look of relief gradually appeared between her brows. Then isn't our current work just a subsidiary? So what? With my relationship with Grandpa, it's only a matter of time before I get a seat on the management team of the subsidiary. Xiao Mukan pulled Lu Ruan away. At this moment, the charity fundraising in the venue has begun. At this moment, the host said loudly, "Charity fundraising. Donations can also be rewarded with corresponding antiques. 20 million from the Xiao family. Once. Xiao family 20 million. Second time." Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu, who suddenly raised his hand and said, "Fu family 30 million. Wow." The wealthy families at the scene were all puzzled. What's going on with the Fu family? This glass lamp is obviously not worth the money. Yes, this son-in-law of the Fu family used the Fu family's money to do whatever he wanted. This Southern Dynasty glass lamp is only worth over 10 million yuan. The Xiao family has already spent too much. As for the Fu family, this son-in-law is indeed from a small family. It's normal for him not to understand the nature of this kind of fundraising. Behind Fu Xiaoyu, the three sisters spoke one after another. "Brother-in-law, you spent 30 million on this thing. Even if you have money, you wouldn't spend it like this," said Fu Xiaomu. Fu Xiaoxue nodded and said, "He really is here to enjoy life and waste our Fu family's money." These things were provided by Mr. Ling. He is the most famous appraiser in Binhai. Usually when the Ling family organizes fundraising, the value of these antiques is around 10 million. This has always been the rule. At this moment, the fundraising on the stage has been finalized. Congratulations to the Fu family for winning the Southern Dynasty glass lamp. Seeing the Fu family bid a whopping price for the glass lamp, Old Man Ling stood up and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Fu family. I'm grateful for your donation to support the children in the impoverished areas." But Li Xiu said lightly at this time, "Mr. Ling is so generous. The children in this impoverished area should thank you, and I should thank you too. This Southern Dynasty 1000 Phoenix glazed lamp is worth at least 100 million, and you only gave it to me for 30 million. If that's not my gratitude, then what is it?" Wow! All the rich young masters and young ladies present started talking about it. Is this son-in-law of the Fu family crazy? Yeah, what he meant was that he knows more about antiques than Old Ling? Old Master Xia also looked at these collections just now, but he didn't say anything. How could he, a junior, discuss these antiques with two seniors? But do you remember last time? Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiu doubtfully. "It's okay. Even if it's not worth the price, I'm here to donate money today anyway." Li Xiu raised his hand. Curious Old Master Xia also stepped forward and said, "Young friend, do you have any different opinions this time?" Old Master Ling and I have both looked at it. Many glass cups from the southern dynasties have been unearthed, so a market price of tens of millions is already the upper limit. Li Xiu nodded. The southern dynasty's green glaze, including these techniques, does look similar. But unfortunately, you two only know one side of the story. Chapter 77, 1000 Phoenix Glazed Lamp. Full house applause. The young generation of wealthy children present were all stunned. Just one? You don't know the other? How damn arrogant. Yes, the son-in-law of the Fu family is young after all. How can he speak like this in front of the two old men? It will be fun if he shoots himself in the foot later. Yes, I can understand young people wanting to show off, but this is not something we young people should get involved in. Yes, Mr. Ling is an absolute authority. At this moment, the elderly Ling stood up in confusion, his face slightly unhappy as he said, "Son-in-law of the Fu family, I heard that you are knowledgeable about antiques, but I have seen no less than 100 kinds of Southern Dynasty colored glaze cups, and I have carefully studied each one. This glass teapot meets the standard characteristics of all Southern Dynasty glass teapots. There's nothing special about it. Hear this expert say this. Even Fu Wanjun said, even if it's an ordinary glass lamp, it doesn't matter to our Fu family. It's just charity after all." Hearing this, Li Xiu glanced at Fu Wanjun and said, "Mom, don't worry, I know my limits." On the stage, Mr. Ling looked at the glass lamp again. "I still have one glass lamp like this. This is a pair. If you can explain it, I'll give you the whole pair if I'm wrong. But if you're talking nonsense, I, Old Ling, will scold you." Han Mimi, the grandson of Mr. Xiao, stepped forward and said, I don't believe there are any all-rounders in this world. Can you, Li Xiu, really say anything about this broken glass cup? Let's make a bet. How about 10 million? If you're really capable, I'll give you 10 million. If you're a loser and can't pretend, how about you give me 10 million? Xiao Changge whispered beside him, be careful, this kid is quite capable. Don't worry, Grandpa. I just lost to him in a dance, and now I have to get back at him. It's only 10 million, which I still have. Besides, he might not dare to accept it. At this time, Li Xiu said casually, if you want to give money, no one can stop you. Master Ling, since someone is raising the stakes here, I'm going to tell you now what the difference is between this thing and an ordinary glass lamp. The difference between the 1,000 Phoenix glass cups and ordinary glass cups is that these cups are usually used for sacrifices or rewards in the southern dynasties. However, in the history of the southern dynasties, there was a pair of glass cups that the emperor specially made and rewarded to the eldest princess, Princess Qianfeng. Is there any necessary connection between the story you told and the glass lamp? Han Mimi said disdainfully. Li Xiu shook his head and said, don't make noise, you're disrupting my thoughts. Let me tell you, besides the uniform craftsmanship, the biggest difference between these 1,000 Phoenix glass lamp is. Mr. Ling, since I have bought the things, can you give them to me? Li Xiu pointed at the glass cup on the table. Humph. Elder Ling personally took the glass cup and placed it in Li Xiu's hand. Boy, you better be right. Li Xiu took the glass cup and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm thinking of another one. After saying this, Li Xiu held up the glass cup, took out a lighter, and placed it under the glass cup to burn. The special internal structure of this 1,000 Phoenix glass cup will create the image of hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix under the light and shadow of the flame. Li Xiu took out a lighter and lit the millions of glass lamps. A moment later, the scene was completely silent. The children of wealthy families began to talk about it. What are you showing us? Where are the birds? They're making a fuss. After all this time, telling stories and burning things with lighters, is this son-in-law of the Fu family playing tricks on us? Yeah, this wave of actions by the Fu family's son-in-law is too boring. It seems that the Fu family's son-in-law made a mistake from the beginning. He lost his money and lost face. Elder Ling snorted coldly, Fu Shouyu, your husband is too ambitious. He doesn't know how to double-check before he speaks or does anything. He's a bit self-righteous. Han Mimi's mood also brightened up, Fu Shouyu, your husband lost 10 million to me. Fu Shouyu said lightly. No matter what my husband says or does, my Fu family will believe it and will not tolerate you stirring up trouble here. The three sisters of the Fu family beside him also immediately stood together and faced the outside world. Fu Shoumu, what are you doing? It's a good thing that my brother-in-law has an idea, and isn't it too early to draw conclusions now? Fu Xiuxue nodded. What are you talking about? Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, my brother-in-law is a capable man. What? Did he make you feel uncomfortable? Even if he made a mistake once, it doesn't mean that he is not good at antiques. At this time, Li Xiu said, stop arguing. It's just that the firelight is not enough. I have noticed that there are light and shadows moving. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and placed the flashlight under the glass lamp. Everyone stop arguing. It's time to witness a miracle. Let the thunder shatter the darkness. The next moment after Li Xiu finished shouting, countless lights and shadows gushed out from the glass lamp, and at this moment, he turned into light. He held up the glass lamp high, and countless lights and shadows flowed on the ceiling. They were flying birds, cranes, soaring towards the glass cup. Southern Dynasty 1000 Phoenix glazed lamp. There is a universe within, where light and shadows can reach. 100 years of worshipping the phoenix. Wow! It's really like 100 birds are paying homage to the phoenix. It's really true. So many birds. This, the wisdom of the ancients, is so terrifying. The key point is that this son-in-law of the Fu family is actually better at judging antiques than both Elder Ling and Elder Xia. TSK, it seems that if I need an appraisal from now on, I'll definitely go with the son-in-law of the Fu family. Fu Wanjun couldn't stop smiling. I knew my little Xiu was right. Elder Ling was trembling all over at this moment. He looked at the light and shadow covering the wall and said in astonishment, it really is, not an ordinary glass lamp. This son-in-law of the Fu family is truly talented. He's truly talented. Han Nini's face turned pale. This, This, even Elder Ling couldn't see it. How did he see it? My 10 million. Xiao Chang'e gritted his teeth and said calmly, Grandpa warned you that this son-in-law of the Fu family is not simple, but you didn't listen. Wu Yixue said to Han Mimi, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. I lost both the wife and the army. In Grandpa's eyes, my score is +1, and yours is 1. Han Mimi snorted coldly, just wait and see. You stinky men. Li Xiu too. You too. He's just a son-in-law. Why should I be humiliated? Wait, Li Xiu. Li Xiu took the pair of glass cups from Elder Ling and said, I'm sorry, Elder Ling, I'm taking advantage of you. Elder Ling shook his head, heroes emerge young. I give up. I don't understand this pair of glass lamps. Wouldn't it be a waste if I kept them in my hands? I might as well give them to you, a boy who knows how to appreciate them. Chapter 78 It's all your fault. He is my white moonlight. Li Xiu took the 2 glass cups and glanced at Fu Xiuyu. This treasure was given to the princess by the emperor of the southern dynasty 1,000 years ago. It's for my wife. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, Okay, thank you for your kindness, husband. Fu Xiuyu beside him said in a routine tone, Sister, your husband is using the Fu family's money to please you. Fu Xiu immediately smiled. Third sister, if it weren't for my brother-in-law's talent, our Fu family wouldn't have been able to pick up this bargain. This time, our brother-in-law directly helped the Fu family make a lot of money. Fu Xiuxiu snorted coldly. Fu Xiumu, are you his sister or my sister? While the sisters were bickering, Fu Xiuyu suddenly said, Our Fu family will donate an additional 30 million. After all, we can't take advantage of Elder Ling too much. Old Ling laughed heartily and immediately lost face. Oh, daughter of the Fu family, I thank you for your generosity on behalf of the children in the poor areas. Li Xiu glanced at Han Mimi at this time and said, The one jumping around so well over there, I will also donate your 10 million to the impoverished areas. Thank you for your generosity. Han Mimi stamped her feet in anger. Wu Yixue beside her said with a smile, Cousin, this is too embarrassing. You fought all night and you lost all night. Don't lose your people to him. Han Mimi glared at Wu Yixue. You're no better. Did you get the upper hand? Are you satisfied just by seeing me get humiliated? Where's your family honor? I have a strong sense of honor. Wu Yixue glanced at Li Xiu. This man is extremely talented. The Fu family is lucky to have such a son-in-law. Wasn't he just a random choice, but was it carefully selected by Fu Xiuyu? To be honest, not all of these rich kids present here are fools. The children who grew up in the vortex of wealth and power are more cunning than anything else, although they are openly stepping on the man they think is a son-in-law. But now most people have put aside their contempt. This Li Xiu is quite interesting. If I want to please my grandfather, it seems that I will have to fight with him in the future. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. The most powerful family in Binhai must be my Xiao family. Wu Yixue muttered to himself. Everyone over there came forward curiously to admire the rare and valuable items that the Fu family had bought, and Li Xiu became the focus of the whole audience. Many people came forward to chat with him. After all, it would be beneficial for them to know an expert in treasure appraisal. Who knows if such a talent will be needed in the future? Fu Wanjun couldn't stop smiling. Although she didn't say it, there is no elder who doesn't like the younger generation who makes them proud. Yes, my son-in-law is good. Yes, he's young and a top student. Amidst all the praise, Li Xiu started eating again. Perhaps because the system gave his body strength, his appetite also increased, and he could eat more and more. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan came forward and said, Brother-in-law, why didn't I realize before that you are quite handsome? Li Xiu smiled and said after swallowing the sausage. What are you doing? Still trying to sting the system? I won't fall for your tricks. I'm serious. I'm planning to organize a show and I can invite you to come, said Fu Xiuyuan. Program? Li Xiu frowned slightly and said, Whatever, it's fine as long as your sister has no objection. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. Okay, I'll find you then. On the other side, Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruan returned to their ancestral home. In the rental house, Xiao Mukan and his son Xiao Jie were lying on the sofa like old men. Lu Ruan was sweeping and mopping the floor. Her parents and brother were also lying beside her. So if you don't work, you'll leave me to work alone? Lu Ruyan's face looked extremely ugly. What do you take me for? Lu Ruan glanced at his sister and said in a deep voice, "Sister, a grown man, can't do this." Lu Ruan frowned. "Your mother and I are tired and can't do it anymore. You can do it yourself." Lu Ruan glanced at Xiao Mukan again and said, "Xiao Mukan, I went to the hospital because of you. Now I'm feeling a little better. Shouldn't you help share my burden?" Hearing this, Xiao Mukan immediately raised his eyebrows. "Lu Ruan, don't make a mistake. I, Xiao Mukan, have found you a job, and you still want me to do this kind of menial work? Servant? How come I am a servant in your eyes? We are married and living together, don't you know how to be considerate of me?" Lu Ruan said with trembling body. Xiao Mukan sneered, "We are only cooperating temporarily. Your Lu family still has to rely on me, Xiao Mukan, for food." Lu Yingshan and Wang Hong originally wanted to say a few words, but after hearing this, they suddenly felt that it made some sense. "Wang Hong, daughter, this son-in-law Xiao has at least solved your job problem. I was thinking that your brother's company can't continue, why not try to arrange a job for him as well?" Lu Yingshan said with a smile, "Yes, son-in-law Xiao, look at your brother's work situation." Xiao Mukan sneered, "This family is simply skinning people alive, but I haven't established my footing yet, so I have to agree first. But if I don't do it for him immediately, otherwise I will lose my value and how can I have a status? This is easy to handle. I'll go to work by then, and it's only a matter of time before I get a management position. I'll make arrangements for him. Lu Ruan is the mother of anyone who feeds him. Oh, thank you for your help, brother-in-law. I will follow your lead." Lu Ruan discovered after a long time that no one in this family cared about her at all. Tears welled up in my eyes. At that time, I lived with Li Xiu. I would watch TV and eat snacks at night, and there would be loving midnight snacks when I was hungry. Li Xiu takes care of all the housework. Even if the temperature was more than 10 degrees below zero, if I wanted to eat snacks from the west of the city, he would have to run more than 10 kilometers to buy them for me. It was nothing like now. Xiao Mukan is like a big boss, and his family is selfish. They didn't treat me as a human being at all. Only Li Xiu back then, was the one who was truly good to me. Right. Li Xiu, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I really didn't know it would hurt so much to be ignored. You must have been very sad after such a long time. I'm sorry, I hurt you. I will try my best to make up for it, I will win you back, you are my white moonlight. Xiao Mukan he is not a human being at all. She couldn't hold it in anymore, and swung the mop in her hand, and the dirty water flew out. He splashed water all over his parents and brothers. Lu Ruan, you're crazy. Look at what you're getting angry about. We're doing this for your brother's own good. Sister. What are you doing? Are you dirty? Lu Ruan said coldly, "If you hadn't been behind me sowing discord, how would I have ended up like this? It's all your fault. I hate you so much." Chapter 79. If I explain, do you believe it? On the other side, the Fu family in Binhai City. In the young couple's room. Li Xiu mysteriously took out a box from the closet and slowly opened it. "Look, honey, do you like it?" Fu Xiu asked in confusion, "What kind of underwear is leaking air from the front and back?" This design is really quite unique. This set of clothes is a typical combat-style black stocking, with separate white space and relevant parts to enhance men's combat effectiveness. There are also men's models. In addition, there are various supporting props to enhance the serious interest of couples. Li Xiu smiled and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" Fu Xiu suddenly came up to him, "Oh? You were using the browser at work to learn these things, right?" Li Xiu glanced at his wife and said, "How is that possible? I won't do anything unrelated to work at work. Mr. Fu, this is a matter of principle." "Oh? You don't do anything unrelated to work at work, so now you don't do anything unrelated to your relationship?" "Li Xiu, what does Mr. Fu want me to do?" "You put it on." Fu Xiu said. The next morning, Li Xiu looked as if he had shriveled up. The kind that was panting even when I got up. "No, buddy, how come I ended up hitting my own foot?" Li Xiu stood up and took off the half of the black stockings that were still hanging on his leg. Bang! The door was pushed open. Fu Xiu stared at Li Xiu's thigh in amazement. And the calf hair that stood up when the black stockings were removed. Li Xiu looked up, their eyes met. Seeing his sister-in-law's increasingly disbelieving look, he sighed, "If I say I can explain, will you believe me?" Mom! Pervert! During breakfast, Fu Wanjun said in a blaming tone, "After you get married, you sisters shouldn't visit each other so casually. It's easy for misunderstandings to occur." Fu Xiuxue blushed. "Oh. Abnormal." Li Xiu remained calm and said, "Mom, I'm done eating. I'm leaving now. There are 2 places to sign in today." Li Xiu decided to find a different place to sign in, hoping to sign in good things. Drive the Mercedes-Benz E. After leaving the manor, we headed to the first chosen location. There's an ancient temple on the coast. Signing in at this ancient temple will definitely be different. When we arrived at the temple gate, people had already come to burn incense. Li Xiu parked his car in the parking space in front of the temple and walked straight into the temple. I wonder what I can get by signing in at this temple. At this moment, there are still many foreigners in the temple. After all, these foreigners like these oriental scenic spots and historical sites. A few foreigners from the United States were chatting in broken Mandarin. Is there any Chinese hungry person in this ancient temple? Holy shit, if you have a Chinese fasting stomach, I want to become your disciple. I want to stay in Dragon Country and learn fasting. At this time, the temple arranged for several disciples to perform boxing. It's so lively. But the attitude of the Long people is different. Kung Fu nowadays is too performative. Look at these monks, they are just fancy pants martial artists. They are not as good as the free-fighting martial arts of foreigners. Yeah, actually our Kung Fu isn't even as good as Taekwondo. It's just some TikTok videos. At this moment, a muscular man pushed through the crowd and walked up, smiling faintly. "Masters, I am very interested in traditional Kung Fu. Can we have a discussion?" The abbot, Master Kukai, frowned slightly. He had heard what these people had just said. They were not wrong. Over the past thousands of years, most of the so-called Kung Fu had been lost. This person is here to challenge now? I may not be able to defeat these disciples. As for myself, young people are better at fighting, and I am old. It's definitely not possible to go up there. The foreigners also shouted. Yeah, let's see Chinese fasting. Show me a thing. Fight him. Let's see what a real empty stomach looks like. At this time, the man had already walked in front of several monks and started fighting. These monks are all young people after all. They would be in great trouble if they were provoked like this. They jumped up and said, "Come on. Let me compete with you." Several other monks immediately shouted, "Come on, brother." After saying this, the man in black started with Muay Thai and then moved on to free fighting. This monk had practiced martial arts for a long time, and when he met this veteran who didn't follow the rules, he was kicked away after just a few moves. The remaining monks met. "Brother! I'll fight you." Several monks rushed forward, but were easily defeated by the opponent. The big man in black laughed heartily. Traditional Kung Fu is just a bunch of fancy tricks. There was a sudden burst of boos at the scene, and several young foreigners frowned slightly. Isn't Dragon Country the best in the world for fasting? Why is this happening? Oh my god, is fasting fake? Don't eat the generous gift crab and pickled radish. I can't accept it now. I came to Longwei just to see Longwei's empty stomach. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Xiu shook his head indifferently and quickly signed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Nanzhao Ancient Temple sign-in completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Buddhist technique, Yi Jin Jing X1. Yi Jin Jing, after using this technique, you will gain the Buddhist inner strength technique Yi Jin Jing. If you practice it to the highest level, you will become indestructible. Li Xiu was stunned. No way, the sign-in at this ancient temple is awesome. It must have a profound heritage. System. Sign for me again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Nanzhao Temple sign-in is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Monk Card 100 Years X1. Monk Card, after using, the host becomes equivalent to a monk who has trained for 100 years, with all-round skills including fists, kicks, and weapons. You no longer have to worry about being beaten. Ding. Yi Jin Jing will receive a bonus from the Monk Card. Congratulations to the host, the Yi Jin Jing has reached the maximum level. Fuck. Is it so cool? The next moment, countless memories flooded into his mind, as if countless days and nights of hard training had instantly reached this body. The bones all over his body made a fine crackling sound. The terrifying internal energy circulates in the body. Have I become a master of traditional martial arts? At this moment, the man on the stage laughed heartily. Traditional martial arts are all garbage. Li Xiu looked up at this loser. It was a good opportunity to test his skills on this person? After all, it is definitely not a good thing to mock one's own country's traditional martial arts in this way. Think of this. Li Xiu slowly took 2 steps forward, his internal energy surging. There were bursts of rumbling sounds. The abbot Kong Hai was shocked and said, "Is this the reverberation of the inner force that can only be achieved by practicing internal martial arts to the extreme?" This. Li Xiu jumped onto the martial arts stage with a light leap and said calmly to the man in front of him, "That's enough. There's no need to be so crazy and push back after winning, buddy." Chapter 80. What hidden consumption have you triggered? The man in black glanced at Li Xiu and saw that Li Xiu's breathing was steady. At a certain moment just now, Li Xiu's breath seemed to carry the echo of internal force that only internal martial arts practitioners could have. He himself practiced external martial arts, and also knew a little about the strengths of internal martial artists. Seeing this, he immediately said, "Boy, what I do has nothing to do with you. I am Black Dragon, the owner of the Black Dragon Boxing Gym. Today, I challenge the master of Nanjiao Temple to increase the popularity of our boxing gym. It has nothing to do with you. I suggest you don't cause trouble." Now that the whole story was clear, many pilgrims living nearby spoke out. So he's the boxer from the martial arts gym up ahead. No wonder he's like that. He must be a professional to own a boxing gym. That's right, these monk masters just now were no match for me. Li Xiu glanced at the black dragon and said calmly, "You have black hair and yellow skin, so you're also one of the yellow race. Why are you talking so provocatively?" Hearing this, the expression on Black Dragon's face became a little ugly, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, don't speak so harshly. Internal martial arts, right? I'd like to learn from you." Li Xiu thought to himself, "Since you deserve a beating, and I just want to test my kung fu skills, and you seem to be quite strong, it would be nice to use you to test it." Then, in full view of everyone, Li Xiu rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand, and raised a finger, "Come here." The black dragon suddenly felt that he was provoked. Court death. He immediately tensed his body, took a stance with the standard Muay Thai move, jumped high, and kicked towards Li Xiu with great force. At this moment everyone gasped. Just now, a martial arts monk master was hit on the shoulder by this move, and it must have been dislocated. Be careful, little brother. Don't fight head on. However, the next moment, Li Xiu just stood there without moving. He simply raised his arms. Concentrate your mind on Dantian, let your spirit illuminate the vast expanse of space, relax your form and focus your mind, and let your strength penetrate the very edge. The internal strength in the body creates a world of its own, and the body remains majestic and motionless, like Mount Tai. Bang! This heavy kick hit Li Xiu's arm. Everyone's eyes changed. Master Kong Hai was incredulous. Yi Jin Jing. The highest level of Yi Jin Jing, Vajra indestructibility. How is this possible? He's only a few years old, how could he possibly have mastered the Buddhist inner skills to perfection? At this time, Li Xiu raised his foot and kicked. Bang! The black dragon, still in shock, flew 100 meters away and crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. He fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his face flushed, and fainted. Li Xiu looked at his thigh in astonishment. "I didn't use my full strength, this guy won't die, will he?" Kong Hai immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to examine the creature called Black Dragon. He stood up and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, donor, this donor just fainted. He has practiced external martial arts hard and has strong resistance to blows. He is not that weak." Only then did Li Xiu nod in relief. The 3 foreigners at the scene were shouting excitedly. "This is Chinese fasting food. Gift crab. This is so cool. This is just like the novels I read. This is called qi. I understand." Other pilgrims at the scene held up their phones and said, "I filmed it and shared it on TikTok. This guy's moves are so cool." At this time, 3 foreign guys rushed over. Bow and worship. "Hello, master. My name is Wilson. I'm American. I want to be your disciple. What do you think? My name is Brooke, this one's called Ramen, and we both want to learn Dragon Country fasting." Li Xiu took a look at the 3 foreigners. Ramen was a black guy, and the other 2 were standard white people. I don't accept disciples. I don't have any plans to do so for now. Wilson stood up and said, Master. We have money. We have a lot of money. We can pay for your tuition. Li Xiu shook his head. I'm sorry, I really haven't been a master for many years. Bye. The three little foreigners still had fiery eyes. Wilson said, I have seen many movies about the Dragon Kingdom. The masters in them do not accept disciples casually. I can understand that. We must try harder. Brooke said at this time, oh no, we are going to miss the time for the business cooperation talks with the Fu Group. Wilson said, our family's futon automobile has the technology that the Fu family wants. Even if we are late, I believe they won't say anything. Raman nodded and said, that's right, but let's go there first. We can find out the master's address later and pay him a visit. That's right. Let's go to the meeting first. Brooke said. On the other side, in the top floor conference room of Fu Group, Fu Xiaoyu's expression gradually turned grim. Where are the three young masters sent by Futon Group now? Special Assistant Lin asked doubtfully. The people from Futon Company were already in Binhai yesterday. Could it be that they were late because of jet lag? A senior executive said, Mr. Fu, we need Futon's century-old car manufacturing technology to prepare for our Fu family's entry into traditional and new energy vehicles. Even if they are late, there is nothing we can do. Among the century-old car manufacturers, only Futon has the lowest patent licensing. Fu Xiaoyu exhaled, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. We can only wait. Assistant Lin, what is Section Chiefly from the Cybersecurity Information Department doing today? Because Li Xiu hadn't replied to the message for an hour. If he was slacking off at work, it would be impossible for him not to reply. At this moment, Fu Xiaoyu noticed that his mobile phone had received several text messages, all from the supplementary gold card. Jinwang Snack Shop consumption, 23 yuan. Mishu at Ice King price, 4 yuan. Shengxiyer Cleaning Shop consumption, 298 yuan. Fu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, no need to look for him. I know where he went. Fu Xiaoyu's fist hardened. Giving you a card means you can use it as you please, but it's not that easy, right? Snacks? Mishu at Ice King? You're still cleaning my ears? You must have forgotten that it's working hours now. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and three young foreigners walked in with a group of senior executives from the Futon Group. Wilson, the leader, laughed heartily and said, sorry, Miss President, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. You are as stunning as the rumors say. This is my brother Brooke and Raman. Mr. Fu immediately put on a professional smile, stood up and greeted the three wealthy American young men. After some pleasantries, Fu Xiaoyu was about to say something. Ding! Shengxiyer Cleaning Shop consumption, 648. Fu Xiaoyu's forehead veins popped. Notify Section Chiefly to report to the Fu Group conference room. If he can't come within half an hour, he won't have to work. My husband's position is not needed. Do it. Over 600 for a place like this? Did you trigger some hidden service? Little guy, you're having so much fun with my card, right? Come back to me and talk business with me. Angry. Chapter 81, does this solve the problem that everyone else couldn't complete? At the same time, Li Xiu said to the female technician, you're right. If it weren't for your gambling father, sick mother, and young brother, how could such a beautiful girl like you come out to do this at such a young age? The beautiful technician sister in front of me blinked her big eyes. Thank you, boss, for charging your card. Please come see me next time you come. Li Xiu waved his hand, yeah, sure. I just ate something on the roadside and bought some Snow King. When I turned around, I saw the ear cleaning sister standing at the door. She was so pretty and so delicate. In line with the purpose of helping others and helping yourself. Li Xiu walked in decisively. The service was nearing its end, and Xiao Mimi's technique became more graceful, but at this moment her cell phone rang. Ringtone with vibration. If I had known I would end up like this, I should have found a partner. A rich woman has always been my dream. Xiao Mimi glanced at Li Xiu. After all, the ringtone was too abstract. Hello? Special Assistant Lin? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Li Xiu immediately stood up and packed up. Girl, forget about the rest of the service. I have to go back now. After leaving the ear cleaning shop, I got on a Mercedes-Benz E and headed towards Fu Group. And on the other side. In the conference room, Fu Xiuyu said coldly, your Futong group suddenly asked to update the patent fee plan. What does that mean? Wilson smiled faintly, the Xiao group has also contacted us. They've offered a 10% increase in patent fees, and your Fu group is thinking of reducing them by another 5%? Ha, that's ridiculous, Ms. President. We're business people, and we're definitely looking for profits. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Special Assistant Lin, who said doubtfully, we haven't received any news of the Xiao family interfering. Wilson said. We just received the Xiao family's conditions yesterday after we got off the plane. I have to say that the Xiao family is more suitable for cooperation. It's just that we have an agreement in advance, so we are giving you the opportunity to meet with us to discuss it. Fu Xiuyu's face looked grim. The Fu Group has no background in the automotive industry. Now that Longgua's electric vehicles are booming, it can solve the battery problem on its own, but if it wants a good chassis and good tuning, it cannot bypass these century-old companies. Boss Fu, I'm sorry, brothers, let's go, we still need to find our master. The three young masters of Futong Group stood up. Fu Xiuyu's face turned grim. At this moment, a senior executive suggested, Boss Fu, why don't we raise the price by 15%? Fu Xiuyu glared at the executive. They are not the only ones in the world to have relevant patents. We will consider this matter carefully. At this moment, Li Xiu pushed open the conference room door and walked in. Mr. Fu, you're looking for me? Ah. Wilson was stunned. His two brothers also just stood there in a daze. Master. Master. Oh my God. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, You really know how to have fun, huh? Do you know how much injustice your wife has suffered here? Special Assistant Lin explained, these three are the young masters of the Futong Group. They said they want to increase our company's patent licensing fees. However, at this moment, the three little foreigners fell to their knees. Master. This is fate. We just separated. We'll meet again soon. Gift crab. This is God's guidance. At this moment, the top executives of the Fu Group stood up in amazement. What is this for? Sworn brotherhood? Didn't you call me master? How did our prince consort get to know these three young masters? Fu Xiuyu was shocked and asked, Li Xiu? What's going on? How do these young masters from Futong Group know you? Futong Group? Li Xiu suddenly remembered. Isn't this the century-old American automobile group? So these three are the young masters of this Futong Group? Li Xiu's eyes moved, and he exchanged a look with his wife. This apprenticeship? Not impossible. The eyes of the three little foreigners became clear. Teacher, tell me, how can you teach us to fast? Wilson said excitedly. Li Xiu glanced at Wilson and said, Well, Mrs. Fu is my wife. You have to call her master's wife from now on. Also, we in Long Country have a custom of paying respect to a master. It just so happens that our cooperation with the Fu Group, will reduce the patent licensing fee by 10%. Wilson shouted. When I completely inherit the Futong Group, I can let Master and his wife use the patent for free. The young boy is teachable. Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the stunned executives of Fu Group in the room. Okay, then you can sign the contract. Special Assistant Lin opened his mouth wide. Mr. Fu, your husband seems to have easily settled this matter. Fu Xiuyu could hardly hide the smile on his face. My husband is so amazing. Between negotiation and compromise, he chose to be the elder. The three young masters of Futong Group immediately took out the contract and signed it with Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu couldn't stop laughing. All the senior executives present gave Li Xiu a thumbs up. This prince consort is truly amazing. This is a great achievement. Isn't it? We've been busy all morning, and then section chief Li shows up, and hey! It's solved. Li Xiu waved his hand. It was my wife who provided the platform for my success. Oh, I'm not worth mentioning. Li Xiu was so happy in his heart. He helped his wife close a big deal. He wondered what reward he would get. At this time, the three young masters suddenly said something shocking. What do you mean the three of you plan to stay in the Fu Group for a while and learn the Dragon Kingdom fasting from the master? That's right. Anyway, our father is taking care of the house. It doesn't matter whether we go back or not. Li Xiu was also stunned. Are you three serious? Then it would be unreasonable for me not to teach you a few tricks. Fu Xiuyu walked over and pulled Li Xiu aside, whispering, Li Xiu, tell me the truth, what did you do to them that made them so obsessed with you? Why are you looking at me so strangely? The three of them are obsessed with martial arts. Li Xiu explained, I just happened to be really good at martial arts, and they saw me, so they asked me to teach them fasting. Didn't you hear? Fu Xiuyu was stunned and said, is this possible? Just martial arts skills can lure three young masters from the Futong group to our company? Li Xiu nodded and said, that's not the case. Don't underestimate the charm of martial arts. If I wasn't so good at taekwondo, your sister would have liked me. Bah, I'm wrong to say she liked me. But the way Fu Xiuxue looked at me at first was so disgusting. Hasn't he become docile now? Fu Xiuyu nodded. I don't understand martial arts, so how are you going to fool them? How can you call it fooling around? I'm really teaching you. Li Xiu smiled. After using the monk card, he didn't need to think about too many punches and kicks in his mind. He just chose some simple ones to practice with them. Chapter 82 Sister, I will help you get him back. Before Fu Xiuyu had the chance to praise Li Xiu, she was busy answering the phone. Li Xiu turned around and glanced at the three young foreign apprentices. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random quest. Dragon Country is a place that values rules. A disciple must hold a ceremony. Please complete the ceremony and make it grand. Details, please complete the apprenticeship ceremony in a venue that can accommodate 1,000 people, with at least 30 people watching. Reward, number of sign-ins x1. 3 black lines suddenly appeared on Li Xiu's forehead. No way, system, how can you play like this? Why would you want me to hold a disciple-taking ceremony? Isn't this embarrassing for me? And I may even need my wife's help, otherwise where can I find a venue? At this time, Wilson stepped forward and said, Master, when can you teach us Dragon Country fasting? The other 2 young foreigners also nodded vigorously. Shouting Fasting Country 1. However, perhaps because they couldn't distinguish between Chinese and Japanese, they did a big integration. Longwa is a place where rules are followed. We will hold a disciple accepting ceremony tonight, said Li Xiu. When the foreign apprentices heard about the apprenticeship ceremony, their eyes lit up. Oh, I know. I've seen Dragon Country movies. After the disciple-taking ceremony, they teach the methods of cultivating immortality. Gift crab. This is awesome. Li Xiu complained in his heart, thinking that he should read less novels about cultivating immortals. Li Xiu asked the 3 boys to go away and play by himself. He and his master's wife had a lot of things to discuss. Other senior executives, including Special Assistant Lin, also left the meeting room. When Fu Xiuyu answered the phone, he found that everyone had left. He turned around and looked at Li Xiu in confusion. Where did they all go? Li Xiu stepped forward and decisively lay down in his wife's arms. Maybe they went to the bathroom. Fu Xiuyu narrowed his eyes, turned over and pushed Li Xiu onto the conference table. Li Xiu, This plot seems to be common in browsers, but it is usually the story that Japanese J-Cho and several female office ladies have to tell. But how did this happen to me? Fu Xiuyu asked calmly, did you feel comfortable having your ears cleaned just now? Li Xiu was stunned. He forgot that his consumption records were visible. He should be more careful in the future. It would be better to withdraw cash next time. Oh, honey, let me tell you something. Since these 3 disciples are the young masters of Futong Company, I think we should hold a disciple-taking ceremony. It would be more grand this way. What do you think? Fu Xiuyu nodded, then why not just do it in the company? No, I need a venue that can accommodate 1,000 people, and dozens of people to watch. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyu frowned, there are so many things to do. Let's do this. You can find my sister. As the president of the student union, she can use many venues at Binhai University. You can just hold the event directly at Binhai University. The venue is big enough and there are enough confused students. Li Xiu pondered for a moment and said, that's exactly what happened. At this time, Fu Xiuyu had already approached. Li Xiu, what are you doing? This is the company. How come the female boss also likes this? Ouch. An hour later. Protein 300 million. Li Xiu left the meeting room and saw 3 young foreigners sitting obediently on the sofa waiting not far away. You 3 follow me. Wilson and the other two stood up immediately. Li Xiu said, "Are you three brothers? But your skin color is different." Wilson immediately said, "We are half-brothers from the same father." Li Xiu didn't ask any more questions about this issue, and said casually, "Oh, okay, the time is tonight. I will contact my sister-in-law and go to see her tonight to hold the apprenticeship ceremony at the school." Of course there was nothing wrong with the three little foreigners, so they nodded frantically. Li Xiu took out his cell phone and called Fu Xiuxue. "Hello, Fu Xiuxue, it's me, your brother-in-law." Fu Xiuxue remained calm and collected. What do you want from me?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to be the president of the student union. I need your help to find me a venue that can hold 1,000 people. I want to accept 3 apprentices, and they will be foreigners." Li Xiu quickly explained the whole story. Fu Xiuxue nodded. "Well, okay, but there are a lot of people at our school's venue tonight. Aren't you embarrassed?" Li Xiu shook his head. "It's okay, why would I be embarrassed?" Putting down the phone, Fu Xiuxue said to the other student union cadres, "Let's have a costume party tonight. Let's have everyone cosplay their favorite characters." Everything was arranged and Li Xiu was happy. Wouldn't that give him another chance to sign in? Suddenly feeling sick, Li Xiu hurried to the toilet. The other end. A subsidiary of the Xiao family in Binhai City. Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruan officially started working here. The company's business scope mainly involves recruiting students for colleges and universities, and providing some education-related training. At this time, the supervisor called 2 people over. "Go to Binhai University these next 2 days and add more of these students on WeChat. With these connections, if their younger classmates need education, training, or admissions-related needs, they will become your network resources." Xiao Mukan and Lu Ruan nodded. After the two left the office, Xiao Mukan handed the work computer to Lu Ruan and said, "Just help me with this little thing to expand the business. Remember who you rely on for food and who you rely on to have this job." Lu Ruan nodded, suppressed her inner dissatisfaction, and sent a message to Zhang Qingqing. After all, Zhang Qingqing had not graduated yet, and she would definitely be able to help. "Qingqing, I'm here to find you at school. I need to expand my business and I can only ask for your help," Lu Ruan said. At this time, Zhang Qingqing suddenly said, "By the way, Ruyan, do you still have Li Xiu's WeChat? Can you send it to me?" Lu Ruyan was puzzled. "Huh? Don't you want to win Li Xiu back?" Zhang Qingqing said, "I can help you. I'll add him on WeChat and speak up for you in the future. What do you think?" Lu Ruyan seemed to see hope and nodded immediately. "Okay, I can't stand Xiao Mukan's male chauvinism anymore. Qingqing, if you can help me get Li Xiu back, I'm willing to pay any price. Li Xiu never hit me before, nor bullied me like this. Xiao Mukan beat and scolded me, but he also made me do housework." Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes inwardly. "Ruyan, is it really that miserable? You're so pitiful. I also think Li Xiu is much better. You broke up with Li Xiu because of some villain. I feel it's not worth it for you too. How about this, give me your WeChat and I'll tell you how good you are and how much you miss him. What do you think?" Chapter 83. Your sister-in-law bullies me. Lu Ruyan sympathized deeply. "Thank you. Qingqing, you're so kind to me. You're my best friend. Although Li Xiu has blocked me, I still have his WeChat ID. I'll send it to you. By the way, Qingqing, do you know how to win a man back? I really want Li Xiu to come back to me as soon as possible." Zhang Qingqing's lips curled up as she thought to herself, "How can I get this man back? How can I let you get such a good man back? You don't recognize the value of such a good man in front of you, so you can only hope that I, your best friend, will help you eat him. But how can I get him to agree to add me?" On the other side, Li Zheng was in the toilet. Looking at the system panel in front of me. Name, Li Xiu. Current task, recruiting a foreigner as a disciple. Currently mounted ID cards: God-level hacker, treasure appraiser, fighting expert, pianist, taekwondo master, dance king, monk. Current blessing status: able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, fitness 10 years, Jing Jing 100 years, invulnerability to 100 poisons, mastery of physics and chemistry. System evaluation: at 25, you've already reached the pinnacle of your life. Even a decathlon ace can't compare to the beauty of the wife of a multi-billionaire CEO. Currently, please pay attention, your sisters-in-law are suspicious. Your sisters-in-law are wary. Please pay attention to this. Oh? Are these girls still wary of me? This can only be gradually eliminated, so that the family can live happily together and thrive. Where should I sign in again? Sign in, still need to think about it. Ding. Host has successfully signed in. Sign in location, Fu Group restroom. Congratulations to the host for signing in and getting 500 draws of toilet paper. Toilet paper gentle brand toilet paper. If you check in at the restroom, this might be what you need. Li Xiu, fuck you. I was just talking to myself, system. Current check-in times, 0. The system is too sensitive. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Li Xiu stood up, his mood plummeting, and he felt a little unhappy. I looked at the time and it was almost time, so I prepared to go to Binhai University to borrow the venue. Li Xiu assigned positions to his 3 apprentices. Then I left the company and went to Binhai University. When I arrived at Binhai University, it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting off the car, I saw my sister-in-law Fu Xiumu standing at the school gate. Don't you have any classes today? Li Xiudao said. Fu Xiumu shook his head and said, my classes are almost over, so I have time to wait for my brother-in-law to come. Why does my brother-in-law need a venue? Oh, I accepted 3 young foreigners as my apprentices, thinking it would be a bit of a ritual, so. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiumu smiled and said, ah? Accepting a disciple? Our school students have an event today, so I hope I won't disturb you. Li Xiu was stunned. What activity? Cosplay party. Soon inside the venue, Li Xiu saw cosplayers dressed as various anime characters coming and going. He swallowed. There are too many people here. I only need 30 spectators. At this time, Fu Xiuxiu stepped forward and said, I have prepared clothes for you, cosplay clothes. Don't you want to take in a disciple? You can just cosplay as IP Man. A moment later, Wilson and the other 2 arrived and put on their disciples' training uniforms. The apprenticeship ceremony was completed in the presence of hundreds of college students. The 3 young foreigners also presented gifts of respect to him, including a check for 30 million, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, and the key to a Ferrari sports car. Most students thought these were cosplayer props. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. Li Xiu's mind buzzed at this moment. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Li Xiu had a smile on his face, feeling satisfied and comfortable. However, the 3 young foreigners were willing to spend money. After all, they were foreign tycoons. Li Xiu decided to teach them some kung fu that a martial monk must learn. Of course, there is no need to teach them the core mental methods. I really rely on the system, and if I teach them the mental methods, I don't know how long it will take them to get started. Zhang Qingqing and Lu Ruan, who happened to witness the apprenticeship ceremony, looked at each other in surprise. After all, the other students believed that Li Xiu was just cosplaying, but the 2 of them didn't think so. After all, it is normal for the affairs of wealthy families to be a little magical. After becoming the son-in-law of a wealthy family, everyone Li Xiu came into contact with was rich, and it was normal for rich people to spend money lavishly. A check? A Ferrari? Zhang Qingqing asked doubtfully. I did see a truck carrying a Ferrari parked at the school gate. Could it be that these 3 foreigners gave it to Li Xiu? Lu Ruan opened her mouth in astonishment and then shook her head. How can a person be so happy? You promised to be good to me forever. Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, Lu Ruan, you didn't cherish me back then, so why are you crying at my grave now? This is how it is between women. No matter how good their relationship is, they still have their own little thoughts in their hearts. Zhang Qingqing saw Li Xiu's attitude towards Lu Ruan at the beginning and was very envious of her for having such a boyfriend. Now that Li Xiu broke up with her, she found that Li Xiu's charm was gradually increasing. Lu Ruan then said, I saw online that if you want to pursue a man, you can buy him something he likes and give it to him. I just bought a belt when I passed by the gift shop. Qingqing, I'll give it to Li Xiu. Hey! Ruyan! Zhang Qingqing's face looked ugly. This Lu Ruyan is crazy. You are already married and Li Xiu hates you. Can you get a man back using this method? Sure enough, when Lu Ruyan approached, Fu Xiumu had already walked up. You haven't given up yet? She glanced at the belt in Lu Ruyan's hand with disdain. Oh? A cheap belt? You want to give this kind of thing to my brother-in-law? You really don't know what you are capable of. Don't you see what kind of person you are? My sisters and I will take care of my brother-in-law's belt, so you don't have to worry about it. After saying that, Fu Xiumu picked up the drink in his hand and poured it directly on Lu Ruyan's head. With a loud crash, Lu Ruan shuddered in excitement. You! How could you do this? Li Xiao! Your sister-in-law is bullying me. Chapter 84. Let the heavy rain fall. This shout attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that Fu Xiaomu? A pure goddess, why would she pour a drink on someone's head? Yeah, this doesn't fit our goddess's personality. At this time, Fu Xiaomu said loudly, this woman seduced my brother-in-law and I caught her. Seeing that my brother-in-law is rich, she wants to stick to him, right? There is no such good thing in this world. As soon as these words came out, the boys and girls who had just added Lu Ruan and Zhang Qingqing on WeChat using their work phones all said this. What? This woman just added me on WeChat. She seems to be from an education company. How can such a person work in an education company? What a joke. Block and delete. What? That's Goddess Fu's brother-in-law? The 10 unsolved mysteries of the confession wall have been solved. DNA is moving again. Wait. Brother-in-law? Sister-in-law? Damn. It can't be. Lu Ruan was in such a state of panic that she shouted at Li Xiao, I already know I was wrong. Can't you just look back at me? There's no girl in this world who doesn't make mistakes. I just hurt you 100 times. Why do you treat me like this? Wow. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Hurt someone 100 times? And still expect to be forgiven? You're a modern fairy. Even version T0 has to call me grandma. Li Xiao's 3 disciples asked in confusion. Holy shit, is the Chinese I learned fake? Why can't I understand it? Maybe because she doesn't speak Chinese? Li Xiao pushed Wilson away and said, that's because you don't have such a version overseas. I envy you. Come on, gentlemen, let's go to another place. Lu Ruan completely collapsed when she saw Li Xiao walking away on his own. She left the venue amid endless insults. Walk outside alone. At this moment, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Endless torrential rain continued to pour down. Lu Ruan fell while walking in the rain, then got up and walked again. Zhang Qingqing chased after her. Ruan, stop doing this, it's embarrassing. You made your own choice, why would you regret it so much? Lu Ruan didn't reply, like a walking corpse. Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ruan. Ruan, what are you doing? Lu Ruan turned around and glanced at Zhang Qingqing. I want to die. Why did we become like this? He would never leave me no matter what. The other end. Li Xiao brought his 3 apprentices to the taekwondo venue. At this time, except for 2 coaches, all other students have left. Li Xiao greeted them and the 2 coaches had no objections. But when he heard that Li Xiao wanted to teach boxing, they were both stunned. Is this the guy who injured a dozen taekwondo students last time? Yeah, are you going to teach taekwondo? At this time, Li Xiao said, I have mastered boxing, kicking, spearing, swordsmanship, and knife techniques. Which one do you want to learn? Puff puff. 2 chuckles. The laughter came from the 2 taekwondo coaches. Hearing Li Xiao's words, he laughed out loud. I didn't expect this guy to be so good at taekwondo and boasting. Yes, by the way, last time Coach Shun from the provincial team asked us to keep an eye on this boy. I thought he was a student of our school, but I didn't expect that he had already graduated and was the son-in-law of the Fu family. I think we should notify Coach Xin Xiao. She said that no matter what, if this person shows up again, she should be contacted immediately. Didn't Fu Xiaoxue say that this is her brother-in-law and he has no interest in being a taekwondo athlete? Never mind him, let Xin Xiao ask it himself. On the other side, Li Xiao's 3 little disciples nodded desperately. Wilson had a short, flat head and wasn't very tall for a Caucasian man, so Li Xiao recommended, you should practice Luohan fist. Master, I still want to learn swordsmanship. Wilson said. Li Xiao waved his hand, Master knows what suits you better than you do. Brooke, you have a slender figure, so I will teach you this Shaolin kick. As for Xiao Hei, he glanced at Ramen, I'm going to teach you this set of Dharma swordsmanship. From now on, you'll travel the world with a sword. Just thinking about it is so cool. Raman's eyes light up. Thank you, Master. Li Xiao wanted to laugh in his heart. I am just teaching you how to keep fit. Besides, the relationship between you 3 is very important to me. You are my connections in America. Li Xiao's mouth was crooked with laughter. It's also very cool to have 3 disciples from wealthy American families. Just at this moment, the taekwondo door was pushed open with a bang. A figure rushed in. Then came Kawai's voice. Found it? You're so hesitant to ask your school to find someone. Don't you take our provincial team seriously? Li Xiu was stunned. Where did the carrot head come from? It's hard to tell the girl's age. She is wearing a white taekwondo training suit and is about 1.55 meters tall. She also has 2 buns on her head. Very cute. It's just that I'm too short. Of course, being short has its advantages. At least I can sit at the children's table when eating. The 2 school coaches over there immediately rushed forward and spoke politely to the girl. Coach Shun, why did you come so quickly? We thought you might not be able to make it. Xin Xiao glanced at Li Xiu with pride and said, luckily I was nearby and I was able to get here in no time. She glanced at Li Xiu and asked, he was the one who beat up more than a dozen people last time? The 2 coaches said immediately. Yes, Coach Shun. He was just teaching these 2 young foreigners. He said he was teaching them Dharma sword and Arhat fist. But how could one person be proficient in so many martial arts? Xin Xiao walked towards Li Xiu and said, hey, young man, I'm Xin Xiao, the taekwondo coach of the provincial team. You can call me Coach Shun or Sister Xin Xiao. I see you're not that old, maybe only 25 at most. What do you think of joining me in the provincial team and winning glory for the country in the future? She looked at Li Xiu proudly. No one can refuse my invitation. After all, this coach's lowly beauty is a sure kill for young boys. Come on, give my team a +1 for their talented players. Li Xiu glanced at the lowly indifferently. This woman was really self-righteous. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your provincial team, and I don't have any feelings for Carrot Head either. Xin Xiao instantly entered a red-hot state. What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Li Xiu looked at the woman indifferently. I said I'm not interested in radish-headed women, that is, women who are no taller than 1.6 meters. As for the provincial team and stuff, it's too troublesome. Li Xiu raised his hand and scratched his ears. The next moment, a strong wind rushed towards Li Xiu. It's the standard whirlwind kick in taekwondo. Zinniai. Xin Zhao's little face was full of frost. The 3 little foreigners immediately reminded their master. Master. Be careful. Master. Li Xiu raised his eyes calmly. This kind of Shaohan Kingdom martial arts is worthy of showing off in front of Guangdong? Chapter 85, Brother-in-law beats sister-in-law. Li Xiu casually raised his hand, dong. With a dull sound, the arm sank slightly, and Xin Zhao's leg had hit Li Xiu's arm, but Li Xiu, who was blessed with the Yi Jin Jing for 100 years, was not afraid of this level of attack at all. He grabbed the woman's calf with his backhand and then lifted it up with force. Xin Xiao flew into the air, and everyone saw that the provincial team coach was being swung around like a sandbag under Li Xiu's miraculous strength. The jump leaves the goal wide open, and the actual combat relies entirely on shouting, worthy of being something from Shaohan country. Li Xiu threw the woman out casually. Plop! Xin Xiao fell face first onto the distant stage. 2 coaches hurried forward. Coach Shen. Are you okay? Coach Shen. Coach Shen vomited. Call the school doctor. Xin Xiao raised his hand and said, no need, I just fainted. At this moment, another figure appeared at the door. It was Fu Xiuxue, who had come to the taekwondo club and was about to pack up and go home. Li Xiu? Senior? What are you guys doing? Xin Zhao's face fell. Xiaoxue. Is this your brother-in-law you told me about last time? He really isn't a good person. He hit me. Woohoo! Fu Xiuxue looked at Li Xiu in confusion. Li Xiu, this is a senior who graduated 3 years ago. She's now a coach for the provincial team and used to be in our school's taekwondo club. This is. Li Xiu explained, this radish head came up and attacked me, so I had no choice but to fight back. I didn't expect the so-called provincial team coach to be so not that good. What did you say? It was clearly me who didn't dodge. I was careless. Ooh, my butt hurts. Xin Xiao suddenly turned over, slid over to Fu Xiaoxue's side, raised his hand and pinched Fu Xiaoxue's buttocks. Xiaoxue, long time no see, you've grown well. Senior sister, what are you doing? Don't touch me. This is my brother-in-law. I told you, he is definitely not interested. Fu Xiaoxue said. Shen Xiao shook her head. What do you mean by not interested? Join my team. I'll lead the team myself. It would be a great honor to play in the Olympics. He's 25 years old now, right? He can still fight for a few more years. I can't lose such a talented player. Tell your sister to give your husband to me. Ugh. Give it to the country. Fu Xiaoxue shook her head. They just got married. Who knows if they'll have kids soon? How could they possibly go to competitions with you? Fu Xiaoxue smoothed her short hair across her forehead. Sister said you accepted 3 apprentices? And they're foreigners? Li Xiao nodded. The 3 sons of the Futon Group, the American tycoons, are here for your sister's business. You solved my sister's problem with martial arts. That's great. Although Fu Xiaoxue was not involved in the work of the Fu Group, he also knew about his sister's recent troubles. Her eyes fell on Li Xiao's face. You know so many martial arts? I want to compete with you and see how far I am from you. Fighting with my sister-in-law? That's not good, right? Li Xiao waved his hands and said, I'm afraid if I punch you, you'll cry for a long time. Xin Zhao's eyes lit up. Let's compare. I didn't see clearly just now, and the person flew out. You two come and compare. Let me see if the brother-in-law can still hit the sister-in-law with that much force. He. Li Xiao's 3 young foreign apprentices beside him also applauded. To be able to see Master's empty stomach. That's a delight to the eyes. We want to see Master's fasting. Fu Xiaoxue glanced at Li Xiao and tightened his taekwondo uniform. Come and try it. Since my sister-in-law is so interested, I can only sacrifice my life to accompany you. After Li Xiao finished speaking, he simply stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Bring it on. Fu Xiaoxue blew the ends of her hair on her forehead. Although Li Xiao was powerful, she shouldn't be unable to withstand every move. Although she had the experience of Shen Xiao, she had skills but was at a height disadvantage after all. Plus the power gap, ha. The next moment, she yelled and did a roundhouse kick. Li Xiao slightly turned sideways to avoid the kick, and the snow-white little feet brushed past Li Xiao's side. Then Fu Xiaoxue kicked Li Xiao one kick after another, turning into a master of body outlining. Fu Xiaoxue's face turned grim. You look down on me? Why don't you fight back? I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand your brother-in-law's fight back and will get hurt. Li Xiao said. If you don't fight back, it means you look down on me. Fu Xiaoxue's competitive spirit was aroused. In her opinion, even if she was defeated, it didn't mean that she couldn't take a single blow. Li Xiao shook his head helplessly. Then you'll have to watch. Look at my brother-in-law's fist. Bang! After a moment, Fu Xiaoxue's mouth pursed, and then tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Woo-woo. Why did you hit my eyes? Do you still consider me your sister-in-law? How could you push so hard? I'm crying. Let me see what you can do. Seeing the strange looks from everyone around him, Li Xiao said helplessly, What are you talking about? She was the one who asked me to take action. Shen Xiao narrowed his eyes. How can anyone hit his sister-in-law so hard? Her eyes are swollen. The 3 little foreign apprentices also looked at their master awkwardly. Master only knows about fasting, he doesn't understand women at all. Yes, in the words of the Dragon Kingdom, it means really going down. Li Xiaoran was stunned. No, but I really did it because she told me. Tears kept flowing from Fu Xiaoxue's eyes. It's mainly painful. Li Xiao had no choice but to step forward and touch her eye sockets. Does it hurt? Let me blow on you. The two stood close to each other, and Fu Xiaoxue's face gradually turned red. None of your business. Li Xiao took a look and said, It's really swollen. Brother-in-law will take you to see a doctor. Around 6 p.m. Li Xiao drove a blue Ferrari back to the manor and brought Fu Xiaoxue with him. She had injured her eyes and now became a one-eyed person. You cannot drive alone outside. The two got out of the car and walked into the main hall. Fu Wanjun asked in confusion, Daughter? Why did you become a one-eyed dragon? Why are you wearing bandages? Fu Xiaoxue pointed at Li Xiao and said, He beat me. No, I can explain this. She asked me to use my full strength. Li Xiao was speechless. At this time, Fu Xiaoyu glanced at Li Xiao from the side and said, I asked you to fight? You fought? Why aren't you usually so enthusiastic? Hey, you can't do this. At this time, Fu Xiuyuan and Fu Xiumu also came back one after another. See the third brother's one-eyed bandage. Suddenly they shared a common hatred for the enemy. My brother-in-law is a scumbag. He's so cruel. Yeah, my eyes are swollen, shrimp-headed man. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiumu in disbelief. You say that too? Aren't you my considerate and good sister? Chapter 86, People cannot, or at least should not. Fu Xiuyu shook her head and said, Okay, stop making trouble, Mom. This time, Li Xiu helped me solve a big problem. It directly saved our group a lot of money. Fu Wanjun nodded and said, I know. It's that Futong group? They lowered their patent fees for us. This is good for Xiaoxiu. He did a good job this time. Fu Xiuyu nodded. It's mainly because I chose a good husband. Li Xiu shook his head. Forget it. This was just an accident. I didn't know these three people happened to be my fans. Fu Wanjun smiled and nodded. Li Xiu asked doubtfully, by the way, where is my dad? Your father said he went out to eat, but I don't know the details. Fu Wanjun said. Just at this moment, Li Pingan walked in from outside, his expression a little unnatural. Li Xiu frowned and asked, Dad, who asked you to have dinner? A friend. Li Pingan said. When Li Xiu saw his father's expression, he knew something was up. What friends? Could it be that Yao and that old guy from Li village are looking for you? Li Pingan shook his head. Originally, it was a childhood friend from the village who came to see me, but I didn't expect Yao Lily and her son to be there too. My childhood friend's daughter is about the same age as Li Yao this year. They're planning a marriage and have dragged me into it, but my childhood friend wants a dowry of 180,000 yuan, which isn't a lot in Binhai. But Yao Lily doesn't have a penny, and Li Yao hasn't found a job either. So you agree to pay this money? Li Pingan, if you agree to this, I will really call you a turtle. Li Xiu said without giving him face. How can that be possible? Li Pingan said. I didn't think straight a few years ago. I gave some money for the renovation of my home and my parents' hospitalization, but what does this have to do with me? My dad cried, made a scene, and then tried to hang himself. It was really ugly and noisy. Li Xiu was speechless. This guy is old. I want to see how he dies. Does the Yao family treat him as a human being? Aren't they using him to control you? At this time, Li Xiu's cell phone vibrated wildly. Mr. Li, someone in the property management here named Li Yao said your brother hired a locksmith and gave your house to him. Now he's had someone pry the lock open and brought a bunch of people in, claiming they're guarding the house. Are you aware of this? Housekeeping? What house? Li Xiu glanced at Li Pingan and asked, Did you promise to give the house to them? What? Li Pingan shook his head and said, How is this possible? Even if I'm old and confused, there's no way I'm going to give your house away, right? Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. These two old guys, Li Pingan, don't stop me this time. Why should I stop you? There must be an explanation for this matter. Saying that my son's house is his? How funny. Li Pingan said. Let's go and take a look. On the other side, Binhai City Xingfu community. There were more than a dozen parents and relatives from both sides of the family in Li Xiu's residential complex. Li Pingan's childhood friend is called Ho Xiaowu. He looked unhappy. Before this, Li Pingan had no intention of helping Li Yao. Yao Lily initially said that Li Pingan's son would help Li Yao with his future work. Now it seems unreliable. But this house is nice and of moderate size, and is worth at least 3 million in this city. He is a country worker and he will never be able to afford such a house in his lifetime. Yao Lily, is this house really your son's? His daughter Ho Yuqin has freckles all over her face and is not very pretty, but she is more than enough to match Li Yao. Her expression was a little better at this moment. If my name is added to this house, I can ask for less betrothal gift. Yao Lily then pulled Li Guangxi over and said, Dad, please tell me something. What do you think about adding your name to the property deed? Li Guangxi glanced at Yao Lily awkwardly. My daughter, this house was bought by Li Pingan for Li Xiu. Will they agree to this? Yao Lily lowered her voice and said, He's married into a wealthy family and is going to be a wealthy son-in-law. How can he still be interested in a mere 3 million yuan house? Dad, it's okay. Just agree first. If Li Pingan refuses, you can think of another way. Will this work? Li Pingan's current attitude towards me, this. Li Guangxi was still hesitating. Yao Wan said from the side, "Hey, old man, what's your attitude? Your grandson is from a wealthy family. What's the big deal about this kind of house? He won't live in it anyway. So you decided to give it to your grandson's wife, so what?" Li Guangxi sighed, "Alright, Xiaowu, I'm the one who decides on this house. Put your daughter's name on it. Then this marriage." Ho Xiaowu nodded and said, okay, that's good enough. I'll tell my wife right away to arrange a date for the two children's marriages. As he said this, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. At this time, Li Xiu walked in with his father with a frosty face. "You guys, get out of here." At that moment, Xiao Wu was startled by Li Xiu's shout, "Pinyin, Li Xiu? What's wrong with you?" Seeing Ho Xiaowu looking confused, Li Xiu immediately understood. "Ho Xiaowu, did these people tell you that this house belongs to them?" Ho Xiaowu nodded. "This house is said to belong to Li Yao. Am I not discussing the marriage of the two children? Your grandfather said there's a house in Li Yaocheng. I'm thinking, isn't it that people work hard all their lives just to give their children a good home? I was just about to agree. What's going on? They are talking nonsense. I tell you." Li Xiu hadn't finished speaking. Yao Lili immediately pulled Li Guangxi and said, "Dad, look at this Li Xiu. Li Xiu. Listen to me, Grandpa. You don't need this house anyway. Your brother is getting married, so this is your brother's new home." "What? This house doesn't belong to Li Yao? It belongs to Li Xiu? I thought, your family lives in the countryside. When will you be able to afford a house?" Ho Xiao's face suddenly turned ugly. "What a mess. Yao Lili, you're trying to fool me. You haven't even discussed this house clearly, and you're trying to deceive my daughter?" Yao Lili immediately said, "Oh, father-in-law. This Li Xiu's house is my house, Li Yao's house. Look at what you said. This matter is my fault. It's my fault for not greeting Li Xiu properly. Li Xiu, look at this. I have 3 plots of land in my hometown. I'll give the land to you and the house to us. What do you think?" Li Xiu was stunned. "What? You're trading your farmland in the countryside for my house in the city? What are you thinking? Besides, you've already taken over my dad's 2 acres of farmland in the village. Are you trading my dad's farmland for our house in the city? Your abacus beads are flying all over my face." Chapter 87, This is not revenge? How dare you think about my sister-in-law? Yao Wan and Yao Lili's expressions turned ugly when they heard Li Xiu's disrespectful words. Yao Wan jumped up and said, "Shut up, kid. If you're dissatisfied with me, wait until your brother's marriage is settled before you start making trouble." Li Xiu smiled and said, "Wait until your grandson's marriage is settled? Then is there anything else I need to say? Uncle Xiaowu, did this family promise you anything?" Li Xiu said. Ho Xiaowu nodded and said, "Yes, he said his son will become a senior executive in the Fu family in the future. He said that since you are now in a wealthy family, the Li family will also be superior in the village. For example, my daughter's future job in this house, otherwise why would I agree to marry my daughter to her son?" Seeing that things were about to get worse, Yao Lili immediately interrupted and said, "Li Xiu has become the son-in-law of a wealthy family. Was I wrong? When did I say anything nonsense? Besides, Li Xiu is a good man. He can arrange some work for my son and daughter-in-law in the future. In this world, you need your own talents to do anything." "You're talking nonsense," Li Xiu retorted to Yao Lili. "Yao Lili, let me tell you, your son's abilities are something we at Fu Group will never hire. As for my house, even if I lose it, I will never give it to your son as a wedding house." When Ho Xiaowu heard this, he immediately felt ashamed and said, "Yao Lili, I'm such an idiot, I didn't believe you. Girl, let's go. Let's go back to the village and tell them what kind of people the Yao family are." When Yao Lili saw her daughter-in-law had flown away, she immediately threw a tantrum. "Li Xiu, what are you doing? Are you jealous that your brother got a beautiful wife? You ruined a good marriage. The worst that can happen is I'll just give you money. How did you make things like this for me?" Li Xiu said disdainfully, "I'm making a fuss? You're so shameless that you're saying my house is yours for no reason." Li Guangxi saw that things were in a mess again, and his heart was heaving with anger. You kid. Are you trying to piss me off to death?" Yao Wan rolled her eyes at Li Xiu and said, "Old man, I think this guy did it on purpose. Li Xiu, you have to take responsibility for ruining your brother's marriage. I heard that your wife has 3 younger sisters. Go talk to them and ask them to give our Li family another daughter. Li Xiu picked up the broom from the corner and said, I'm going to kill all of you today, and you still want to take advantage of my sister-in-law? You guys have such a good idea. Li Pingan hugged his son and said, don't be impulsive. Hitting people is illegal. Why don't you guys get out of here? Do you want to be beaten to death by my son? Yao Lily rolled her eyes at Li Xiu, while the others ran and muttered. This kid is such a traitor. What a jerk. That's right. That's too much. You don't even help your own brother. Several people disappeared through the door. Li Xiu pointed in the direction of these people and said, Dad, you won't teach these people a lesson. From now on, you can call me Turtle Dad. Li Pingan sighed, who said I don't teach you a lesson? Hitting someone is the worst possible solution. You're a person of status and position now, and you hit someone? What if this gets out? So you just put up with it? Li Xiu said, this family is after my house, my job, and now they're after my sister-in-law. How can I tolerate this? Li Pingan glanced at his son and said, come on, go to the hardware store with your dad. Why go to the hardware store? I'm angry. Li Xiu shook off his father. You'll know when you get to the hardware store, said Li Pingan. Li Xiu looked at his father in confusion, then followed Li Pingan to the hardware store. As soon as he arrived at the hardware store, Li Pingan asked, Boss, how much does a big hammer cost? 100 for the big hammer and 80 for the small hammer, said the boss, smoking a cigarette. Come too. Li Pingan swept 200. Li Xiu was stunned. Dad, you and I are not thinking the same thing, are we? Of course. The Yao family is going too far. Let's just not give them any face. I think it's okay for a group of people like this to have been thinking about sucking my blood all their lives, but now they're thinking about sucking my son's blood. How can I tolerate this? Li Pingan said in a deep voice. Let me tell you, I spent 150,000 yuan on that house in the countryside. It was agreed that I would have one of the 3 rooms. Where is the house now? I paid the money, but what about my house in the countryside? I wanted to give that house to my son, but they took it away? How can I tolerate you now? Li Pingan said. Li Xiu raised his hand and grasped the sledgehammer. I'm familiar with this matter, Dad, let's go and smash everything. Hey! What's the big deal if it's smashed? Let me tell your son, I still have 2 acres of land. Isn't it almost time for the autumn harvest? Li Pingan said with a smile. Yes, Lao Dang, you are so vicious. Li Xiu laughed. Let's burn our own land first, and then destroy the house. Li Pingan laughed heartily. I've already asked the village in advance. Those 2 acres of land are mine. I can do whatever I want with them. I've also asked about the 3 rows of townhouses in my hometown. Anyway, one of the houses registered with the village is mine. What does it have to do with the Yao family if I destroy my own house? Tell me, son. Li Xiu was stunned. Dad. We're destroying houses and burning rice. Aren't we going too far? Wouldn't that make us a bully? What a bully. He has gone too far over the years, and I still care about this. Li Pingan laughed. Li Xiu smiled and said, Dad, this is not professional. You don't even know how to be a bully. Go buy some fire starter. It's been wet these past 2 days. What should I do if I can't light it? Yes, my son is smart. Let's go buy some gasoline. Li Pingan said. As time goes by, Lija village. Li Xiu picked up his watch and looked at it. My Patek Philippe tells me it's already 7 p.m. The villagers are almost asleep. Let's get started. Li Pingan shuddered. Is it dawn? The 2 of them were so comfortable in the Mercedes-Benz that Li Pingan had already taken a nap. Let's go, Dad. Let's get this over with quickly. Li Xiu said. Li Pingan nodded, I understand. Let's go, father and son will fight together. The 2 men crouched down and came to the field. Li Pingan looked around and said, over there. Our field was taken away by the Yao family. Go ahead. Li Xiu said to Li Pingan. Why don't you do it? Li Pingan turned around. Li Xiu said, if anything happens, you are Lao Deng, so you can be treated leniently. You little bastard, you unfilial son. This is our own land, what are you afraid of? Li Pingyan waved his hand, and the father and son each took a bucket of oil and started the operation. Li Pingyan muttered, "Don't blame us. It's the Yao family who went too far and occupied our land. Just think of it as turning into spring mud to protect the flowers." Li Xiu had already pulled out his lighter, light it up. Lao Deng, get out of the way. Chapter 88, Robbing My House? Then destroy it all. After saying that, Li Xiu lit the lighter and threw it towards the field, and immediately the flames jumped up. Li Pingyan yelled, "Over there, you burned my eyebrows." Li Xiu looked up and saw that his father's eyebrow was missing a piece, but he looked very happy with a beaming expression. "Okay, next stop, hammer them to death." Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth, and the two of them headed towards Lijia village. We arrived at Li Yushan's 3-row house. Li Pingyan swung the sledgehammer and was about to smash it against the wall. Li Xiu grabbed his old man and said, "Hey, are you sure this wall was built with our money?" Li Pingyan nodded. "I still have the invoice for the purchase. I paid 50,000 yuan to have it repaired." "You are such a cuckold." Li Xiu didn't even know about this, otherwise he would definitely not agree. "That's better than you helping the Lu family decorate their yard," Li Pingyan said. "Hey! You're still trying to compete." Li Xiu swung his hammer, "Get out of the way. Your son can destroy this whole place by himself." Now that Li Xiu has all the internal strength in his body, the blow he makes with this hammer can be described as having the force to move a mountain. He swung the hammer so hard that it created a strong wind. Bang! Boom! In the billowing smoke, Li Pingyan was so scared that he took several steps back, and the wall in front of him collapsed instantly. Li Pingyan saw everything. There was a huge hole in the wall in front of me. Several people in the room were so frightened that they turned over. Li Guangcai shuddered in his sleep and asked Yao Wan beside him, "What's going on? Is the sky falling?" Yao Wan stood up and hurried to the window, only to see that everyone in the village had been alarmed. The lights in every house came on. "Oh my! It's that damn Li Pingyan. His son broke down our courtyard wall," Yao Wan said. Li Guangcai's face turned dark, and his body suddenly became nimble. He put on his clothes and ran downstairs. Yao Lily and Li Yao also ran out from the house next door. "Yao Lily, what's going on? Is there an earthquake?" Li Yao pointed at Li Xiu in the distance, who was in the smoke, and said, "Mom, someone broke into our wall." Yao Lily's expression instantly changed to a state of crazy outburst. "What kind of person is that? That's a beast. It's that bastard Li Xiu. I made sure you couldn't get a wife tonight, and now he's smashed up our yard. Call the police. Mom and Dad, call the police. This guy's trying to kill people." Li Yao immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. "Why? Yaoling, someone's been killed here, come quickly." When the police station heard this, they immediately arranged for police to come over. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered outside the Li family's gate. "Someone is already giving Li Pingyan cigarettes. What's wrong with Pingyan? Why would you destroy your own wall?" "That's right, Pingyan, what are you doing? Why are you so angry so late at night?" Li Pingyan then lit a cigarette and said, "It's not a big deal. I just spent my own money to build the fence. I found it annoying, so I just smashed it down." The villagers looked at each other in confusion. What kind of words were these? It seemed like there was some kind of conflict. "Pingyan, let's discuss this properly. Your Li Xiu is really exaggerating. He just smashed the wall. When the police come, can you explain it clearly?" At this time, Li Guangcai and Yao Wan rushed out of the house. "Li Pingyan, are you trying to piss me off to death? Why did you bring your son here? What else can we do? We've offended them tonight, and they're going to tear our house down." Yao Wan said, "They're really powerful now. Their son married a wealthy woman, and they're really cocky." Hearing Yao Wan's provocation, Li Pingyan kept coughing angrily. At this time, Yao Lily came up with her son Li Yao. Yao Lily pointed at Li Pingyan and Li Xiu and said, "Mom and Dad, these two are just jealous that my son has found a good wife. It's fine if they don't even lend us a house in the city to get married, but they insist on knocking on our door." Li Yao also grumbled this time, "Brother, what you did is wrong. Grandpa is old, do you want to piss him off to death?" Li Guangcai snorted coldly, "Look at how sensible Li Yao is. Li Xiu, look at you. You're holding a hammer in front of your grandfather, are you trying to piss me off to death? Li Pinggan sighed deeply. What qualifications do you have to scold my son? Your family shamelessly came to the city, brought Xiao Wu and his daughter to see our house, and even wanted to steal our house to use as your new home. How could such a good thing happen in this world? When the villagers heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise. Oh, this means that Li Guanxi took Yao Lily's child to occupy the house of Li Pinggan and his son as a wedding house. I heard that Xiao Wu cursed people in the village right after he came back. Didn't you hear it earlier? Oh, so this is the follow-up to that incident. Yao Lily is really shameless. How could her brother's things become hers? Yao Lily immediately put her hands on her hips and said, why isn't it my son's? Li Pingyan has never been married, so the house will belong to my Li Yao from now on. That Li Xiu was just adopted. From now on, everything in my brother's house will belong to my son, even the things from Li Xiu's wife's family will belong to my son from now on. Wow! The villagers at the scene knew that Yao Lily was domineering and not like a human being, but how could a human being say such a thing? A villager immediately pointed out, what the hell? Yao Lily, you're crazy. You're also Li Guanxi's second daughter, not his biological child. Your son is just like Li Xiu, they just share the same surname. Why are you the one who's closer? It's not right for you to say that. Yao Lily put her hands on her hips and cursed the villagers. You guys are all fine at home, right? If you have time, why don't you go home and get your man in bed? Why are you yelling in front of me? I provided for my father in his old age, but did he provide for him? I took care of my father, but did he take care of him? How can closeness be the same? Just when everyone was arguing fiercely, Li Xiu was alone, holding a sledgehammer and rushing towards one of the 3 bungalows. He swung the sledgehammer and smashed it on the wall of the new house. There was a loud bang. Everyone in the Li family was shocked. The wall couldn't withstand Li Xiu's strength and was already on the verge of collapse. Yao Lily screamed, ouch! My son's new house! You bastard! You've ruined my son's new house! How is he ever going to find a wife? You bastard! You're a beast, Li Xiu! Not only did you not give your own brother a house, but you also destroyed the new house you built. Other villagers at the scene pointed and talked. Yes, that's right. This new house was just built not long ago, and it was destroyed by Li Xiu? That's a bit excessive. Look, when the police show up, Li Xiu might end up in trouble. Chapter 89, they are all acquaintances, and they smashed it again? Just at this moment, in the distance, there was a cow. A cow! The sirens sounded. 2 police cars were parked outside the yard. 4 policemen hurriedly got out of the car and rushed forward with pistols at their waists. What happened? Who called the police? What happened? Li Yao raised his hand and said, Uncle Police, here. I called the police. My brother is using a sledgehammer to smash the yard, smash our house, and even smash us. The old policeman in the lead thought he was seeing things, oh my. Isn't this Li Xiu? Li Xiu turned his head and was stunned. Old Qian? It's you. Aren't you the police officer from Liujia village? Why are you here? This old Master Qian was the police officer who responded to the call in Liujia village last time about Li Xiu vandalizing Lu Yingshan's family. I didn't expect to meet him here again. Officer Lao Qian was overwhelmed. I've only been transferred here a week. Are you from here? Li Xiu shook his head. My father is a villager here. Okay, Li Xiu, put down the hammer. What's going on this time? Said police officer Lao Qian. Yao Wan immediately yelled, you can't cover up for this police officer. This guy named Li Xiu and his father Li Pinggan are not good people. It's not enough that he ruined my grandson's marriage, but he also destroyed the yard and our new house. Police, you have to arrest him. Yao Lily nodded and said, you can see this house and the wall. Mr. Police, please arrest him quickly. Lao Qian is very familiar with this kind of thing. After all, half of the community work is about various disputes, such as between neighbors or relatives. Let me understand the situation first. After some questioning, he roughly understood what was going on. The younger brother robbed his older brother's house, and then Li Xiu came to retaliate? Officer, you can't say that. Yao Wan said, according to the ancient rules, if the younger brother isn't married, the older brother must contribute. I didn't ask him to pay, and now he's found a rich woman. I'm glad I didn't ask him to pay for the bride price. I just want a house from him, which is only about 90 square meters. What do you mean it's just over 90 square meters? Lao Qian was completely confused. Well, a 90 square meter house in the city is not easy to find. It will cost at least 3 million. If you ask for it directly, no one will accept it. Yao Lily continued, it's not about asking for it right away. We can just take him to see the house. If the girl likes it, we can get married. It's not necessary to take the house right away. Huh? So you're trying to trick the girl into marrying you by using a shell company? Is that a done deal? Old Xian's brain shrank. I feel like I really want to curse. The other villagers at the scene couldn't help laughing. So, she was thinking of borrowing someone else's house to find a wife for her son. Now that the house isn't her son's, the deal is done. The wife can't just fly away. What a good calculation. Yao Lily really knows how to calculate. If Li Xiu is easy to talk to, and if he agrees, maybe her family can move in directly. Weird. Really weird. Officer Qian was too lazy to care about this matter. He shook his head and said, as for the house, you have no right to occupy it. Today we are mainly talking about the wall and the house. That Li Xiu, what do you mean by that? Yao Lily put her hands on her hips and said, there's no explanation. It was intentional. People like this must be arrested. Li Pingan said at this time, officer, my son destroyed it. I built it with my own money. I also paid for the land and money for the house. What's the problem with me destroying my own yard and house? You're talking nonsense. Li Pingan. I didn't expect you to be so good at making excuses. Yao Wan's face was like a mean fox. She pointed at Li Pingan and said, this yard and this house are mine. How did they become yours? Li Guangcai pulled his wife aside and said, when the village divided the land, Pingan did get a share, and there was also money for the fence. Shut up, you wimp. Yao Wan pointed at Li Pingan and said, if you can't pay 1 million today, you and your son will go to jail. The villagers at the scene were all shocked. 1 million? How dare you shout that? Now that they've caught us, how can they not extort a large sum of money? Don't you even look at who this family is? Li Pingan said calmly, how dare you shout, Mr. Officer, I have something to say about this matter. It's simple to say. I paid for the renovation of the Li family's courtyard. The land where the house was built is mine, and I also contributed to the construction. Now that the house is finished, Yao Lily wants to take it away as a wedding house for her son. Old Qian's expression changed slightly, so there are so many hidden secrets. Yao Lily's eyes lit up. Nonsense. You're making such a fuss. You don't even live in Lijia village. I hired someone to build the wall, and I supervised the construction of the house. How did it become yours? Li Xiu came over and said, Dad, show Lao Qian what you prepared, so that people won't say we're talking nonsense. Li Pingan nodded. Take out the invoices and bank statements one by one. This is the proof that I paid, including the items I purchased and the details of the transfer. Lao Qian nodded, it's real. Li Guangcai fell silent, but Yao Wan said, even if he paid some money, so what? Why does he say the land belongs to him? Li Xiu pointed at Yao Wan and said, shut up, you old bitch. Do you really think no one can stop you? Li Pingan nodded. I have already notified the village cadres, they should be here soon. At this moment, a middle-aged man in an administrative t-shirt walked over and said with a smile, Li Xiu. Oh, I'm late. The village is closed for the day. It took me a long time to find the documents. Li Xiu knew that this man was called Lu Ruan, the village chief. Uncle Lu, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Lu Ruan said enthusiastically, Li Xiu, this uncle has found the documents and the original land plan for your family. Let's take a look. Half of the land in Li Guangcai's family belongs to Li Pingan. The expressions of the weirdos in the Li family changed, and they were all stunned. Yao Wan was stunned and said, Village chief, what do you mean by that? What do you mean half of it belongs to Li Pingan? What kind of talk is that? So how come half of our land belongs to Li Pingan? Yao Lily also said, yes. Aren't my mother, my son, and I from the village? Lu Yuan explained with a smile. Our village is special. It wasn't divided according to your understanding. When the land was divided between Li Guangcai and Li Pingan, they each got half. Those of you who come after you don't count anymore. Chapter 90, Sister-in-Law's Secret. What do you mean by forget it? What are you talking about, village chief? Yao Lily pointed at the village chief and said, I don't think you've accepted Li Xiu's money, have you? What are you talking about? The village chief patted his chest. I'm the village chief of this village. Everything I say is based on facts. How can I say such nonsense? I have all the documents here. He took out the document in his hand and said, according to the areas divided above, Li Pingyan and his son did indeed destroy their own land. This courtyard wall is indeed yours, but it also depends on who paid for its construction. Officer Lao Qian took the document and took a look at it. His eyes immediately became serious. He snorted coldly, I can see what's going on with you. It's the most common family dispute. But based on the situation at the scene, I can only say that this is a mess. Since Li Xiu smashed his own things, I can only say that this is not illegal. At this moment, a villager came running over and said, oh no. Yao Lily, your rice field is on fire. It's a huge fire. All the crops on your 2 acres of land are going to burn up. Yao Lily was stunned when these words came out. She was completely dumbfounded, and her son Li Yao beside her also asked, Mom, what's going on? How could our rice fields catch fire? Yao Lily glared at Li Xiu with resentment. Need I say more? This wasn't done by your good brother. Police. My father farmed that field, and it was completely burned down by this fire. Shouldn't we file a case? Lao Qian is overwhelmed. Li Xiu, you weren't the one who started the fire in the field, were you? Li Pingyan stood up and said, it was my father and I who did it, but the land is still ours. It's just that this family has been occupying it for years. We don't live in the village, so we can't take care of it. So we just burned our own land. Officer, do you want to see proof? The village chief is here too. You can ask him if those 2 acres of land are ours. Upon hearing this, Old Qian glanced at the village chief and gave another explanation. Officer Lao Qian nodded. I understand what's going on, but you're all family. Why are you making such a fuss? Li Guangcai trembled and almost fainted. He pointed at Li Pingyan and Li Xiu and said tremblingly, good, you are all fine. I don't have a child like you, Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan glanced at his father calmly, then at Li Xiu. All right, from today on, all ties between us are completely severed. As for this piece of land, I'll talk to the village chief and ask him to give it to me. As for the fields over there, I'll rent them out to large farmers. As for the rest, we don't need to contact each other anymore. When Yao Lily heard her eldest brother say this, she immediately pointed at Li Pingyan and said, go away. Get away from here. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. There will be a time when you will beg us, mother and son, for mercy. Don't look at your current glory. I don't believe you can continue to be so glorious forever. You're just a man who lives off women. What a prospect. I'm embarrassed to say you're my relative. Humph. Son. We're on our own. Get out of here. Don't show up in front of us again. The 2 old men were so angry that their chests were heaving, while Yao Lily and her son were using the method of spiritual victory crazily. Li Pingyan smiled disdainfully, my son is gone. Li Xiu, yeah. The 2 men dropped their hammers. Under everyone's gaze, he safely returned to the Mercedes-Benz E, then stepped on the accelerator, left the village, and returned to the city. 2 hours later. Li Pingyan and his son returned to the Fu family manor. After Li Xiu returned to his room and took a shower, he put on his pajamas, found a can of beer from the small refrigerator, and went to the balcony. Drinking wine sip by sip in the moonlight. Brother-in-law? Li Xiu turned his head and saw Fu Xiumu, who was wearing a gauze pajamas, blinking at him on the adjacent balcony. Sister-in-law, put away your big eyes. I won't go over there. If your third sister sees me, she'll wonder what I'm going to do. In the faint moonlight, Fu Xiumu's figure presents the beauty of youth. No, brother-in-law. A poet once said, if you can drink with someone, don't drink alone. I have beer here too. It was only then that Li Xiu noticed that his sister-in-law's cheeks were a little red. He walked to where the balconies met. I didn't expect our room balconies were connected. Okay, come here, brother-in-law, stretch out your hand. Fu Xiumu said. Li Xiu was puzzled. What are you doing? Don't mess around. But he was still very honest and reached out directly. What do you think you're doing? I have some drunkard peanuts here. Fu Xiaomu poured out the peanuts, but the next moment her eyes became cunning and she placed her small hand on Li Xiu's hand. Hey, your chicken feet. Ha! Wow, are you treating this as a snack for me? Li Xiu was about to withdraw his hand, but the next moment, the child held it. Hee, that's perfect. Fu Xiaomu said. Li Xiu frowned. You seduced your brother-in-law? See if I won't tell your sister. Brother-in-law, do you remember the end of last summer? When I went to report, you helped me carry things while wearing flip-flops and a sweatshirt. Fu Xiaomu whispered. Oh? Li Xiu was stunned. I remember now, that girl was you? Is this why you supported me from the beginning? Li Xiu said in amazement. Fuck. What a coincidence. This all happened before I left school. Yeah, brother-in-law, you idiot. I'm a freshman, and you're a senior. I even gave you my number, but you didn't add me on WeChat. Fu Xiaomu's voice dropped. Ah. Well. At that time, my mind was completely focused on the system tasks. Oh, yes, you're a freshman, and your third sister is now a senior. You're 3 years apart, and your eldest sister is 30, and your second sister is 28. But don't blame me for not recognizing you. You know, I was so preoccupied with graduation at the time that I didn't have the time to think about anything like that. Fu Xiaomu shook his head and snorted coldly. No, at that time, all you had in your eyes was a scumbag. Where am I? Woo. When I saw you again, you turned out to be my brother-in-law. That day in the living room, I thought we had another chance. Suddenly, the voices of the two sisters came from Fu Xiaomu's bedroom. Case solved. It turns out the senior that Fu Xiaomu likes is actually my brother-in-law? No wonder she refused to tell anyone. Fu Xiaomu turned his head and saw that his third and second sisters had hidden in his room at some point. They were staring at him teasingly with their big eyes. Fu Xiaomu raised his hands. I was wrong. How could you sneak into my room? I'm going to fight you guys. Chapter 91, Fu Family Acquisition Case? Wait for the Fu family to beg us. The three sisters fought for a while and finally calmed down for a while. Li Xiu decided to go back to his room and close the door to avoid being drawn into any small fights between the girls. Thinking of this, he decided to go back to his room and close the door. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long before my wife came back. She was wearing a suit, and when she walked in she found that Li Xiu had already washed it. Immediately, the expression on his face became strange. He walked over and grabbed the phone that someone was using to play games on, and then he leaned over and asked, Are you waiting for me? Why am I waiting for you? Li Xiu was still very tough. Oh? You've been drinking? Fu Xiaoyu smelled a faint scent of alcohol. I just smelled that silly girl of mine was also drunk. What's going on? Did you drink with your sister-in-law last night? Nonsense, why would I drink with my sister-in-law? Wives who are afraid of people's gossip, raise your hands. Who is your 3 good husbands? Oh? Fu Xiaoyu didn't dwell on this question, but smiled and said, I have a project that you might be interested in. What plan? Fu Xiaoyu said, we decided to develop an industrial park in a suburban area between villages for the new graphene battery we developed with Binhai University. Can you guess where we chose? Hearing this, Li Xiu's mind was blown. Could it be Lijia Village? It's not just Lijia Village. This plan involves Chenjia Village, Liujia Village, and Lijia Village. Fu Xiaoyu said. So we will invest tens of billions of yuan to purchase land. The problems on the government side are basically gone, and the next step is to purchase the land. Li Xiu sat up and said, if this happens, won't some of these villagers cause trouble? Why the commotion? Our acquisition terms are quite generous. I've calculated that it's at least 1.5 times higher than the current value of their land, enough to pay the down payment for a house in the city. Li Xiu was slightly stunned. A down payment for a house in the city? A remote corner of Lijia village like this has been acquired by you. Good things are coming for these villagers. If you don't come to the city, you can just move to another village and buy a house and make some money. Yes, that's what I mean. Fu Xiaoyu said, I can't think of any reason why they would be unwilling. Li Xiu nodded, unless they're weird, like my relative's family. That's really possible. Fu Xiaoyu said, but if they don't agree, that's easy to deal with. I can just give up their land. At this time, Fu Xiaoyu's hands were no longer honest. He pulled Li Xiu into his arms and lowered his head to rub Li Xiu's ears. Your land is also over there, right? Don't I have to compensate you? The 1 billion supplementary card you gave me is enough, there's no need to give it to me. Li Xiu said. So good? Fu Xiuyu pressed Li Xiu down. The next morning, the family was eating at the dining table. Li Xiu and Fu Xiumu were eating silently, neither of them dared to say much. It's embarrassing after all. Fu Wanjun said with a smile, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you so quiet today? Why aren't you talking? Fu Xiuxue smiled and said, they all have something to hide. Fu Xiumu shook his head, nonsense. You're slandering me. Mom, look at my third sister. She loves to gossip every day. When did I start spreading rumors? Fu Xiuxue asked. I'm telling the truth. Fu Xiuyu glanced at his sisters and asked, what's wrong? Are you hiding something from me? Fu Xiumu shook his head frantically. Sister. Do you remember when our little sister went to college, she said there was a very good-looking senior and even gave him her WeChat. Hearing this, Fu Xiumu shook his head and said, third sister, stop talking. I'm leaving first. Her face had turned as red as a monkey's butt. Fu Wanjun started gossiping, I know everything about this. Who is it? Have you found someone? Fu Xiuyu had already guessed it and glanced at her husband, Mom, isn't this person right in front of you? Fu Wanjun glanced at Li Xiu. Oh, that senior is Li Xiu? No wonder this kid was so nice to Li Xiu from the beginning. I see. Fu Xiumu begged for mercy directly, okay, stop talking, I'm leaving. She stood up and fled from the Fu family. As for Fu Xiuyu, he pinched Li Xiu's thigh and said, let's go to work too. Li Xiu still chose to drive his own e-car to the company. I don't share a car with my wife. After arriving at the company, Li Xiu slacked off at work as usual. On the other hand, the Fu Group's procurement case had been sent to several villages, and the villagers of Lijia village were in a state of panic. They appeared on the bulletin board at the entrance of the village. Oh, see? What does it say? Demolition. Really? Over 10,000 per square meter. That's a lot. If I buy a house in another village, there's still a lot left. This is great. When the villagers pointed and said that this compensation plan was good, Li Guangxai and his family came over. Yao Lili pouted and said, what's so good about it? Houses in the city now cost over 30,000 yuan. After this is demolished, it will only cover the down payment. Yes, the Fu Group is so rich, they can demolish it, but they have to pay more, said the old lady Yao Wan. At this time, the village chief turned around and said, Li Guangxai, you and your family should stop talking nonsense. The compensation plan this time is very good. If you make trouble and affect others, I will not forgive you. Yao Lili immediately pointed at the village chief and said, I've seen it since yesterday. You've been bribed by the Fu family. How much money did you take from them? Speak for them here. The confused villagers heard this and shook their heads. Did the village chief really take the money? But I think it's really good. Last year, my cousin wanted my house and said he would give 6,000 yuan, which I thought was too little. The Fu family offered more than 10,000 yuan, so I really think I can sell it to them. That's what's going on. Yao Lili, why do we have to go to the city? If we can't fit in, we have to force it. Yao Lili put her hands on her hips and said, if you want to pay more, come with me. The Fu family is big and powerful. I don't believe they'll only pay this little. Let's try to pay more. A group of villagers actually responded. Yes. The Fu family is so rich, I think they should give us at least 20,000. Yes, Yao Lili is right. We must unite and strive for the greatest benefit. Li Guangxai actually felt that it was too much, but Yao Wan pulled him and said, this old man's land is yours, don't say anything. If we bring people to make a scene, won't that little bastard and his wife come to us for help? Li Guangxai nodded. My wife is right. Li Xiu has gone too far. There's such a huge hole in this perfectly good house. If they want compensation this time, they'll have to pay more. At this time, the village chief shook his head and said, don't make trouble. The Fu family doesn't have to choose our village. If they choose another village, I wonder what you will do. Chapter 92. This is all a conspiracy of the Fu family, don't believe it. Bah! Even though you took the money, you are still speaking for others. Yao Wan said. Village chief, it's fine if you don't fight for us, but you're speaking for the chaebol? Hello. The village chief was furious and pointed at the family, his whole body trembling. Soon, the Fu group received the news from here. President's office. Fu Xiuyu was drinking water and frowned slightly when he heard this. What do you mean? I've taken good care of Lijia village, but there are still villagers who object? Special Assistant Lin stood aside and said, President, it was precisely those relatives of the uncle who took the lead. Fu Xiuyu frowned slightly. Let me ask my husband what he thinks. After saying that, she took out her phone and called Li Xiu. Those people in Lijia village are opposing my demolition plan. What do you think? Li Xiu smiled, as expected. No need to give me face, we have already broken off the relationship. Just deal with it as you should. If you give these people face, they will just take advantage of you. Hearing this, Fu Xiuyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Assistant Lin beside him, Assistant Lin, notify everyone immediately and put the acquisition of Lijia village on hold. Tell the village chief that we can choose the neighboring village as a backup. Destroying someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Special Assistant Lin nodded. Great, President. You mean to use their own villagers to put pressure on them, right? Fu Xiuyu nodded. The so-called unity of the villagers will disappear the moment their interests collapse. They will help me solve the problem themselves. On the other side, Lijia village, which received the news, exploded. What do you mean the Fu family is planning to choose the next village? Yeah, how come our village can postpone the purchase? Is it because of Yao Lily and the others? Such a good price, I agreed a long time ago. Our village is so remote, being demolished like this is the best outcome. Oh, what are they doing? Let's go. Find them. Suddenly, a group of villagers went to Li Guanxai's house in a mighty manner. The village chief saw this and immediately stopped these people. What are you doing? What do you want to do? I'll go and discuss this matter. With your momentum, do you want to kill someone? One villager immediately said, My son is getting married soon. When he heard that our village was being demolished, the woman's family said they were willing to give in on the bride price. If they don't demolish it, I will really kill Yao Lily. That's right. Our house is old anyway. We were going to live in the city after it was demolished. But now, it's been ruined by Yao Lily and her family. The village chief continued to persuade, Don't say that, I will help you communicate now, don't worry. I'll go talk to Li Guanxai first. You guys wait outside. As he said that, the village chief brought these people to Li Guanxai's house. The village chief asked these people to wait at the door. He walked into the yard. Yao Lily said to him with a broom, Hey? Village chief, you come to speak for others again? You are not welcome in our house. The village chief was speechless. I won't waste my time talking to you, woman. Where's your father? There are so many villagers outside. I'm the one who's holding them down. You're the one who started the trouble. Now the Fu family is reconsidering the demolition. These people think you've cut off their source of income, and now you've incurred public wrath. If you keep this attitude, I can't help your family anymore. Yao Lily shook her head and said, Don't scare me. Why are you pretending? How much did you take? 100,000? Or 200,000? You're trying to trick us into moving our house. I'm telling you, I can make concessions. 20,000 per square meter and I'll bring my people to move our house. Having said this, Li Guanxai and Yao Wan came out of the room. Yao Wan pointed at the people at the door and said, You guys are a bunch of idiots. I'm telling you, if the Fu family doesn't offer 21,000 yuan per square meter, we won't agree to demolition no matter what. 20,000, a villager pointed out. 20,000 is the price of an old residential complex close to the city. How could anyone possibly agree to that? That's right, Yao Lily, please stop making trouble. What else do you expect when our village can offer such a high price? I heard that the price per square meter in the neighboring Liujia village is only 11,000 yuan, and they are so happy. But you are the one who started the trouble? Now they won't accept it, and I want to ask you for the money. Li Guanxai raised his hand and said, Don't worry, everyone. My daughter is doing this to gain benefits for everyone. Yao Lily nodded, Yes, I'm doing this for everyone. You ungrateful wolves. You're bullshitting. Aren't you deliberately obstructing things because you have a grudge against Li Ping'an's family and know that Fu is Li Xiu's wife? Aren't you sacrificing us just to vent your anger? That's right, Yao Lily, go and beg your sister-in-law to buy us out right now. Yes, call your sister-in-law right now and tell her that we in Lijia village can do it for over 10,000 yuan. This price is acceptable. Yao Lily heard this and immediately said, I'm telling you, these are just their tricks. As long as we're united enough, they'll come to us for help soon. The village chief stood up and shook his head, saying, let me tell you, our situation isn't that simple. The neighboring village is waiting to sell its land. By causing trouble like this, your Yao family is essentially passing the opportunity to someone else. Now people are very happy. I am telling the truth, you know? Hearing this, Yao Lily shook her head and said, village chief, you've already been paid, so of course you'll speak for them. No matter what you, the village chief, say, I won't believe it. Don't believe it, we can't demolish it unless the money is paid. At this time, some villagers who had previously stood on Yao Lily's side suddenly stood up and said, Sisterly, let's just forget about it. 10,000 yuan per square meter is actually quite a lot. If we do this, others will blame us. My relatives have already scolded me. I now support the village chief. Yao Lily pointed at the village chief and said, do you trust him? I tell you, if he's trustworthy, even dogs can trust him. He's just a dog of the Fu family. The village chief's face turned extremely ugly. You, okay, I don't care about you anymore. You can do whatever you want, I'll see what you'll become in the end. At this time, a car appeared in the distance. The window rolled down, and Xiao Mukin appeared in the passenger seat. He took a look at the situation in Lijia village, raised the corner of his mouth, and took out his phone. Lu Ruan, do you know about the demolition of your village? After a moment, he hung up the phone. The Fu family wants to build a new industrial park here? Both of the Xiao family's grandsons should be interested in this matter. Chapter 93, after getting the money, find a wife for my son. On the other hand, the Lu family, after learning the news, felt even more resentful towards Li Xiu. Sister. If it weren't for Li Xiu, our Lu family wouldn't be in such a bad situation. We could have been relocated. You know what? This is a demolition. Lu Rusong's face flushed red as he pointed at Lu Ruan and said, Sister. Is this news true? Let's get our old home back now. Lu Ruan glanced at Lu Rusong and snorted coldly, Lu Rusong. Do you know you're wrong? Can you please stop taking shortcuts all day long? If you hadn't spent my betrothal money, would our land have been sold? After hearing this, the two elders looked unhappy. After all, it was they who decided to use the betrothal gifts. All right. You two siblings, stop arguing. Lu Yingshan said with a sullen expression, to be honest, it's all Li Xiu's fault. Luckily, we're now halfway to the Xiao family. Didn't my son-in-law just say we should curry favor with them? This time, the Fu family behind Li Xiu wants the village's land. We can stop them. I have some relatives in the village. Lu Ruan glanced at her father, but she didn't feel anything in her heart. Now she knew who was the best person to her. It was these people who caused me to lose the best man. These people only regard me as a tool, and now they just hope to use me to get close to the Xiao family. I just want Li Xiu to come back to me, so I can only wait for an opportunity, wait for problems to arise between the Fu family and Li Xiu. At the same time. After learning the news, Han Mini called Xiao Mukin. Han Mini, Xiao Mukin, are you saying that your wife's family used to be from Liujia village? Xiao Mukin's eyes showed joy. Sure enough, these people would be interested. Han Mini, my wife's family used to live in Liujia village, but they were later cheated out of their land by Li Xiu and were driven out. Oh? Han Mini raised the corner of her mouth. She was such an idiot that her own home was even cheated away. You just said that Lu's younger brother wants to find a job? If they can do this, I will arrange it, and you, Xiao Mukin, will also be given a valuable position. Xiao Mukin smiled slightly and said, okay, no matter what, I can do it. Also, I know there are relatives of Li Xiu in Lijia village. At the same time, Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu was sitting in his office, reading a document, when Special Assistant Lin walked in through the door in high heels. Mr. Fu, something's happening. The villagers in Liujia village are starting to oppose our plan. Also, in Lijia village, despite protests from the villagers and the village chief, Li Guangcai and his family remain stubbornly unwilling to relocate. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Special Assistant Lin and said with a smile, it seems that someone must have taken action behind the scenes. The Xiao family has a grudge against us because of these recent events. As expected, it was the Xiao family who used their financial resources to embolden these people. Special Assistant Lin frowned when he heard this and said, "Our industrial zone is about to be built. What should we do now?" Fu Xiuyu narrowed his eyes, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and leaned back. The plan continues. For those who object, all their houses will be preserved, and families willing to take the money and leave will be given priority. Let them fend for themselves. Special Assistant Lin originally thought that the president was going to increase the salary, but he didn't expect it to be handled like this. "Mr. Fu, what is your purpose for doing this?" At this moment, the half-closed door of the CEO's office was pushed open, and Li Shou walked in. He said calmly, "Your boss Fu's goal is to exploit the other side of human nature." Fu Xiuyu glanced at her husband and nodded, "My husband is right. The other side of human nature. Seeing others get real money and leave, can these people really bear it? Besides, the Xiao family is not a charity, it is impossible for them to really give them demolition compensation to let them stay where they are. Besides, this doesn't look like the work of the old man. It should be those younger generations." Li Shou glanced at his wife and said, "Besides, if a few houses are not demolished, it won't affect the construction of the factory, right?" Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, "That's right. Just change the design and avoid them. Just imagine, if these people's houses are surrounded by factories, the noise will cause health problems. When that time comes, they will beg to relocate." Li Shou nodded, "That's it." Special Assistant Lin gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss Fu is really amazing. Of course, you are not bad either, uncle." Soon under Fu Xiuyu's arrangement, the news spread to several villages in an instant. There was a lot of talk among the villagers. "What? Whoever signs first gets paid first. Our family is going to sign. Can we take the money and leave now?" The village chief stood beside the bulletin board and said, "That's right, the Fu family's people will be here soon. After everyone signs, they will distribute the money on the spot." The enthusiasm of the villagers on the scene was immediately aroused. "I've heard that when there were demolitions somewhere, the payment was always delayed. I didn't expect the Fu family to be so good. Yeah, give out money on the spot? I have to be the first to sign today. That's right." At this time, the staff of the Fu family arrived, and these people immediately rushed forward. The scene was chaotic for a while, and everyone was rushing to sign. On the other side, Li Guangcai and his family stood there looking up. Li Guangcai pointed at these people and said, "Well, is it really okay for us to be nail households like this? Look, they all went to sign. Humph. They'll regret it later." Yao Wan said, "In the end, the Fu family will definitely offer several times the price to convince us. I just don't believe they'll give up such a big company just for us." Yao Lily also nodded and said, "Mom is right, we will be the nails. I won't move no matter what. Only if you give us 30,000 yuan per square meter. That's enough for my son to buy a house in the city." Li Guangcai took a look and said, "Hey. Didn't those guys agree to be the nails together? Why are they holding the money?" Yao Lily also discovered it. "All right, these traitors. For this little bit of money, you forgot everything we said before." At this moment, the villagers in the distance were holding the money, signing their names and leaving with a smile. Many people are already preparing to move. Yao Lily couldn't help but start to waver. "It's okay. President Han of the Xiao family told us before that if our land falls into our hands, her family will cover it. It's okay, it's okay. Mom and Dad, let's go back first. We can't move no matter what. We'll have to wait until Li Xiu and his wife come begging us before we give them the money." "That's right, old man, listen to my daughter. How can our family harm you?" Li Guangcai nodded, "Okay, that's best. When the time comes, when Li Ping'an comes to beg me, unless he kneels down, there's no point in talking." Yao Lily glanced at her son and said, "Dad, after you get the money, you have to find a wife for my son." Chapter 94. You cling to memories all day long, you're like a madman. As the Fu family's measures began to be implemented, Liujia village was the first to be unable to bear it. A group of people were already arguing at the entrance of the Liujia village ancestral hall. Village chief, Luingshan, said that the Fu family definitely has room for improvement this time. We must hold on to it. The more we can get, the better. Yes, village chief, why did you call everyone here? The village chief shook his head helplessly. Luingshan can't even protect a piece of land. Now he's not even in our village anymore. Do you still believe what he says? This matter has nothing to do with them. Do you believe they would worry about your affairs? Are you guys so brainless? The neighboring village has already started. Whoever signs first will get the money first. Families who refuse to sign will stay. When the factory here is built, what will you do? It's a battery factory. Don't you want your body anymore? The villagers immediately started talking. A battery factory? That's harmful to the body, right? Yeah, if this goes on, even if I don't sign, someone else will. Might as well quit while I'm ahead. Right. Let's quit while we're ahead. What are we waiting for? Village chief, I've sold it. We'll keep this land anyway. Let's sign. Suddenly, the psychological defenses of Liujia village collapsed. The Lu family soon learned about this matter. After Lu Yingshan called his cousin, he was furious. You idiots, you don't want our ancestral land just because someone used a little trick on you? Xiao Mukan, who was sitting on the sofa, listened and glanced at Lu Yingshan. I don't expect you to accomplish anything. Forget about the Liujia village people. They're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Speaking of which, the cruelest ones are still the family members. Li Xiu's close relatives are truly vicious when it comes to what they do. At this time, Lu Ruan pushed the door open and came in with a small piece of cake in her hand. Xiao Mukan looked at this distracted woman, furious. What are you doing? You're acting like a ghost every day. What? Does marrying me make you so uncomfortable? You wanted to be with me in the first place. I didn't force you. Go cook for me. What Lu Ruan was holding in her hand was the strawberry cake that she used to ask Li Xiu to buy for her whenever she was angry. Whenever she feels sad, she wants to eat this cake and imagines that Li Xiu is still with her. When she hurt Li Xiu, she didn't feel it was an injury. She only began to regret it when she lost him. When Xiao Mukan treated her badly, this regret turned into pain that pierced her soul. She didn't think it was her fault. Every young girl could make mistakes. She just made a lot of wrong decisions under the pressure of Xiao Mukan. Xiao Mukan. Does it have anything to do with you whether I cook or not? Can't you cook for yourself when you're hungry? You're a man and you can't cook, but you lie here all day acting like a boss. Do you really think you're still the young master of the Xiao family? Xiao Mukan's eyes flashed, but before he could say anything, Lu Yingshan beside him spoke first. Lu Ruan, you're just a woman. Don't talk nonsense. Your son-in-law is having a hard time right now. He's trying to find a way back to the Xiao family every day. He's now working with Mr. Han from the Xiao family. Maybe I can find a job for your brother too. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Ruyan's eyes were ugly, and she said with a frown, with just a few of you, can you return to the Xiao family? Do you think the rich are all fools? Xiao Mukan stood up and pointed at Lu Ruyan. You're such a money loser. I'm in dire straits after getting involved with you. And you're still yelling. Get out of here. At this moment, 5-year-old Xiao Jia set his eyes on the strawberry cake in Lu Ruyan's hand and said, Dad, I want to eat cake. As he was about to take it, Lu Ruyan pushed Xiao Jia away with a slap. This is mine. The child lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Wow. Dad, this old ant hit me. Xiao Jia said to his father, squeezing away tears. Xiao Mukan suddenly became furious. Damn. Hitting my son? Who do you think you are? He walked up and slapped him. Bang! Lu Ruyan was knocked to the ground by the slap, and the cake in her hand fell to the ground. It turned into a mess of cream. Tears welled up in her eyes immediately. Li Xiu, it's all broken. Our past is all broken. Xiao Mukan. I'm going to fight you. She jumped up like crazy and was about to fight with Xiao Mukan. Xiao Mukan's face was scratched, and he slapped Lu Ruyan back with his backhand. He pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, You crazy person. It's just a piece of cake. Why are you so nervous? I think you should see a psychiatrist. When the Lu family was in chaos, Li Xiu was in the president's office of the Fu family. He wiped the kiss marks on his neck with a wet tissue, and a button on his shirt was missing. Wife, is this okay? What if someone hears us? Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyu sat back in his chair with satisfaction and said with a smile, Assistant Lin's annual salary is so high, she knows what to do and won't let anyone get close to her. Special Assistant Lin outside the door stopped the 2 deputy general managers. 2 vice presidents, the president is now receiving a very important guest. Please wait a moment, or you can give me the things and I will help you submit them to President Fu. After hearing this, the two vice presidents nodded and said, okay, we understand. The acquisition status of several villages is included in this report. Please submit it to Mr. Fu for us. After saying this, the two men left tactfully. Assistant Lin took the document and muttered to himself, oh, now that I'm the CEO's assistant, I have to deal with the CEO's desires. I feel like I'm no longer a clean person. At this moment, Li Xiu left the CEO's office. Sister Xiaolin, you are standing outside. Special Assistant Lin turned around and glared at Li Xiu with resentment. Don't come here again, brother-in-law, you're affecting the president's work, you evil concubine. Fuck. The demon concubine has already come out, and it was your empress herself who wouldn't let me leave. Can you blame me for this? Special Assistant Lin snorted coldly, you are the one who seduced her with your beauty. How could President Fu be wrong? She is the most hard-working person among the younger generation in Binhai. I don't want to bother with you. I'm leaving now. Li Xiu held an access card in his hand. My wife asked me to follow up and see if the final packaging issue of the lab battery has been resolved. The Fu Group's high-tech laboratory is the core area of the Fu Group. It seems my wife trusts me very much. It contains all the patented technologies. If I were a bad guy, Fu Xiuyu would have lost not only the technology but also his reputation. He would have lost both his wife and his army. Chapter 95, It is impossible to hand it in. At the same time, on the other side, in the president's office, Fu Xiuyu was listening to the report. You mean, everyone in Liujia village signed, and now most of the people in Lijia village have signed, but Li Xiu's relatives still refuse to sign. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, so, sometimes the ones who can hurt you the most are your family. They're targeting Li Xiu, so they're unwilling to give up on our project. Special Assistant Lin asked, what should we do? Just leave it there and notify the construction party to prepare for construction. I want to see how long they can hold out. Fu Xiuyu said. On the other side, Li Xiu went to the laboratory with the access card. After his identity was verified by the security guard at the laboratory door, he swiped his access card to enter the laboratory. After entering the interior, the person in charge was a middle-aged woman in a white coat. She smiled and said, you are Fu Xiuyu's husband, right? I'm Che Shui, the head of the laboratory. Li Xiu smiled and gave the man a brief handshake. Hello, Minister Che, I'm here to ask about the battery pack packaging design on my wife's behalf. Che Shui raised her hand to lead the way. Come with me, please. When designing this battery pack, we need to consider many factors, such as collisions, daily wear and tear, etc. The most important thing is that it won't catch fire. This is a difficult problem. Li Xiu followed him into the lab and took a look at the battery's external physical design formulas. Isn't there a battery that will never catch fire? All you physics formulas do is reduce the probability of battery collision and fire through external design. This design can't guarantee 100% certainty. Che Shui asked doubtfully, Li Xiu, do you understand these physics equations? I am not very talented, but I know a little about physics. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Actually, you have a mistake here. If it goes into production, there will be problems. He picked up the chalk and changed a few numbers on the blackboard. A researcher noticed Li Xiu's actions and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Hey! What are you doing? We worked on this for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. People outside the lab shouldn't mess around. Before he could finish his words, the man was shocked to find that Li Xiu had actually corrected the mistake. Li Xiu patted the chalk dust in his hand and said, after 3 days and 3 nights, it's quite good to have such an idea. Che Shui was stunned and said, this is really a small flaw. You can even find such a small mistake. Chief Li Xiu, I admit that I underestimated you before. Li Xiu said from the side, it's no big deal. I respect everyone's achievements. Even if I haven't discovered it, you will find it. The researcher just now was surprised and said, that's amazing, buddy. Why don't you come to our lab? I feel like you're a talent. Che Shui shook her head. You may not know this person, but he's Mr. Fu's husband. He's definitely going to be Mr. Fu's right-hand man in the future. How could he possibly come to our lab? After hearing this, there was a burst of applause at the scene, looking at these researchers with clear eyes. Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. Just at this moment, Li Xiu remembered that he had not signed in today. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Sign in location, Fu Group Laboratory. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining complete solution to zero flame battery technology design. Zero flame battery uses a synthetic superlattice solid electrolyte with ionic conductivity comparable to liquid electrolyte and is non-flammable. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. This non-flammable battery technology? Isn't that what my wife wants most? Or should we hand it over directly to the lab? No, this technology is too revolutionary, and these people don't know whether they can trust it. I'd better develop one first to do an experiment. If it doesn't work, wouldn't it be laughable? Ding. Mission released. The current host has obtained cutting-edge technology. Please select the following mission. 1. Achieved after holding a press conference and attracting the attention of millions of people. 2. Publish the paper on an academic website and achieve the goal after 10,000 readers. 3. Contribute technology to the country and receive direct rewards. After selecting, you can get check-in times X2. Li Xiu was slightly stunned. So, if we choose the first two, there are conditions, but if we choose the latter, the reward will be given directly? But handing it over to the country? Sorry, I personally don't have that awareness. My family runs a company, so there's no reason to just hand it over. Besides, once our Fu Group succeeds, it will also be a national enterprise and will bring glory to the country, right? He turned around and prepared to go to the CEO's office, but then stopped and said, No, I'd better tell my wife after I finish it. Go to the office, get a blackboard and start studying. Li Xiu thought. Then he returned to his office. On the other side, Fu Xiuyu sent several messages to Li Xiu in the president's office, but found that Li Su did not reply. What is this man doing? He doesn't reply to messages. Is he looking at the browser? She sent a message to Minister Chen Shuyi. Let her go and have a look. Chen Shuyi was in the Information Security Department. Upon hearing this, she stood up and walked out of the room, peeking towards Li Xiu's office. I saw Li Xiu standing in front of a blackboard. The chalk in his hand was written in a flamboyant manner, and she couldn't understand what was written at all. Is Li Xiu working? She took out her phone and replied truthfully, Section Chiefly is in the office and seems to be working diligently. Fu Xiuyu's expression improved slightly in the president's office. She thought Li Xiu was distracted by something. He's actually so serious? He knows how to work hard? Not bad, he hasn't become lazy just because I'm rich. Fu Xiuyu glanced at the drawer. Forget it, I'll give it to him when this limited edition belt is empty. She heard from her sister that the ex-girlfriend was still thinking of giving something to Li Xiu. It looked like a cheap belt, so she specially asked someone to buy this limited edition belt from abroad, which cost more than 20 million. Just to inform you, we will have a meeting this evening regarding the upcoming work arrangements and specific details for the industrial zone. The other end. Li Xiu put down his chalk in the office and said, I'll choose task 2, publish an academic paper and get over 10,000 reads. This feels the easiest. Any novel by Tomato has tens of thousands of readers, so it shouldn't be difficult for my paper to accumulate 10,000 reads. Li Xiu started typing in front of the computer. The paper is titled Application of Quantum Technology, Zero Flame Batteries Really Have No Flame. It was my first time writing a paper, and I was very nervous. After Li Xiu finished writing it, he uploaded it casually. The nickname is Crazy Wife Licking Jailer. Phew. I'm done. Next, just wait until the reading standard is met. Li Xiu opened the paper himself and quickly noticed in the upper right corner the number of readers, 1. Isn't this me? Forget it, let's wait a bit, maybe the reader hasn't shown up yet. Chapter 96, Crazy Licking of Wife Jailer vs. Long Legs Love to Kick People. Since the number of readers of the paper has to wait, Li Xiu simply stood up and left the office. He had been so busy until now that it was already time to get off work in the afternoon. Chen Shuyi smiled and said to Li Xiu at the door of his office, Chiefly, what are you busy with today? Oh, nothing, just some random research. Li Xiu didn't plan to leak it in advance. After the system task was completed, he could find a laboratory to get a sample and then see if it was feasible. Thinking of this, Li Xiu drove out of the company. As for the president's wife, she was working overtime as usual. She left a message on WeChat saying that there was no need to wait for her. Li Xiuza returned to the Fu Manor first. As soon as he got off the car, he ran into Fu Xiuxue. The sister-in-law glared at Li Xiu and said, the pervert is back. Hey, why are you scolding me when we just met? Did I offend you? Li Xiu said. What about basic respect between people? Fu Xiuxue shook his head and said, You scumbag, you don't deserve respect. Hey, you're a bit of a weirdo. Li Xiu shook his head. Dog-headed girl, I'm speechless. The two walked into the main hall. Fu Xiumu was lying on the sofa, his long white legs swaying as he watched a Douyin video. Come on. Come on. A mat ras. Fu Xiumu waved towards his brother-in-law, will you play tiles with me tonight? I want to hear you call me mom. Li Xiu said angrily, I haven't been a junior brother of Hua for many years. Go find a junior brother of Hua on the internet yourself. Humph, boring. Fu Xiumu said. Fu Xiuxue said from the side, Fu Xiumu, please help me write my paper. I'm really overwhelmed. I still have to research a graduation thesis. Fu Xiumu, why write it yourself? You could use AI or just steal some from Shoei.com. Isn't your physics department just piecing things together? Li Xiu was dumbfounded. After all this time, you're in the physics department? Fu Xiuxue glared at Li Xiu and said, Taekwondo is just my hobby. I'm a serious top student. Fu Xiumu nodded. My sister has excellent grades. My brother-in-law underestimates her. Li Xiu said calmly, I wouldn't underestimate you, it's just that the contrast is a bit big. At this time, Fu Wanjun said, come and eat. Your uncle won't be back for dinner today, and your sister is also working overtime. Let's eat. Li Xiu sent a message to Fu Xiuyu, I'll pick you up from get off work tonight. Fu Xiuyu, okay. During dinner, Fu Xiuxue was still thinking about his thesis. As soon as he finished eating, he went upstairs and found a small website on his computer. Just prepare to start copying. Soon I found someone who was here to make people laugh. A jailer who licks his wife like crazy? What the hell? Fu Xiuxue picked up the pen and put it in his mouth. I can tell at a glance that he's a disgusting guy who picks his feet. What kind of paper is this? Batteries? My sister seems to be working on batteries recently, and the Fu family's electric car is about to be launched. Look at that, huh? Non-flammable zero-flame batteries? How hilarious. This is clearly a science fiction film, but the content is... Her look of disdain gradually turned into one of interest. Then he pulled out his Word document and began to transfer it. It's an interesting idea, but a bit fanciful. Putting something this good online? There's no way it's actually useful. This is groundbreaking technology, huh? What's next? The key part is missing? Crazy licking his wife jailer? What are you doing so short? Hiding the key point? Ha, are you afraid that others will steal your technology? You must be kidding, you don't think your stuff can really be made. Comment, aka you old uncle, you're still hiding? What the hell is that? The other end. Li Xiu, who always keeps an eye on the status of his paper, opened his phone and saw that he had one more comment and the number of readers increased by 1. Ha? You're calling me a toe-picking uncle? This woman's name is Long Legs who love to kick people? This online name is obviously a T0 version. Reply, I'm reading a free paper, and you're still bragging about it. If you're that awesome, why don't you just write it yourself? I didn't charge you a dime? You're reading a free paper and you're still bragging about it. 500 words omitted. Fu Xiuxue was furious. He stood up and went to the living room to get some ice water. Ha! This guy called me a slang? I'll report you. Walking into the living room, he bumped into Li Xiu, who was looking down at his phone. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Hey, you bumped into me first, even though your cushion feels good. Li Xiu glanced down and said. Air cushion? Fu Xiuxue glanced at her chest. You shameless bastard. I'll tell my sister. Ah? What did I say? Li Xiu turned around and went back to the living room and continued to quarrel with this little fairy. Fu Xiuxue, still feeling angry after getting the ice water, returned to his room and continued editing his essay to curse, you big, toe-picking bastard, you'll never touch a woman in your life, right? Open your mouth, T0, shut up, T0. Li Xiu, it's obvious that no man wants you. Go buy some cucumbers yourself late at night. Fu Xiuxue, who was lying on the bed, was furious. All right. You bastard. It would be strange if you could have a woman. You'll be single your whole life. Li Xiuhong was surprised. I have 4 girlfriends. Do you have any? They have fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs, and you are a short, stinky girl. I'm done reading this. Damn, this task is so hard to complete. Does this kind of paper website have no traffic? Half a day has passed, and there are only 2 readers. At this time, he saw the other party's last message. You are so capable, do you have the guts to release the photos? Li Xiu replied, are you crazy? I'll show you the photos. No longer pay attention. Forget it, I'm going to play games, Fu Xiumu. Don't hit the tiles. Soon, my sister-in-law and I went to the esports room to play tiles. Sister-in-law, flank. Why don't you fight flank? Ha? I didn't notice. Why didn't you fight when you saw me? In the game, 2 people lie on the ground, motionless. After resurrection, the 2 came to an ambush site of the enemy sniper. Li Xiu said, don't go out. You're not as fast as him. Fu Xiumu was stunned. I'm not as fast as him? I'm the one that others call mom, and you say I'm not as fast as him? I tell you I'm the mid-lane sniper. Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiumu's 0-10 record and shook his head. No, you're not a sniper god, don't go out. Bang! Fu Xiumu fell to the ground. Li Xiu shook his head. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. On the other side, after discovering that the guy who was licking the jailer was ignoring him, Fu Xiuxue also began to revise his thesis seriously. This person's paper has some pretty good ideas. If you scold me like that, I'll plagiarize you to death. At this moment, Fu Xiuxue didn't feel any guilt at all for copying. Chapter 97, Little Greedy Cat? How interesting. After playing games until 8 p.m., Li Xiu remembered that he had to pick up his wife and left the gaming room. Fu Xiumu called out from behind him, call my mom before you leave. I'm calling you a ghost. Li Xiu ignored him and went downstairs to pick someone up in his Mercedes-Benz E. For Li Xiu, the main reason for choosing a Mercedes-Benz over a supercar is that a sports car is obviously not as comfortable to sit in as this kind of car, and a sports car is just for the sake of looking cool when driving. Fu Xiuyu had actually been waiting for a while at this time. In fact, according to her ability, she could have asked assistant Lin to drive the company car to take her back. But Li Xiu said he would pick her up, and she also wanted to experience the feeling of her husband picking her up. According to Special Assistant Lin, people in love are mentally ill. At this time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared on the roadside. The window rolled down, and a noble man appeared in the car. He smiled and said, Mr. Fu, why are you standing on the roadside? Is your car broken down? I'll take you home. Fu Xiuyu shook her head and said, no need. I'll wait for my husband to pick me up. Your husband? Oh, by the way, I just came back from abroad and heard that you're married. But there's no difference between you getting married and me giving you a gift. Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly, Mr. Huang, you should just go your own way. You should drive your father's car carefully. This man is called Huang Xiaotian. His family is also in business and he knows Fu Xiuyu. You? Huang Xiaotian felt that he had lost face because he wanted to buy a car but was rejected by his father. His father was a very stingy person in the circle and said that the family had many cars and these old cars would be enough. Just as he was about to ask the driver to leave, a Mercedes-Benz came by the roadside, and Fu Xiuyu happily walked forward and sat in the passenger seat. Huang Xiaotian's face turned grim. Mercedes-Benz? Are you kidding me? You're driving someone else's shabby Mercedes-Benz instead of my Rolls-Royce? The driver in front said, Master, that's the son-in-law of the Fu family. They are husband and wife. What's wrong with being a husband and wife? What rich lady wouldn't go out and have affairs after finding a husband? But I just like this. Huang Xiaotian said in a low voice. Why are so-called son-in-laws looked down upon? Most of the son-in-laws of wealthy families rely on their wives for a living. Many wealthy ladies have messy private lives, so even if the son-in-law sees something, he still has to endure it. Let's go, and try again when we have a chance. At this moment in the car, Li Xiu was driving the Mercedes-Benz with one hand and touching the president's thigh with the other hand. Wife, you look so beautiful from this angle too. Fu Xiuyu closed his eyes and leaned on the passenger seat. Do you guys all like to touch your girlfriends like this? There are indeed such jokes on Douyin, but I just like touching my wife, said Li Xiu. Fu Xiuyu now got down to business with Li Xiu. Your relative's family is going to be a nail house. I'm going to start construction right away. Our workers will officially start construction tomorrow. Li Xiu also thought about the battery. If there were a battery in this world that wouldn't catch fire, even if it were destroyed by metal. This is also the research direction of our cooperation with the university. Once non-flammable batteries are developed, it will be epic making. At that time, our electric cars will truly be able to beat traditional cars, and we at Fu Group will be able to overtake them. Fu Xiuyu said. But that's impossible. Our research lab has proven that this technology cannot be mass-produced in the short term. Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth and said, I have solved the technical problem. I will take it out when I am sure that the energy efficiency ratio of the actual product is no different from that of ordinary batteries. The two returned to the Fu family and parked the car in the parking space. Li Xiu stopped the car, and Fu Xiuyu tilted his head and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Here we are, my wife is up. Li Xiu stepped forward and noticed the smile on his wife's lips, so he immediately moved closer. Second floor. The three sisters of the Fu family were looking down from Fu Xiumu's balcony. It's been 3 minutes, why don't you get off the car? Fu Xiuyuan asked in confusion. Maybe they're being intimate. Fu Xiuxue said. Fu Xiumu, sister is hungry too. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. It's normal for my sister to be hungry. After all, she's been single for 30 years. Her hormones are about to explode. Once they're released, it's truly amazing. Aren't you also single since birth, sister? Fu Xiumu said. Fu Xiuyuan snorted coldly, who said that? We directors often use our power to manipulate male celebrities, okay? She said with evasive eyes. At this moment, the car shook slightly. The three sisters' eyes widened. No way, it can't be. Fu Xiumu covered his face. Fu Xiuxue shook his head. Is this kind of thing interesting? It's boring. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Fu Xiuxue and asked, aren't you going to write a paper soon? Fu Xiuxue said. Don't mention it. I had a fight with that guy in the comments section of the paper. Oh? Tell me more about it. Fu Xiuyuan asked curiously. It's okay. A stupid guy said he has 4 girlfriends. Fu Xiuxue said. Just bragging. Fu Xiumu said. Eh? The car below seems to have changed its rhythm. The two sisters looked down and their faces turned red again. Really? I want to see when they come out. Fu Xiuyuan said. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly, I saw online that this kind of thing is bad for a man's health. It will shorten his life. Who can stop him? Fu Xiumu shook his head and said, no, I think my brother-in-law is quite strong. Fu Xiuxue glanced at Fu Xiumu and said, you're focusing on quite a lot. How can it not be more? Fu Xiuyuan said with a smile, she is a kind and considerate sister. At this time, the car door was pushed open and 2 people were packing their clothes stealthily. Fu Xiuxue glanced at his phone. 28 minutes, kind of rubbish. Are you okay? Doesn't it hurt after being here for so long? She said blushing. Let's go down and take a look at these 2 little greedy cats. Fu Xiuxue said. Several people left the balcony. Seeing the 2 people in the living room, Li Xiu felt dizzy and sat down on the sofa, taking a look at the fruit plate on the table. Picked up a piece of fruit and started eating. Phew. I'm tired. Fu Xiuxue glanced at Li Xiu and rolled her eyes. Ha, you're tired after 28 minutes? Young people still need to practice. Fu Xiuyu is drinking water. Puff. He burst out and glared at his 3 sisters, aren't you afraid of getting sty? Fu Xiumu smiled and threw himself into his sister's arms, big sister smells so good, I want one too. Bang. Fu Xiuxue slapped him. What do you want? Fu Xiuyu stepped forward, grabbed Fu Xiumu's mouth, and pulled it apart. Die. Ah, it hurts, you've broken my mouth. Fu Xiumu screamed. At the same time, Fu Xiuyuan asked, sister, how's the acquisition going? Fu Xiuyu said, it went relatively smoothly. We encountered one stubborn household, but it was just a personal grudge. Anyway, we just need to avoid them with our factory. Chapter 98 Oops, accidentally entered the Ponzi cave. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, then your weird relatives will use moral blackmail on you again, because now even if they beg me to tear it down, I won't do it. Let them stay with the factory. Wow. Sister, this family is so happy now. One family is staying alone in the factory. When the construction starts, how will they rest at night? Fu Xiuyu stood up and said, I don't know whether they will take a break or not, but I need to rest now. I still have a lot to do tomorrow. Brother-in-law, let's go make tiles. Fu Xiumu suddenly stepped forward and pulled the corner of Li Xiu's clothes, shaking him continuously. Li Xiu shook his head. Not today, I have things to do. I'll go up first. After saying that, Li Xiu went to his room on the second floor. There was a computer in the room where he could study new technologies. Fu Xiumu snorted coldly, it's not enough that we've just finished our work. Are we going to continue like this tonight? Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand to his lips and said, this couple is really like this. Maybe it's because the strongest age has met the strongest you? Fu Xiuxue covered his ears. You guys are so disgusting. Are men really that good? Let's go. She turned and went back to her room. At the same time, Li Xiu returned to the room and started studying battery technology. With the design ideas provided by the system, Li Xiu only needed to use physics to verify it, which saved a lot of trouble. Fu Xiuyu suddenly slipped into Li Xiu's arms. What are you looking at? It's not common to see someone working so hard. Li Xiu said with a smile. I'm doing some physics research, and I'm making a gift for you. Fu Xiuyu couldn't understand these equations either, and had no idea what Li Xiu was doing. You're a top computer student, but I didn't expect you to be so good at physics? No wonder Principal Song Yu likes you so much. Song Yu? Li Xiu remembered, that classmate of yours is pretty good. Oh? What's good about it? Fu Xiuyu said in Li Xiu's ear. What I'm saying is that he has good academic ability. There's no need for you to hold a pair of scissors against me. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiu smiled and said, by the way, husband, when are you going to hold our wedding? Li Xiu thought for a moment, then said after a pause, we can choose a date. It depends on what you like. Fu Xiuyu laughed and said, then shouldn't we have the bridal chamber first and then get married? This is called love first, marriage later. Li Xiu said. Then I'll let mom choose a good day. Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. Li Xiu nodded, okay, your husband and I need to do some research, you should go to bed first. Huh? You're sleeping already? Fu Xiuyu's eyes were dangerous. Have you been cheating on me a lot lately? You haven't been as capable lately as you used to be. I'll ask the kitchen to make you some wolfberry and oyster soup. Hearing this, Li Xiu felt overwhelmed and immediately said righteously, we are still young. We should work hard for social progress and national prosperity, not focus on some vulgar hobbies. Fu Xiuyu smiled and said, don't make excuses for your incompetence. You. Li Xiu gasped. You're done. Do you know that there's a technique in Buddhism that can be used to develop the indestructible Vajra skill? If I use it, you can feel if I can do it. The next moment, Li Xiu's qi sank into his dantian. My lord, tonight. Subdue the demon. The next day. Fu Xiuyu, who was mistaken for a spider spirit, got up in high spirits, kissed Li Xiu lightly on the cheek, then went downstairs and looked at her three sisters. The three sisters didn't have breakfast and didn't put on makeup, so they looked a little haggard. But in contrast, Fu Xiuyu, who had fought for half the night, was in high spirits and full of energy. Fu Wanjun said with a smile, my eldest daughter looks better and better. It's true that women need to find a partner when they reach a certain age. Look how good your eldest sister looks. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at his elder sister and said, sister, you look as if you've taken some tonic pills. It seems that younger brothers are nourishing. Fu Xiuxue shook his head, if you don't know, you would think we are in Ponzi Cave. Fu Xiumu snorted. If my sister hadn't acted quickly, my brother-in-law might have been mine. Fu Xiuyu glared at her. You? Your freshman year is almost over, and you haven't succeeded yet. It's possible that someone else will snatch her away. Fu Xiumu stood up and put on his bag, I'm leaving. I'm so annoyed by you. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, the dog is desperate. Fu Xiumu turned around and glared at his elder sister. When Li Xiu arrived at the first floor, the Fu sisters had all left. Li Xiu came to the first floor to eat breakfast, and Fu Wanjun came to Li Xiu's side. Xiao Xiu, regarding your wedding, I'll ask someone to calculate your birth date. What's your birth date? If it's not clear, you'll need to get a blood test. Li Xiu nodded. Okay, Fu Xiu and I will go, but I don't know your birth date. Fu Wanjun was slightly stunned, don't you know? Li Xiu nodded. Yes, my father picked me up. I don't know the details. After all, the laws were not so perfect back then. Fu Wanjun nodded, okay, I understand. Xiaoxiu, Mom has a family heirloom for you. As she spoke, she pushed out a brocade box. This ancient jade bracelet was originally supposed to be used by the young master of the Fu family to find a wife, but now, since you are the son-in-law, I will give it to you for safekeeping. If you have children in the future, you can pass it down. Oh no? Am I going to be the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family? Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. Mom, I'm a man, you can just give it to Fu Xiu for safekeeping. Ha ha, do you think I'm asking you to marry into my family's family? No, I'm just giving it to you and your wife to keep. Fu Wanjun said with a smile. Li Xiu then put it away and said, then I'll put it aside for my wife tonight. After saying that, Li Xiu came to the yard and shook his head, go to work. The car is up. With a sound, he disappeared from the Fu family manor. There's another sign in today. How about going to the Taoist temple to sign in? I remember there's a Taoist cultural relic in the city. Maybe I can sign in and find some cultivation techniques? Start cultivating immortality directly. Binhai City, Taoist ancient architectural ruins. This Taoist temple has long been dilapidated and has been cordoned off by the government as a tourist attraction. When you get close to it, you can vaguely see the words Lao Jun Temple from a distance. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Taoist technique, the true explanation of Tai Chi. In just a moment, countless Tai Chi boxing, Tai Chi sword and other skills all flooded into his brain. These Tai Chi moves were sharp and deadly, completely different from the old man's boxing that Li Xiu usually saw in the square. So Tai Chi can be practiced like this? What a pity, I didn't get the immortal cultivation technique, ah. I'll try it next time when I have time. As I looked up, I saw the pensioners dancing in the small park opposite. Chapter 99, Why hasn't Li Xiu come and kneel down to beg us? Wow, a group of old men and women are practicing Tai Chi. Li Xiu walked closer with his hands in his pockets. Facing these old men and women, he performed a set of authentic Tai Chi. Li Xiu's Tai Chi was soft yet firm, fierce and powerful. These old men and women were stunned and stood there in surprise for a long time. Passers-by took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Is this Tai Chi? Can this be called Tai Chi? So strong, who is this guy? So handsome. Li Xiu showed off his skills briefly, then drove back to the company and the office, where he prepared to do the final verification. His zero-flame battery was almost ready to be released. On the other side, Binhai University. Fu Xiuxue was handing his paper to the physics professor in front of him. The professor's name was Xiao Zhenghai, and he was nicknamed the Mediterranean. He took the paper, pushed up his glasses and glanced at it casually. Batteries? Using physics to make this kind of battery, well, this isn't something copied from science fiction, is it? He shook his head and glanced at Fu Xiuxue. Forget it. Your family isn't short of money anyway. Forget it. Let's go. Fu Xiuxue cursed the guy called wife-licking jailer countless times in his heart. Hey, big guy, I knew what he wrote was unreliable. He made me get scolded by the professor. Fu Xiuxue turned around and returned to his seat. Professor Xiao didn't even look at them carefully and took the students' papers back to his office. After arriving at the office, coincidentally, several other professors from the Department of Physics came to the office. I'm telling you, kids these days are constantly writing papers and stuff about AI. If AI can make academic breakthroughs, what do we need to do? That's right, AI is also based on human creation. Without human creativity and random imagination, machines simply can't write brilliant papers. When several people shook their heads, a professor casually picked up Fu Xiuxue's paper on Professor Zhao's desk and said, Huh? This paper is science fiction. Xiao Zhenghai stood up and said, Hey, this student's sudden inspiration might have come from a science fiction movie. The so-called zero-flame battery is simply impossible to achieve. At this time, the professor said, Eh? No, look here, starting from the second chapter, the core content here is very close to reality. Wait, the equations and theories on the attached pages don't look fake. Whose student is this? Whose student is this? Xiao Zhanhai was startled. Several professors came closer to take a look and immediately exclaimed, "We must tell the principal. This might be a great discovery." Xiao Zhanghai said, "I'll go find Fu Xiuxue right now." The other end. Li Xiu looked at the number of readers of his paper on the academic website. 4. 4 people have read it, besides myself, that's only 3 people who have read it. Damn, is it really that difficult? Or did I make a mistake? It looks like this task is impossible. With a cumulative reading of 10,000 times, it can't be that easy. Let's just use the browser. On the other side, Binhai City, Lijia Village. At this moment, most families in Lijia Village are moving. When the village chief passed by Li Guanxai's house, he glanced at the Yao family members sitting at the door and said with a smile, "Yao Lily, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but don't make a fool of yourself here. When I move out, you won't even have anywhere to sign the village committee documents. The Fu Corporation is about to start development. If you guys don't leave, this place will be surrounded by factories. How are you going to live here?" Yao Lily sneered and said, "Village chief, you are stupid. When the time comes, the Fu family will come and beg us to move out. Do you understand?" Hearing this, the village chief shook his head. "Hey, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why are you so stubborn?" At this time, the village chief received a call and picked up the phone and said, "Hello? What's the matter?" "What? The Fu family's demolition plan is over?" Then, I understand. The village chief put down his phone and looked at Yao Lily helplessly. "What did I say? The Fu family is wealthy and powerful. They're willing to pay this price, which is already a favor to us. Why do you have to make a fuss? It's all right now. Fu said that the demolition plan has ended now. You guys, now you want to be demolished, but no one will pay any attention to you, and you still want to pay more? Go ahead and dream of your future." The village chief was too lazy to care and just drove away. Li Yao glanced at his mother and said, "Mom, they're not going to demolish it? So should we just wait?" Yao Lily was a little panicked. Why didn't anyone come to ask us for help? At this time, Li Guangx shook his head and said, "Yao Lily, I see everyone has signed. What should we do now? Should we still live here?" Yao Lily shook her head. "Don't worry, if you ask me, this is all just a trick to test our psychological bottom line. Don't worry. It won't be long before Li Xiu comes to beg us." Just at this moment, a bulldozer appeared a little further away and headed straight towards the Li family. Several staff members took out white paint, walked to the edge of the wall and started marking the areas. When Yao Lily and her family saw this, they were so shocked that they immediately rushed forward to stop it. "Stop! What are you doing? This is our home. Don't you know we won't tear it down?" The staff took a look at the family and took out the documents. "These are the details of your land division. According to the village documents, this half of the land belongs to another villager. They have already signed. Now we will strictly follow the village drawings and demolish your half." Yao Lily's eyes widened. Li Xiu? Li Ping'an? It must be them. This house is ours. If you dare to touch it, we'll call the police. The person in charge of Fu's demolition said, "We are operating strictly in accordance with the laws and regulations. You can call the police, but you are just hindering our company's normal work. Let's see who the police will arrest." When Yao Lily heard this, her expression changed immediately. Indeed, this document belongs to the village and has the official seal. If I stop it myself, it might cause big problems. No. You can't push our house anyway. I'll stop it right here, but if you have the guts, just run us over. The person in charge shook his head and said, "No, call the police. This family is obstructing normal construction." After a while, when the police arrived and saw that all the documents were complete, they immediately ordered the Yao family not to make trouble, otherwise they would be put in jail for 2 days. After the machine demolished half of the houses on the Li family's land, Yao Lily and her family were outside the yard, crying for their parents. "Li Ping'an, you and your son are bullying me. You are too much of a bully." Woo. Chapter 100, The principal pressed against her thigh. When the Yao family broke through their defense, there was some commotion in Binhai. In the Binhai University president's office, President Song Yu stared at the contents of the paper, his body trembling with excitement. If the core theory in this paper is realized, it will have a huge impact on the current electric vehicle market. The world's first mass-produced, non-spontaneous combustion battery? Professor Xiao Zhenghai said excitedly. The paper comes from a student in our class, a female student. You may know her as the daughter of the Fu family, Fu Xiaoxue. This child's grades are good, but also average. I didn't expect that he would give me such a big surprise this time. Song Yu glanced at Xiao Zhenghai in confusion. Fu Xiaoxue? Fu Xiaoyu's sister? I didn't expect there to be such a talented person among the Fu family. Her family deserves to be rich. Doesn't the Fu group want to continue cooperating with our school? If the subsequent content of this battery is really feasible, then our school will be begging the Fu family for cooperation. Come on, get this student over here quickly. I want to ask him some questions. On the other side, a counselor urgently found Fu Xiaoxue. The principal is looking for you. Go to the principal's office immediately. Fu Xiaoxue shuddered. Principal? What do you want from me? Counselor, why are you asking me to come here for no reason? Did I do something wrong? Instructor Fu smiled and said, I didn't do anything wrong, but I want to remind you that it seems to be related to your thesis. I don't know what it is specifically, but you should know better than me. Anyway, go quickly and don't keep the principal waiting for too long, or he'll make things difficult for you. Fu Xiaoxue stood up hurriedly and headed towards the principal's office. At this moment, she was feeling very nervous. Oh, what's going on? Did I get caught stealing the thesis of the jailer who licked my wife? No way, I was just trying to fool the professor. He told the principal so seriously? He won't expel me, will he? She was so nervous that she almost took the wrong road. After finally arriving at the principal's office, as soon as I entered the door, I was pushed against the wall by the principal's wife. Bang! As the wind blew, the principal's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Student! You must tell me immediately what the follow-up status of this paper is. Have you finished it? Have all the technical difficulties been overcome? The principal's face was only 2 centimeters away from Fu Xiaoxue, and Fu Xiaoxue felt as if the principal wanted to dig out her brains. Gurgle. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Fu Xiaoxue said, Principal, actually. You don't have to do this. Shut up. Do you know how difficult it is for us to develop battery technology? Safety is a top priority in fields like automotive and aviation. Our cars can be fast and powerful, but they're always criticized for explosions and spontaneous combustion. If we could solve this problem, do you know what impact it would have on the world order? No. You don't. If you knew, you wouldn't be talking to me like that now. Fu Xiaoxue instinctively wanted to escape, but her long legs were held back by the principal. You want to leave? If you don't hand in the second half of your paper today, you're not going anywhere. The principal panted and raised his hand to Fu Xiaoxue's face. Ah, you are my baby. If there is a student in our school who can solve this problem, me, you, and this school are going to explode. We'll at least move up dozens of places in the global rankings, hee hee. Sweat broke out on Fu Xiaoxue's forehead. Damn it. What am I going to do? I copied it. Damn it. I copied it. What do I say? Stop it. Professor Xiao said, President, I've contacted the leaders of the Academy of Sciences, and they're very excited too. Ha ha ha. Fu Xiaoxue, everyone's waiting for your answer. Holy shit. I just plagiarized a paper, what is wrong with that? Is this guy who picks his toes so capable? Principal, actually I. Fu Xiaoxue found it difficult to speak. Song Yu's expression was a little stiff. I plagiarized. The principal's expression slowly changed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Say it again. You told me you plagiarized a paper that could change the world. Who is it? Where did you copy that from? Talk to me. Fu Xiaoxue was shaken so hard that his brains were about to pop out. I don't know. It seems to be a guy who picked his toes and found it on a fake paper platform. Oh? Song Yu was completely confused. On the other side, Li Xiu was hiding in the toilet alone to take a shit, looking at the screen of his mobile phone, and the pitiful number of readers, 4. Or 4? I can't be this miserable writing a novel on tomato, right? Only 4 people read it. Is it because I don't have a sequel and can't retain readers? Looks like I still have to add 2 more chapters. Of course, the core department still can't be exposed. At this moment, I am in the office of the president of Binhai University. Sonia stared at the screen in front of him and said, "You mean, you can copy such useful information from such a fake website?" Song Yu's eyes were complicated. There were expressions of disappointment, surprise, and helplessness. Fu Xiuxue said helplessly, "Who knew that I was just borrowing something from a fake website, and it would be so serious?" Song Yu shook his head helplessly. "None of this matters now. The key is that this paper hasn't been discovered by anyone yet. We should contact this person as soon as possible, otherwise someone from another school will easily get there first." "Is it that serious?" Fu Xiuxue asked. Sonia nodded, but it was a good thing that the paper was not written by someone from the Fu family, otherwise it would have been very interesting to see me asking Fu Xiuyu for help. I just don't know if there really is so much behind this person, or if it's just a momentary fantasy with no follow-up. At this moment, Fu Xiuxue suddenly said, "Wait, it seems like he uploaded another page." Song Yu also noticed it immediately and clicked on the latest page. Her eyes lit up immediately. Okay. Let me see. If the subsequent content is indeed the key to this technology, then it proves that this person may actually have this technology. At this moment, Song Yu and Xiao Zhanghai were staring at the screen, not daring to breathe. Soon, they discovered the situation. Xiao Zhanghai said, This is really the core. Although this is only a part, it at least proves that the author must have a lot of research in hand." Bang! Song Yu slammed the table and said, "Great! Such talents must be in my hands. I'm going to contact this, wife-licking jailer right now." Chapter 101, Principle, You are truly willing to dedicate yourself to technology. Song Yu immediately registered an account and sent an invitation to this person in the background. On the other side, Li Xiu, who was using the restroom at the company, was slightly stunned. "Oh? It really is useful. This adds 1 more read? But it's still a long way from 10,000 reads. Ahem. The website's backend prompts that someone has sent a message." Li Xiu opened the backend message and took a look. Wow. It sounds so real. Could this be an online scam? This ID called Send Me to Meet actually promised him a lot of random things. "Send me to meet, Mr. Jailer, I am an investor who is very interested in you. I am also very interested in the paper you wrote. Can we meet? Please bring all the documents with you. I want to see if the research is true. Is it any of your business whether it's true or not? I'm just trying to complete the mission. This thing has to be given to my wife. What does it have to do with you?" Li Xiu shook his head helplessly. "I'm not interested in meeting you or your investment. Sorry." The following sentence was sent. When Song Yu saw the reply on the website, he was stunned. What? Who wouldn't be interested in investing? Doesn't he have complete research? Fu Xiuxue said unconvincingly, "Principal Song, this guy is so rude. He's basically a toe picker. A jailer who likes to lick his wife is nothing but a pervert. And he even claims to have 4 girlfriends. What a scumbag." When Song Yu heard this, he understood what was going on. "You mean you talked to him? He's a pervert? A pervert?" Fu Xiuxue was stunned. "Huh? Principal? Why are you asking this?" Song Yu shook his head. "Oh, it's okay. I'll think of a solution. You can go back first." Xiao Zhanghai was still standing aside. Song Yu glanced at Xiao Zhanghai and said, "What are you doing?" "Go back too." Xiao Zhanghai nodded quickly, hey. He rolled his eyes in his heart and didn't understand why his leader suddenly became so angry. "Then let's go." After they left, Song Yu continued editing the text. "Sir, are you in an online relationship?" No one could have imagined that the principal was so obsessed with cutting-edge technology that he was willing to sell his body. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Group. At the president's meeting, Xiao Chang'e listened to the reports from senior executives. The Fu Group recently completed the preliminary acquisition of the Battery Industrial Park and is currently in the preparation stage for construction. Xiao Chang'e shook his head. "I know about this matter, but what about the other side?" The executive continued, "Our research on blade batteries has been successful. They have higher energy density and are less likely to ignite and explode. Xiao Chang'e smiled and said, okay. We've been cutting in on the Fu family in many ways. Their battery has just been released and they're eager to put it into production, but we've already successfully mastered a better battery. The Fu family will definitely be caught off guard. At this time, he glanced at his two grandsons. Wu Yixue, Han Mimi, where are you two? What have you been busy with lately? Wu Yixue immediately reported, Grandpa, I've been familiarizing myself with the company's business recently. Don't worry, I will definitely become an outstanding president in the future. Han Mimi rolled her eyes. That means nothing has been done. Xiao Chang'e glanced at Han Mimi and asked, what about you? Han Mimi immediately reported, I'm really good, Grandpa. I fought back against the Fu family's acquisition plan. Used the local villagers to oppose Fu Xiuyu's acquisition. It caused a lot of trouble for Fu Xiuyu. Xiao Chang'e nodded. This kind of thing won't have a big impact on the Fu family. Everyone, get ready. Next, my Xiao family will hold a press conference for the new battery. Go and make arrangements. After Xiao Chang'e left the meeting room, Wu Yixue glanced at Han Mimi and asked, is this the only despicable method you can use? Han Mimi smiled and said, you yourself can't do anything, you haven't done anything, yet you're talking about me? Wu Yixue, you're really something. Wu Yixue glanced at Han Mimi and said, a woman like you wants to inherit the Xiao family? Impossible. Han Mimi rolled her eyes. Just wait and see. On the other side, the Fu group. Fu Xiuyu also got wind of the news immediately. Special Assistant Lin walked into the office and said, Mr. Fu, I just received the news. The Xiao family is going to release a new type of battery to stop us. Fu Xiuyu's expression changed. New type of battery? By this time, Li Xiu had already left the bathroom and declined the other party's invitation on the phone. I'm very picky, not the kind of person who makes casual calls. Seeing Li Xiu's words, Song Yu stomped his feet and said, do you know who I am? How dare you reject me? Too much, too much. At this moment, Li Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to the paper website. He returned to his office and sorted out his battery files and information. He was about to go find his wife and said, I'd better leave this technology to my wife. All the way to the president's office. Just then, Special Assistant Lin came out and upon seeing Li Xiu, he immediately said, you're going in now? Be careful, your wife might get mad. Huh? What's wrong? Li Xiu asked in confusion. It's the Xiao family who's holding back a big move. After our Fu family releases the battery, now they've released a more advanced battery. Our projects have all started, and this will have a great impact on us. Special Assistant Lin said. Li Xiu laughed, I thought it was something else. No matter how advanced the battery is, can it be as advanced as mine? He raised the document in his hand and said, I'm looking for my wife for this very thing. Just wait. Li Xiu pushed the door open and walked into Fu Xiuyu's office. Fu Xiuyu was in a daze with a dark face. Li Xiu closed the door carefully. Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, I'm not in the mood to accompany you. Why don't you play by yourself for a while? I know what's bothering you right now. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiuyu. But if you just take a closer look at this document of mine, I doubt you'll be able to look away. Fu Xiuyu looked up curiously, what document? Li Xiu smiled. After reading this, your troubled problems will no longer be a problem. Fu Xiuyu stood up curiously, walked to Li Xiu's side, took the document, and said in surprise, this is it. Meanwhile, Fu Xiuxue, who was at school, pulled out her phone and logged into the paper's website. The principal is so excited. Could this battery actually work? Then my sister will definitely be interested. Let's see if he's willing to sell me this battery. She immediately took out her cell phone and sent a large number of messages to the jailer who was licking his wife crazily. At this moment, in the CEO's office, Fu Xiuyu had already rushed towards Li Xiu. Hubby, you're amazing. If you patent this technology, our Fu group can earn at least 10 billion a year. Just give it to me like that. Li Xiu held his wife's thigh with his backhand and placed her on the desk. You said you were my wife. Isn't it my duty to share your worries? Besides, how can I be short of money when I'm with you? Chapter 102, Now you know to beg me? Get lost. Fu Xiuyu whispered in Li Xiu's ear, then, aren't you afraid of being accused of being a gigolo? Free rice? Whoever has the ability can eat it. That's called envy, jealousy, and hatred. If you are not envied by others, you are mediocre. Li Xiutian is shameless. Fu Xiuyu bit her lip and said, "So, how do you think I can repay you now?" An evil smile appeared on Li Xiu's lips. "Sir, I will naturally charge you some interest now." 2 hours later. Fu Xiuyu put on her clothes and hurriedly tidied up the CEO's office to prevent anyone from seeing her. She straightened her expression and said, "I'll immediately arrange for the laboratory to produce it according to your information. Once this battery is released, it will be revolutionary. When our company's stock price soars, other companies will also come to us. Li Xiu, with your contributions, I can already order your promotion to department head." Li Xiu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm fine with it. As for the minister or something, it's up to you." Fu Xiuyu immediately asked Special Assistant Lin to go to the laboratory to arrange battery production. And Fu Xiuyu immediately convened a high-level meeting. These things had nothing to do with Li Xiu. When he returned to the office and turned on his mobile phone, he found that 2 people were looking for him on the website. One is to send me to meet, and the other is Long Legs. These 2 people are very knowledgeable and both want to obtain battery technology. Li Xiu responded one by one, saying he was not interested in their ideas. Then I exited the website. At the same time, in Lijia village, Yao Lily's family had already panicked. The family took a taxi to the Xiao group. As soon as they got off the car, Yao Lily and her son walked up to the security guard at the door and pulled him over. "Well, we are from Lijia village. Can you help contact your general manager Han? She promised us." Yao Lily's eyes were full of pleading. The security guard at the door glared at the woman, then said, "Can you see Mr. Han whenever you want? Don't you even look at what you have?" Li Guangcai and Yao Wan said from behind. "Alas! You can't do this. You said at the time that as long as we were the nail households, you would support us." "Yeah, you can't do that." The security guard knew something was wrong and immediately called Han Nini. "Boss Han, you'd better come down and take a look. There's a family here. What are they saying? You promised to be a nail house and provide them with a safety net. I'm worried about the impact on the group's image. Why don't you come and take a look?" When Han Nini heard this, she immediately hurried to the first floor. Seeing Yao Lily and her family making trouble, he asked the security guard to take them aside and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing? What are you doing in front of our group's door?" Yao Lily immediately explained, "This, Mr. Han, is not what we want to make a fuss about. But you promised us that you would cover the cost of the demolition if the Fu family refused to demolish it for us. Now that the Fu family is ignoring us, you can't fail to protect us." Han Nini sneered, "That's hilarious. Whether to demolish it or not is your business. It has nothing to do with our Xiao family. Don't make trouble. Be careful or I'll call the police and ask you to leave." Yao Lily was completely panicked now. "Oh, you can't hurt people like this. If you're not willing to cover up, then you shouldn't have said that before. What should we do now?" Yao Lily was about to cry. People in the same village took their money to buy houses or to get married. As for their family, they now see excavators working everywhere early in the morning every day. The noise lasted until 7 or 8 in the evening. "If you cause trouble, you will be invited to have tea with the police." Han Nini said with her hands behind her back, "If you have the time, why don't you go and ask the Fu family for help? They are the ones who bought the company, not our Xiao family. You can't make random accusations." This, Yao Lily glanced at her parents. Li Yao pulled his mother and said, "Mom, why don't we go to the Fu family and ask Li Xiu to let us move now?" Li Guangcai and Yao Wan also nodded. "We are relatives after all. They were going to buy our land anyway, but now we are proactively coming to sell it to them, and they are not happy." "Yes, yes, yes. Lily, let's go find Li Xiu." Yao Lily nodded. She never expected that they would be the ones asking Li Xiu for help instead of the others. A few people had to take a taxi again. Yao Lily said, "Son, take a taxi." Li Yao shook his head and said, "No, I just took a taxi and I'm out of money." "Mom, are you going to fight yourself?" Yao Lily's face changed. "Where do I have any money? Why don't we just walk away?" Li Guangcai glanced at Yao Wan and said, "I told you long ago, if I had agreed from the beginning, would we have had all these troubles?" Yao Wan glared. "And you still say, my daughter is also trying to maximize our interests. What bad intentions could she have?" Isn't it for our family? It's better than your grandson's wolfish ambitions. Several people walked towards the Fu group. By the time we got there, it was almost time to get off work. Yao Lily and others found the security guard downstairs. Security boss, we are Li Xiu's relatives and we are here to ask for his help. Please be flexible. The security guard glanced at these people and said, we have a rule. You guys are not allowed to enter. Li Yao immediately stepped forward and said, brothers, don't you recognize me? I'm Li Xiu's younger brother. We were here last time. The security guard pushed him away and said, you almost got me killed. If we hadn't let you in last time, would we have had a month's salary docked? Get out, get out, get out. Just at this moment, Li Xiu walked down from the office building and prepared to leave work. Li Yao saw it and immediately shouted, Li Xiu. Here. Here. Brother. Look at me. Li Xiu stopped where he was and looked back. I've seen it, it's dirty. I'm leaving now. Yao Lily shouted from the other side, Li Xiu. We were wrong. Please talk to your wife for us and ask if they can demolish our house. Li Xiu. Li Guangcai stepped forward angrily and said tremblingly, Li Xiu. I'm your grandfather. You saw me, but you didn't even look at me. Where's your conscience? Where's your filial piety? Li Xiudu walked away. After hearing this, he turned around and glanced at the old man. How could you go too far? In the end, you can just say you're the elder and let everything go. And we, the younger generation, have been submissive our whole lives, but if we disobey you just once, we become rebels in your eyes. How ridiculous. Li Guangcai has been wayward his entire life. Do you think no one can teach you? Today, I, Li Xiu, will teach you one thing, even if it's a relative, if you make a mistake, there's no turning back. Roll. Chapter 103, That Big Guy Ignored Me. When Yao Lily heard this, she panicked, Dad, don't say that, let me talk. Li Xiu, I'm your aunt. You can't treat us like this. Even though we're not related by blood, we're from the same place and village. You were going to buy us out anyway, so please help me and take us in. Li Xiu glanced at Yao Lily and said, it's too late. You didn't give it to us when we wanted to buy it, and you even wanted to sell it at a high price. Now we don't want it, so you can keep it for yourself. Yao Wan panicked when she heard this. Li Xiu, listen, I know you don't like us, but this is a different matter. Besides, we are all relatives, please don't deliberately target us. At this moment, Fu Xiuyu walked out of the building with several executives. Remember, there's no need to overly compress costs. The land has been acquired, and the factory can be built. As for subsequent production, there may be changes. When does the Shao family's battery launch conference start? Mr. Fu, it's tomorrow. Fu Xiuyu nodded. Seeing President Fu and the senior executives passing by, Yao Lily seized the opportunity, rushed out of the security circle, came in front of President Fu and the senior executives, and opened her arms to block their way. Mr. Fu. Wait a minute, sister-in-law, it's me, Yao Lily. We've met before. Please give me some time and help me. Fu Xiuyu glanced at the woman calmly. Oh? It's you, what's going on? Yao Lily wiped the sweat from her forehead. Well, sister-in-law. Mr. Fu, I hope you can help me with the land acquisition at our place. I've already given you enough face. Your family doesn't want to move. I understand, and I've already agreed. Fu Xiuyu said. Hey, no, we moved. It was just a misunderstanding before. We are going to move. Look. Yao Lily's face looked very ugly. But he could only force a smile with a stiff face. Fu Xiuyu glanced at her and said, no need for that. I see that you love that land deeply. You should keep it for yourselves. Yao Lily looked embarrassed. Well, I'm not, sister-in-law. Everyone makes mistakes, but you treat me like a country girl who doesn't know anything and treat me like a piece of shit. Fu Xiuyu looked at Yao Lily who was standing in front of him and asked, what you did to my husband, were all your mistakes made accidentally? Not necessarily. Your connection with the Shao family is your fault because you are ignorant, right? I think you are very sensible. Save your effort. Yao Lily's throat tightened at this moment. Sister-in-law, how about this? I only want 11,000 yuan per square meter. Please help me. Yao Wan heard this and said, daughter. What are you talking about? What do you mean by 10,000? If you don't want to increase the price, then at least the original price should be paid. When Fu Xiuyu heard this, he immediately laughed. Then he shook his head. Sorry, I told you, the plan is over. Security, send him away. Li Yao stood there, trembling with anxiety. The money is gone? What should I do with my marriage? If we don't demolish it, won't that mean we'll lose all our money? No. Absolutely not. He took out a fruit knife from his pocket and, relying on his huge body, rushed towards Fu Xiuyu. The sharp knife in his hand pointed at Fu Xiuyu's chest. Everyone looked horrified. Li Xiu's eyes darkened, looking for death. His body seemed to transcend the laws of physics. He jumped up and kicked Li Yao. The huge body, weighing at least 200 pounds, flew more than 10 meters away like a balloon. It crashed heavily into the flower bed and couldn't get down. Several executives looked at Li Xiu in shock. They all flattered him. As expected of Section Chief Li, he's the CEO's ultimate protector. Awesome. Li Xiu put one arm around his wife and turned around to say, "How are you?" Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and pinched him, still playing. She glanced at Li Yao over there with cold eyes and said, "Call the police and pursue criminal responsibility." Several executives immediately rushed to call the police. Yao Lily was so scared that she quickly begged for mercy. "Oh, this is just a child's ignorance, it was not intentional." Li Xiu pointed at the family and said, "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you all come to beg for mercy? I will never tolerate you." Yao Wan and Li Guangcai also came over. Yao Wan pointed at Li Xiu and said, "If you dare to capture my grandson, I will fight you." Li Guangcai also nodded. Li Xiu said coldly, "He even dares to kill people, why can't we call the police? My wife must call the police." Soon the police arrived, and the old woman rushed onto the roof of the police car and took off her clothes. "You can't arrest my grandson. You can't arrest my grandson." Li Xiu rubbed his face and shook his head. "Just because you're being unreasonable, you can get away with it?" Yao Wan was shouting over there, "If you have the guts, shoot me. If you have the guts, shoot me." Several policemen were stunned and immediately called for support. A group of people rushed forward and arrested the old woman as well. After all, disrupting order and obstructing law enforcement are illegal. At this point, Yao Lily no longer cared about anything else and followed the police station. As for the Fu Group, they directly arranged a witness executive to follow up, as well as the Fu Group's legal team, who were determined not to let them out. Li Xiu pulled his wife back into the car and said, "These people really need to be disciplined by the law." Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu. "Do you need to be disciplined too?" Li Xiu shuddered. "Wife, please don't do this to me. I'm scared. I haven't done anything lately. He didn't do anything wrong, so I can't discipline him?" Fu Xiuyu raised his hand and placed it on the base of Li Xiu's thigh. Fu Xiuyu leaned over to Li Xiu's ear and said, "I was so excited when your fighting power was off the charts just now." Assistant Lin in front coughed. "I'm driving, and I suggest you keep your distance, otherwise I can't guarantee I won't look." Fu Xiuyu's mouth corners turned up, and he hooked his arm around Li Xiu's neck. Then two people stuck to it. Special Assistant Lin. After a while, the car arrived at the bottom of the Fu Manor and the couple got out. Returned home. As soon as I entered the main hall, I saw that my sister-in-law Fu Xiuxue seemed a little unhappy, staring at her phone and muttering. Li Xiu was puzzled. "Ha? Who dares to mess with my sister-in-law?" Fu Xiuxue didn't even look at Li Xiudo. "A stinky man, a bastard who ignored me, a Bigfoot-picking man." Li Xiu was incredulous when he heard this. "Have you finally gotten it? You actually like this guy who picks his toes? Oh my god, is this such a difficult level right from the start? Wife, what do you think?" Fu Xiuyu glanced at Li Xiu and said, "I respect all romantic relationships equally." Chapter 104, This Fu family is ridiculous. At this time, the other two sisters also came back. Fu Xiuyuan seemed a little tired. Today's skit actors are still very immature. I almost had to act myself. Fu Xiumu yawned. I rejected several boys' WeChat requests today. It's so troublesome. Ever since they knew my brother-in-law was my brother-in-law, they started pursuing me again. I should have known not to let others know. Li Xiu threw an orange to her and said, "Don't use me to ward off romantic troubles. It's very troublesome. Aren't you her romantic calamity? Fu Xiaoxue added fuel to the fire. Who knows, she might be hiding in her bed crying in the middle of the night. Fu Xiaomu threw the orange to Fu Xiaoxue. You'll die if you don't say a few words. You're crying now. I can snatch it now if I want. Man, I'll give you 10 million. Leave my sister and come with me. Li Xiu immediately leaned on his wife and said, my wife's supplementary card is with me. How can I go with you? The money you gave is too little. Fu Xiaomu snorted coldly, alright. You're awesome. I want a supplementary card too. Why don't we have one and you have one? Fu Xiaoyu took Li Xiu's hand and said, because this is my beloved concubine. You are just rebellious sons. The three sisters glared at Li Xiu with crazy eyes. This demon concubine. Sister, don't be fooled. Wow, sister doesn't love us anymore. Several people started fighting again. Afterwards, Fu Xiaoyu took Li Xiu back to the room, and they spent another night in silence. The next day, Fu Xiaoyu was waiting for Li Xiu to come down in the living room early in the morning. When Li Xiu finally came down, he found his wife waiting for him. Ha? You didn't leave yet? Are you waiting for me? Fu Xiaoyu nodded and said, I'm waiting for you. Today, the Xiao family is launching a new type of battery at the foreign trade venue in the city to suppress our Fu family, and I am also planning to launch your zero-flame battery in the venue next door. Li Xiu was stunned. Great! This targeted attack is so exciting. I can already imagine how those idiots from the Xiao family will get so anxious. Have breakfast. I asked the kitchen to make it specially for you. Fu Xiaoyu lowered his eyes to the table. When Li Xiu took a look, it turned out to be a bowl of tonic soup. Oysters, goji berries, bullwhip? Can this taste good? What should I do if I have a nosebleed so early in the morning? Fu Xiaoyu shook his head. Who made your Vidra indestructible divine art weaken? You're no good at it either. You should take more supplements. Li Xiu. With someone like you and at this age, even if I have any magical skills, they will eventually be worn out by you. Wu Yu shook his head, I don't want to eat. Fu Xiaoyu, A moment later. The two left the Fu family's house. Li Xiu wiped the soup stains from the corners of his mouth and said, next time, I'll have low sugar. I don't like it too sweet. Fu Xiaoyu nodded, be good. The car drove away from the Fu family with a bang. Heading towards the venue in the city center, there are many venues at the foreign trade venue. The Fu family specifically contracted the venue opposite the Xiao family. All the main members of the Xiao family are here at this moment. Xiao Chang'e leaned on his cane and glanced at his eldest daughter, Xiao Yuye, who was standing beside him. Is there still no news about my grandson? Dad, not yet. Xiao Yuye said. Xiao Chang'e sighed. At this time, Wu Yixue said to Xiao Yuye, Mom, what are you looking for? The Xiao family's grandson has been found, so what's left for us? Xiao Yuye glanced at her son and said, put that idea away. That child is my nephew. When Wu Yixue saw that his mother was angry, he didn't dare to say anything else. He shook his head and said, alas. At this time, Xiao Mukan pulled Lu Ruan up to the edge of the venue. Today is the day when the Xiao family releases a new product, we must show up. Xiao Mukan said. Lu Ruan looked around, hoping to find her own white moonlight. Li Xiu, are you coming today too? Xiao Mukan seized the opportunity. Seeing Xiao Chang'e approaching, he immediately knelt on the ground. Grandpa, Mukan misses you. Xiao Chang'e glanced at him calmly, you're here too. It seems that you have made some progress recently. No matter what, Xiao Mukan has become much more restrained in his temper and personality. Xiao Mukan nodded and said, Grandpa, I don't have so many things on my mind right now. I just want to be with you, have a job, and take good care of my wife and children. Come on, inherit the business. Xiao Jie, neatly dressed, came over, and Xiao Mukan quickly said, call me Grandpa. Xiao Jie followed up by shouting, Grandpa. Xiao Chang'e sighed, this child is quite good looking. Who is his mother? Xiao Mukan's expression changed slightly as he said, his mother was a student who studied abroad with me. She seemed to be a lady from Shangjing. Xiao Chang'e's expression changed slightly, what's your name? Call her Qin Qianyu. Xiao Mukan said. Xiao Yuye, who was standing beside Xiao Chang'e, asked, is it Qin Qianyu, the youngest daughter of the Qin family in Shangjing? Xiao Chang'e's expression changed. Okay, from now on, you will return to the Xiao group. There is a position for general manager, so you can take it first. Bring your wife and children back. The Xiao family has a side yard. It's not a big place, but it's definitely enough for you to support your wife and children. Xiao Mukan was shaking with excitement. If he had known that his ex-girlfriend had such a high status, he should have moved out long ago. Lu Ruan could hardly believe it. Is this a return to the wealthy family? Xiao Mukan pulled her. The whole family knelt down. Thank you, Grandpa, for your mercy. Xiao Chang'e walked forward without looking back. Han Mimi put her hands behind her and said, I didn't expect that your study abroad still left you with some capital? The Qin family's youngest daughter turned out to be your ex-girlfriend. What a stroke of luck. Xiao Mukan stood up and gave Han Mimi a cold look. Han Mimi, you can be envious. No matter what, I, Xiao Mukan, am still surnamed Xiao. Let's wait and see who will take over the Xiao family in the end. Han Mimi snorted coldly. A bastard from outside dares to covet the Xiao family. You. Xiao Mukan snorted coldly, I won't argue with you. Gee yeah, let's go. At this moment, the conference hall opposite slowly opened, and Fu Xiuyu brought Li Xiu to the venue. The Xiao family began to notice this one after another. Xiao Chang'e said calmly, we announced the release of our new battery first. Reporters and industry chain bosses are all here at our venue. The Fu family is destined to be just clowns. Han Mimi, you will give the speech. Everyone please take a seat. The Xiao family did not take the Fu family's actions seriously. Everyone sat in their chairs in the meeting room, waiting for Han Mimi's speech. Reporters at the scene also began to discuss. The Fu family is suddenly holding a press conference, and it's across the street? There was no publicity at all beforehand, and now it's suddenly happening like this? It's ridiculous. There's no one there, so who would go and help them report? Chapter 105, What? He's my brother-in-law? Then I'm... At this moment, in the Fu family's venue, a group of senior executives gathered in the audience, waiting for the president's instructions. Fu Xiuyu arranged some internet celebrities in the technology industry, or media personnel who were on good terms with the Fu family, to film the situation at the venue in real time. Li Xiu was accompanied by people from his department. Chen Shuyi asked in confusion, Section Chiefly, what exactly is this sudden press conference about? It's so mysterious. Li Xiu smiled mysteriously, we'll publish whatever the neighbors release, just wait and see. Fu Xiuyu came on stage at this time, and the protagonist of this press conference immediately appeared on the big screen in the venue. Zero flame battery. Fu Xiuyu said calmly, as everyone can see, under the diligent research of Director Li Xiu, the laboratory has successfully completed the research and development and production of the zero flame battery, and Li Xiu will also become the director of this new department of our company. I would like to take this opportunity to announce that Li Xiu will be the minister of the high-tech research department. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior executives present looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Xiu's promotion and salary increase became a trivial matter. After all, Li Xiu was someone's husband, and who would dare to question this? Now the key is what this so-called zero-flame battery is. It's amazing to look at the PPT. Now the whole world knows that if a battery that will not spontaneously combust or catch fire and can be mass-produced appears, it will have an impact on the industry. At this point, a reporter immediately stood up and asked, all the major companies are promoting so-called non-spontaneous combustion batteries, but no electric vehicle running on the road today can guarantee that it will never spontaneously combust. Yes, and the so-called non-spontaneous combustion products are either too expensive or have low energy density, making them difficult to commercialize on a large scale. Could it be that the Fu family's batteries, under the premise of meeting these requirements, can be put into large-scale commercial use? Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly, indeed, our Fu family's technology is quite mature. In addition to having a higher energy density than ordinary batteries, it will not spontaneously combust and can be mass-produced. This scene was broadcast live online and quickly attracted a lot of attention. On the other side, Binhai City, Binhai University. In the School of Physics, several professors were browsing their phones in their offices when suddenly Xiao Zhenghai jumped up and said, This is it. Zero-flame battery. This technology is actually in the hands of the Fu family? But that paper, no, wasn't that plagiarized by Fu Xiuxue? How did it end up in the hands of the Fu family? Could it be that the Fu family's financial resources impressed them? The principal is so confused. How come the negotiations haven't been concluded for so long, and the Fu family got there first? The other end. Fu Xiuxue was stunned when he found out that his own press conference was held. What did Li Xiu research? Could it be that Li Xiu and the jailer who was licking his wife bought it? Wait, licking, 4 girlfriends. He's Li Xiu? What a pervert. Fu Xiuxue didn't even listen to the class at school and stood up in a flash. Li Xiu, you bastard, you sent a long article to scold me and tease me. This feeling is like secretly finding someone to date online, only to find out it's your brother-in-law. That feeling of shame. On the other side, Song Yu was sitting with his legs crossed in the principal's office, a thin cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke while watching videos with one hand. He soon discovered the Fu family's press conference and was stunned. What? Zero flame battery? Why does it look so familiar? Wait, isn't this? He immediately listened carefully to Fu Xiuyu's explanation. It's the guy who licked the jailer crazily. I even asked him about online dating, but he just replied that he didn't want to talk about it. Are you kidding? Sold it to Fu Xiuyu? Wait. Just now, Fu Xiuyu seemed to say that Li Xiu developed it? Could it be? She didn't care about anything else, she just stood up, rushed out of the office and headed towards the meeting place. On the other hand, at this moment, in the Xiao family's meeting room, Han Nini seized on a few key words and kept boasting, it's almost impossible to spontaneously combust. The energy density is almost the same, so even if metal and fire are used, the possibility of explosion is still relatively low. Han Nini just blurts out these promotional terms without using any words of affirmation. At this moment, many reporters in the audience began to whisper. Some reporters in the back row began to leave. Mr. Xiao said to his daughter beside him, what happened to those people? Why are they leaving one by one? Xiao Yuya nodded after hearing this. I don't know, maybe there's something else going on. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it until the number of reporters at the scene dwindled. Then a staff member ran in and whispered something in Xiao Yuya's ear. Xiao Yuya said in astonishment, Dad, this is bad. All these reporters have gone to the other side. What? Xiao Yuyan exclaimed in astonishment, what do you mean by going to the other side? What is the Fu family announcing? Xiao Yuya shook her head and said, I don't know, it seems to be a battery as well. At this time, Xiao Mukin trotted over and said, I just heard, Grandpa, that over there they also released a battery, and they claim to have completely solved the problems of battery spontaneous combustion, production capacity, and cost. It's a groundbreaking battery technology. Xiao Chang'e shuddered when he heard this. How is this possible? When did the Fu family develop such technology? Xiao Yuya said in a deep voice, Dad, should we go and take a look? Wait a minute. Xiao Chang'e shook his head and said, if we go over now, it will only make us look more embarrassed. Let's let the people below go and take a look. At this time, Xiao Mukin said, why don't I go and take a look? After all, it's no secret that I was kicked out of the Xiao family. Xiao Mukin pulled Lu Ruan towards the venue opposite. At this moment, in the opposite venue, Fu Xiuyu's speech aroused a lot of applause. The reporters at the scene were all very happy. Can this battery really be mass-produced? That's too much. Even a tech anchor like me can't understand the technology here. If it's true, the Fu family will be making a fortune in patent fees. Yes. Xiao Mukin looked at the high-spirited Li Xiu with an extremely grim expression, a mere mudblood from a single-parent family, relying on a woman to rise to power so easily, this should have been my glory. Lu Ruan looked at Li Xiu who was standing next to Fu Xiuyu, her eyes were already dazed. If it weren't for Xiao Mukin, if she hadn't been deceived by Xiao Mukin, Li Xiu would just stay by her side. Now. Song Yu, the president of Binhai University, rushed into the venue and waved his hand. He said in a deep voice, Fu Xiuyu, how do you solve the electrolyte problem for this kind of battery? Chapter 106, Snatching the Man on the Spot. In the conference hall, everyone's eyes were looking at the new beautiful president of Binhai University. That makes sense. Are these problems really solved? Are you, the Fu family, releasing a PPT? Fu Xiuyu is not a professional in this field and does not know how to explain issues related to this area. At this time, Li Xiu stepped forward and protected his wife, let me do it. I can explain the questions Principal Song Yu is curious about. Song Yu looked at him teasingly, excuse me, are you the inventor of this technology? Li Xiu's heart moved. This technique was given by the system, but yes, I am the inventor of this technology. First, let me explain the problem Principal Song Yu raised. Our artificially synthesized superlattice solid electrolyte has an ionic conductivity comparable to that of liquid electrolytes and will not spontaneously combust. Song Yu continued relentlessly, then what kind of structure do you use for this battery to solve the heat dissipation problem? Even if what you said is feasible, if it can't solve the heat dissipation problem, there will still be safety issues. Li Shou smiled faintly, stood with his hands behind his back, and pretended to be cool in front of his wife. Ha ha ha, let me tell you about my vacuum microcavity heat dissipation structure. Each battery cell has a built-in micro-vacuum temple, and heat is transferred through. With Li Shou's explanation, he was even more professional and at ease than Fu Shouyu. Everyone at the scene kept pecking at rice, and the expressions they looked at Li Shou changed from suspicion to recognition, and then to admiration. Fu Shouyu, who was standing behind Li Shou, also began to admire him. Who said my husband is just a son-in-law? Fu Shouyu smiled. And in the audience, Fu Xiuxue also arrived. She heard the tail end, brother-in-law. Is it really brother-in-law's research? That means brother-in-law is not only good at martial arts, but also far superior to me in physics. At this moment, an absurd idea suddenly came to her mind: if she wanted to find a husband. So someone like my brother-in-law is actually very good, at least he is much better than me. Then she immediately shook her head and threw her ridiculous idea out of her ears. The blush reached behind the ears. This is my brother-in-law. What am I imagining? This stinky man, who licks his wife's jailer, can't be a good person? Don't be fooled by his appearance. He came to my house to eat the whole family and treat us as his girlfriends? Is he trying to steal the Fu family's property? Yes, always be vigilant against men. Fu Xiuxue, oh Fu Xiuxue, have you forgotten the pain now that the scar has healed? At this moment, Li Shou finished speaking and Song Yu kept clapping. Okay. Mr. Li Shou, on behalf of Binhai University in Binhai City, I sincerely invite you to be a professor at our school. I need talents like you. At this time, Fu Shouyu pulled her husband behind her and looked at Song Yu with cold eyes. Principal Song Yu, it's not good to stare at other people's husbands like this. Song Yu raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharp. He is in my school, and he can definitely create more valuable things for the country and the people. If you stay with him, you will only delay him. Phew. Fu Shouyu blew on the ends of her hair. I think you're envious of men. Seeing how good my man is, you're dying of envy. You. Song Yu's face flushed slightly. Nonsense. I'm telling you, I'm asking you to hand over your husband for the sake of the country and the people. Don't be ungrateful. If a talent like Li Shou stayed in school, his future achievements would naturally belong to the school. Fu Shouyu said calmly, that's really high-sounding. You've even brought up the country and the people. My husband can also create value for the country and the people in my company. The two of them looked at each other sharply, neither of them giving in. At this moment, Fu Xiuxue stepped forward and said, Principal Song, my brother-in-law is definitely going to stay in our Fu family. Don't let your imagination run wild. He has no intention of going to your school. Li Shou immediately raised his hand and said, Everyone, stop arguing. I understand what the principal meant, but he doesn't mean what you think he means. Fu Shouyu's eyes instantly turned towards Li Shou, and so did Fu Xiuxue. Li Shou changed the subject, we are partners after all. Binhai University will also participate in the follow-up research on this battery. President Song, am I right? Song Yu pushed his glasses, his expression relaxed, and then he said with a smile, Li Shou is right, I almost forgot, we are partners. Li Shou, starting in the second half of the year, our school will have many projects. I'd like to invite you to participate. Fu Shouyu snorted coldly and glared at his classmate, Li Shou, you are not allowed to participate in any of her collaborations from now on. Li Shou smiled awkwardly, there are so many people watching, let's not say these things, this is all for work. We welcome the question from the president of Binhai University. This battery will soon be available to customers. It was at this time. An executive stepped forward and said, Mr. Fu. Our phone has been flooded with calls. Many companies are interested in working with us. Fu Shouyu glanced at her husband and said with a smile, hubby, you're so great. Li Shou took her hand, walked down the platform and headed towards the crowd of reporters. Immediately, the reporters raised their microphones. The other end. Inside the Xiao family's venue. Xiao Changde lowered his eyes and sighed, it seems that the Fu family must have released something remarkable. Xiao Yuye held the phone and said, Dad, everything is clear now. It's that guy named Li Xiu who invented a new type of battery. It's non-flammable, non-explosive, and can be mass-produced. The Fu family is going to rise because of this. Xiao Changda's back looked somewhat dejected. I've already spent tens of billions on research and development, and yet the Fu family defeated me simply because of one person. Have you carefully researched the information on this person named Li Xiu? Xiao Yuye said. Li Xiu is 25 years old. He graduated from Binhai University with a computer science degree. He comes from a single-parent family with only one father. He got together with Fu Xiuyu due to an accident. I don't see anything special about it at all. Xiao Changda shook his head. I don't believe such a special child is an ordinary person. Keep investigating and digging deeper. Xiao Yuye nodded, yes. Let's go and congratulate them. Since we can't beat them, we might as well join them. My Xiao family also needs this kind of battery, and we will have to purchase it from the Fu family later. Xiao Yuye said, but Dad, wouldn't that mean we'll suffer a direct loss of 10 billion? Well, winning and losing are common in the business world. I can afford to lose. Xiao Changda laughed. I'm leaving. I don't know why, but I'm not too sad. Alas, it's also the Fu family's luck that's up. Xiao Yuye looked at her father in confusion. Her father suffered a loss of hundreds of billions, but he was not angry at all. Chapter 107, If you don't want to be controlled by women, then you have to be controlled by women. Xiao Changda sighed. How could he not be angry? He was so angry that he almost died. But he was the elder after all, the pillar of the Xiao family. Everyone can express it, except him. Several people from the Xiao family came to the venue of the Fu family opposite. When they walked into the venue, they saw the grand occasion of the Fu family. And Li Xiu, who was the center of attention, Xiao Changda felt in a trance that Li Xiu was particularly like someone. This. He blinked and realized that he had seen it wrong. Xiao Yuya, what do you think? Forget it. I think it's because I think about it every day that I'm blurry. Xiao Yuya supported her father and went forward to learn about the Fu family's battery technology. Xiao Yuya said, I heard that the son-in-law of the Fu family led a team to develop a super new type of battery. Xiao Changda sighed, let's talk to the Fu family about cooperation. On the other hand, the news of the Fu family's new battery spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in China, and various comments began to appear around the world. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Li Xiu's reputation in the entire Fu group has reached a new height. At the same time, on the other hand, after the meeting ended, Li Xiu suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the reading of 10,000 people for the paper. Reward, check-in times x2. Number of check-ins x2? Wouldn't that be another great experience? At this moment, there were constant ding-dong sounds in the group of friends on my phone. Liang Ronghao, dude, you're really famous. The way you and the female boss looked at each other at the press conference made a lot of people support you guys. Lin Fei, I can't even describe how envious I am. When is your wedding? I'm ready to see your shining moment. Zhao Si, Godfather. When are we going to treat us to dinner? When is our bachelor party? I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Li Xiu smiled and said, okay, let's get together tonight. My sister-in-law gave me a card, and we can eat whatever we want from the Fu family's property. 3 people, Godfather is so generous. What a group of good sons. Li Xiu shook his head. Around 7 p.m. the 4 of them came to the store K owned by the Fu family. As for food, they simply had a lot of barbecue delivered to them. Li Xiu was not short of money anyway. Liang Ronghao looked more cheerful after the breakup. He hooked his arm around his friend's neck and said, among us, you, Li Xiu, are the most successful and successful. But I'm not bad either. I broke up with that vampire girlfriend first. Zhao Si raised his glass. He was wearing glasses and had a slightly tired look on his face. He smiled and said, I've said it before, she's a scumbag. She keeps talking about betrothal gifts. Be careful of Yanping's smile. Lin Fei was eating skewers at this time and said, brother, you still mean to say that? Aside from our adoptive father, I'm a single dog. I broke up and got back together. What about you? It's been 5 years, and you still haven't confirmed your relationship? At this moment, Zhao Si's phone rang. He raised his hand and said, everyone, stop arguing. I need to take a call from my goddess first. After that, he picked up the phone. Ruan, what's up? My buddies and I are out for a drink. Ruan's voice was clearly dissatisfied. Don't you know what day it is today? You're going to drink? You'll lose me if you act like this. Zhao Si was stunned. Lin Fei snatched his phone and turned on the speakerphone. The four people listened to what was said. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Li Xiu muttered, "What kind of days are they? When will we celebrate your death anniversary?" Zhao Si said awkwardly, "It's not your birthday, nor is it Valentine's Day, nor is it 520, this." Ruan snorted coldly, "We've known each other for 5 years. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Zhao Si, "That's why I disagree with your pursuit. Don't you know you're being too careless?" Li Xiu immediately blushed and was about to start scolding. Zhao Si snatched it away and said, "I know, of course I know. I'll give you a gift when I get back." Zhao Si put down his phone and broke out in a cold sweat. "Luckily, I collected it early. If you guys don't understand, please don't say anything." Li Xiu pointed at his phone and said, "Zhao Si, you always tell us not to be lickers, but you're the one who licks the most? You don't understand, she is different." Zhao Si said. "Fuck. All the bootlicker quotes are out. And you admit that you are not a bootlicker." Li Xiu shook his head helplessly. At this time, Li Xiu stood up and clapped his hands. "Brother, help you get rid of the charm. If you want to avoid being controlled by women, then you have to be surrounded by women." Manager. A moment later, 18 princesses Shang-Ke, each about 1.7 meters tall, filed in. Chi said coquettishly, "Hello, bosses." The third brother, Brin, was immediately confused. "No way. Godfather. This is so cool." Li Xiu waved his hand, "You guys can have fun as you please. I'm married now, so I just need to watch you guys have fun." At this time, the tall girl who was the foreman walked forward and said, "Handsome guy, you're married, but it's always okay to do healthy activities like singing and chatting." Li Xiu noticed that this girl, who looked approachable, had a very pretty appearance. "What's your sister's name?" "My surname is Wu, and my name is Wangwa." "Forget me not?" Li Xiu smiled and said, "Forget me not, this name is okay, but my sister is so beautiful. Why did you come to Shang-Ke? Why don't you join an anchor company? With your looks and 37-inch long legs, it's hard not to be famous." Wu Wangwa shook his head. "It's not that easy. Not only do the streaming companies take a huge cut, but the competition is also fierce. If you don't put in some effort, you won't achieve anything." Li Xiu shook his head. "Then aren't you also giving something away by doing this?" Wu Wangwa rolled his eyes at Li Xiu and said, "Then at least I can make my own choice, right? You can't force us to do anything here." Li Xiu nodded. "That's right. All the businesses under the Fu family are legal. You can sing with her, but you can't force her to do anything else unless she likes you and is willing." At this time, Wu Wangwa picked up the microphone and sang an ancient-style song that was quite popular on Douyin. Li Xiu's eyes lit up. "Not bad, the singing is nice too." He thought about it and came up with an idea. "This is Shang-Ke. Haven't signed in yet. System sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Location, Emperor Business K. Congratulations on obtaining Throat of the King of Songs." Li Xiu's eyes lit up. He used to be a tone-deaf singer. Was this a direct gift to him to become the king of singers? At this time, the atmosphere became lively and my three friends also came forward to sing. Wu Wangwa walked forward and pulled Li Xiu to stand up. "Boss, why are you so reserved? Let's sing together." Li Xiu smiled. "Okay, let's give it a try." The three buddies pointed at Li Xiu and laughed. "Ha, our godfather is good at everything except singing." "Yes, we've already experienced it in the cultural and entertainment performance that year." Chapter 108. It's you who provoked the killer. At this time, Li Xiu took the microphone from Wu Wangwa. Wu Wangwa blew a breath into the microphone and said, "Welcome our boss to join the singing." She could tell at a glance who the real boss was among the group of people. Those three recruits were just idiots. As for Li Xiu, he was the real boss. How could someone who could take out the Fu family's black card be an ordinary person? At this time, the three buddies had already covered their ears. Li Xiu picked up the microphone and said, "Ahem. The third brother, who was covering his ears, immediately mocked, "Don't clean it, it will kill you if you clean it again, just start." Li Xiu smiled faintly, his lips parted slightly, and his melodious voice was a little hoarse. "At 4 in the morning, I saw the crabapple blossoms still awake. Maybe secret love is hidden between tears." As Li Xiu's voice blossomed, the scene gradually became quiet. The three buddies really became clowns at this moment. They pointed at Li Xiu one by one. "Impossible. How is this possible? No. When did he become a singing god? Oh my god." Wu Wanwo was also slightly surprised. It's unexpected that the son-in-law of the Fu family can sing so well. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly reached another level. 10 p.m. The four guys were all a little drunk. He walked out, muttering constantly. Li Xiu and Wu Wanwa added each other on WeChat. "I'll look for you next time I come." Wu Wanwa smiled faintly. "Okay, boss, be sure to look for me next time you come." After Li Xiu finished speaking, he left with his buddies. Wu Wanwa took out his phone at this time, edited a message and sent it out. "The son-in-law of the Fu family, his singing voice is not inferior to that of a singer." Just then, she noticed that after Li Xiu left, a pair of young men were staring at her stealthily. She frowned slightly. Professional killer? Is he being targeted? She immediately took out her cell phone and made a call to someone. After finishing the filming on the set, Fu Xiuyuan left the crew. Driving home alone. At this moment, she received an encrypted call. Her expression changed slightly, and she answered the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" "Chief, your brother-in-law seems to be in danger." Fu Xiuyuan put down his phone, his expression changed, and he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, saying lightly, "Except you, there is no one from us nearby." "You are not a combatant. I am closer, I will go over now." After hanging up the phone, Fu Xiuyuan took out a black bayonet from the secret compartment in the car armrest. "Who are you to dare to touch my Fu family? You really don't know how to live or die." Fu Xiuyuan's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth rose. "I want to see how many of you die." The car sped towards where Li Xiu was. On the other side, Li Xiu and his three companions supported each other and came to the side of the road. Several people stared at their own shadows and smiled foolishly for a long time. Li Xiu said, "Brother, why don't you stop running that small company? Why don't we start our own business?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Didn't you do well, buddy? You've become a minister now, and you want to go it alone? Your sister-in-law will definitely cut us off." Liang Ronghao nodded. "Yeah, buddy, you better stop making trouble." Li Xiu shook his head. "Well, I'll pay, and you three will do the work. You understand the program, and we can modify the system ourselves and then operate it. We won't be bad either. As long as you have money, you don't have to worry about traffic." Zhao Si was stunned. "Brother, what are you going to do?" "Of course, it's the incubation of internet celebrities," Li Xiu said. "Although we're a little late to the game, we have capital. With capital, we have a trump card. The worst that can happen is to poach talent and buy popularity." The three brothers turned to look at Li Xiu. "Lin Fei, I'm calling my boss now and telling him I'm quitting." Liang Ronghao, "Money is hard to eat, shit is hard to eat. I'm going to tell my boss to eat shit right now. I have brothers, who am I afraid of?" Zhao Si, Wanwan said I was a loser, now I'll tell him that I have a billionaire son-in-law as my brother. Everyone looked at Zhao Si. Damn it! The three of them rushed forward together, determined to beat the lickspittle to death. At the same time, Fu Xiuyuan got out of the car, put on a black mask with rose carvings, and walked across the street with a cold look in his eyes. There were two killers there preparing to approach Li Xiu. The moment she appeared, the two killers felt their hair stand on end. The next moment, the two men's black daggers slipped out from their sleeves. The three of them were silent and began to fight quietly without any fancy moves as they passed each other. The three of them have finished fighting. The two men slowly walked to the wall and touched their chests. "Sit down slowly." Fu Xiuyuan was standing on the side of the road. She raised her hands and pressed them on her ribs. "Take a breather. I haven't taken action myself for a long time, and my skills are a bit rusty." Fu Xiuyuan smiled. "Start walking in another direction." Then he slipped deeper into the alley. He leaned against the entrance of the alley and gasped for breath. On the other side too. The three brothers were sent to the car by Li Xiu one after another. He shook his head and said, "These three guys. Li Xiu turned around and walked in another direction. As he passed through the alley, the corners of his mouth curled up. Fu Xiaoyuan disappeared into the darkness, breathing slightly. My brother-in-law is just an ordinary person. He is not a killer. It is impossible for him to find my trace. Li Xiu suddenly squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Fu Xiaoyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my brother-in-law probably didn't notice me. Even if he knew martial arts, it would be impossible. Suddenly, Li Xiu, who was squatting on the ground, flashed and appeared in front of Fu Xiaoyuan. The latter's pupils dilated instantly, and she instinctively held out the bayonet. Li Xiu raised his hand to block and controlled Fu Xiaoyuan's wrist. Hey, don't move if you're injured. Let me go. How did you know? Fu Xiaoyuan said. Li Xiu smiled. I have a skill that allows me to listen to your breathing. I can remember your breathing, and even a mask can't block it. Fu Xiaoyuan frowned and said, then let me go first. It hurts so much. Li Xiu immediately let go. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaoyuan covered his abdomen with his hands. Li Xiu glanced at the blood on her hand and said, you are bleeding. Nonsense. Brother-in-law will carry you to the hospital. Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, are you crazy? How can I explain this injury? Did I just scratch it accidentally? Li Xiu nodded, that's right. What should we do then? Fu Xiaoyuan said, help me get to my car. I have bandages in my car. Apply medicine to me. Li Xiu nodded, okay, I understand. He went forward to support his sister-in-law, and the two of them crossed the alley and returned to the car. Then Li Xiu sat in the passenger seat. I found the medicine box as instructed. These people are killers, targeting you, hiss. What are you doing? Fu Xiaoyuan saw Li Xiu rudely tearing off her clothes. Li Xiudao said, that's how it's done on TV. I'll tear it open and apply medicine to it. Fu Xiaoyuan speechlessly took action himself. Give me the needle, I'll give myself a shot of antibiotics. Li Xiu was shocked and said, oh my god, you were so cruel. So, you're a director, and you're also a killer on the side? Fu Xiaoyuan glared at Li Xiu, isn't it because you provoked these messy people? Li Xiu asked in confusion. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Chapter 109, The Fu Family Assassin Organization, A Complete Resurgence. Fu Xiaoyuan took the syringe and gave himself an injection. Then he picked up a fine needle and gauze, ready to bandage himself. However, he found that the position was inconvenient, so he glanced at Li Xiu and said, what are you standing there for? Bandage me. Li Xiu bent forward, lay on his sister-in-law's waist and began to bandage the wound. Fu Xiaoyuan then explained, what do you think of the relationship between the wealthy families? Not bad, dancing every day and clinking glasses at parties all the time. Li Xiu said. Then you're wrong. 100 years ago, the Fu family rose to prominence amidst the chaos of war and rapidly accumulated wealth through unconventional means. You don't need to look at me. This kind of thing was very common 100 years ago. If you don't get involved in unconventional means, then no matter what cake you have, you won't get a share. I understand. It's just the influence of the times, Li Xiu said. Because in that era, only unconventional ways could quickly accumulate wealth and power. Soon our Fu family discovered that everyone had their own thugs, or disciples, and my great-grandfather and his men also reacted quickly, recruiting homeless children in Binhai, feeding them, and training them in martial arts. This was the predecessor of Fuxia. Fu Xiaoyuan said. In modern times, Fuxia has gone underground, secretly protecting the Fu clan. Our web is spread all over Binhai. That's why I was able to react quickly when you were targeted. It seems that you are not that good either. You, the boss, have to take action yourself. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiaoyuan exhaled, what are you talking about? It's because I happened to be nearby and I was the closest, so I found you. Don't be ungrateful. Li Xiu was puzzled, the Qing dynasty has fallen, so where are all these homeless children now? Where are the troops for you killers? Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head. There are several types of assassins. There are pure intelligence personnel. Retired employees are directly asked to receive orphan peiyuan. The other type is combat personnel. Most of these people are former assassins passed down from generation to generation. Li Xiu nodded. A real-life assassin movie? I didn't expect there would be such an organization around me. Could it be the Xiao family that's at fault this time? Li Xiu expressed doubts. It's possible. Fu Xiaoyuan said, if you slap them in the face again and again, it's really possible. But it's possible that's not the case. This kind of assassination is quite common on the dark web. I've already had someone investigate. Of course, it's also possible that some people just think you're too good. It's a threat, you know. Li Xiu nodded, I understand. He was trying hard to bandage the wound, and he was doing it quite vigorously. Keep pushing hard as your head rises and falls. At this time, an elderly couple passed by the car and turned around to see what was happening inside the car. The two of them immediately shook their heads. Men and women nowadays have no shame. Let's get a room. A blush appeared on Fu Xiaoyuan's pale face. Are you okay? Everyone has seen it. Li Xiu stood up and said, it's wrapped. Fu Xiaoyuan looked down. I saw a bao wrapped in gauze, stained with my own blood, which looked quite cute. Fu Xiaoyuan, do you think you are humorous? Okay, stop talking and go home. Li Xiu drove the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left the roadside with a loud bang. Now. In the main hall of the Fu family. Fu Xiaoxue said to her sister, Sister, why haven't your husband and second sister come back yet? How could it be such a coincidence? Fu Xiaoyu frowned. Li Xiu had just spent a lot of money in Shankai. But he used his own supplementary card, which proved that he was not afraid of being found out. I believe him, nothing will happen. Besides, that's your second sister. Don't you even trust your own sister? Fu Xiaomu was lying on the sofa, rubbing her crystal like little feet back and forth. Don't worry, if I have time I might as well watch TV and eat snacks. Fu Xiaoxue shook her head. Don't you know you've gained weight recently? Are you still eating? Fu Xiaomu snorted, so what? Can't I have this little hobby? At this time, the sound of a car stopping was heard outside the door. Li Xiu helped Fu Xiaoyuan into the main hall, come and lend a hand. Fu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up, Sister, did you see that? Li Xiu is indeed involved with my second sister. Fu Xiaoyuan shook his head and said, yes, they were involved and both were bleeding. At this time, others also noticed that Fu Xiaoyuan's face was pale. Several people immediately became serious. What happened, second sister? Don't scare me. Fu Xiaomu said. Li Xiu explained, we encountered a killer today. Your sister was injured while protecting me from him. Fu Xiaoyu immediately took out his cell phone and arranged for a family doctor. At the same time, he frowned and asked, what's going on? Fu Xiaoyuan, you speak. Fu Xiaoyuan said, my brother-in-law was targeted by assassins. I was the closest at the time. After receiving the news, I immediately rushed to the scene. These assassins are not weak hands. I was slightly injured. Fu Xiaoyu frowned deeply, I will investigate this matter. I won't allow anyone to touch my man. Fu Xiaoxue asked doubtfully. My sister is very strong, but she was injured. It seems that the other party is also very professional. Fu Xiaomu shook his head. I didn't expect someone would attack my brother-in-law so soon. Fu Xiaoyuan nodded, your brother-in-law has been a little too dazzling recently. It seems that someone has set his sights on him. Soon the tribal doctor arrived. Fu Wanjun also received the news. After understanding it, her expression became serious. No matter who was behind this, if they dare to touch the Fu family, they will not be forgiven. Have we, the Fu family, been living in Binhai for free all these years? The clan doctor was helping Fu Xiaoyuan clean and sew up the wound. After hearing this, she smiled and said, Mom, the other party's method has failed. We Fusha will take action. Fu Wanjun nodded. Rest for the next 2 days and don't go out again. Fortunately, no vital parts were hurt. Li Xiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone was targeting him and almost put his sister-in-law in danger. Ding. System task update. Host, please eliminate the dark web assassin stronghold in Binhai City. The time limit is 72 hours. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 2 check-ins. The items required for the mission have been distributed. Li Xiu noticed that there was an extra map in the system space storage compartment. The system is quite good. My sister-in-law just got into danger and it's already issuing a mission for me to take revenge? I'm going to be busy tonight. The women of the Fu family chatted for a while, and then went back to their rooms to rest. As for Fu Xiaoyuan, he also went to rest after taking the medicine. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the moonlight fell on his wife's blushing back. After struggling all night, Fu Xiuyu was finally satisfied. The greedy little cat was lucky that he had already mastered the Vajra indestructible skill. The system rewarded him with 100 years of practicing Yi Jin Jing, so that his physique would not collapse. So when a woman reaches a certain age, she will definitely become stronger when facing a stronger man. Li Xiu stood up and found a black sweatshirt in the closet. After putting it on, he jumped out of the window and landed lightly on the lawn. Chapter 110. He is not dead. Binhai City, the base of dark web killers. In this venue packaged as a nightclub, the blasting music and the coming and going of entertainers are the best disguise here. At this moment, in the office on the top floor, Liang Long, the head of the assassin base, frowned slightly. Are they all dead? The three men in black suits in front of him said. Yes, he was killed in one blow. He must have been a colleague. Liang Long nodded. In Binhai, the assassin organizations are only controlled by a few wealthy families. The son-in-law of the Fu family must have been killed by someone who had killed him. Forget it. Tell the client that we will continue to follow up on this matter. There is no reason to give up just because of failure. The other end. Li Xiu has arrived at the entrance of the nightclub according to the location issued by the system. Follow the guests in. Li Xiu was wearing a hat and looked no different from other college students who came to play, so he naturally did not attract any attention. Soon, a girl came up to chat with me. Handsome, would you like to plant some plums? The girl said, then lifted her sleeves to reveal the syphilis spots. Li Xiu was stunned. No way, you're still playing around when you have syphilis? The girl's face was not very happy. You look young, but I didn't expect you to be so old-fashioned. Do you understand that these spots are fashionable? Li Xiu remembered that this was a rumor from Japan, where some street girls were proud of these spots. Goodbye, I really don't like poison. Li Xiu shook his head. The girl rolled her eyes and moved on to chat up the next guy. Li Xiu danced gracefully to the exciting music. You have to know that he is the king of dance, and any slight twist of his body made him the focus of the whole audience. Then he lowered his hat, and more eyes fell on his face. Immediately, the killer in the dark reacted. They all looked at Li Xiu with gloomy eyes like poisonous snakes. He comes to play with us? Isn't he looking for death? Maybe it just happened to come and play, and fell into our hands. But why do we feel it's not that simple? At this moment, Liang Long naturally received the news. He came to the second floor and clapped his hands. Welcome. Welcome. He waved to the men beside him and said, close the door and send other guests away. Boss, isn't it unnecessary to do this? He's just a son-in-law of the Fu family. Liang Long shook his head. Oh, it's not that simple. After this man got into trouble, he came here. It seems that we all underestimated this son-in-law. Soon, all the guests here were driven away. The guests complained as they walked away. Hey, what's so boring? You don't even want to make money. Forget it, let's change places. At this moment, on the dance floor, only Li Xiu was dancing. System, sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful, check-in location, dark web base. Successful sign-in title, Dancer of the Night. Dancer of the Night, perfect night vision. Even owls are no match for you. Your 5 senses are enhanced tenfold at night. In the darkness, you are like a wild dog darting through the night. System? Are you scolding me with this description? At this moment, Liang Long on the second floor clapped his hands and said, what a son-in-law of the Fu family. We really underestimated you. Li Xiu raised his hand and gave him the middle finger. Who do you think you are, daring to hurt my sister-in-law? Liang Long has 4 killer kings under his command, corresponding to JQKA respectively. Each of the 4 people has a pendant on their ear that symbolizes their identity. J is a feminine man. He stuck out his long tongue and said, a man full of vigor, fearless and brave. I'm really excited. Boss, I must be the one to penetrate him with the first blow. Q is a young girl. She glanced at J and said, Boss, let J try it. Liang Long raised his hand and said, you don't have to do it yourself. He clapped his hands, and 4 common killers walked onto the dance floor. Daggers popped out from the sleeves. Kill him. Liang Long ordered. The next moment, 5 figures began dancing on the dance floor. Li Xiu started practicing Tai Chi in the dark. Dragging and pulling, a set of smooth and flowing movements, but it hides a murderous intent. These people's blades accidentally cut their own people's throats. Finally, Li Xiu slapped the killer on the top of his head. The opponent fell to the ground with blood coming out of all 7 orifices. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Your strength isn't that great, is this what you call a killer? Although he said this, Li Xiu knew in his heart that the killer's kung fu was simple and efficient, and he strived to kill the enemy with one blow. I won easily because I had a cheat. In the darkness, I could see more clearly and react faster than in the sunlight. Coupled with the support of his own internal strength accumulated over 100 years, it was normal that they could not defeat him. Liang Long sighed at this moment. Tai Chi? How bizarre. This kid is so young, yet he has such great attainments in Tai Chi. Jay. You go. After receiving the instruction, Jay whimpered, that's great. He jumped down, raised his hand and swung 3 flying knives towards Li Xiu's eyes and mouth. Li Xiu dodged it by turning sideways. Killer Jay looked at Li Xiu in surprise and said, not bad, young man, I really can't bear to kill you. You are my type, why don't you follow me? Li Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. Come on, buddy, can you please just fight properly? He simply took the initiative and moved closer, but the killer Jay suddenly retreated violently. At the same time, he kept throwing flying knives. Trying to manage distance. Liang Long said on the stage, Tai Chi requires close range to unleash its power. Jay is doing the right thing. Q said, why don't you let us attack together, boss? This guy looks pretty strong. I'm afraid Jay can't do it alone. Liang Long shook his head, if nothing unexpected happens, it's enough. At this moment, this Jay transformed into a humanoid turret, and countless flying knives flew towards Li Xiu. Boy! How can a close combat internal martial artist like you resist my flying knives? Just at this moment, Li Xiu smiled faintly. If I can't hide, why should I hide? Li Xiu grabbed Jay directly, and the goal was suddenly opened, with no defense at all. Jay sneered, you're looking for death. He swung his robe and countless flying knives flew towards Li Xiu, but Li Xiu did not dodge or avoid them. His clothes were instantly covered with flying knives. He fell straight to the ground with a thud. Jay burst into laughter. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen anyone courting death like you. Holding a flying knife with your body? Who do you think you are? Bulletproof you? He walked over to Li Xiu with a smile and slowly squatted down. What a waste of your beautiful skin. Killer A, who had been standing next to Liang Long with his eyes closed, suddenly said, oh no. He's not dead. Jay, be careful. The next moment, Li Xiu suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 111, it's just a meal, not a strenuous exercise. Li Xiu jumped up, raised his hand and grabbed Killer Jay's neck, twisted it casually, and it snapped. Killer Jay fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, his eyes were like an eagle staring at the Diplodocus, and the latter felt a chill all over his body. The Vajra indestructible divine art? Buddhist internal martial arts. Liang Long was incredulous, let's go together. The 3 top killers took the brunt of the attack, and Liang Long also drew out the dagger from his waist after a long absence and followed quietly. 2 hours later. People from the Fu family killer organization Fuxia came to this stronghold. The 3 hooded women looked at each other and watched the scene in disbelief. There was not a single living person in the entire nightclub, the dark web killer's stronghold. That's the killer JQKA. Are they all dead? Who on earth could have killed these people? Return immediately and report to the leader. And the other end. After being busy all night, Li Xiu returned home. After washing off the smell of blood in the bathroom, he carefully returned to his room and got into bed. Feeling the warmth of his wife beside him, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity that Liang Long refused to say who instructed them until the end, and only said that he received the order on the dark web. After completing the task, there are 2 check-ins left. He exhaled slowly, save it for when we get somewhere else to sign in. At this time, Fu Xiuyu came up and asked, where have you been? Who did you steal from? Feeling the snake-like woman on his body, Li Xiu knew that he was exposed. Nothing, I just got up to pee. I don't believe you at all. My husband has grown up and has his own secrets. But it's okay. I can find out even if you don't tell me. Fu Xiuyu said in Li Xiu's ear. Li Xiu smiled faintly, go to sleep, dear, don't let your mind wander. The next morning. Li Xiu was washing up at the sink when his sister-in-law Fu Xiuyuan, who had a bandage tied around her waist, came up and whispered in Li Xiu's ear, "Li Xiu, you did a great job last night." Li Xiu glanced at his sister-in-law in confusion. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't get into your bed last night." Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, "I underestimated my brother-in-law. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you last night. It seems you don't need my help." Li Xiu suddenly remembered something. "In your family, the elder sister is the boss, and you are a killer, so what about the third and fourth children?" Fu Xiuyuan raised her hand and placed it on her red lips. "The third child studied physics and will take over the Fu family laboratory. As for the fourth child, she is from Bin University Medical School and will naturally inherit the Fu family hospital in the future." Li Xiu was slightly stunned. "She? Can she be a doctor? I don't think I'll fall in love with my patients while I'm treating them." Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, "She is still young, just a freshman, so she is not in a hurry about these things. But you, brother-in-law, are you interested in joining my assassin organization? There are many beautiful women in my organization." Li Xiu immediately shook his head. "I'm not going to Ponzi Cave. I have a heart full of virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. I'm going to work." Looking at her brother-in-law's back as he left, Fu Xiuyuan narrowed her eyes and said, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. I like you more and more." No woman can refuse a talented man, and Fu Xiuyuan is no exception. "However, fortunately you belong to my sister. If you fell into the hands of other families, I might kill you." On the other hand, Li Xiu drove to the company building, bought coffee at the coffee shop next door, and then went to the company building. Seeing Li Xiu, the company executives and employees all greeted him. Li Xiu took a deep breath. "Is this what it feels like to be a prince consort? Does the workplace revolve around me?" In the elevator, female employees would approach Li Xiu from time to time, inadvertently showing their approachability. Li Xiu also understands that it is not easy for everyone nowadays. Some girls like to have some flirtations with their leaders in order to get promoted. Is he also facing such temptation? Fortunately, Li Xiu just looked and didn't flirt, and remained restrained. After all, there are spies everywhere in the company. After returning to the office, Li Xiu began to prepare his own business plan. After going to Shanghai yesterday, he felt that he could also set up his own entertainment company. After all, they have the startup capital, and the Fu family has not yet set up an entertainment company in the sinking market. Chatting with 3 of my buddies in the group. "Are you ready? I can arrange the venue, and I have no problem with the funding. We are experts in the procedures." "Xiao Si, really? Are you serious? I thought you were drunk yesterday." "Li Xiu, why would I lie to you? We men should have our own careers too, right?" "Lin Fei, okay, I'll go and submit my resignation now." "Liang Ronghao, I'm also really hungry and thirsty. My mom's health has improved a bit recently, and I also think I should start my own business." Li Xiu smiled and said, "I'll contact my sister-in-law to rent a venue. As for filming, aren't you an amateur, Lin Fei? You're just the right person to take over." "Dude, what are we doing?" This is the question of the 3 people. Li Xiu smiled faintly. "I have a brilliant plan. Let's talk about it this afternoon." Then he took out his phone and said, "Fu Xiuyuan, your brother-in-law and I are planning to start a business. Please find me a building that is suitable for live streaming. It should be cheap. I don't have much money on me right now." "Fu Xiuyuan, oh? Have you told my sister? You want to start your own business? What are you talking about? A man should have his own career. I can't rely on you for everything. You want to do a live broadcast? I think you want to be a rat." "Hey, what are you talking about? Do you think I was going after the female anchor? No way. Just come over. I know a friend who does this, and there's a popular internet famous building for rent recently." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xiu met up with his 3 buddies as scheduled. When she arrived at the location designated by Fu Xiuyuan, she threw a contract, 1 million a month, and this building will be yours. 1 million a month? The 3 brothers were shocked. Lin Fei said, "It's so expensive. Let's not rent it, Brother Xiu. Your cost is so high. What if we don't make any money?" Zhao Si was also a little nervous. "Yeah, Brother Xiu, this is too exaggerated." Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, I told you before, starting a business is not that easy. Without costs, you can't do anything. Li Xiu signed directly. I signed, starting today. At this time, a BMW 3 Series appeared on the side of the road, and then a tall woman got out of the car, and a young and lovely girl in the passenger seat also got out. The third brother's eyes widened immediately. Isn't this the foreman from last night? Yeah, isn't it? The one who interacted affectionately with brother Xiu. Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, affectionate interaction? I'll tell my sister right away. Li Xiu immediately stopped her. Hey! What are you doing, sister-in-law? We're all working for the cause. There's no need to let her know and cause unpleasantness, don't you think? After hearing what Li Xiu said, Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes with a sly smile on his face. Okay, then after I finish filming tonight, you can treat me to a meal. Li Xiu frowned slightly. Okay, but are you okay with your wound? Fu Xiuyuan nodded. My wound is fine, it has been sutured. Besides, it's just eating, not strenuous exercise. Chapter 112. She is different. Li Xiu nodded. Since you've helped me so much, it's only right that I treat you to a meal. We'll be done here later. I'll see you in the afternoon. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. Okay. After Fu Xiuyuan left, Liang Ronghao beside him said, Brother Xiu? Can we earn back this 1 million a month? Li Xiudo. As long as we do our job well, there will be no problem. I tell you, you and Xiaoxi will make a plug-in program adapted for Douyin, and we will make a live game. What live game? At this moment, in the conference room of the building, 2 female anchors were already in place, and Li Xiu explained his vision to everyone. Everyone is tired of watching traditional anchors coming and going. My idea is this: make a small battle game. When 2 anchors are on the same stage, there will be a recharge window. For example, black silk is on the left and white silk is on the right. People prefer the younger sister or the older sister. They will join different camps and recharge to improve the combat power of one side. Lin Fei immediately said, I understand. I've played similar games before, and they were quite addictive. Li Xiu nodded. To prevent their beloved sister from failing, players will definitely top up their accounts. Furthermore, we'll put up some adult products for sale in the shopping window. And every day we have to emphasize that the anchor's socks are changed every day, and the top of the list is given a pair of original silk stockings that have been worn. Holy crap! The 3 guys were instantly ecstatic. Can you give it to our internal employees first? Li Xiu was speechless. Look at how little you guys have achieved. I'm taking advantage of the big brother's psychology. As long as we can sprint to the top of the list, our big brother will receive original black and original white silk stockings. How can he not be excited? Wu Wanghua smiled and said, Indeed, some bosses have added me on WeChat privately, asking if I'm selling original underwear. I think this live broadcast is quite interesting. The innocent girl next to her was also an employee of the nightclub, who was poached by Li Xiu. This girl's stage name is Jasmine. Dressed like Fu Xiumu. Okay, our female anchor will start putting on makeup, and the technical staff will be responsible for the live game interface. As for Lin Fei, you will coordinate the shooting scenes. Today, our brother's entertainment communication company is going to take down everyone. Li Xiu said with a smile. He is already prepared to invest in traffic for the first wave of promotion. As long as the traffic increases, he will not worry about the profit. There will naturally be a peak showdown between those men who like black stockings and white stockings. After some preparation, the live broadcast officially began. In the brightly lit live broadcast room, Wu Wanghua, dressed as a queen, and Jasmine, dressed as a white Lolita, winked at each other in front of the screen and stood with their hands on their hips in anger. The text below, the war between white stockings and black stockings, do you support the older sister or the younger sister? There will be force values on both sides of the live broadcast screen. Recharge different gifts to increase the force value. And there is a paragraph of text at the end. The top brother on the list gets the final original flavor. Those who understand will understand. This live broadcast is quite interesting, but what I want to say is that cuteness is worthless in the face of sexiness. I like Bicey sister, I don't care, I just like the smell of tea. Haha, if I top up, will I really get the original flavor? The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly reached several thousand. Li Xiu also started purchasing traffic. After purchasing this traffic, the number of users increased very quickly. Monetization is also getting stronger. At the same time, Fu Xiuyu, who was watching short videos at the Fu group, frowned slightly. This is vulgar and boring. These anchors will do anything to make money. But the money comes in really quickly. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao family. As one of the contenders for the future successor to the Xiao family, Han Mimi is also looking for projects on Douyin that she can do. I accidentally saw this video and shook my head, disgusting. At the same time, Wu Yixue, who was also playing with his phone in the office, also saw it and commented, very creative. I like black stockings. He directly recharged several thousand yuan. Hey, this should be done by a small company, what if I follow up? I can cooperate with them a little. As for the girls, there are plenty of college students. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to a woman he had recently hooked up with. Didn't you say before that you wanted to be a female anchor? This young master does have an idea. After seeing this message, Xiao Wanwan immediately smiled happily. Really? Mr. Wu, that's great. Let's meet again. Wu Yixue smiled and said, put on your black stockings and come directly to the hotel for the interview. On the other side, Li Xiu's entertainment company. Looking at the exaggerated cash flow in the background, Li Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. My idea was right. The battle between these female anchors for black and white stockings really made us earn the first wave of money. At this time, he noticed that Zhao Si was sending out short essays crazily. What is Zhao Si doing? Zhao Si said, Xiao Wanwan said she won't be coming to the movies with me this afternoon. She has an appointment with a senior student and asked me to transfer 500 yuan to her. Li Xiu, do you have money? Lend me 500 first, godfather. Dad. Li Xiu was stunned. You're not. You have to pay for someone else to go out with you? How do you know you're not paying for the room? Zhao Si immediately shook his head frantically. No, she's different. She's just slow to warm up. Slow to warm up? I think it's you I'm slow to warm up to. Li Xiu sighed, the profit is good today, I can give you the bonus in advance. 5,000 yuan has been sent. After Zhao Si received it, he immediately transferred it to 1314. Baby, take the money and go have fun with senior. I love you. Liang Ronghao shook his head and said, Zhao Si, you always told me and brother Xiu not to be lapdogs. Now, why don't you join the dog team? Zhao Si shook his head, she has never been in a relationship, so she is slow to warm up. I understand. She is a good girl. You don't understand. Trust my judgment of people. Meanwhile, at the Regent Hotel. In a messy room. Wu Yixue exhaled, a cigarette in his mouth, and lying next to him was Xiao Wanwan wearing black stockings. Your boyfriend is nice, isn't he helping us pay for the room? Humph, that loser, just a small clerk, who will never have a chance to get ahead in his life, how could he be my boyfriend? Xiao Wanwan said. I can only be considered a pursuer. Wu Yixue laughed, you're amazing. Even if he's not your boyfriend, you can still get gold coins. Not bad, little sister. I found a very interesting anchor today. I asked someone to check and found out it's from a small company. I'm prepared to invest money and cooperate with them. They must also want to expand their business. I originally wanted to compete with them, but that would waste my funds for no reason. So, Chapter 113, Sister-in-Law's Love Life. Xiao Wanwan leaned on Wu Yixue's shoulder and said, Mr. Wu, you must not forget me. I want to be a big internet celebrity too. Then you can enjoy the services of a big internet celebrity, right? Wu Yixue narrowed his eyes with a smile on his lips. Sure enough, only money and power are a man's eternal destination. With money and power, such women will automatically come to him. And he doesn't have to pay anything. Sure, of course. I've already contacted one of their partners and will meet at the hotel tonight to discuss the details of the cooperation. Xiao Wanwan nodded and said, then, can I bring some classmates? I couldn't find a job before, so many of my classmates looked down on me. Now that I have this opportunity, with the cooperation of Mr. Wu and the Internet Celebrity Company, I would like to invite a few classmates to come with me to witness it. Wu Yixue raised the corners of his mouth slightly, hugged the woman and said lightly. Sure, it doesn't matter if there's one more person or one less person. If you want to bring friends, then feel free to bring them along. On the other side, Li Xiu was still in the company building. At this time, Liang Ronghao suddenly came up and said, Li Xiu, when I was managing the company's account, I found that a large company wanted to cooperate with us and asked us to discuss business in the evening. What do you think? Li Xiu said, sure. You take them over. I have to have dinner with my sister-in-law, and I'll come find you after dinner. You just need to go around in circles until I get here. When I get here, I'll decide whether to make a deal based on the price. Liang Ronghao naturally expressed his understanding. After arranging all these, Li Xiu looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he immediately drove to pick up his sister-in-law for dinner. Come to the film and television city not far from here. The car stopped on the side of the road and sent a WeChat message to Fu Xiuyuan. Soon, Fu Xiuyuan was seen walking out from the crew, and at the same time, a little actor with greasy hair and powdered face came out with a rose in his hand, entangled with him all the way. The two of them were arguing with each other and no one knew what they were talking about. Li Xiu was stunned. Hey, that's interesting. I came to pick up my sister-in-law for dinner and I can also learn about her emotional life. Li Xiu listened attentively. At this moment, the little actor held up the rose and said, Director, I wasn't joking just now. I really like you. The smile on Fu Xiuyuan's face faded. No, little brother, I told you that we are not suitable. Why do you have to keep pestering me like this? The young actor immediately calmed down a bit, but still insisted, Director, I have never been so attracted to a woman before. You are the first time I have ever felt this way. Please be my girlfriend. When Li Xiu heard these words, he almost laughed out loud. Oh my god, this guy who plays the role of the urban Dragon King every day is also a bootlicker in real life? I still have 2 sign-ins but they didn't work. This crew asked me to sign in and see if I can get something good. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Your current location is the skit crew. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon King acting skills. Dragon King's acting skills, the core of his acting skills lies in his crooked mouth. The host possesses the temperament of a skit actor and can perform skits without any guidance, all in one go. I lost it. Li Xiu was dumbfounded. Why did they give me acting skills? Why didn't they give me the kung fu from the skits, like the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger or the Ghost Valley 13 Needles? System, what use do I have for you? At this time, the tug of war over the confession had reached a critical point, and the young boy was already emotionally agitated. No, don't leave, please promise me, Director. Fu Xiuyuan said helplessly, do you still want to do it? I've already told you that I'm very annoyed, and you're still pestering me. Aren't you afraid that I'll make things difficult for you? I'm not afraid. Even if the mountains are gone and the sky and earth unite, I will never break up with you. This young man has performed in so many skits that he can recite the Dragon King's lines fluently. Woman, be my girlfriend. Seeing that his sister-in-law was about to get out of control, Li Xiu got out of the car immediately. Pushed the car door open gracefully. Bang! After closing the car door, he walked towards the 2 people in front of him and shouted, let that girl go. Li Xiu then stood with his hands behind his back, raised his finger and pointed at the man in front of him and said, young man, you can't control this woman, let her go. The young actor was stunned. Hey, who are you? Li Xiu slowly walked towards the 2 of them, grabbed Fu Xiuyuan's hand, and said coldly, you blind dog, can't you see that this woman is mine? Fu Xiuyuan, yeah? What the hell? But when she saw her brother-in-law who looked like he was possessed by the Dragon King, she had an idea. Why should she spend time looking for an actor for the Dragon King? Isn't my brother-in-law the Dragon King's son-in-law? Are you interested in joining our crew to play the role of Dragon King? Fu Xiuyuan winked at Li Xiu. Li Xiu coughed and said, stop it, the atmosphere has been set here, so stop trying to make me laugh. Li Xiu coughed again. All right. You can go now. The young actor was shocked and said, Director, why didn't you tell me you already had a boyfriend? I always thought you were single and no one was pursuing you. What? Who told you that I'm single and no one is chasing me? Are you crazy, little brother? She took Li Xiu's hand and said, don't you know that my boyfriend is the Dragon King? Humph. The actor looked painful, and after a look of hesitation, he shook his head and said, well, I wish you happiness, Director. I'm leaving now, just pretend I was never here. After saying that, the young actor turned and left. Li Xiu covered his face and said, isn't this embarrassing? Is this how you usually talk? Fu Xiuyuan shook his head and said, that's not the case. Our crew is shooting a short drama. He just finished filming and might not have recovered yet. That's not the point. The point is, what is my brother-in-law treating me to? Do you love me, your sister who shed blood and tears for you? If you do, buy me something expensive. Li Xiu nodded. Sure, I have a card anyway. Fu Xiuyuan shook his head. You can't use the card. I helped you and bleed for you, and you treat me to food from the Fu family? Li Xiu said helplessly. Okay, then what do you want to eat? I'll pay for it for you. I want to eat Japanese food. I know the boss. I'll call them to make a reservation. Please wait for me. Li Xiu nodded, stepped on the accelerator and drove in the direction his sister-in-law said. We soon arrived at the door of the Japanese food store. Fu Xiuyuan said, I've already arranged it. This Japanese restaurant costs 3,000 per person, but since my brother-in-law is treating, I want the best set meal, so it's 18,000 per person. How much? Li Xiu's mouth dropped open. Let's go eat at a food stall. I want to eat. Fu Xiuyuan got out of the car without saying a word, and Li Xiu had no choice but to follow. Chapter 114. What? You are such a great person. There were no other customers in the Japanese restaurant. After entering, there were only Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyuan. Do we need to make a reservation? What's the point of making a reservation? If there are no customers, it must not be delicious. Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, Oh, you'll know later. At this time, a woman wearing traditional Japanese chef's uniform came out. She had beautiful features and a serious expression. She glanced at Li Xiu and said calmly, Do you think I'm a Japanese food expert for nothing? You come right up and start destroying the show? Fu Xiuyuan? Is this your boyfriend? He doesn't look that good either. Fu Xiuyuan rolled his eyes. As your friend, I came here specially to show my support. You wouldn't be so disrespectful to me and start saying that the man I brought today is not good enough? We ordered the most expensive set meal. You have no conscience. She turned around and introduced. This woman's name is He Yingqing. She's of Chinese and Japanese descent. She learned her craft in Japan and came back to make some high-end Japanese cuisine. Actually, it tastes pretty good, but it's too expensive, so not many people come to eat it. Fu Xiuyuan said. He Yingqing glared at Fu Xiuyuan. Are you here to deliberately provoke me? Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, No, please hurry up. I'm hungry. Let me taste the power of the immortal. At this moment, He Yingqing swung her hand and began to cut the food with the scissor in her hand. She said in a deep voice, Hold the belly of the bluefin tuna. Match the golden years. After saying that, he raised his hand and picked up the small bottle of gold foil powder on the table and sprinkled it on the food, covering the food with a thick layer of gold foil. Li Xiu was stunned. Damn, this is all about the atmosphere. After more than a dozen dishes, He Yingqing smiled and said, Okay, all the food for this set meal is here. Are you satisfied? Fu Xiuyuan nodded, Yes, it's not bad. How are you? Li Xiu smiled and said, These things are all one bite at a time. I'm a little hungry. Can you give me some more noodles? He Yingqing nodded and said, Okay, I'll go prepare some ramen for you. A moment later, an ordinary bowl of gold foil ramen was placed in front of Li Xiu. Li Xiu looked at the gold foil floating on the soup and nodded with a smile. It seems that the price of this meal lies in the gold foil. Fu Xiuyuan smiled and nodded, Yes, so you have to eat it all, don't waste it. Li Xiu nodded, Okay, it's a matter of two people. At the same time, on the other side, Liang Ronghao and several others took a taxi to the hotel to discuss cooperation. As soon as he entered the main hall, he ran into a few old classmates. Guan Lon, dressed in a suit and tie, took one look at them and immediately mocked them. I heard that Li Xiu got a rich woman, and you three are still working like slaves? It seems your brothers don't want to help you either. But, I remember Qiao Wanwan didn't invite you guys. She arranged this party to introduce us to some high-level connections. What? Did you receive the news on your own and come here with such a shameless face? Liang Ronghao was stunned and glanced at Lin Fei, who glanced at Zhao Si and said, No. Didn't Xiao Wanwan tell you she had something to do today and couldn't meet you? How come it's such a coincidence that she's planning a party here and she didn't invite you? Zhao Si asked doubtfully, That's not right. Xiao Wanwan told me that she had something to do at home tonight and she wouldn't be going out. When Guanlong heard this, he immediately guessed that there was something wrong. He laughed and said, Zhao Si, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Xiao Wanwan doesn't like you. She said today that she's with a rich second-generation guy and has found some streaming company to discuss cooperation. You guys are so hard to fit in? This is just your ignorance. Liang Ronghao said coldly, how do you know? That anchor company doesn't belong to us brothers. Just you? You losers, and you still run a company? Bah! Guanlong shook his head. Just leave it at that. Just as Zhao Si was about to reveal his cards, he was stopped by Lin Fei, who deliberately said, how about we go with you to see the world? Guanlong nodded, yeah, that's right. You can go with us to see the world, but please stop pretending. The three followed Guanlong to a private room, where the two gangs split into small groups and chatted with each other. Lin Fei said, the private room is correct. It seems that the person who wants to discuss business with us is really what Guanlong said, Xiao Wanwan's rich second-generation boyfriend. That's impossible. Isn't she a slow-to-warm-up type? Maybe they're just friends, or maybe Guanlong is just exaggerating. Zhao Si was still holding on to hope. No, buddy, he's obviously playing with you. He told you he was at home, but he made plans to have a party with other classmates. He told you he was slow to warm up, but he got together with a rich second-generation guy. His slow feelings were only for you. Lin Fei said. Liang Ronghao said, yeah, who says it isn't? The so-called slow heat is just a way for women to test men's obedience. If you saw a fairy-like beauty pursuing you, would you say she's slow to warm up? You'd just be eager to be together right away. Secondly, if the other person was an average-looking woman from an ordinary family pursuing you, you'd definitely hesitate, but you'd also be afraid of losing her. You'd say you're slow to warm up and ask her to try harder, wouldn't you? Dude, stop being a hot sheep. Lin Fei nodded. Look, Liang Ronghao knows how to comfort you. He can even be your love mentor. He can see it clearly. What about you? Stop fantasizing, buddy. Zhao Si was wavering. The door was pushed open and Xiao Wanwan walked in holding Wu Yishue's hand. When she saw Zhao Si, her expression changed. Zhao Si? Why are you here? Wu Yishue smiled. Oh? Is this your wallet? Guanlong immediately apologized. Sorry, Wanwan, I met you at the door, and you insisted on coming in with me to see the world. I'd feel bad if I didn't bring you alone, right? Zhao Si pointed at Wu Yishue and asked, Xiao Wanwan, who is this man? Why are you with this man and you lied to me that you had a date with a senior? Lin Fei and Liang Ronghao covered their faces and asked, do I have to tell you that I used your transfer to book a room? Xiao Wanwan said, yes, I lied to you, but who do you think you are? Are you my boyfriend? You don't seem to be. Lin Fei stood up and said, Xiao Wanwan, my buddy has been good to you for several years. Why don't you make it clear that you are not your boyfriend? What have your values been? You took someone else's things without verifying their relationship? Didn't anyone teach you the principles of life when you were a child? If it's okay, you should have said it clearly instead of hanging someone else up and supporting you for a long time. Now you're looking for a better life, and you're stabbing my brother? Don't you know you only have one life in this world? Wu Yishue snorted coldly, are you really that poor? You're willing to die for such a small sum of money. At most, I'll give you whatever you've given her over the years. Liang Ronghao immediately pulled Zhao Si and said, calculate how much it costs. Since someone is willing to pay, that's great. Zhao Si nodded when he heard this. Okay, I'll run through the list. It's 200,800 in total. I'll let the 800 go. Just give me the 200,000. What? Wu Yishue was dumbfounded. He was pretending to be so cool. Dude, you are really good at licking. In the perception of the rich second generation, women are worthless. With his identity, he can play with women for free. He didn't expect that this guy is a big shot. He can lick 200,000 without any status? Isn't this stupid? Chapter 115. What? You are the boss? What 200,000? You are blackmailing me. Do you think I am easy to cheat? Wu Yishue is not a fool. Can he spend 200,000 like you? At this moment, Zhao Si held up the list on his phone. This is how much I've spent on Xiao Wanwan over the past few years. After I started working, almost all of my income has been given to Xiao Wanwan. Everyone can see it. Xiao Wanwan. Let me tell you, you haven't seen all the hard work I've put into you over the years, and now you're dating some rich second-generation guy you've only known for a few days? Is this what you call a slow burner? Xiao Wanwan glanced at Zhao Si indifferently and said helplessly, "Hey, don't get me wrong, Zhao Si, I never asked you to chase me, it was you who kept chasing me. As for being slow to warm up, I am indeed slow to warm up, but Master Wu is charming, and you are not charming, don't you understand?" Lin Fei said from the side. "Charm? I think it's the money you have, and the kind you only see but don't spend." Guanlong said from the side, "Hey, you guys should stop talking. Today is their party. You came here for free food and drinks, and yet you are still talking so much nonsense? The boss will come later, and you will be embarrassed like this." Xiao Wanwan nodded and said, "The anchor will be here soon. Stop crying all over. It will only make me look down on you even more." "Okay, Zhao Si, it's good that you saw it today. It saves me from arguing with you later. Let's end it." Zhao Si stood up trembling all over, pointing at Xiao Wanwan and said, "So, this afternoon, the money I gave you. It's just what you think." Xiao Wanwan said shamelessly. Zhao Si nodded, nodding repeatedly, "They're right. The so-called slow heat was a test of my obedience from the beginning. The feeling of loving someone is unstoppable. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, if it's true love, how can it be slow to heat up? It's nothing more than not liking the other person, but being reluctant to give up the benefits given by the other person, so it's slow to heat up." I'm stupid." Xiao Wanwan sneered, "Alright, stop pretending. I'm telling you, I'm going to be a big internet celebrity soon. Young Master Wu can support me, but what about you? Can you do it? 6,000 yuan a month? I'll just starve to death." Zhao Si trembled and said, "Cooperation? We won't cooperate with you. Xiao Wanwan, you still want to be an internet celebrity? I want you to know that you will never become one." Lin Fei nodded, "Yes. We tell you. If you offend our brothers, we won't let you go. You treated my brothers like dogs and now you still want to cooperate?" Just at this moment, the two hosts Wu Wanhua and Jasmine walked in. They glanced at Lin Fei and the other two. Just as he was about to say hello, he was interrupted by Wu Yixue. "Hey, two beauties. White Moonlight and Crimson Mole? You're here? Then we can talk about cooperation." Wu Wanhua smiled faintly, "Okay, but we are not the boss, we are just signing a contract with the internet celebrity. The real boss is someone else." Xiao Wanwan was stunned. "Is there a boss behind the scenes? Who is your boss then? We must meet him properly." "It is true. There must be experts behind these little internet celebrities." At this time, Wu Wanhua pointed at Lin Fei, Zhao Si, and Liang Ronghao and said, "The boss is over there. Haven't you seen him?" Xiao Wanwan's eyes slowly widened. Several old classmates also looked at the three people in astonishment. Guanlong said in disbelief, "How is this possible? These three are well known for coming from poor families. How could they possibly become bosses?" A huge wave of emotion surged in Xiao Wanwan's heart, and she was in a rage for a long time. Zhao Si didn't say anything nonsense just now. He is one of the bosses? This. Wu Yixue was also surprised and asked, "After all this time, you're partners?" Zhao Si nodded and said, "Xiao Wanwan, I know you want to be an internet celebrity. Originally, I was planning to invite you first after our company became famous. Now, thank you for letting me see you clearly. Your dream of becoming an internet celebrity is shattered from now on. Our company will never hire you. Get out." Xiao Wanwan trembled all over and said, "No. Zhao Si. We just had a misunderstanding. I was just deliberately trying to piss you off because you didn't tell me your identity. I was just testing you." Lin Fei immediately stopped him and said, "Zhao Si, don't get fooled. Women are very good at turning the tables." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, "Not only does our company not use her, she will be banned from the entire internet in the future." Bang! The door was pushed open. Li Shou walked in arm with Fu Shouyuan. Guanlong exclaimed, "I should have guessed it long ago. Li Shou has entered a wealthy family. The three of them must have relied on Li Shou. That makes sense." Li Shou said calmly, "This afternoon, this woman took your money, Zhao Si, and found this man. I have photos as evidence. I secretly arranged for paparazzi to take pictures. I was just trying to help you get rid of the enchantment, but I didn't expect this woman to confess without asking. Buddy, now you see clearly, don't you?" Zhao Si nodded, "Brother Xiu, you are right. If you want to avoid being controlled by women, you must be surrounded by women. I will never look back at this woman again. Li Xiu, it's good that you know. Xiao Wanwan was really panicking at this moment. Li Xiu was from a wealthy family and had capital. His words meant that the capital wanted to ban her. Wouldn't she have to go out and find a job that paid a few thousand yuan a month? No. I was wrong. Xiao Si, I really didn't mean it. Give me a chance, and I'll be your girlfriend now. Xiao Si took out his phone and said in front of her, WeChat, block and delete. Phone number, block and delete. From now on, we will never see each other again. Wu Yixue glanced at Li Xiu and said with hostility, You are behind this? Li Xiu, you are a son-in-law of the Fu family, and you set up your own business outside. Does your master know? Li Xiu sneered, My sister-in-law is right next to them. Do you think they know? Fu Xiaoyuan nodded. Of course we in the Fu family know what Li Xiu wants to do. We support him unconditionally. So, you are just a dog of the Xiao family. Don't you have the Xiao family's unconditional support? Chapter 116, Ordinary people pursue for many years, but the rich second generation does it for free. Wu Yixue's face darkened and he instantly became unhappy. Although Xiao Changda had given them positions, the core business of the Xiao family was still in his hands. He was simply observing the performance of his grandchildren and never really delegated power to them. They don't give any resources at all, and this Li Xiu is obviously just a son-in-law of the Fu family, but the Fu family gives him money and people. It's simply unbelievable. If you don't know, you would think he is the real young master of the Fu family. Wu Yixue pointed at Li Xiu and said, Don't be so complacent. When I inherit the Xiao family, I'll make your Fu family look bad. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Fu Xiaoyuan frowned and said, Wu Yixue, won't you take the trash away from me before you leave? Wu Yixue hadn't reacted yet. He glanced at Xiao Wanwan and finally realized what was happening. He turned around and helplessly pulled Xiao Wanwan outside. Okay, stop embarrassing yourself. Xiao Wanwan was pulled outside by Wu Yixue. She grabbed Wu Yixue's hand and said excitedly, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu. Your Xiao family can fight against the Fu family. You will support me, right? You will give me a chance, right? Wu Yixue shook off the woman's hand and said, You're crazy. I was humiliated by the Fu family's son-in-law because of you, and my business was ruined because of me touching you, a filthy thing today. Xiao Wanwan's makeup was all smudged from crying. I gave myself to you today, and you say I'm a dirty thing? Xiao Si has been so good to me for so many years, but he couldn't even touch me with his fingers, and he also. Shut up. Don't mention that slut. Wu Yixue looked at the woman coldly. Who do you think you are? I, Wu Yixue, have played with no less than 100 women like you. Do you really think you're special? I just think you're good at it. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan regretted it. She lost a potential stock who had been pursuing her for many years for the sake of a rich second-generation man whom she had only known for a few days. The key point was that this rich second-generation man had not spent even a penny on her. Wu Yixue, me. What do you mean by you? I was with you, asked you out, you asked me to flatter you, and then you voluntarily went to bed with me. I recorded the whole thing. You can sue me and my legal team will definitely send you to jail. Do you really think we're ordinary people who can be manipulated by people like you? Wu Yixue dusted off his clothes, turned around and left the hotel. Xiao Wanwan's body trembled as she walked. On the other side, Li Xiu glanced at his buddies and said, It's not a complete failure. At least we got rid of that scumbag girl, right? Lin Fei nodded, Yes, Xiao Si, you should be happy. Get rid of the vampire and find someone who treats you well in the future. Zhao Si shook his head and said, Follow Brother Xiu and do business well in the future. Focus on your career. Women will naturally appear when your career is on the rise. Li Xiu nodded. Okay, I understand very well. You reacted very quickly. Liang Ronghao glanced at Fu Xiaoyuan and secretly gave Li Xiu a thumbs up. Brother Xiu is indeed Brother Xiu. We mortals really can't understand. At this time, Wu Wanhua looked at Fu Xiaoyuan awkwardly. The latter glared back at her. The other students in the box stood up one after another. Well, since the party didn't happen, we'll leave first and not disturb your internal affairs. These people stood up one by one. The look he gave Li Xiu no longer contained the contempt he once had, only awe. After all, compared with these graduates, Li Xiu has become an existence that is out of their reach. After these people left, Li Xiu took out his phone and said, "The first day's profits are out. After deducting the costs, our account earned 200,000 yuan on the first day. I will send it to you according to the proportion. I hope you will continue to work hard next time. Grow bigger and stronger." Wu Wanhua took advantage of the time to go to the bathroom to meet Fu Xiuyuan. "Chief," Wu Wanhua said. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. "Just call me boss. The title of leader sounds like something out of a costume drama." "Yes. You're quite clever. You've hooked up with Li Xiu and are making a fortune with him." "I dare not." Wu Wanhua said, "I think being an online anchor and being with my son-in-law will not affect intelligence gathering." Fu Xiuyuan nodded. "I know what you're thinking. Keep a close eye on my son-in-law. Someone is trying to harm him and posting information on the dark web. It's certainly hard to track down, but you can't give up. Keep investigating." "Yes." Li Xiu's voice came. "Have you guys finished using the restroom? Let's go." Left the hotel. Li Xiu and Fu Xiuyuan returned home. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Fu Xiuyu looking at the two of them with her long legs crossed. "Oh? You guys went out to play behind my back?" Fu Xiuyuan was slightly surprised and said, "It's my brother-in-law who wants to treat me to a meal. What does it have to do with me?" "Sister, you really need to take care of this. This man has set up a live broadcast company and found several beautiful women from nightclubs to do the live broadcast." Fu Xiumu, with an ice cream cone in his mouth, trotted over. "What? What live broadcast? I want to listen too." Fu Xiuyu nodded and said, "Your brother-in-law is not a good husband. He took your second sister out for dinner and even found a woman from a nightclub to do a live broadcast." "Oh my god." Fu Xiumu's eyes widened. "Divorce. We must divorce." Fu Xiuxue grabbed her neck from behind and said, "I think you want to take the top spot, right? Are you so happy about the divorce?" Fu Xiuxue suddenly changed the subject. However, this man has recently begun to reveal his ambitions. He claimed online that he has 4 girlfriends and even does live broadcasts. "For isn't enough, are you planning to fill a whole room?" Li Xiu smiled faintly. "Sister-in-law, you were the first to copy your brother-in-law's article from the internet, that's fine, but after copying it, you're still mocking him?" "I was just saying it casually, and what you just said seems to mean that you are all my girlfriends?" "Alright." Fu Xiuyu's mouth twitched. "I don't care about your business. It's okay to have dinner with Fu Xiuyuan. How's the investigation going on into the person who tried to assassinate you?" "Fu Xiuyuan?" Fu Xiuyuan said, "They took orders on the dark web, and then that group of dark web assassins were all killed last night." She glanced at Li Xiu. Fu Xiuyu also glanced at Li Xiu and said, "The clue is broken." Li Xiu said, "This kind of dark web killer is useless even if we catch him. They would rather die than reveal their employers' identities. Furthermore, they only accept orders on the dark web and have no idea of their employers' identities." Fu Xiuyu asked, "Is this what you did when you went out last night?" Li Xiu smiled awkwardly. "Don't I have to take revenge? These people simply don't take me seriously." The Fu sisters were all silent. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Li Xiu and said, "My brother-in-law is really amazing. Not a single killer in the entire club survived." Chapter 117, Sister-in-law personally teaches acting. "Yes, your brother-in-law is very powerful." Fu Xiuyu said, "He is a cold-blooded killer." After saying that, she stood up and grabbed Li Xiu's collar. "All of you get out of the way. I suspect your brother-in-law is hiding a lot of things from me. I'm going to take him to his room and torture him severely." Fu Xiumu asked doubtfully, "Take us with you when you torture us, huh?" Her face instantly turned red, and she stamped her feet and said, "Sister, you two really have no shame." Humph. A moment later. Li Xiu had already admitted defeat. Fu Xiuyu went to take a shower and came out and said, "But speaking of which, your live broadcast was pretty good. I watched it today." Li Xiu nodded. "This thing is very simple to imitate, and we will launch other ones later. Otherwise, we won't be competitive." "Oh? It seems you are quite smart in doing business yourself? What's the matter? Are you planning to start your own business?" Li Xiu shook his head and said, "I wouldn't go so far as to start my own business. I just think it's a waste not to make money if there's money to be made. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Li Xiu stood up and opened the door. Fu Xiuyuan, who was in pajamas, glanced at Li Xiu and asked, "Are you done with the torture?" Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly. What's the matter?" Fu Xiuyuan said, "My new short play is going to be aired tomorrow, but the male lead is not feeling well, so I want to ask Li Xiu to help me act it out." Li Xiu frowned when he heard this. "Acting? Are there kissing scenes? That's not good." Fu Xiuyuan smiled and said, "It's a drama about the end of the Dragon King. It's about collecting beauties, so there must be a lot of scenes with beautiful women. But don't worry, even if there is a kiss, it's just a taste. It's just a TV show." "What do you think it is?" Fu Xiuyu frowned slightly. "That's fine, you can take your brother-in-law to use it, but you have to send it back to me after the shooting." Li Xiu nodded. "Okay, I'll be your leading man tomorrow." After Fu Xiuyuan left, Fu Xiuyu suddenly came over, hooked his arms around Li Xiu's neck, and lay down. "I didn't understand the interrogation just now. Let's continue." "No, I have to go to work tomorrow, big sister." Time quickly came to the next day, and Li Xiu did not get up early in the morning. Because the vital energy has been released. It was only when Fu Xiuyuan came to the room and urged him that Li Xiu was pulled out of bed. When the two of them arrived on the first floor, everyone else had either gone to work or school. Li Xiu was sitting in Fu Xiuyuan's car. Today she had changed to a BMW SUV. The two of them arrived at the set in a short while. The shooting pace of short dramas is very fast. When Li Xiu arrived at the scene, he didn't even recognize anyone. They were forced to do the job, put on makeup and change clothes together, and then the script was thrown on them. Fu Xiuyuan, wearing black stockings, held a notebook in her hand and shouted, "Everyone, take your positions." In the first episode, the beautiful neighbor comes to visit because the young man has meat to eat. "This is the end of the world, you know? Li Xiu, you can be a little more of a loser." Li Xiu was stunned. "I'm not a girl. How can I be called a loser? I'm a born boss." Fu Xiuyuan rolled his eyes and said, "Anyway, you just need to be more restrained." At this time, the actress came in. A mature woman in her 30s wearing a white sweater appeared in front of Li Xiu, and he almost forgot his lines. "I don't even know if I pronounced it correctly." The girl said that as long as she had meat to eat, she would do anything. The camera then moves directly to the bed. "Coo." Fu Xiuyuan stepped forward and pulled the actress away, then said, "Although it's a heartwarming drama, there's still some beauty in the kiss, okay? I'll only demonstrate it once." After saying that, Fu Xiuyuan kissed her. Li Xiu's eyes widened instantly. "Director, are you sure this is not an unspoken rule?" Fu Xiuyuan stood up and winked at Li Xiu. The other staff members around were stunned. Fu Xiuyuan said to the actress, "All right, just a quick taste will do, let's go through this quickly." Then the actress looked at the director awkwardly. They were not sisters. "When did you, the director, do it yourself? Didn't you say he was your brother-in-law? Why do I feel like you are taking advantage of your brother-in-law?" Li Xiu didn't know if this was how filming was done. The plot moved so fast that he didn't even notice the next episode. He immediately discovered that this was a fucking harem drama. In just a short period of time, Li Xiu had changed 5 groups of actresses. However, during the filming, Li Xiu noticed an interesting point. "Sister-in-law, I want to tell you something," Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyuan glared at Li Xiu and said, "Little actor, you should call the director on the set." "Okay, director sister-in-law, can I arrange someone to live broadcast your filming here? I think this is quite interesting, you see," Li Xiu said. Fu Xiuyuan raised the corner of his mouth. "Okay, then you can arrange someone to do it. What we filmed is not a secret anyway." On the other hand, Wu Yixue found a few female internet celebrities, invested some money, and started live streaming using the same method as Li Xiu. But he soon discovered that his imitation could only retain a small number of people. It seems that these viewers are tired of it. Why? Li Xiu and the others can do it, but I can't? Wu Yixue's face looked extremely ugly. It was at this time that he discovered an interesting live broadcast while constantly watching live broadcasts. Is this a direct live skit shoot? Tens of thousands of people are watching? The audience is directing the filming? So active. And this is a harem skit, right? Wait, who's the male lead? Li Xiu? Why is this guy everywhere? Holy shit. The other end. Binhai City, Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu, who was in a meeting, was suddenly patted on the shoulder by Special Assistant Lin next to him, who then handed the phone to Fu Xiuyu. Mr. Fu, look. Fu Xiuyu saw it and frowned. What is it? What are you looking at? Is there a meeting? Special Assistant Lin shook his head. Are you sure you don't want to see it? Your husband. Fu Xiuyu immediately snatched the phone from Assistant Lin, squinted his eyes to take a look at the content on the phone, and saw Li Jing filming in the live broadcast room. The plot is Harem 1? This man deserves to die. And Fu Xiuyuan. These two people really need to be punished. At this moment, Li Xiu's filming in the picture has reached its climax. A man is having dinner at home with 8 beauties, and the feet of the 8 beauties are not keeping quiet under the table. This scene mainly reflects the hero's happiness in the end times. There is no end to the food and no end to the beauties. With the complete tilt of social resources, the male protagonist has obtained endless food with his golden fingers. Seeing this, she got completely angry and slammed. The executive who was making a report shrank his neck. Mr. Fu? But what's wrong with what I said? Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly. There's nothing wrong. I just feel sick inside. At this time, some executives were secretly looking at their phones. Soon I saw Li show a short play in the streaming. Holy crap! Minister Li was invited to the crew today. Holy crap! That's awesome. You're so lucky, you're worthy of being Minister Li. Fu Xiuyu glanced at these people indifferently. You are still watching the live broadcast during the meeting? Don't you all want to do it anymore? Chapter 118, is this how you and your brother-in-law discussed the script? Fu Xiuyu was furious at these people. Why was she so angry? Who could accept that her husband was filming a short drama with so many female roles? After hastily concluding the meeting, Fu Xiuyu stood up and said, arrange a car and go to the crew. I want to see what tricks these two can come up with. And at this moment, Li Xiu, who has the acting skills of a dragon king, was not panicked at all. He suddenly remembered that there were still 2 waves of sign-ins that had not been used in the past 2 days. System. Sign in. I was signing in with the crew of a short play, and it really was the short play brought to life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Current location, Doomsday Crew Scene. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portable storage space the size of a basement. Sign in again to obtain additional storage space. Living creatures cannot be stored, and the storage time is frozen. Li Xiu was stunned. Isn't this part of my ability as the male lead in this skit? Are you kidding me? Then if I continue to sign in, won't I be able to sign in for the supernatural power of the end times? System. Continue signing in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully again. Sign in to get various stockings x $9.99. Stockings? Isn't this the crew of the apocalypse drama? Why did they sign me in for stockings? Is this system fair? Are they asking me to set up a stall selling stockings? Ding. The system is reasonable. Li Xiu was very angry. At this moment, Lin Fei and others were holding up their cell phones to broadcast live what was happening inside Li Xiu's crew, which was very enjoyable for the audience. I brought in funding to join the crew. Can you let me perform for a few episodes? My nerdy temperament is even better than this male lead. It's 6, I'm a girl, can I come and perform in 1 episode? This male protagonist is so mean. Lin Fei smiled and said, Brother Xiu, online. Li Xiu glanced at Lin Fei and asked, what's going on online? I said you were so cheap. Lin Fei said with a suppressed smile. That's just envy, jealousy, and hatred. Li Xiu didn't care. At this time, director Fu Xiuyuan came up and said, Li Xiu, come with me to the dressing room. I want to talk to you about the script. Talk about the script? Okay, here I come. The two entered the locker room. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped outside the crew. His 37-inch long legs slung to the ground. Fu Xiuyu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and glanced in the direction of the crew. Let's go. Special Assistant Lin said from behind, I think Minister Li is just filming a drama after all, President Fu, there is no need to be angry. It's normal for those actors to kiss and hug each other. Fu Xiuyu glanced at her and asked, "Did my sister give you money?" At this moment, a young screenwriter in the crew saw Fu Xiuyu and was shocked. He then turned around and immediately went to find his director. "The director's sister is here." "Where's the director?" The photographer shook his head. "I don't know. Has anyone seen the director?" Fu Xiuyu glanced at the crew members and smiled faintly. "You guys are quite cohesive." "Where's my sister?" The photographer said awkwardly, "I don't know, maybe he went to the bathroom." Fu Xiuyu narrowed his eyes. He glanced at Lin Fei and asked, "What do you mean? Where's your buddy?" Lin Fei was so frightened that his body trembled. This woman's aura was too strong. "Well, Li Xiu seems to be going to the toilet." "Yes, he's going to the toilet." "Two people going to the bathroom together?" Fu Xiuyu raised the corner of his mouth. As he slowly approached the dressing room, the young screenwriter immediately stepped forward and said, the actresses are all getting changed inside." "Come this way, Mr. Fu." Fu Xiuyu nodded. At this moment, the 8 actresses of the skit suddenly came from another direction. "Talking as you walk." The director took the male lead to the dressing room to discuss the script. "Why did the conversation take so long? You won't talk about being pregnant, will you?" "Hey, don't talk nonsense. They are a family. You don't know, right? He is the director's brother-in-law. It shouldn't be possible." Fu Xiuyu turned his head and glanced at the screenwriter. "Assistant Lin, break in." Assistant Lin raised his hand and pointed at his arms and legs. "You mean me? I'm going to hit it?" Fu Xiuyu shook his head. "Forget it, I'll do it myself." She raised her foot and kicked out. Bang! The fragile locker room was kicked open in an instant. Li Xiuzhen was pinned to the table. Fu Xiuyuan hooked his arm around Li Xiu's neck and said, "Brother-in-law, your eye contact with the actors is very poor. Even in a good drama, there has to be some communication, right?" At this moment, Fu Xiuyu snorted coldly. "What kind of communication is so great?" Li Xiu pushed Fu Xiuyuan away and said, "Wife, no, your sister is taking advantage of me by taking advantage of her power." Fu Xiuyu stepped forward, pulled Li Xiu over, and then glanced at Fu Xiuyuan. "Are you giving me instructions or flirting?" Fu Xiuyuan smiled faintly. "Sister, this is a complete quick learning of my acting skills." "What happened?" "I didn't encounter anything." "Are you jealous?" Fu Xiuyu pushed his glasses. "I think you want to cut off my investment in you, right?" Fu Xiuyuan's eyes changed slightly, and he stepped forward to grab Fu Xiuyu's arm. "Oh sister, don't be so stingy. Even if you took advantage of me, it was your family. Your beloved concubine is still yours." Outside the door, the photographers and screenwriters were all stunned. "My beloved? Is this male protagonist so popular in the Fu family? You don't know this. The previous generation of the Fu family recruited sons-in-law, but this generation has no male offspring. This young man is the only man in the Fu family. It's lucky that his young energy hasn't been sucked dry. It really is Ponzi Cave. It's not that easy to be a son-in-law of a wealthy family. It's just like being in the deep palace backyard, with the empress and the concubine." Li Xiu's 3 brothers were so envious that their mouths were watering. At this time, Fu Xiuyu changed the subject and said, "Okay, I forgive you, but I also want to act in one episode. I will be the official partner, and the other actresses will be sacrificed one by one in the mouths of zombies." Fu Xiuyuan was stunned. "No way, my sister will be scolded by the audience." Fu Xiuyu smiled faintly. "I am capital, who am I afraid of?" Fu Xiuyuan nodded. "Okay, hey." Soon, the day's shooting was over. Because only the finale was missing, we finished filming that afternoon. Just finished here. The other end. Xiao family in Binhai City. Xiao Mukin was strolling in the mansion when he saw a housekeeper walking towards him in a hurry. He immediately stepped forward to intercept him and said, "Butler, what are you doing? Why are you so anxious?" The housekeeper smiled and said, "Master Xiao, here is a DNA sample. I plan to give it to the family doctor for a DNA test." Xiao Mukin's mind moved. Does the old man have a suspect? How would we know this? The butler was about to leave. Xiao Mukin raised his hand and said, "Hey, I'll get it for you." "Could it be that the old man specifically asked me to take it in?" said the butler. Xiao Mukin nodded, and at this moment the housekeeper's stomach suddenly rumbled. "Ouch, master, please hold this for me first. I have a severe stomachache. I can't take this into the bathroom. It might contaminate the sample. Xiao Mukin nodded. Okay, I'll hold it for you. Chapter 119. He is not of the Xiao family bloodline. After the housekeeper left, Xiao Mukin took a look at the sample, opened the transparent plastic bag, and poured out a hair from it. Whether he is the old man's grandson or not, I absolutely cannot take this risk. The lost grandson, then don't come back for the rest of your life. After saying that, he pulled out a strand of his hair and stuffed it in. After the housekeeper came out, he took the sample and left without any suspicion. Xiao Mukin curled his lips and turned back to his yard. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lu Ruan acting suspiciously. He walked up to her, took a look at her, then pulled her hand and looked at her wrist. This wound? Are you playing a trick of inflicting pain on yourself? There was a shallow scratch on Lu Ruan's wrist. Who are you doing this for? You haven't forgotten that son-in-law yet? Lu Ruan, how can you be so hypocritical? I almost believe in your deep affection. Li Xiu is doing well now, living a happy life, but you're acting like a spoiled brat. What's wrong? Do you think he's interested in you? Lu Ruan shook her head. No, we are different. Our feelings are different. He will definitely feel sad. He will definitely feel sad as long as he sees it. At this time, the other members of the Lu family also came back, and Xiao Mukin put down his hand. Lu Rusong saw that the atmosphere was not right, and his eyes rolled, looking at Xiao Mukin. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. I recently started dating a girlfriend, and her family asked for a 380,000 yuan betrothal gift. I told them that my brother-in-law is the young master of the Xiao family, and that we live in the Shen family's mansion, and they wanted to come and see it. What? Xiao Mukin's face was grim. Let your family mess around? Doesn't that mean Xiao Chang'o will kick me out again soon? At this time, Lu Yingshan stepped forward and said, Yes, good son-in-law, you see there are so many houses here, it's okay to let the other party come and take a look. Rusong is not young anymore. This family is well off. You are his brother-in-law, so you must help him. Xiao Mukin snorted in his heart, thinking that he was being taken advantage of by Li Xiu. Lu Yingshan, don't get it wrong. I took you in as a favor. Don't push me around, I'll kick you out right now. When Wang Hong heard this, she was stunned. Son-in-law, you can't say that. We, Ruyan, didn't ask for any betrothal gifts when we married you. How could you do this to us? Xiao Mukin's eyes were full of hatred. If it weren't for your daughter, would I be treated like this by my grandfather? Now it's a little better. My son's biological mother is also of some value. And your Lu family has actually lowered my competitiveness. Lu Rushong also said. Li Xiu never asked for anything before, but just gave us a lot of betrothal gifts and worked like a slave for us. How come you, my brother-in-law, are unwilling to do such a small favor? That's right, that's right. Wang Hong said, it's a blessing for you to have our daughter. Go out and ask around. In this world, which girl doesn't want a betrothal gift of several 100,000? Xiao Mukin's face was about to turn red. Lu Yingshan continued, you can't marry someone else's daughter for nothing. We don't want this house from you. We know your grandfather is not an ordinary person, but this is the least you can do. You have to help us. Xiao Mukin turned around and pointed at the family, shut up. You damn idiots. Just shut up. I, Xiao Mukin, have been excluded from the line of succession today because of your Lu family and that worthless woman, Lu Ruan. Just because I got involved with you guys, I've lost value, you know? In the eyes of wealthy families, people are all about value. You are a negative asset. You bastards, and you dare to ask me for this and that? Don't you want to see what you have? Lu Ruyan, this idiotic woman, and you weirdos, I'm going to drive you away now. My grandfather might even look upon us with a higher regard. The Lu family always feels good about themselves and never thinks it is their own fault whenever something bad happens to them. Anyway, it's someone else's problem, it's other people's fault. For example, Li Xiu, even if they went too far, it was a test for Li Xiu, so why couldn't you continue to persevere? Ultimately, Li Xiuxin is not sincere. At this moment, Xiao Mukin looked extremely ugly. The Lu family came back to their senses. They were really scolded by a son-in-law? Lu Yingshan pointed at Xiao Mukin and said in a trembling voice, You, Xiao Mukin, how dare you? I'm your father-in-law, and this is your mother-in-law. Aren't we good to you? What do you want? I gave you my daughter for free. You won't even lend me the space? Give it to me for free? Xiao Mukin laughed heartily. I paid for this with my inheritance rights. Now your whole family is supported by me. You don't support me, but still act like a big shot in front of me? If you're tough, get out of here now? Lu Ruan smiled, shook her head and sat on the sofa, as if it had nothing to do with her, watching these people go crazy quietly. Li Xiu, I'm sorry for you, my whole family is sorry for you. I will find you back, and we will never be separated again, okay? But at this moment, the Lu family suddenly lost their momentum. Lu Rusong said, if you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. I'm just asking. Lu Yingshan coughed and said, we haven't considered this matter carefully. Let's think of other ways. Xiao Mukin snorted coldly, this is all you Lu family members can achieve. At the same time, at the other end, the main hall of the Xiao family's main residence. Xiao Changge listened to his two daughters' reports and nodded. Okay, the company's performance this month is indeed good, but what did I tell you last time? Xiao Yuye glanced at her father and said, I've already asked someone to collect that person's hair and send it for testing. Xiao Changge nodded. I didn't expect that Li Xiu is not Li Ping'an's biological son. Judging from his age, he is indeed more in line with my grandson's age. I just don't know if he is my precious grandson. Xiao Yuyan nodded and said, why not just tell the Fu family and ask them to bring someone in for testing? Xiao Changge shook his head, let's take a long-term approach to this matter. Let's not alarm the Fu family for now. Besides, the woman from the Fu family is not simple. I also have my concerns. At this time, a doctor in a white coat walked in and said, old man, the comparison results are out. Xiao Changge immediately looked up with a look of surprise on his face, this. Tell me, I can accept any result. The doctor nodded, the results are out, it's not the Xiao family's bloodline. Chapter 120, the Xiao family also wants to follow up, interview pendulum. Xiao Changge sighed, oh, am I overthinking it? That Li Xiu is not of the bloodline of my Xiao family. Xiao Yuya muttered to herself that her grandfather had gone crazy and that her father wanted to test every man of similar age. Dad, since it's proven that Li Xiu is not from my Xiao family, then can we do more, targeting against this person? Wu Ishue, who was standing by, immediately said, Grandpa, I recently learned that this guy named Li Xiu has started a live streaming entertainment company. This company is skirting the line, playing with live streaming, and its performance is very good. I have decided that I, Wu Ishue, will also participate in this industry and compete with the Fu family. Xiao Changge asked in confusion. The Fu family has also entered the new media industry? Han Mimi immediately stepped forward and said, Grandpa, Wu Ishue wants to do live streaming purely to satisfy his own goals. The Xiao family might as well invest in my beauty industry instead of this. Women's money is always the easiest to make. Xiao Changge narrowed his eyes. Competition was indeed what he wanted to see. He wanted these young people to compete with each other to decide the next generation of heirs to the Xiao family. At this time, Xiao Mukin came to the main hall with a smile. He said cautiously, Grandpa, no matter what the CEO does, I want to participate. I can help you guys. Xiao Changge glanced at Xiao Mukin and said, oh? Wu Ishue wants to work on new media, you can go and help him. Xiao Mukin immediately stood beside Wu Ishue. Wu Ishue smiled and said, you have to be smart when working for me. Got it? Xiao Mukin nodded immediately. If I hadn't been unlucky, you wouldn't be here now. His face was full of smiles, and he kept saying, okay. Xiao Changge nodded. Alright, the Fu group is making great efforts in various fields, and we shouldn't fall behind. Everyone, cheer up. Yes. Left the main hall of the Xiao family. Xiao Mukin found Wu Ishue and said with a smile, I've seen what Li Xiu and his company have been doing recently. We can definitely ask internet celebrities to imitate them and directly attack them. Wu Ishue nodded. I know all the ideas you can come up with, but the most troublesome thing is that Li Xiu has come up with a different approach. I was filming for a skit and got a lot of traffic. Xiao Mukin smiled faintly, then we can do it too, and we can even go a step further. But we don't have a crew. Wu Ishue said. Xiao Mukin smiled faintly, why use a real crew? The audience is just watching the atmosphere. Wu Ishue's eyes lit up, of course you can, kid. I didn't realize you have so many clever ideas. But I heard that you sacrificed yourself to cheat on Li Xiu and brought yourself down from the altar. Wasn't that all your scheme? Xiao Mukin's face turned extremely ugly. This Wu Yixue was just mocking me. These grandchildren of the Xiao family are really intolerant. He could only smile. At this time, Lu Ruan happened to be walking out of the manor in the distance. Wu Yixue said with a smile, "Your wife is out so late, why don't you keep an eye on her? Maybe she's gone to look for her own white moonlight." After saying that, he raised his hand and patted Xiao Mukin on the shoulder. "I'll give you a green hat next time." "You?" Xiao Mukin laughed, "Then thank you very much." At the same time on the other side, Lu Ruan called Zhang Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, where is the company that you mentioned recruiting female anchors? Please send me a position first." Zhang Qingqing nodded. "Ruyan, this company has been very popular recently. It's that live broadcast of the duel between Bai Yueguang and Zhu Shaji. Many people have imitated it. They are recruiting tonight. We can also give it a try. I heard the salary is much higher than what we get at work." Lu Ruyan nodded. "Once I become an internet celebrity, maybe Li Xiu will change his mind. Then even if a big star like me pursues him, there's no way he won't be moved." Zhang Qingqing was sitting on the other side of the phone, rolling her eyes inwardly. "Oh, Ruyan, we are talking about becoming the heroine, so stop thinking about those stinky men." She found that after she added Li Xiu on WeChat, this guy never read or replied. Having failed in her seduction attempt, she has blacklisted Li Xiu. Of course, as long as Li Xiu replies to her, it will no longer be a blacklist, but a whitelist. "Qingqing, I know what you mean, but I just can't forget him. It's true that this is what happens when you meet someone too outstanding when you are young," Lu Ruyan said. Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, "It's because your white moonlight has rotted away. You think Li Xiu is still better. Why are you pretending? Ruyan, I've sent you the position. Let's go for the interview." On the other side, Li Xiu and his 4 friends were sitting at the interview seats of their own company. "In front of me are 7 girls who came for the interview." Lin Fei whispered, "In my eyes, they all get more than 7 points, brother. Why don't you take them all?" Li Xiu shook his head. "Take it? Take your sisters, those legs of number 8, although the appearance is okay, but the legs are too cheap. And that number 9, the airport, what's going to happen then? The other 2 have small eyes, and that one isn't good enough for our company." Liang Ronghao was speechless. "No, buddy, what are you choosing? Choosing a concubine?" Zhao Si covered his mouth and said, "Brother Xiu wants to choose a concubine? Does he dare? His wife is very strict." Li Xiu coughed and said, "Keep your voice down and keep our composure. Don't let others think we are losers." He raised his hand and said, "Next batch." Several girls left the interview room and started talking in low voices. "I feel like we don't have much hope. These bosses are too young. The boss in the middle is so handsome. I wish he could fall in love with me. Fancy you? I don't think it's hard. This boss has even acted in skits. I think he's quite lecherous." At this time, Zhang Qingqing came over with Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, they say the boss is very lustful? That's easy, my looks will definitely." Lu Ruyan glanced at Zhang Qingqing and said, "Let's not do it. There's no need to sell yourself out for work." "You?" Zhang Qingqing's expression changed slightly. "Lu Ruyan, why are you pretending to be so noble? You cheated on me with a rich second-generation man in order to marry into a wealthy family. Now that he doesn't want you anymore, you are still pretending." At this time, another group of girls for interviews walked into the interview room. Li Xiu said calmly, "Raise your hands, put them behind your heads, and shake them for me." The girls who wanted to make a living from this naturally understood what the boss meant. Zhao Si, Lin Fei, Liang Ronghao and others immediately started bleeding from their noses. "A big pendulum? This is too cool. The live version, we've only seen it online before." Li Xiu nodded. "This way, their charm increases by 1 point. This is interesting. Okay, next batch." Outside the door, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Qingqing had already completed the registration. The 2 looked at each other. Zhang Qingqing deliberately wore a low-neck dress to reveal her cleavage. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked a little haggard, like a weak woman. "Zhang Qingqing, let's go, Ruyan." Chapter 121. I am your brother-in-law, what do you think of me? A gigolo? The 8 contestants entered the interview room together. Lu Ruyan looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Li Xiu. Zhang Qingqing was also stunned. The boss is Li Xiao? The four people on stage were no strangers to these two. Liang Ronghao was stunned. Brother Xiao, it's really a narrow road for enemies. Lu Ruan treated you so badly back then, and now she comes to beg you. Lin Fei said, Lu Ruan must have regretted it a long time ago. Li Xiao is the boss, the son-in-law of a wealthy family, and he has so many sisters-in-law. Zhao Si said calmly, Lu Ruan, didn't you find out who the boss is before you left? Zhang Qingqing immediately puffed out her chest, so they are all acquaintances. Li Xiao, take a look at me, I should be able to meet your requirements. Lu Ruan glanced at her best friend, feeling anxious. Li Xiao, I actually. Zhang Qingqing immediately said, Ruan, what are you talking about? Come on, Li Xiao is the boss now, let's not talk about this, okay? Li Xiao, who was sitting over there, said calmly, please be serious. It's interview time now. The other girls whispered. Are you kidding? Do these two know the boss? She looks like her ex-girlfriend. She's already an ex-girlfriend, and she still has the nerve to come here. That's right, it's wasting our time. Li Xiao said calmly, then let's begin. Pendulum for 3 minutes to show off your beauty. As the music started, everyone started doing the pendulum, especially Zhang Qingqing, who performed particularly hard and almost wanted to swing her breasts up. As for Lu Ruan, she was dancing stiffly. Lin Fei leaned close to Li Xiao's ear and said, I haven't noticed this Zhang Qingqing before. Her cleavage is so good? Li Xiao, how about? Li Xiao glanced at him and said, let's put it on hold for now. After all, Zhang Qingqing is related to Lu Ruan. Over there, Zhang Qingqing secretly rolled her eyes at Lu Ruan, thinking, it's such bad luck to know you. I might lose a great opportunity because of this. She deliberately bumped into Lu Ruan. With a thud, Lu Ruan fell to the ground. Her fall disrupted the rhythm of the other girls in the room. It immediately aroused public outrage. It's okay that you know the boss, but you're also affecting our performance. What exactly do you do? If you don't want to dance, you don't have to. What the hell are you? Why are you pretending to be weak? Lu Ruan shook her head frantically, no. I didn't mean to do that. Zhang Qingqing immediately stepped forward and said, Ruan, are you okay? I didn't mean to bump into you. Let me help you up. She grabbed Lu Ruan's hand, and Lu Ruan cried out, revealing the wound on her wrist. Immediately, the other girls rolled their eyes. Cutting wrists and falling? The three-piece tea ceremony? You're trying to win the boss's sympathy this way? Please go away and don't disturb our interview, okay? Girls are always the most curly, because girls can tell at a glance about their tea art. As for why they are not afraid of offending Li Xiao, it's very simple. From Li Xiao's eyes, you can see that the boss hates Lu Ruan. So they knew that the harsher they spoke about Lu Ruan, the happier the boss would be. Li Xiao glanced at Lu Ruan calmly, since you've already married by Yue Guang. Live your life well. Do you really have to come to my side? Zhang Qingqing immediately said, No, Li Xiao, don't worry. Lu Ruan is married now and has no intention of getting involved with you. She is now helping Xiao Mukan take care of the child and being a mother to that child. Lu Ruan glanced at Zhang Qingqing and asked, Qingqing, why are you saying this? Li Xiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I will use my actions to let you know who truly loves you. Puff. Li Xiao's 3 buddies all laughed. You only love yourself. You want whoever is good. Don't taint the word love. Get lost. You want to be an internet celebrity too? We would support a dog to become an internet celebrity, but we wouldn't let you become one. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned red. Li Xiao, you would never let anyone slander me like this before. How could they say that to me? Li Xiao said calmly, you brought this humiliation upon yourself. Get lost. Lu Ruyan turned around and rushed out of the interview room. Li Xiao looked at the group of girls and nodded, there are 2 good ones. Sign them. It's getting late. I have to go. If I don't go back, my wife might come looking for me. At this moment, someone pushed the door open. It was Fu Xiaomu, who was wearing a light green long dress. After she walked in, she smiled and said, I heard from my classmates that my brother-in-law is looking for an internet celebrity, and I thought a girl as pretty as me should meet his requirements, right? Then she stretched out her legs, my sister has the same long legs. Then he thrust his waist forward, sexy slender waist, and my brother-in-law, what do you think? Li Xiu stood up, walked to his sister-in-law, and took her hand to the room next to him. Are you kidding me? Miss Fu, why are you trying to be an internet celebrity and be judged by others? Fu Xiumu snorted coldly, so what? Others can do it, why can't I? Besides, what does it have to do with my brother-in-law? Why are you so nervous? Li Xiu shook his head. You are my considerate sister. If I don't care, who will? You are the future heir of the Fu family hospital. This will become a black mark on your history. Fu Xiumu smiled and said, how about I wear a white coat and take a photo? Brother-in-law, do you want an injection? Li Xiu shook his head. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Glancing at Fu Xiumu's waist, she discovered that she was slightly shorter than her sister's. At this moment, his body straightened up, and there was a sense of fleshiness that was completely different from Fu Xiuyu's. Li Xiu swallowed his saliva when he saw it. Fu Xiumu snorted coldly, brother. You look at me so wretchedly, you just drooled. Humph. What do you want to do? Li Xiu looked at Fu Xiumu who was approaching him and shook his head, why are you so close to me? Don't come over here. Li Xiu fled the scene directly. Returning to the crowd, he said, okay, let's end the interview here. Everyone go back and wait for notification. Fu Xiumu followed him out, pouting, brother-in-law, it's so late, let's go home. The three buddies gave Li Xiu a look. The envy in their eyes almost made them jealous like dogs. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiumu and said, what do you want to do? You have your own car. Fu Xiumu shook his head. I asked the driver to go back first. I said I'd take your car. It's really a lot of work. Fu Xiumu pretended to be aggrieved and said, I bought my brother-in-law's car. Brother-in-law, if you don't want to take me with you, I'll give you the car fare, 100,000 or 200,000, just take me back, okay? Brush, brush, brush. Puzzled eyes from all around fell on Li Xiu. With a kind of contempt for looking at a gigolo. Chapter 122. Do you regret it now? After Li Xiu left the company. On the other side, Binhai City Detention Center. Yao Wan, Yao Lily and Li Guangxi were released, and the detention center staff pushed them out. You guys have disrupted law enforcement. I hope that after this detention, you will know how to repent. Don't do it again, okay? Yao Lily glanced at her mother and said, Mom, we're out, but Li Yao isn't. He's been sentenced to 5 years. What should we do? He's only in his early 20s, and he'll be 30 by the time he comes out. How is he going to find a wife? Won't his life be ruined? Yao Wan pointed at Li Guangxi and said, it's all because of your son. He picked up a bastard from outside. That inhumane guy sent his own brother to prison. I don't care. You have to get Li Yao out for me no matter what. Otherwise I will never forgive you. Yao Lily nodded, that's right, old man, if you don't get my son out, don't go home. Li Guangxi's face was bitter. How could an old man like him have the ability to get Li Yao out? I want to, but who can I turn to? Oh, there's nothing I can do. I don't care. Go find Li Ping'an, find the father and son, and ask them to withdraw the lawsuit. Yao Lily looked at Li Guangxi coldly. Li Guangxi, Li Guangxi, if you can't get my son out, you will never be able to go home in this life, you old fool. Li Guangxi sighed, okay, I'll go find Li Ping'an and try, but I can't guarantee that he'll be willing to help. Yao Lily put her hands on her hips and said coldly, if you can't do it, then don't come back. Yao Lily, Mom, let's go. Li Guangxi stood on the side of the road, looking lonely and helpless. After a moment, he sighed and asked for directions as he headed towards the Fu family. After a while. In the brightly lit Fu manor, Fu Xiuyu and his two younger sisters were playing mahjong with Fu Wanyue. Li Xiu and Fu Xiumu were playing games on the sofa, and the family was having a great time. Not long after, Li Guangxi, sweating all over, appeared outside the manor. He looked at the scene in the manor with a gasp. How can I get in? This is a big gate. The security guard at the gate immediately stepped forward to drive them away. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is a private place. Get out of here. Li Guangxi pointed to the manor inside and said, I am the grandfather of the son-in-law of the Fu family. Li Xiu is my grandson. I am here to find my grandson. Looking for a grandson? Our uncle has specifically instructed that anyone who comes to claim to be his relative will be driven away. Go, 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 the security guard urged. Naturally, I thought of this old man as someone who came to make friends with me. Li Guanxai's face turned slightly pale and his mouth was full of bitterness. I really am his grandfather. I came here to ask for his help, nothing else. Get out of here. Can't you hear me? Why do you have to make me scold you? The security guard didn't even look at him. Li Guanxai felt bitter. He took out the old cell phone in his hand. I called my daughter and said, "Daughter, I'm outside their house, but I can't get in. The security guard won't let me in. You see, I'm too tired. Why don't you go back and rest and come back in a couple of days?" Yell Lily, you old thing, if you can't get my son out, you'll die outside. Beep beep beep. Li Guanxai had a bitter look on his face. This was before Li Pingyan broke up with him and Li Yao went in. They didn't have this attitude towards themselves before, so why do they have this attitude now? Yao Lily had said before that she would provide for him in his old age, but now he felt unsure. The Yao family mother and daughter might not treat him like they said before. He felt. I feel a little regretful. Just at this moment, Li Pingyan came back from outside and bumped into him head-on. Why are you here? Li Pingyan asked puzzledly. Li Guanxai said in a deep voice, I'm out now. Pingyan, can you please talk to Mr. Fu and have Li Yao released? If I don't let him go, I can't go back. Look at this. I'm old and alone out there. Li Pingyan was almost laughing in anger. You treat the law as a joke? That Li Yao attempted murder, what about you? Let us release him, is that possible? Do you really think those two women will take care of you in your old age? Even if Li Yao hadn't happened, you wouldn't be able to enjoy your old age in peace. I'll tell you why. Because the two women of the Yao family are not good people at all. Can they treat you as a human being? Li Guanxai was startled and said with a bitter face, Pingyan, no, as long as your Fu family lets Li Yao go, they will take care of me in my old age. Li Pingyan put his hands on his hips and said, leave now, leave immediately. Li Guanxai trembled. I know Li Pingyan won tea help. He turned and walked out the door, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Just walking helplessly on the side of the road. He had no money and was hungry, so he took out his cell phone and called Yao Lily. Lily, Dad just begged me, but failed. They ignored me. Can you come and pick up Dad? Yao Lily said coldly, didn't I tell you that my son can't come out, so don't come back? Li Guanxai felt very cold in his heart. Because he treated his son like that back then, Li Pingyan would not ignore him for many years afterwards. Now it is Yao Lily's son who made the mistake, but I, an old man, have to bear the consequences. Pingyan might be right, this Yao Lily will never treat me sincerely. But now that things have come to this, what should I do? The other end. Li Pingyan walked into the Fu family manor. I found Li Xiaodao and said, I just ran into my dad. He was kicked out by Yao Lily. Yao Lily said that unless Li Yao withdraws the lawsuit, he can't return to Lijia village. Li Xiao said calmly, I knew this would happen a long time ago. Even if it weren't for this incident, he would still be kicked out once he was no longer able to work. I know this too. Li Pingyan said. But he is my father after all. Even though we are no longer related, I still can't bear to see him like this. Li Xiao said calmly, only when people feel pain can they know they are wrong. Don't worry about it. Li Pingyan nodded. At this time, Fu Xiaomu took Li Xiao's hand and said, okay, brother-in-law, let's play as a pair. Li Xiao didn't care. Come on, girl. The Fu family played until after 10 o'clock in the evening before returning to their rooms. After returning to the room, Li Xiao sat at the computer and searched the dark web for information about his assassination. Chapter 123, The Taekwondo Goddess of Shaohan Country? Fu Xiaoyu suddenly walked over to Li Xiao and placed his hand on his shoulder. Are you still working hard at this late hour? Aren't you tired? Do you want to relax for a while? Li Xiao glanced down and swallowed. My wife is a billionaire CEO. I don't need to work hard. Just support me. Fu Xiaoyu leaned close to his ear and said, it's not that easy to live off a gigolo. You have to have the capital to do so. Li Xiao hugged her back and said, oh? Isn't my capital enough? Not enough, far from enough. Fu Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said. Li Xiao carried Fu Xiaoyu to the bed, and Fu Xiaoyu raised his hand and placed it on Li Xiao. Feeling the solid muscles. Li Xiao suddenly laughed, but you gave me a new department as director, but I don't know what to do. What should I do? Fu Xiaoyu said with a smile, you're the minister, and you're asking me? Then what use do I have for you? Li Xiu leaned close to her ear and said, I can let you use it as you please. The next morning, Li Xiu got up from the bed and rubbed his head. He had a slight headache because he didn't sleep enough last night. The consumption is a bit high. Just at this moment. Boom boom boom. Fu Xiuxue knocked on the door. Li Xiu, I'm coming in. Li Xiu was so scared that he quickly put on his coat, walked to the door and opened it. Fu Xiuxue, who has short hair, rarely wore a white t-shirt today. It looks a bit more pure and lovely. What are you doing? It's so early in the morning and I'm still sleeping in. Li Xiu was wearing gray pajamas. A lazy look on his face. I don't know how you developed all these skills, considering you're so lazy. Fu Xiuxue curled her lips and said, the thing is, a delegation from Shaohan country came to our school and said they want to have a martial arts competition with us. I've talked to the principal, and he asked you to come to our school as a graduating senior to be the finale. If we can't make it, we still have you. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to place it on Fu Xiuxue's head. Woo! Fu Xiuxue puffed up her lips, what are you doing? I'm patting your head and saying that I won't let you grow taller. So is it your idea or the principal's? Li Xiudo. Fu Xiuxue blushed slightly and said, I recommended you to the principal, and the principal agreed. Li Xiu said oh. He pushed her out. Hey! Are you going or not? Fu Xiuxue touched his head, bad man. Wait for me, I can go, but while I'm gone, you have to be my assistant, okay? Li Xiu said arrogantly. Fu Xiuxue muttered, it's as if you won't order me around unless I agree. Okay, I understand. Li Xiu changed into a white t-shirt and a pair of light blue jeans, looking more like a college student. After all, the weather is getting hotter now. I can't wear a coat that is too thick. As soon as you go out. Fu Xiuxue was stunned for a moment. Why did the stinky man seem so refreshing? Li Xiu walked over, took Fu Xiuxue's hand, and walked downstairs. Let's go. What are you daydreaming about? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? What handsome guy? You are so shameless. Fu Xiuxue retorted. When they got downstairs, they took bread and milk and hurried into the car. Fu Xiuxue's car is a pink BMW 4 Series coupe. Li Xiu sat in her passenger seat. The car drove away from the manor with a bang. Fu Wanjun took a look and said with a smile, Fu Xiuxue's aversion to men has become lower. Xiuxiu is just very friendly. At the gate of Binhai University, there are many handsome men and beautiful women coming and going. What we discussed today was mainly about the visit and exchange of the national taekwondo team members of Shaohan country to Binhai University. I heard that Shaohan country's taekwondo goddess Li Mihai is also on the team this time. There are 6 people in their team. She is a well-deserved super goddess with both strength and beauty. Last year at the Asia-Pacific Games, Lady Li won first place in women's taekwondo. I heard she's planning to try for the Olympics this year. Besides Goddess Li, Park Sung-gum, known as the taekwondo master of Shaohan country, is also on the team. I heard that Park Sung-gum has liked Goddess Li for a long time. But Li Meihui is not an ordinary person. She comes from a wealthy family and is a real rich lady. At this time, a bus arrived at the school gate. The students at the scene started talking about it. The provincial team's car? Could it be that people from Shaohan country have arrived? Coach Xin Xiao, who was wearing the provincial team sportswear, jumped down from the bus, and several people who looked like leaders smiled and led the people in the car out. From their hairstyles, you can tell that these people coming out are all from Shaohan. Among them, men have the most popular fitting hairstyles recently. The moment the girl appeared, the boys at the gate of Binhai University were unable to walk. That's Li Mihai, the taekwondo goddess of Ohan country. Holy crap! She's even more beautiful than on TV. This breathtaking beauty, belonging to the beauties of Shaohan country, is truly amazing. I wonder if I'll ever be lucky enough to pass by her. At this moment, standing next to Li Meihui was a man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He was Park Chengjian, the captain of the Shaohan team. Meihui, the looks from these people are really annoying. As Li Meihui's #1 lickspittle pursuer, he naturally has no good feelings towards these Chinese people. Li Meihui said in a cold voice, I'm used to it. Let's just go through the motions and get it over with. What kind of experts can there be in a university like this? Well, the school arranged for us to have breakfast at the university. I don't know what they were thinking. What's so special about the cafeteria in this kind of place? Park Cheng-jian said disdainfully. Li Meihui did not comment much. Led by the school leaders, they headed towards the school cafeteria. Soon, the fans' BMW 4 Series stopped at the school gate. Li Xiu got out of the car, Fu Xiuxue parked the car, and stood beside her brother-in-law in a pretty manner. Li Xiu raised his hand and said, "I'm thirsty." Fu Xiuxue was stunned. "Didn't you bring any water? I'll go find you some water." "Huh? Do I need to worry about this?" Li Xiu raised his eyes. Fu Xiuxue glanced at the cute thermos cup she carried with her and blushed slightly as she said, "I have one. Do you want some?" She originally thought that Li Xiu would definitely dislike it. Who knew that he would snatch the thermos cup from Fu Xiuxue's hand? He unscrewed the lid and drank it down in one gulp. "Great. That's great." Fu Xiuxue blushed and said, "You are so shameless." This scene broke the hearts of many boys at the school gate. Isn't that goddess Fu Xiuxue? Did a man use the goddess's water cup? Fuck. Mom, I'm not chasing goddesses anymore. My heart hurts so much. This guy is quite a character. Chapter 124, Give My Brother-in-Law a Pinch. Fu Xiuxue glanced at her brother-in-law who didn't care at all, shook his head and said, "Don't be careless. If you get beaten into a pulp by Xiaohan's taekwondo master, you'll probably cry." I'm proficient in the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills. Should I avoid their attack? Li Xiu directly objected. He patted Fu Xiuxue's shoulder and said, "Be a good assistant to your brother-in-law, and your brother-in-law will help you win the MVP. Humph. Fu Xiuxue crossed her arms and pouted, "You're just bragging." The other end. The taekwondo team from Shaohan country came to the cafeteria. Walked to the self-service area under the control of disdainful eyes, shocked mouths, and honest bodies. Great, are all these fruits free? Watermelon. It's watermelon smecta. Take more, take more. The plates of these people were piled higher than they were, and only then did they sit down at their seats one by one. The leader of Binhai University said with a smile, "What do you think of these foods?" Park Sung-jian said in broken Chinese, "Not bad." He inhaled the food like crazy, his mouth full of oil, and said to his teammates, "The food in Dragon Country is tasteless, there is not even any soybean paste soup. Maybe I am just hungry." Li Meihui frowned and glanced at Park Xingjian. "Shut up, senior. You eat the most, but you say other people's food is not tasty. Can you please stop embarrassing yourself? Do you think they can't understand our Korean?" Park Xingjian's old face flushed. "Well, I really think Longwei is inferior to our Shaohan in every way." An hour later, breakfast was over. A leader came over and said, "Everyone, it's almost time. The exchange competition is about to begin. Please move to the venue." Li Meihui glanced at her fellow students and said, "It will be enough for them to go up later. What kind of taekwondo can a mere university know?" "Stop kidding." Park Sung-jian nodded and said, "Okay, Meihui, I'll arrange it." Putting aside other things, Li Meihui is stronger in terms of strength. Although the competition is divided into men's and women's fields, Li Meihui's skills are better than his when practicing privately. Although he is the senior on the surface, when it comes to actually arranging the process, he has to look at this person's eyes. Then a group of people stood up and walked towards the so-called taekwondo venue. Of course, in their eyes, these college students have some ability, but it is not worth their attention. Walk to the venue. Fu Xiuxue gathered together with several masters from university taekwondo clubs and provincial team coach Shun Xiao. Shun Xiao pulled Fu Xiuxue and asked, "How's your help with your brother-in-law's matter going?" Fu Xiuxue shook his head. "I told you, my brother-in-law is not interested in martial arts, although I don't know why he is so strong in martial arts." Shun Xiao shook his head. "Money? Woman, whatever he wants, we can satisfy him." At this time, Park Xingjian glanced at Fu Xiuxue, his eyes lit up. This school actually has such a beautiful female contestant. Li Meihui glanced at Park Xingjian indifferently, and the latter was immediately stunned. "Meihui, don't get me wrong, I'm just observing my opponent." Park Xingjian was sweating profusely on his forehead. Li Meihui glanced at Park Xingjian and said, "The competition is about to begin, so we should take it seriously." After several people from Shaohan country sat down. the contestants from both sides came on stage. This competition adopts a scoring system. According to the rules of Taekwondo, different points are calculated depending on the parts of the body that are hit. Li Xiu, who was sitting in the Binhai University Taekwondo team, yawned. Fu Xiuxue, your brother-in-law is tired, come over for a massage. Li Xiu said lightly. Fu Xiuxue frowned and muttered pervert. But he still walked behind Li Xiu and raised his hand to carefully press on Li Xiu's shoulder. Li Xiu deliberately leaned against her. Fu Xiuxue, what are you doing? You're so annoying. Li Xiu smiled faintly, so what? You promised me that this morning. You're just getting started. This scene instantly made Li Xiu receive a lot of messages from admirers. The gaze of the defense breaker. What the hell? Fu Xiuxue actually gave a man a massage? What a joke. Why is Fu Xiuxue degrading herself like this? Giving a man a massage? I can give her a massage all day long. These looks and discussions also attracted the attention of Shaohan Kingdom. Li Meihui shook her head. It's so boring. Park Sung-jian nodded, soon these people won't be able to laugh anymore. At this moment, none of the players from Shaohan country who were on the field could be considered starters. But he is still arrogant and calls me ACI every time he opens his mouth. The person sent by Binhai University is a boy, who is one of the strongest clubs in Binhai University. Fu Xiuxue, as the ace, has not yet appeared on the court. Li Xiu shook his head and said, the strength of your classmates is quite far behind that of the national team. Fu Xiuxue said. It can't be helped. After all, we're a school club, and they're professionals. It's just a communication game between semi-amateurs and professionals. They don't believe we can win, and neither does our school. Li Xiu said, then why are you looking for me? If I go on stage, won't that be bullying Shaohan? Xin Xiao said from the side. You're not a professional, and you've only graduated a year ago. It's legitimate for you to participate, and it can also give Shaohan country a good shock. Why not do it, brother? Why don't you join us and play professionally? Li Xiu shook his head, no. Xin Xiao, don't be like that. Although I'm only 1.5 meters tall, I've been single and haven't found a man yet. Fu Xiuxue raised his hand and pressed Xin Xiao's head, ravaging him madly. You can bite my brother-in-law, aren't you afraid of being drowned by my sister? Ah. It hurts. While the two were playing, the player from Shaohan country easily scored 3 points and eliminated the player from Binhai University. Park Sung-gam laughed heartily. This is too easy. This is called Taekwondo? It's really rubbish. Li Meihui nodded. If we can't win, we will be ashamed. After all, we are professionals and they are amateurs. Park Chengjian immediately straightened his posture and nodded, you are right. I really shouldn't compare them to us. It's just that Dragon Country is known as the hometown of Kung Fu, so I was a little bit looking forward to it. Li Meihui nodded. This is all just cultural propaganda from TV. Competition is competition. We are professionals playing against amateurs, so there won't be any accidents. At this time, the male player from Binhai left the field. At the same time, Fu Xiuxue walked towards him. Chapter 125, If you lose, kneel down and call me grandpa. Li Xiu immediately perked up, my little sister's on stage? This is something to watch. On Xiuhan's side, a female player came on the field. Li Meihui frowned and said, end it cleanly and neatly. Don't bring shame to our country. Yes, the contestant nodded. After going on stage, the two of them started fighting without much talk. Fu Xiuxue's level is very close to that of a professional player, so after several rounds of fighting, the girl's face changed slightly. One careless move has already cost you a point. Ah I was careless and didn't dodge. The audience on both sides shouted excitedly. Great! Come on, Goddess Fu. Show these contestants from Shaohan country some color. Yes, Goddess Fu. You have brought honor to our school. The opponent player adjusted his tactics at this moment and scored 2 points in a row. Li Meihui, who was sitting over there, frowned. She needs to improve her training. How could she be scored by an amateur? This was just finished. After losing 2 points, Fu Xiuxue's attack suddenly became fiercer, and he actually fought back in a desperate situation. Although in the end he was kicked down. Played a 3v3 result. I actually tied with a professional player. All the boys at the scene stood up and applauded Fu Xiuxue wildly. So cool. Fu Xiuxue is awesome. Yeah, I didn't expect Fu Xiuxue to be so powerful. He's a professional, and he can beat even professional players. This is amazing. Lick the goddess jailer like crazy. Fighting equal is better than winning. After Fu Xiuxue left the stage, she sat down next to Li Xiu and said, "These people are very powerful. If we hadn't caught them off guard at the beginning, her mentality would have been damaged." "I don't think I can win," Fu Xiuxue said. "So if you go on stage next time, you must not be careless." At this time, another boy came on stage. Park Sung-gum, who considered the recent draw a huge humiliation, stood up and said, "Damn it. Ah. We actually tied a game. What a shame. If you don't know, you might think we're letting the water out on purpose. You come down, I'll take the stage myself." Park Sung-gum walked onto the court, glanced at the player in front of him, sneered, and then rushed forward and did a roundhouse kick. "Kick this contestant off the stage." Directly eliminated. He waved his hands and made provocative gestures towards the Binhai team. The contestant from Binhai was helped up, but it was found that he had suffered serious injuries. Fu Xiuxue glared at Park Chengjian. "You. This is just an exchange match, how could you be so cruel?" Park Sung-jian shook his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you dragon people are made of mud. I will definitely give you face next time. Be a little gentler." After saying this, Li Xiu, who was sitting on the stage, slowly stood up. Walked towards Park Chengjian. He casually took the protective gear handed to him by Shen Xiao. Li Xiu wanted to say no. Shen Xiao immediately said, "If you don't bring it, your results will be invalid." Li Xiu nodded. "Okay." He walked up to the platform slowly, looking very imposing. Fu Xiuxue glanced at her brother-in-law and said, "Brother-in-law. Come on." Li Xiu nodded, but after entering the stage, he was tripped by the edge of the realm. Almost fell. This scene made the people of Shaohan, who had just thought that Li Xiu was a master, burst out laughing. Li Meiwei raised the corner of her mouth. It seems that the university has given up and just picked someone to play. It's really boring. Park Sung-gum alone is enough to beat 10 of him. She lowered her head, took out her cell phone and played with it for a while. Boom! There was a loud noise. Then there were exclamations from the whole room. She then looked up in confusion and saw Park Chengjian lying on the ground not far from her, twitching, with the armor on his chest dented. This. Her pupils trembled violently. How is this possible? Park Sung-gum is the second strongest person in their team, only slightly weaker than me. How could he be beaten so badly? She said solemnly, "What happened? Did you see what happened just now?" Xiaohan's team member immediately explained, "It's like this, the two of them just started the game." But in the next moment, the man leaped up and with just one kick, the senior flew over and fell down directly. What? Li Meiwei swallowed. "You mean, he defeated Park Chengjian with just one move?" "Yes." Li Meiwei stood up trembling all over. Looking towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu made a provocative gesture towards Park Chengjian at this moment, and then said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that you Shaohan people are made of kimchi. It's so crispy and so simple. I will definitely give you face next time." Wow! All the college students present stood up and applauded Li Xiu crazily. So fucking handsome. I admit this guy is so handsome that it touches my bones. I can accept him being a man who is a goddess, but he has to wear it. If he wears it, it doesn't count as giving it to me. This brother is a character. Just as Li Xiu was about to turn around, Li Meiwei's voice came, "Please fight with me." Her Chinese is spoken with a thick accent. But the sound is very nice. Li Xiu turned around and saw a girl from Shaohan country. She had an oval face and was quite pretty. The figures are also very nice. The figures of the girls in the Fu family are almost carved from the same mold. This gave Li Xiu, who was used to seeing the women in the Fu family, a different kind of shock. This girl Shaohan has a different posture when she stands over there. What are you looking at? I didn't expect that in such an occasion, I would be stared at by a man. She frowned. You're simply courting death. Li Xiu said calmly, "Hey, I'm observing my opponent. If you're being too sensitive, stop talking nonsense." You must apologize to us, said Li Meiwei. Li Xiu rolled her eyes. Apologize to you? Sister, you're dreaming. You are rude. If I beat you, you have to apologize to me, and kneel down. Li Meihui is from Shaohan, and kneeling is nothing to them, so she kneeled down as soon as she opened her mouth. It seemed normal to her. Li Xiu burst out laughing. How many kilograms of kimchi are you going to eat? You're dreaming of that? Well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. If I win, you kneel down and call me grandpa. Wow! The students at the scene were all excited. This girl is so beautiful, our buddy wants people to kneel down and call him grandpa? Ha ha, he's quite a character. Over in Shaohan country, Park Shengjian leaned back in his chair and whispered, No, Meihui. This guy is very strong, too strong. Don't bet. Li Meihui was already in an emotional state at the moment, and she frowned and said directly. Good. I promise you, I believe I won't lose. She started practicing taekwondo since she was a child, joined the local professional team, and then joined the national team. How could she lose? Absolutely not. Even though Li Xiu is very strong, she is confident that she can win with her own skills. Chapter 126, Xiaohan's feet are so big they really want to burst through the lungs. Li Meihui looked at Li Xiu, who was right in front of her, and saw that Li Xiu didn't take her seriously at all. His eyes were either on her chest or on her thighs. Ha, this man is already dead in her eyes. The next moment, she made an agile whirlwind kick, and her beautiful feet hit Li Xiu's head. Li Xiu was stunned. What a great opportunity! He raised his hand to block the attack easily and took a closer look at the feet. It was really rare for a girl who practiced martial arts to have such crystal clear feet. At this time, some old smokers would definitely take a puff of top-notch cigarettes, but he is not that kind of person because he is kind. Seeing that her attack missed, Li Meihui immediately pulled back her foot and frowned slightly. The man's eyes made her feel disgusted. She even felt that Li Xiu would lower his head and take a bite in the next second. Her face turned slightly red as she imagined the scene. In the spectator seats, Fu Xiuxue frowned slightly. Why is this woman blushing all of a sudden? Xin Xiao, you must be angry, Li Xiu is too strong. The best in the country. Only an understanding sister-in-law would notice this subtle atmosphere at this time and instantly come to the conclusion that there was something wrong with Li Xiu. Humph. Fu Xiuxue snorted heavily. At this moment, after adjusting her mentality on the field, Li Meihui adopted the method of close combat. The two men started to wrestle face to face. Even during the fight, the two of them developed a certain understanding and rhythm and started dancing. Other boys who were watching the game said this. Are you kidding me, dancing? TSK. If you jump down again, you'll get pregnant. At the edge of the arena, Fu Xiuxue gnashed her teeth. This Li Xiu, he flirts with women every chance he gets. Why doesn't he just kick him away like that guy did? You're still lustful and cheap. Li Meihui frowned, noticing her own inappropriate behavior, and said, Ahem. He immediately calmed down and kicked hard. Li Xiu grabbed her feet and asked, Where are you hitting? Li Meihui blushed. Well, I didn't mean it, but can you be serious? Li Xiu glanced at her and said, You told me to be more serious. Then I'll start. Li Meihui was stunned, and the next moment Li Xiu kicked back. Li Meihui flew out in an instant, hit the guardrail, and bounced back to the ground. Even through the protective gear, she held her belly. It hurt so much that tears came out. Li Xiu said awkwardly, Oh, you asked me to be serious and you can't withstand my kick. Li Meihui's face was twisted in pain. This isn't fair. You're too strong. Li Meihui stood up. I don't accept it. Li Xiu said calmly, Okay, then I won't use any strength, and we'll try again. Li Meihui stood up with a grin and rushed towards Li Xiu. The next moment, she kicked out. Li Xiu used Tai Chi to push her, using the opponent's force to counter her, and she flew out again. With a thud, he fell to the ground on his face. When she looked up, her nose was already bleeding. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into tears. Woo-woo. This crying made the other teammates from Shaohan country very anxious. One after another rushed onto the stage. Ashi. Ah. They rushed forward bellowing like cows, throwing spinning kicks and crotch kicks, not caring about any sports competitions, all wanting to kill Li Xiu. When the male spectators saw a group fight, they were ready to rush over to help. Fu Xiuxue, who had been following the competition, also rolled up his sleeves to help his brother-in-law. However, the next moment, Shohan's taekwondo players flew off the stage like sandbags. Bang, 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 they fell to the ground one by one and groaned. He was then surrounded and beaten by college boys who caught up with him. In the end, Li Xiu was the only one left standing on the ring. Make a Tai Chi Yin Yang posture. Carry out the pretense to the end. In the final analysis, Taekwondo has too many open goals. It's good as a sport, but it's far from enough to be considered a martial art. Li Meihui looked at Li Xiu's figure, her heart shaken. Is this real martial arts? So what did I learn before? I don't know martial arts at all? So I'm a boiling thing? Her eyes suddenly became clear as she looked at Li Xiu. So this is my destiny in coming to Longhua. I want to stay and learn real martial arts. Li Xiu also noticed that there was something wrong with the girl's eyes. What was going on? Did I just break this girl's brain? She suddenly stood up, walked towards Li Xiu, and then knelt down with a thud. Why are you kneeling? Li Xiu was confused. Why was Xiaohan so obsessed with kneeling? Li Meihui looked up at Li Xiu, with two blood dragons hanging from her nose. Please, accept me as your apprentice. Hearing the accented Mandarin, Li Xiu frowned. I don't accept female disciples. Li Meihui smiled and took out a black bank card from her clothes. Here's 30 million. Li Xiu's throat tightened, cough cough cough. That's enough, please start dripping, my good disciple. I thought Li Xiu was coughing because he didn't have enough money. He immediately took out another one and said, one is not enough, I have more. Li Xiu laughed heartily, then solemnly helped the girl up. Oh, you're really good at judging people. What do you want to learn from this? Whether it's the 72 Shaolin unique skills or the Taoist Tai Chi, I will definitely teach you well. Li Meihui nodded. I want to learn what I just did. Taoist Tai Chi? It takes time to master this. Li Xiuwei asked in confusion. Li Meihui shook her head. It's okay. I can quit the professional player team and officially stay here to learn from you. Li Xiu was stunned. Are you so rich? Don't you need to work? Li Meihui said with a smile. No, I'm a lady from the Sanqing group in Shaohan country. Do you think I need this job? I just want to learn. Li Xiu took a breath of cold air. Sanqing was the absolute emperor of Shaohan kingdom, and this girl was just a princess. Okay, that's great. The Shaohan players lying on the ground began to wail. It would have been fine if they just lost the competition, but they also lost Li Meihui to this dragon countryman? What a joke. Fu Xiuxua rushed forward with an incredible look on his face. His brother-in-law played a game and tricked the daughter of a chaebol into settling down with him? Over there, Park Sung-jian endured the pain in his body and rushed forward, screaming in anxiety. Meihui. How can we do this? How are we going to explain this to everyone when we get back? Li Meihui stood up and glanced at the man calmly. I don't need to explain this to anyone. If you feel embarrassed, I will tell my coach and quit being a professional taekwondo fighter. Park Sung-jian knows the status gap between himself and Li Meihui. She wouldn't listen to anything he said. He looked at Li Xiu angrily. It's all because of this dragon country man. Li Meihui took out her cell phone at this time. She arranged for a housekeeper to accompany her and bought a luxury house in Binhai, where she would live for a while. She is worthy of being the daughter of a chaebol family. Li Xiu was shocked. He felt that the chaebol of Shaohan country was no less powerful than his wife. Chapter 127, Xiaohan's disciples eat free fruit. At this time, Li Meihui smiled and said, just now my housekeeper said that the teacher is already married. When can I meet the teacher's wife? Fu Xiuxua said from the side, yes, this is my brother-in-law, my sister is so beautiful. Li Meihui smiled. Oh? I heard that this Mr. Fu is already 30 years old, and he is indeed old enough to be my master's wife. The more Li Xiu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Women are really jealous creatures. You all should just keep quiet. Fu Xiuxue was stunned. I haven't even said a word yet, and you're already speaking for this woman? Li Meihui smiled faintly. Yes, master, then I won't say anything either. Li Xiu cried out in pain. She just paid her tuition. She's my client, so please be quiet. Li Meihui suddenly took Li Xiu's arm and said, I was just following master's instructions. You green tea. Fu Xiuxue was very angry. Li Xiu smiled and said, all right, stop making trouble. Meihui, take care of your accommodation first. As for your studies, I'll go to your place and teach you once you've settled down. Li Meihui nodded. The other end. Fu Group. Fu Xiuyu frowned slightly. Li Xiu hasn't sent me a message today. He's not at work. Where did he go? Lin Tezu beside him whispered. Today your sister's school has a taekwondo delegation from Shaohan country, and Minister Li has been asked to attend to support the event. Fu Xiuyu nodded. Well, he really has a lot on his mind. At this time, her WeChat rang. It was a short essay sent by her sister Fu Xiuxue. Fu Xiuxue, what a jerk. He and the other contestant were so excited, flirting, looking at each other's feet. He wanted to be the best. He even took someone as his apprentice. That's simply too much. Fu Xiuyu looked at some keywords. Then he said to Lin, the special assistant beside him, I want to know what happened today in 3 minutes. After a while, Special Assistant Lin came over and said. Princess Li Meihui of the Sanqing group was defeated by Minister Li during this exchange and publicly worshipped him as her master. Fu Xiuyu crossed his long legs. Li Xiu is quite impressive. This has something to do with Xiaohan's Sanqing group. This will be very helpful for our group's future work. I allow him to accept disciples. Special Assistant Lin nodded. At the same time on the other side. After a busy morning, Li Xiu arrived at the school cafeteria and waved his hand generously. Today, I will treat you to a feast in this cafeteria. Li Meihui frowned. Shouldn't I treat master to a meal at the restaurant? Li Xiu was quite satisfied after hearing this. Seeing them like this, many boys in the cafeteria turned their eyes to Li Xiu. After all, a man is parading around the city with 2 amazing girls. It's really too much. Li Xiu shook his head. I will teach you today that the real food is always in small shops. He brought them to the Shaxian snacks window and said to the aunt, Auntie, 3 servings of duck leg rice. While Xiaohan's apprentice was confused. Came to the seat. Several people started eating. Li Meihui asked doubtfully, this doesn't look delicious. It doesn't have any chili sauce and it doesn't have any flavor. Li Xiu shook his head. You little Han people, you've never eaten anything truly good. Everything is just the same hot sauce, and they all taste the same. What's so good about it? Li Xiu said, Fu Xiuxue, they are guests. Go get some free fruit. Fu Xiuxue snorted coldly. You order me around? Hey! I said I'd bring honor to your school today, but now it's not just honor, it's a slap in the face. If I don't order you around, who should I order around? Fu Xiuxue had no way to refute this, so he just stood up and went to the fruit stand. At this time, Xiaohan's apprentice picked up the duck leg and took a small bite. He didn't have much hope at first, but the next moment his mentality exploded. This is so delicious. Big fat. She ate 1 bite after another, and finished half of the duck leg in a few bites, and was dizzy with the delicious taste. This tastes better than anything at the tire shop. Just at this time, Fu Xiuxue came with a lot of fruits in his hands, such as watermelon, lychee, and mangosteen. Give. She threw the fruit away casually. Xiaohan was stunned again. These are free? They're free? Li Xiu nodded. Yes, it's hot now, and the school provides free fruit. It can be considered as a way to help farmers. If farmers can't sell their fruit, it will rot in the fields. Or feed it to the pigs. Xiaohan couldn't believe it. These lychees are so rare here, and you can't even finish them all and feed them to the pigs? Oh my god. And it's free? Are you kidding me? Li Xiu smiled and said, Isn't this normal? You're making a bit of a fuss. Li Meihui immediately took out her mobile phone to take pictures and prepared to post them online to show off. After lunch, Li Xiu decided to go to the company. Li Meihui went to take care of the new residents. Fu Xiuxue looked at Li Xiu with resentment and reported her brother-in-law's excessive behavior to her sister from time to time. Li Xiu remembered that today's sign-in had not been used yet. Where should I sign in? How about going to the Taoist temple? Yes, let's go to the Taoist temple. Li Xiu didn't drive in the morning, so he took a Didi and got in the car. Just prepared to go to the Taoist temple. As soon as I got in the car, the female driver asked, Last number 0527? Li Xiudao, it's me. The car drove towards the Taoist temple with a loud noise. As soon as he got off the car, Li Xiu couldn't wait to sign in. System. Sign in. The magic method of cultivating immortality. Give it to me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the fortune-telling skill. Fortune-telling: when the host holds someone's hand for 1 minute, they can see the trajectory of that person's fate within a certain period of time. The system no longer needs to worry about the host starving to death. If all else fails, you can set up a stall. It's very effective. Fortune-telling? Damn it! He took a look at the charlatan who was setting up a stall at the door and drawing lots for people. Li Xiu squatted beside him. At this time, a woman in high heels bent down and asked, "Sir, does your lottery work?" "Guaranteed spiritual," said the old man. The woman gave $10 and started shaking the lot, and a bad lot fell. Bad luck? Then The old man then took out a lucky number and put it into the woman's hand. "Girl, man can conquer nature." Seeing this, the woman smiled slightly. Good. She knew that the old man's action was well-intentioned, but she also knew that the old man could not help her. Li Xiu suddenly said seriously, "Meeting is fate. Big sister, I can read your palms, how about I help you?" The woman shook her head when she saw Li Xiu's youthful appearance. "Little brother, at this age you should read more instead of learning these things." Li Xiu was stunned, thinking I was a liar. "Sister, if this doesn't work for me, I don't want a penny. If it works for me, you can pay me as you see fit." The woman looked at Li Xiu in surprise. Could it be that Li Xiu is really capable? She thought since she was already here. He squatted in front of Li Xiu and said, "Then let me see it." The next moment, Li Xiu grabbed her hand. Chapter 128. Yes, but you have to pay more. This beautiful and elegant lady wanted to struggle, but seeing Li Xiu's serious look, she simply let him hold her. Ding. Sun Xiang, 39 years old, daughter of the former mayor of Binhai City. When she was young, she ignored her father's advice and married the president of the Emperor's Society, an underground faction in Binhai. Now divorced and being hunted. Current life countdown, 2 hours. Oh shit. This function is pretty good. Just by touching the hand, you can find out the entire trajectory of a person's life. Li Xiu took a look at the beautiful woman. She looked to be in her early 30s. She must have been pretty when she was young. It was a pity that he followed the wrong person. Sun Xiang felt the man's dishonest hand and she even suspected that the young man had taken advantage of her, but how could a young man like him take advantage of a woman of her age? And this boy is so handsome. So being handsome really means you can do whatever you want. Li Xiu raised his head, gave Sun Xiang a sharp look, and then said in a deep voice, "Do you think I'm taking advantage of you?" Sun Xiang was stunned. Could it be that this boy saw through her? He immediately shook his head and said, "No, I'm not." Li Xiu released his hand and raised it, saying, "It's okay. I'm clear about your situation. Let me just say this, you found a good husband." Sun Xiang was shocked. She didn't say anything, so how did this boy know? How do you know? He is a palm reader, by the way. Did you really figure that out? Li Xiu glanced at the woman. Why did she not seem very smart? It seemed that the old mayor was really worried about his daughter. Li Xiu continued, "Your husband won't let you go. Is there something on you that he wants?" When Sun Xiang heard this, she immediately thought that the young man was a killer sent by her husband. "Forget it, I won't watch it anymore. I'll give you whatever you want." Li Xiu smiled faintly. This woman actually wanted to give money at this time. "You suspect I was sent by your husband to kill you?" Li Xiu stood up and pulled the woman into his arms. "Your husband hates anyone having an affair with his wife. Even if it's his brother, he'll kill them. So, if I'm hugging you like this, am I still your husband's woman?" Sun Xiang couldn't believe the feeling of the arm behind her that was like an iron pillar. So strong. Sun Xiang thought to herself. Then he slowly took a step back and said, "It seems that you really have nothing to do with my husband." Li Xiu nodded, "Yes, I definitely have nothing to do with your husband. And you can absolutely trust me. In 2 hours, you will understand." Sun Xiang nodded, "Sir, how much money do you want?" "I'll transfer it to you." Li Xiu had never thought of making money by fortune telling. "Add me on WeChat. When I figure out how much money I want, you can transfer it to me." Sun Xiang nodded. Ding. Scan the QR code. Li Xiu frowned slightly. This woman would die in 2 hours. Forget it. After all, she was his first client. He would just follow and see. After Sun Xiang turned around and left, Li Xiu followed her all the way. She is then seen entering a law firm. Li Xiu sat down in a coffee shop not far away. More than an hour later, Sun Xiang went downstairs and stood on the roadside waiting for a car. Li Xiu narrowed his eyes and saw a large truck staggering towards Sun Xiang. He immediately stood up and rushed across the street. At the critical moment, he hugged Sun Xiang and at the same time pushed towards the oncoming 100-ton king. A full-force slap on the upper side of the headlight dented the metal and changed the car's trajectory. Slide towards the distance. Li Xiu said calmly, I've been talking for 2 hours. Sun Xiang glanced at Li Xiu in shock. Thank you, thank you. Binhai City, Sun family. Mr. Sun listened to the butler's report. That's right. The palm reader directly saved the young lady. I have already found out her identity. The son-in-law of the Fu family is currently the minister of the Fu family. The old man lowered his eyes and said calmly, Have you found any connection between him and those bastards in the Emperor's society? The butler shook his head. There's no connection. The Emperor's sister, there's no connection between them. It must be a coincidence. Old Master Sun shook his head. But this is too much of a coincidence. The Fu family had just competed with several wealthy families in Binhai for the Binhai amusement park project, and my daughter was rescued by the son-in-law of the Fu family. At this time, another housekeeper came over and said, Master, the young lady is back and has brought guests with her. Mr. Sun smiled. Come on, let's meet. Li Xiu stood next to Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang said, I'll introduce you to my father later. If you have real talent and knowledge, my father will definitely support you in the future. Li Xiu was not doing this for the sake of it, but as the former mayor of Binhai, after establishing this connection, it would be easier for him to gain a foothold in the wealthy family. Although he is the darling of the Fu family who brings disaster to the country and the people, as a man, he cannot always rely on women for everything. The two walked into the living room, where old man Sun was sitting with his eyes narrowed. Sun Xiang brought Li Xiu closer. Dad, this is Li Xiu. The girl who was playing with building blocks next to the old man immediately looked up and said, Mom is back. Sun Xiang picked up her daughter and said with a smile, Mom has something serious to do. You go play with the housekeeper first. The housekeeper took the child. Sun Xiang continued, Dad? Old Master Sun slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Xiu. I didn't expect that the son-in-law of the Fu family is also a master of palmistry. Li Xiu sat on the sofa and started eating the fruit on the table. I am quite knowledgeable. I believe you have already found out everything, but what you have found is only the tip of my iceberg. Ha ha ha. Old Master Sun was amused by Li Xiu. It's a good thing for young people to have confidence. But if they are colluding with certain forces to target our Sun family, then I will definitely not tolerate it. Sun Xiang immediately said, Dad, Li Xiu is definitely not a member of the Emperor's society. Elder Sun nodded. I know he's not from the Emperor's club, but he's from the Fu family. The Fu family has recently been competing for the Binhai amusement park project. I have to suspect that he has ulterior motives in showing you this favor. Li Xiu smiled faintly. Conspiracy? I don't actually know anything about my wife's project. Of course you won't believe it. But old man, I saved your daughter's life. How much do you think this is worth? I'm a businessman. I look at your face and solve your problem, and then I charge you for it. Old Master Sun glanced at Li Xiu calmly. Oh? Then can you also help me read my palm and see what my future fate will be like? Li Xiu smiled and said, Okay, but it costs extra money. Ha ha ha. Old Master Sun's hostility towards Li Xiu was much less. Okay, sure. Chapter 129, A Weakling Who Relies on Women for a Living. If you don't want anything from this kind of person, he will be more suspicious of you. Old Master Sun extended his hand. Li Xiu lent a hand. A moment later, the information panel appeared in front of him again. Ding, Sun Qinshan. Sun Qinshan has been living a leisurely life since his retirement, but his lungs have begun to deteriorate. If he doesn't receive treatment, his life will be seriously threatened. Li Xiu was slightly stunned. Is Sun Qinshan's lungs not in good condition? He didn't say anything when he saw Li Xiu. Sun Qinshan smiled and said, My friend, can't you see it? A butler beside him said with a smile, Old man, how can such a young man read palms? I think he got the information from somewhere and deliberately got in touch with the young lady. Sun Qinshan himself thought so too. Li Xiuza let go of his hand and smiled faintly. Sun Xiang also felt that Li Xiu might have known the news from somewhere, but this did not prevent Li Xiu from helping her. Dad, it's true that Li Xiu is willing to help me. Even if he knows something, he can choose not to tell me. Now, because of me, you've offended that person, you see. Sun Qinshan nodded, that's true. He took out a check and wrote a number, this is 10 million, as a thank you. Li Xiu took it over without hesitation. Okay, but this is only the first payment. You will give me the other payment later. Li Xiu stood up and said to the old man, let the doctor check your lungs carefully. You will thank me. After saying that, Li Xiu said to Sun Xiang, I'm leaving. Sun Xiang escorted Li Xiu to the yard. I'm sorry, my father has always doubted your intentions. Li Xiu smiled and said, it's okay. If it were me, I would also be suspicious. It's human nature. Li Xiu turned and left the Sun family. After Li Xiu left, Sun Qinshan stood up and said, arrange for someone to examine my lungs. The housekeeper asked doubtfully, Master, don't you believe it? Sun Qinshan, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not exist. On the other hand, Li Xiu left the Sun family and returned to the Fu group. Now he is the minister, although his office is still under renovation and the new department members have not yet arrived. Li Xiu is still working in the cybersecurity department for the time being. Chen Shuyi walked into Li Xiu's office and said, Minister Li, are you looking for staff now? I heard your new department has very good benefits. Won't you take me with you? Li Xiu shook his head. Hey, why should I take you there? You're a manager yourself. My department doesn't need so much management. At this time, Li Xiu received a call from his wife. Come to the president's office. Fu Xiuyu said. Li Xiu stood up and said, excuse me, my wife is calling me. Chen Shuyi nodded and said, go ahead, your wife is more important. Li Xiu came to the president's office. As soon as he entered the CEO's office, Fu Xiuyu grabbed his arm around his neck and said, I heard you were doing quite well with that rich girl from Shaohan today? Li Xiu smiled and said, she gave too much. One more disciple is enough, and this disciple is so good at making money. Fu Xiuyu said with a smile. I don't blame you for this, but Sanqing is a big group. It's not easy to serve their princess if she learns martial arts from you. Li Xiu nodded. By the way, let me ask you something. Do you know anything about the Sun family? They said our group is bidding for the amusement park? Fu Xiuyu asked in confusion, how do you know this? This is something I've been busy with recently. The Shao family and other families are all trying to compete for this project. This is the biggest project in Binhai for the next few years. The investment has reached 100 billion yuan, and we want to make it the largest tourism center in Binhai City. Li Xiu nodded. No wonder, I accidentally helped Sun Qinshan's daughter today. Hearing this, Fu Xiuyu said, that's the former mayor, Sun Qinshan. He's very powerful in the political world. How could you possibly get in touch with him? My man is becoming more and more capable. At this moment, Special Assistant Lin suddenly walked in and said, Boss Fu. Good news. I just received news that our company has won the bid for this amusement park project. Fu Xiuyu was stunned. How is this possible? This morning they were saying that the Shao family might win this project, how come we suddenly won it? At this time, Li Xiu called on WeChat. He picked up the phone, Sister Sun? What's wrong? Sun Xiang said, my father asked me to tell you that the second payment has already been given to you. Let me check it. Li Xiu glanced at Fu Xiuyu and immediately understood what the so-called second reward was. Okay, I understand. Mr. Sun is generous. Mr. Sun must have verified what he said. It seems that he believes in his ability to read palms. Fu Xiuyu glanced at her husband and said, Li Xiu, tell me, is it you? Li Xiu smiled. I saved Mr. Sun's daughter, so it's normal for him to repay me. Fu Xiuyu pushed Special Assistant Lin away, then turned and walked towards her husband, tugging at the collar of her suit. So what reward do you want? Li Xiu kept backing away. Are you sure you're not rewarding yourself? The other end. Sun family. The private doctor said to Sun Qinshan, that's strange. If you hadn't insisted on me checking the lungs, this location wouldn't be easy to detect. Sun Qinshan shook his head. I didn't ask for my lungs to be checked, a fortune teller asked me to. Upon hearing this, the doctor thought it was just the old man's joke. I'll arrange surgery for you and take care of this thing as soon as possible. Sun Xiang asked nervously, Dad, is this operation dangerous? Why don't we ask Li Xiu to come and calculate it again? Sun Qinshan raised his hand and said, I have discovered it in time. If I have to let others take care of the consequences of the operation. Do you think this secret is cheap? When I was young, I knew some fortune-telling experts. There's a reason why they said these secrets can't be revealed. Don't approach them casually. Now that we know this, we just need to actively treat it. Sun Xiang nodded. On the other side is the largest entertainment club in Binhai City. Emperor's meeting. The boss is called Wang Long, and people in the underworld call him Brother Long. He is also Sun Xiang's ex-husband. One of his men walked up to Wang Long and said, Brother Long, I failed and was saved by someone. As he spoke, the man took out a stack of photos, which were photos of Li Xiu pretending to save people. Wang Long stood up angrily and smashed the cup in his hand. Fuck you. Who is this guy? How dare he ruin my good deeds? How dare you touch my woman? Who is this person? Have you found out who he is? One of his men immediately said, this guy's identity is not difficult to find out. He's the son-in-law of the wealthy Fu family, Li Xiu. He graduated from university a year ago and is a weakling who relies on women for a living. Chapter 130. You're targeting me so soon, right? Wang Long has been rampant in Binhai for many years. It's not that his power is the strongest in the entire Binhai, but that he only bullies people who are not as strong as himself. As for the Fu family, it was clearly not a family he could bully. The Fu family is one of the richest families, and they have their own power. Wang Long suddenly felt that he had suffered a loss. Mad, how did this woman get involved with the Fu family? At this time, one of his men immediately suggested, I think we should go find the Xiao family. As one of the wealthy families in Binhai, the Xiao family has always been at odds with the Fu family. I think, Brother Long, why don't we cooperate with the Xiao family? What do you think? Wang Long turned the walnut in his hand and nodded slightly. It's possible to contact them. Does anyone know anyone from the Xiao family? Someone immediately stood up and said, I know Xiao Mukin from the Xiao family. Although I heard that he was just an adopted son of the Xiao family, he seems to have returned to the Xiao family now. I can contact him. Wang Long nodded, okay, I'll arrange it right away. This guy actually dared to touch my woman and ruin my good deeds. He must pay the price. At the same time on the other side. Li Xiu's Media Limited. Li Xiu is not in the company today, and the business here is handled by Lin Fei and a few others. Fu Xiumu had no classes this afternoon, so she came to the company and asked them to make an account for her. Lin Fei smiled apologetically and said, Miss Fu, why are you here? Our brother Xiu told us that even if you come, we can't let you become an internet celebrity. It will have a bad impact on the Fu family. Fu Xiumu shook his head. No, even though he said that, you have to know who you should listen to. Can't I handle my brother-in-law? Okay, start the live broadcast for me. At this time, Wu Wangwa walked over and said, my partner is not feeling well today and can't go on air. I need a replacement, but where can I find such a pure girl? Her eyes fell on Fu Xiumu's face. Fu Xiumu was worthy of being a pure little goddess, her appearance and temperament completely fit the setting of Bai Yueguang. But she is the eldest daughter of the Fu family, how can she? Fu Xiumu smiled faintly, see, doesn't this really need me? After she finished speaking, she turned around and went to the live broadcast room. Liang Ronghao said from the side, hurry up and call Brother Xiu and tell him that we can't control this Miss Fu. On the other side, Li Xiu, who was in a daze at the company, turned on the live broadcast and suddenly noticed Fu Xiumu in the live broadcast room. Her pure appearance instantly attracted a lot of hot comments from netizens. Great, it's the little sister, we are saved. Who is this Bai Yueguang? I declare now that she will be my favorite from now on. Oh, she is so beautiful, isn't she? Don't talk nonsense, I know this girl, she is the fourth daughter of the wealthy Fu family in Binhai. Her figure and appearance are really top-notch. What the hell? The Binhai Fu family? Holy shit, even rich girls are out fishing now? So exciting? Li Xiu also felt that Fu Xiumu looked absolutely stunning when he appeared on camera dressed like this, and his looks were just too high. But let her be on camera. Didn't I tell them not to let Fu Xiumu go on camera? At the same time on the other side. Binhai City Emperor Club. Wang Long looked at Xiao Mukin in front of him and smiled faintly. You just said that the Xiao family will support us? Is that true? Xiao Mukin nodded, of course. My Xiao family wants to get rid of this kid as soon as possible. I suggest you kill him directly. Wang Long frowned slightly. I can find someone to kill him, but it would be bad if this matter attracted the attention of the Fu family. Can't you do such a small thing? You can't even find someone to cause an accident? If it doesn't work once, try again. Xiao Mukin's mouth curled up. As for supporting you? Support your sister. Who the hell are you? You don't deserve the support of my Xiao family. You are just a bunch of thugs. Hearing this, Wang Long nodded. Okay, with Master Zhao's words, we are relieved. He immediately took out his cell phone and arranged for someone to drive a car to kill Li Xiu. Of course, after killing someone, the driver will take the responsibility himself. The car accident will not result in the death penalty, and their children will receive a large sum of money to settle down. Nong Suanxiang had tried this trick before, but unfortunately she was rescued by Li Xiu. On the other side, Li Xiu left the Fu group and drove to the live broadcast company building, parked the car, and stood on the roadside to light a cigarette. Suddenly his expression changed and he looked up at a blue truck on the side of the road. The pickup truck seemed to be drunk and suddenly swayed and hit him. Li Xiu's eyes moved, and he jumped up directly. With 100 years of internal strength cultivation, he slapped the front of the car and jumped directly onto the roof. Bang! With a loud bang, the car crashed into a roadside pillar. The driver got out of the car and looked at it in surprise for a long time. Li Xiu's voice came from the front of the car. What? Are you looking for me? The driver's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Li Xiu. Why are you up there? Li Xiu raised the corner of his mouth. Then where do you think I should be? He jumped down, kicked the driver over, grabbed the driver's hand, and confused the driver. He thought of many situations, such as beating him up if he was discovered, or handing him over to the police. But I never expected that the target guy was so fierce. Just get started, right? Li Xiu held his hand, and the man broke out in a cold sweat. Young man, I didn't hit you on purpose. It was an accident, an accident. Yes. I can compensate you. Ding. Character, Zhao Wu. His elderly family member is ill and bedridden, and his 3 children are struggling to pay for their tuition. Desperate, he takes a risk and accepts the emperor's commission to assassinate the host. Li Xiu was slightly stunned. If the fortune-telling function had been available earlier, the previous killer incident might have been known long ago. How much money did Wang Long give you to kill me? If you kill me, can you get away? Li Xiu teased. When the driver on the ground heard this, his face suddenly changed. No one asked me to come here. I made a mistake while driving. Li Xiu took out his cell phone and asked his buddy to come down and watch over the guy, then he called the police directly to come and handle the matter. He got back into his car and drove towards the club. This Wang Long is Sun Xiang's ex-husband, and he reached out to me so quickly. The car was parked in the parking lot downstairs of the Imperial Club. Li Xiu got out of the car. I glanced at the brightly lit club in front of me. He did see an interesting person, Xiao Mukin, who was leaving the club at this moment, looking sneaky. Oh, this club is related to the Xiao family? Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. Xiao family, aren't you going a little too far? He rushed straight into the club. At this moment, in a luxurious box in the club, Wang Long was playing with a walnut in his hand when suddenly a phone call came in. His expression immediately turned ugly. What are you doing? He's just a son-in-law, and you actually let him run away? He glanced at his men. You guys find a way to get rid of this bastard for me. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the club was kicked open. Li Xiu walked in slowly, holding the other party's unconscious younger brother in his hand. He threw the person aside. Then he smiled faintly. Wang Long, right? Nice to meet you.